Chapter 1 The Curtain Rises. Prologue. Doi overhavethes insatient the tevery thingi saxilerating, becoming jever morpid? Whether it be prophecies, premonitions, or the trends of societal development, a lari heralding hedvintofagrandera. Theki town locking this monumental concealed within the cosmic truth, spaced down through herrick tapestry of Chinese civilization. These were kiscrafted town veil, these profound mysteries, dedicated to the surgency of Chinese nation. Blessing Supanurimland, blessing upon Chinese civilization. Opening remarks. A word from the author. Mighty our friends, we'll know that life feiseldom free if discontent, with misfortunes prevailin morio finthanot. In timesif deep despair, have you ever contemplated leaving this world? If so, I urge you to dismiss such thoughts, for you, haven ever tasteth and remain oblivious to thenacharief realm. I possess a clear understanding of that side, having not on lysa comito death but thaving din multiply times, not by my own volition but purely by accident. Through timiria diensten so fly fen death, inadvertently uncovered the truth of this world. Ishall shareth these revelations, and I am certain that upon reading, yo will cherish this life even more. Ithis been over 20 years as in tha time when I ventured to Beijing for work, renting a modest room in an urban village along Thwest Third Ring Road. In winter, Irely ed in a coal stove for warmth, using gacamni thathed not being replaced for years. Thuffa tappered intact, it was, in truth, leaking gas. One fateful winter day, I succumbed to carbon monoxide poisoning, losing consciousness for an indeterminate period. When I awoke, it was past 20 the afternoon. I felt as yan my heart traced, controllably, causing me to collapse upon standing. Unaware of my affliction, I struggled to rise and suff treatment at Tinirby Clinic, where I was diagnosed with myocarditis and hospitalized for several days. Upon my release, ignorant of the root cause of my ailment, I continued to the coal stove, further succumbing to the fumes. In the months leading up to mere weather, I lived in a state of near death, believing each awakening tober surgency of my myocarditis, merely taking medication takapi. Later, I invited Mifian Cito Beijing, and Tagather we both suffered from myocarditis, prompting Gestofan ally inspect the coal stove, only to discover that Thyrncomni crumbled under its lightest pressure. Having Jean endured some initimus without perishing, I found it astonishing. Since at that time, I have felt an accumulation of thoughts in my mind, yet they remain elusive. For a period, I became equitemelank, particularly preoccupied with the cause mosen thesency of life. Following thysuniquidensation in my mind, I endeavored to think deeply, and donade, it felt a cephei light bulbed latup, within my suddenly grasped countless truths, comprehending the profound reality of soft universian life, and understanding the veracin form on existence. According to the convention soft novels, one would expect that he would experience extraordinary fortunes following such calamities, leading to Alaphi of triumph. However, their reality was quitethia positim barkst in a path of misfortune. During that time, I was working in Beijing for an advertising company, pursuing business opportunities. Although I secured numerous deals, my employer was reluctant to provide fair compensation. Cheersand, found Mijelfschassing Gofter and paid wages, ultimately leading me to sign. Reflecting on my experiences, I concluded that working for small companies under private ownership had little future, so I sought opportunity as in larger enterprises. I learned that the Rail Waste Communication Department that established a company called Tiedong, which weighs expedingits marketan seeking agents. I applied and, having brought Talongab useness for installing telephones, swift lysa coordinage and contract. Subsequently, it traveled extensively, achieving commendable sales, establishing gastable clientele, and just as I was reveling Jinmi6, Tyatom merged with China Mobile, leaving me without me agency. Once again, I endured molestin sand thought, wishold I solely laborfers? Why no team bark in my own small venture? Found a bustling residential area and, using my savings, opened at a modestia shop. Initially, business was slow, but I persevered, believing that with time, the shop would flourish. However, as business began to improve, Milius expired, Anthrant doubled, forcing me to flee despair. Before I could fully digest this experience, a loyal customer from the tea shop approached me way sa director at a central television station, often engaging main discussions about the mysterious soft universian life. Intrigedby mindsights, Heinvided metorai test scripts for a traditional culture program. I gladly accepted, as it provided both financial dan thichin sito indulge me passion for exploring cosmic truths. Iratos in soft peace and afflury. Eventually, this director suffed Toventure South for a directorial position, and in a stadio frustration, I submit me finals crypt along with me resignation letter. Then return ed to me hometown Shandong. Now, I hate amplita me to reflect on my experiences. Upon deep introspection, I conclude that the relying gonather swazless desirable than relying gon mijelf. After all, I possessed some writing skills and could summy what qualify as a special contributor for the central station we not teach children yow tower. I said that education is amateur of paramount importance, and since I cannot possibly believe for no 100 years, thism pleasy would not face un employment in the future. Thus, diligent lie studied the art of essay writing, developing an effective curriculum aimed at improving scores. Through me teaching, I'd strat impressive results, catching the attention of educational institution, which signed a contract to promote me program. Within 2 months, he had averted franchise schools, and a washoiful engaged in training, brimming with confidence and ambition to make a significant impact. Then, lo and behold, the double reduction policy was implemented, rendringisadiking illegal. Dazed and bewildered, found Mijel von Segain entangled in the familiar cycle of learning from a misfortune's thighs was beyond comprehension. If teachingise writing was outlawed, how cold didireto explore such imaginative idioms in novel writing? Moreover, would like to share me thoughts and insights, which haven aimshin ranks you the stud of heaven animanitied. What is tie and ranks you may ask? To illustrate, the evolution of human civilization from ancient time esteth resembles a grand riddle, with countless individuals is triving town valets answer. Some answer to Tisiphon, others Serope, a pillar, or Revenal. Yet, inexplicably, it is Erned that the answer is Saint Lefant. This revelation is intricately woven into the fabric of China's civilization, who Titus and Lion the presentigethadit, can be unveiled. A cit requires the insight gleaned from quantum science town lock thatty truth. Once set this truth thrice wide lie recognized, humanity will experience a monumental transformation, usher in a newer raw hair which shall truly embrace a universal harmony. Since uncovering this profound truth, have tirelessly advocated for to cross various fields for overrodkid, producing hundred soft house of words and disseminating them in line, garnering some attention the process. Among me followers, 9 individual 11 flew to meet me, expressing a desirito assistant promotion. It welcomed thighs wholeheartedly, only to discover the virid in ta superstition. It prompt lie severe ed tias with hymen sotten no collaboratordo pers my offered stoge there. Theridiculian scorniface don linear retu numerous door count curiously, min a prominent platform shafiltered, one after another, mi painstaking licultivated blogon sinoa shuddered, the mop forumbanished, and eventhian seth thriving tine forum, where I often posted, inexplicably suspended my account for 10 years. I resisted thigh's injustice, vowing that he would still emerge triumphant could. However, before I cold claim victory, Tianyabadu sagental farewell, that I dissoft him push the old awayest new platforms like Douyin, Kuaisho, and Zaya Hongsha flourish, yethi savinu as favor brevity, measuring content bethesicand. How cold dipus supply convey my thoughts in such flating moments? At times, irreflectant thestery off being he, who, upon discovering a precious jade, presented etotheriular soft chew, only to be met with ignorancy and punishment. Ionkpendered we headed not carvy a portion off tjadito showcase its brilliance, reflecting in Tyan Ranksu, if it were likened to precious jade. Why, after being polished and shaped, daisatatract solidly attention? I suspect that the heavens sphere my revelation off tisa cosmic truths, deliberately placing numerous obstacles in my path. Yet, I wonder, why na tree sortoa mordristic me asur, such a silencing me through a pseudonylness? Surely, a lowing meadow wander freely, proclaiming the truth soft universian life, while disseminating hundred soft house ansif words, wudron drainutemptat silencing futile. I sit that the heavens shuay from direct confrontation, preferring instead to lay traps in hope he so fleeting metode spare? Iskafatic notions. Even if the heavens conspire against me, I refuse a to succumb toad, spur themmer the tritozolan seem. Themorera solutely shall speak out, vexing them further. Why, you may ask, is it impossible for me to succumb toad spare? It is because, although I on succumbed to depression and do said be coal fumes, since my enlightenment through Tyan Ranksu, I have developed immunity against despair. I fee out dub this, I can demonstrate it to you all. As previously mentioned, he have frequently grappled with Felis and saw fly fed roomy work, which has left him financially strained. With Mickled Seducation Alex Binses escalating gone limitage of opportunity in Mismulhumatown, Ir certeta selling writing courses, it can go to major existence. Just Theo third a, finding Mijolf without vegetables, I opted not percacy. Instead using gay few cabbage leaves to brew a simple soup. After savoring it, I felt inspired topum reflections, which I shall share. I brewed a pot of vegetable soup, pure vegetable soup. Having washed and coped theba choi, yadded water and dap and cove salt, allowing jitto simmer so simple. Fielders and spokio foco, in time esafardship, course meals were read alike. Having consumed me lees for a lifetime, I had never truly savored hesency off foot day. I sauto experience seat. Thesoup was red a lifting fellet, agental steam roast, wafting gaverdant aroma. Illidal de tinto a bowl, blugent light a cullet, and tuca cara full sip, savor engagement. Initially bitter, then fresh, it blossomed into a vibrant vitality thought dance to palmy paladin philidmajances. Returning to simplicity, I discovered the sweetness of existence. I exhaled softly, miming wandering toe fields, gentle breezes, and warm sunshine. I recognized nature into the splendor of humanity. Closing my eyes, tilting me head back, I expressed my gratitude. What do you think? Do you believe it no? I can derive divine flavors from amber off clear broth how ku dipus sublice cum toad spare? My numerous brushes with death were a note in vain and ranks has stopped me an essential truth theory is no suffering without purpose, and no injustice without recompense. What is sowed to me must bear a paid, and the heaven Sarah no exception. What truth soft universa do I comprehend? Itis satellito intricatita convey succinctly. How can I articulate this? It appears that everything within this vast cause must neither divinely created nor self-generated, but rather, itis a product of a man ingenuity, thuniver superse vismerly on a third off teen tire tie the occurrence within theremaining twathirds or even more captivating. Yet, how can I communicate these events to others? I contemplated writing a novel, as the expansive initary fictionalos fort hero exposition and facilitate test the narration of countless truths unknown to the masses through da. Thus, embarks on crafting this book for publication on tomato novels. Erethere deities within the cosmos? Howdy dal beings and entity come into existence. What is the significance of human life? Fleeting decidus? Up in concluding this book, all will be elucidated. Deities are, in fact, akintist here true-eyed entities celestial beings, distinct from the celestial entities described in Buddhist texts, as such beings did not exist during the creation of the universe. This book unveils the grandest secret of the heavens celestial being sano, celestial entities can ascend from the mortal realm. It is well known that enlightenment leads to ascension however, the process has been simplified for all. There is no longer a need for arduous enlightenment, for the principle soft universera laid bare within these pages. This book is entirely free irg to read it promptly, for one knows when it might bezelenst. The cis no just the revelations within this book are profound, and a thas faced censorship before. Implore you to safeguard this book on your shelves, for should it be censored again, it may become inaccessible outside those confines. Thus, the wondrous journey off great commences. Text. Heist named Mihanji Amino third toyers, affectionate liar furid toas lau yibi others. Today, has departed from this world. Indeed, itis accuratita si the theisawary fist demise today. But wait, how can a deceased person possess knowledge of thy death? Lau you find shimsel fin astat, tof confusion am I liver dead? That evening, heritai read to bit as usual. After an indeterminate duration of slumber, he began to feel an overwhelming discomfort, as thoughtsome thing were pressing and constricting him he felt suffocated, bloated, with a pounding headache and nausea. After a while, these sensations dissipated, and he found himself floating, feeling light, unburdened, enveloped in a profound tranquility. Haravelident this sensation. Initially, Lao Yai presumed he was dreaming. Tobawari of dreaming is no nasal lucid dream, but the quickly realized thighs was no dream, for a felt acutely alert farmer sithin in broad daylight. It seemed ha hate awakened doniki ability, Ashi's entire field of vision transformity could simultanea, slight perceivable directions. Henoticid a figurely in gone bead below him without needing to discern. He knew with certainty that, this figure was no neither than himself, Mahanji. If Mahanji lay upon the, then who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? In such a predicament, event though si unversed in philosophy would pose these 3 queries, and Laui, a scholar of philosophy, indeed found himself pondering them. Regarding Wolmai, Lao Yu had just witnessed a rapid replay of his life. In his youth, he was mischievous and had committed various misdeeds. During his schooling, he served as the cultural committee member, Chinese language class representative, squad leader, and dressy vida collade such as the excellent treading award. These can grady and the tight, leave 3 good student in the 3rd and 4th grades, along with a second place finish in a districtal volas competition at the 5th grade. As Shep regressed to middle school, he became a thebiologic class representative, won 1st place in a patriotic singing competition collective award, received a certificate for honesty, was recognized as an outstanding member of the youth league, and secured 2nd place in a group dance competition collective award, participating in the city sports meet appeaning Kermani. He subsequently enrolled in a vocational college major in literature, where held positions such as staff the cultural department and member of the literary society, frequently participating in organized singing competitions, recitals, and debates. After graduation, he wandered outside, self-studied philosophy, worked as clerk, salesperson, and columnist, and ways attempting to write web novels. His newly launched book met with dismal success, yet he persevered. 32 years so fly seemed to pass list Hanneskind, and Lao Yi experienced from a first-person perspective each vividly tangible, as forgotten memory a surfaced head creed, laughed, loved, hated, suffered, and savored Devi Rimamin ta fi's existence, all flashing before him. Wolmai? A mitralive mi hong yu ho has livid, for 32 years? If the only ing downism, then hoi sith that tis contemplating? Ah, right. Me head is still resting on Thebe dwada sit that time ising to think? Scientifically, is should bed, yet philosophically, must still be alive for I think. Therefore I am, boot where am I? Lao Yiglin seed around and marvelously have found de could see not complete a circle without turning isht. Although his vision was broad, it did note quaitita comprehensive understanding much like her many things, weften focusally on Watentrisses, rendering every thingel saying visible. Upon surveying his surroundings, Lao Yi realized he remained in his rented apartment. Theorem was no text of like old thistilled stove still amid some warmth. However, a moment, Lao Yi was enveloped in a gentle, ethereal light, rendering him oblivious to the external temperatures. Previously, Theorem had been shrouded in darkness, but no twice awash with light and shadow, reminiscent of viewing through night twishing ogles, with whose of extraordinary iricness. The computer on the desk remained power-redden, idling while playing, accumulating gress sources thought could be sold for money. Token serve energy, the screen was off, and the computer tower wasn't turned off during power outages. Lao Yu pondered whether his ongoing web novel had been saved, proper life have failed, tup idiot. If reader should painstakingly attracted would swiftly abandon him. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he was abruptly struck by the realization that the could never up that again, and a wave of melancholy washed over him. Wait, do I still possess a heart? Why does this row persist? A sob novel author, Lao Yu was well acquainted with the particular term transmigration. Could it Bethetai have a transmigratus well? Others write about protagonists would transcend time means space however managed to write a mischel finto, such a predicament? Typically, transmigration unfolds in 2 phases the first death, followed by the second, that transition to another realm. That wa phase are closely intertwined. What doest this scenario entail? Have I only experienced the first phase without he second? Am I not merely dead in vain? What now? What shall Dido? Lao Yi believed de could still salvage his situation. Has circle Theba de lion gone Thebed several times, striving to move it, but the form remained utterly unresponsive, akin to obeying subjectively paralysis, except in this instance, hind 10 dead depressions or fantothabity. After multiple failed attempts, Lao Yu had talked death if they had become an egg host. Consequently, inadvertently conclude depth the long-standing philosophical debate concerning the existence of tes oldividitus clear sowls, not unlike exist bu. Assassin a loving spectre, Lao Yi solved to engage in meaningful pursuits. First, Hess up to comprehend way to go struli resembled, prompting him to scour the apartment for a mirror. There was Sony on the desk, beautilas, it facet onwards. Lao Yi attempted to flip the mirror, only to discover thighs ways impossible when he extended a shandash normally wooed. Hezen said the office arm sand fingers. Yetharuis no physicala timral yafantanergi thought, posid through timirantable. The communal restroom in his rented departmental se contained Emir, butax sinjit required exiting the room, which was locked from the inside. With his current state, heckled notapinthador. What to do? Lao yifloated beferethador, contemplating gas solution. Ash pondered, here lies at the answer was surprisingly simple without comprehension of how. Hef found himself drifting through the door ghost indeed pass through walls. Lao Yai glide dead toward the restroom, where a Thedo or Wassager, a sit was unoccupied. Asha floated forward, he mused on the principal soft ghostly movement. Is this a form of levitation? He ascertained that Van said without a need for his feet wherever he wished to go, hemerally floated toward it. Initially, he was soon aware of the doff movement, instinctively attempting toak, but upon realizing the futility of that approach, he tried to swim through harassing his limbs. Just as he was contemplating how to propel himself, have found he had already arrived at his destination. Upon closer examination, he perceived the dynamic force has space around him, a constant push and pull, and he found himself adept at utilizing this force to navigate. Oddwin to diaquarizability? Asha pondered this, he was already in Thirstrom. Dog host possess noses? Surely I won't smell anything unpleasant? Themament this thought crossed his mind. He immediately zensid thun mistake a biter off Ferrostrom indeed. Heffel teacher than smellodite, that's falsent. Hered erected disfocused off the mirror, and Festinch vanished. Before gazing into the mirror, Lao Yinder to considerable mental preparation. Had watched Adora films in the past, fearing the theme might encounter a visage with a green face and sharp teeth or a skeletal form thought would frighten him to death. But the was already dead, cold a possibility again? Regardless, for the sake of options, sacrificing gay humor at time estimate worthwhile. Stealing himself, hebit down on an intangible stoff teeth and sudden, ligazed in ta the mirror. What is this? Is this Drelime? Initially, no reflection appeared in the mirror, Butaz Lao strained to see. He gradually discerned a faint outline, hazy and indistinct. Swayed in front of the mirror, and that vague shape followed Su Titium Tobihi's own likeness. Alas, after all this research, the ghostly visage remained elusive. Lao Yai felt hopping off dissatisfaction and concentrate intently on the mirror, hoping to discern more clearly. Asha did so, the surroundings dimmed, leaving gone lie the shadow in the mirror eliminating rapidly, revealing Lao Yi's visage. At last, Lao Yai felt Taysen's off-relief head not transformed into a grotesque and terrifying figure after all. Even as a ghost, one is still retains a semblance of humanity. Up in close air inspection, Hinata sedated tail the reflection in the mirror revealed him without glasses, and it dawned on Lao Yi that, after becoming gassed, he was no longer myopic. Furthermore, while his face was clearly visible in the mirror, his clothing remained obscured. Strangely enough, the visage in the mirror appeared even more youthful. Could this broken mirror possess a beauty-enhancing function? Surely no mirror cannot possibly have such capabilities. Do as these implied attack ghosts appear in second beal to will? The agiol.agft outward form reflects the inner spirit seems storing true, granting gay certain freedom of appearance, becoming a ghost. As Lao Yu pondered this curious phenomenon, his Satanshin shifted away from the mirror, and the surrounding scenery regained its vibrancy. Hathanata sit a helium balloon floating on the sea island goff t bethermipalong atachil de Famberingtonet, Shao Schwan. How had it tended fear? The balloon was to quite fool, thought Hestring had snapped significantly, and Thebrai tile Lao ballons wagant lie against the sea isling, reminding Lao Yo Fenu story Hadri de Butong boy in Philippines woe, after passing away, Pusha Dabaluna this funeral talk come for this grieving mother. Reflecting on this, Lao Yi scientific spirit night dance Marie, and how became mine triggered the balloon. Before long, the helium balloon began to move, albeit slightly, yet it was in motion. Lao Yiger my set hat and a special technique was required to nemerly needed tautilize a thembient forces a play. By this point, Lao Yu had gained a preliminary understanding goff ghost la matter Sandfeld topping goff frustration while a living, nice perpetually curious about the existence of ghosts and their circumstances, yet the true three remains elusive during Ines' lifetime. Ironically, after death, Alice revealed, yet nice suitable to convey this knowledge to the living. What a predicament! Had hinon he would dia today, he at Tohava contacted scientists beforehand, instructing them to prepare a twabaloon whitey and a black. The cold pose a questions, and if the answer ways affirmative, he would shake the white ball and otherwise, he would shake the blacken. How exhilarating jit would Beto stream such an event live. What should he next? Perhaps de leisure life float through it Heskies? Lao Yai drifted du tof ti by thrum, ascendant into theer. However, before e could ascend several stories shy, Hezen said something amidst the comforting element surrounding him were rapidly diminishing. Realizing Thedinger, Hailreed Liar treat Dan returned to his room, where felt a semblance of stability. After contemplating for a while, Hekamito a realization evang hosts requiriner guy to sustain himself. But where it oest Heisen urge originate? Is it something to be consumed? Alas, Hekud na longer utilize his mouth. Photosynthesis. He had not noticed a day chlorophyll sprouting on his face while gazing in the mirror earlier. Wait a moment, why vos theory and abundancio fenergi near his room? Lao Yai float around disremontsmary, seeking the answer. He discovered that the badiof mi hong I and the bead hadieto upon closer inspection, Hezen sid a faint energico, a lessing around the Lephelus form. Lao Yai understood the task significant function oft, have physical body, is to gather energy for theso lay side def from nourishment tandrist, the body canal sobsorb energy from the environment. As long as his physical body had no tia, entirely sees to function, being enclosed proximate yallowed Lao spirit through some form of connection. However, the body would eventually grow cold and lifeless wathen? Could he's implemuch energy from others? Tover if his matter, you'd need scientific inquiry. Scientific experiments often involve it use of laboratoriums, yet there were in 09 his Ramon Lagramus. Lao Yai scurried around the den of Tegramus, viewed him empty-handed. To his dismay, even a moose energy was secured via password, rendering it impossible to access. It was no wonder the mance did not consume soil, stones, or bricks high up to consume ether forms of life, as they could no tabs or guy from inanimate objects, and has directly digested and absorbed living beings. The so-called password mean that Lao Yai was unable to establish a connection with the energy photor life efforms without a signal, the energy remained dudo freached. How peculiar it was showed those ancient figures and strange tales, from a Chinese studio manager torments lively? Alas, legend seriofen unreliable. It follows that a living need not fear ghosts and set attached from their bodies. Spirits find themselves in precarious circumstance inert hand and not linger for long, they must swift lit apart to their right full realm. Nyota Lauscher, my Mian Shin Bei, hey bai Wu Chang Dage, please come quickly. I fit a mouth, Lao Yu would havger like call a duten desperation. Just then, he noticed a das whirling vortex off pitch blackness emerging around him. A the center of the vertex a passageway, and a force of attraction emanated from it, seemingly guiding Lao Yai in a particular direction. Seeing this, Lao Yai felt Tason's of reassurance had found a place of belonging. Hekud Kusto enter the passager linger on earth for a few more days. Asked the Ru is still enough nergai to sustain him. After much consideration, he decided to proceed, embarking a new journey. The pull of te passagine velo pedamash swift light traversed confines, and at that moment, Amel Tichadov joyful memory surged forth, alleviating is fear of to known. Chapter 2 The Extraordinary Realm. Ahead, there was light, and a shestepid in toit. It felt as though he had arrived in a paradise of peach blossoms. The sky was adorned with resplendent colors, distant montane sapphire deep blue, verdant grass basket in the gentle sunlight, and the melodious scalciforio less mingled with the babbling of clear streams. Amidst tefragrant blossom sand-dancing butterfly studasmal pavilion where a figure sat gracefully, his face like a jade crown, hair and beard flowing elegantly, clad in loose, casual attire, preparing tea. Up and witnessing this scene, Lao Yi exclaimed, "The energy Harasian encrypted." Without hesitation, activated his rapid recharge mode and flew towards the pavilion. "Ah, you've arrived. Please, take ye see at the tia's fresh librud." The figure at the pavilion rosened greet Heim with a smile, as if encountering an old acquaintance. Lao Yai hesitated before he asking, "Are you Uncle Ming? Greetings." Theman paused momentarily, "Why do you call Uncle Ming? I've heard that after death, one meets a Ming Pauho for supposition. However, you have a long beard, so a referred to you as Uncle Ming." Lao Yai glanced at Athadiable. He had thought it was a medicinal concoction, turns out to be. Up and hearing this, Theman burst into hearty laughter. "Why do you speak of his merely a rumor from Thirelmof to dead? This is not the netherworld, but truth or a special little universe where no such minkpasup is needed. Your memory is requitisield, so it's naturally o wouldn't recognize. Iamayo you old friend Dan Servigir guardian spirit." "What? A guardian spirit?" Lao Yu way staken aback and semi-water it. "What sort of guardianship is these, leaving mites a castate?" Your Mario Fasperita guard the dead, aren't you? The man replied, Not at all, you are not dead, so the rest nothing to guard. I had actually intended for you to visit, and duetta some unexpected events invited here. Why bring me here? What unexpected event shavy occurred? To be honest, is quite surprising to find such a wonderful placey after death. Haddock nona told Belicicathus, would have handed mijal fi year sega to void Theburden soft life. Itap here sio your memory a shavine deed bean tight lysealed, theguardian spirit strokadis longbeard, turning to sitatable. You seem to have forgotten a labal themeter so free incarnation and causian defect, lead in jow tutter such despondent tremarks. It seems you havenote, learned well in this lifuv begun to speak, frivolously. Thewayan seknawasnat like Kethis. And haveanot considered that typically, how could that has ceased come into his place? As I mentioned, this is the true spirituum. Under normal circumstances, that had got ethereal dead. And the circumstances following death whether guteriller closely link kedtunes achievements during life. iPhone's accomplishments are locking, one may face punishment in the afterlife. Though Zuha claim they would never wish to return to Themer Taurielman their next life would surely think twice if they understood the truth of death. Up in hearing this, Lao Yiger Solemn. I apologize I have been disrespectful. May inquire if I warrior died a ghost? How shall I address you? Theguardian spirit chuckled, there are no deities or saviors in the universe. I am Licky Wahoman, or other, a soul. I simplipos a deeper background and our status. As form a name. Oh, throughout a lonkical so free incarnation, I have mana names. Now, Asio or guardian spirit, you made a kimi cernami of my and calm laumier teacher me. Very well, teacher mead, although I have long been aware of the existence of souls, I have an eve understood we a soul resides within life. If while like a living being to a car, then the solis thedriver, thesu list not materiali to spiritual essence, which is why science cannot detect it. Yet even in its elusiveness, you can prove the existence of the soul with a simple mathematical problem. A mathematical problem? What can daf problem? Calculate how much is the sum of countless zeros? Of course, it is still zero. Doyo Creer law? Certainly. Then, according to scientists, the human body is composed of molecules, atoms, and so forth. But what show Euratomskin Creer laugh? Erytherian molecules, cells, nerves, or bioelectric signals that can Creer laugh? None, I presume. Yet, how why sit thoughty composed of countless entities that cannot express emotion are capable of crying gone laughing? Even if fainter vein your brain becomes excited and electrified, directing thesal cine hour jotto up in wide, commanding thesal cine hour throat to produce laughter, and instructing orlums to dance joyfully what is thecos o fiddle? Ultimately, is it not because you possess a soul? Itis the soul hat harbors motions, the soul is the true master of te physical body. When a person's everiatom remains intact, continuing to function as before. So hideth the dead no longer creer laugh? Is it not because the soul has to parted from the body? Now you understand, decencio fly feist the spirit. Dole being shaveth I rongardian spirits? Note at all, there are not enough personnel in the higher realm. For ordinary individuals, itis common for raising guardian spirit to versi thousands. Fort hosu hori exceptional, however, it may be oniano neg guardian shipperevan multiple spirits for any individual. Lao you was astonished. So, I am considered special? Yet Maleficus been quite ordinary. Teacher Miss Huka shed with Asig, saying, engage in gin conversation with Zomio Nuho Hasyeto awaken their memory, it's quite exhausting. It's difficult to convey thoughts clearly attenst. Let's address the pressing matter first. Theories onai summoni diu heries of significance. What matter? A wish to compose a novel, anani di auto findivinine the mortal realm to disseminate. Lao Yai wasam wat perplexed. After a brief pause, I inquired, I Girgardian shipwork so leisure lethati of fin to me to write novels? These endeavorize equally important, that me hascom for the being soft immortal realm to be enlightened about certain truths. However, constrained bethelas of celestial order, I can know trivial the divine secret sovertly, based on past civilizations, expressing these truths true timidai mofano veltins doil better results. What is real and what is illusion, belief or disbelief, illivido theorider soft immortal realm to discern. Thus, these celestial secrets are conveyed without interfering with their little cultivation. So, Yawant Meadow act as same messenger, right? To find a place sought immortal realm to circulate our novel? This is rather unremarkable wiku smefrthistask? Ah, inu runiverse, everything gad here stotha principally of causality. Since this significant task as found it swaytoyo, idisonly nature roll thoughty worry entwined in its causation. For now, there is no need for you to inquire further simply ensure the transmission off this book, and it will become clear. Is the book completed? How many words do is it contain, and ho willy ausenditome? The outline has long been finalized, any Havian Lipinet initial chapters. I can ascertain a total word count, as I am quidabishiand canonly ritilatalic dato sen toyu. Furthermore, this must align with the progressive temortal real man the prevailing telestial conditions, so the quantity of transmission must be carefully planned. The method of sending is straight for dual sending. QQ? Even a celestial being like you assists Earth-like communication tools? Of course, the mortal realm is situated in the physical domain, not the spiritual realm, so it must is the means of communication available line, the physical world. You may wonder what the physical domain is to not rush, you will understand in due time. I ask Suri out how to have Tyrio complete the transmission off this book, even without unlocking go file your past memories, you will achieve great enlightenment. Very well, teacher me, is shall undertake this task diligently. I am now Keek, curious as a guardian spirit, you claim to BBC Withwick. What exactly occupy your time? Guardianship is merely one of my responsibilities, and event that entails Marissa arrangements. Furthermore, there are other matters demanding my attention. Observeth is real my tism office. With a wavy officiand, teacher me may death a teapot unfitable evitate, spin it gracefully in the air before pouring twak up softia, saying, come, savor these I to say fine elixir for replenishing spiritual energy. I am quit diligent and medutia stored sayu. My protectadone. I often exert mijal on your behalf, primarily employing the butterfly vector kistre teverai scalenges in your life. Lao Yai was astonished be teacher Miss Officiant, the flying to pot, Butupon hearing fifth he was responsible for arranging difficulties in his life, he inquired in confusion, is thoroughly a fagwardian spirito cree a tesit back sand troubles in my life? What do I think? Should instead be Safi garden your happiness? Thought would be canto caretaker, teacher my replied. Thoroughly a fagwardian spiritist to safeguard your spiritual progress. Humans commito themer tal realm to engage in learning, training, and assessment, not moralito enjoy comfort. While I cannot speak fors, manyof te challenges you encounter in life fear painstaking lie arrange at bime. Itis nos impultus to establish obstacles according to circumstances while ensuring theoparia sonabi in justifiable. Theguardian spiritus salsoc no nasamenter. Much like eatia school, devising problem sand assessments for your benefit. May inquire about micro rent progress? Itis note yet time for disclosure remains confidential. Do I receive a salary for this work? Certainly. How could datature function without compensation? In the higher realms, every profession offers remuneration. Then in the future. Enough. We shall discuss such matters later when me permits. Right now, wellock the luxury for length eye conversations otherwise, your physical body might perish from the cold. Initially, intended to guide you from the dream realm, butin foreseen circumstances led I auto emerged prematurely. Watten foreseen circumstances? The Stovian Yoram was leaky gas, wik could have justificate you. Donatori warnot yet beyond salvation. It will have a somio need dress the situation. Ariel teacher Sharessa composed? Not a talsama can be quite impatient, teacher missaid, gesturing gonsa mortarevialapathway. Peering down the passage, Lao Yai cold see his rental room, still shroudy dindarnasaz don hadiata break, with hisba lying motionless. Homeri yuckling to han lethes? Erwana trisking Simeona discovering the incident han calling for help? Athasher, erwato have a Simeona discover you? That causality would be exceeding difficult to manage and quite unreasonable. Phonet, Theone coming toyo raid has arrived and different lie attempting to enter. Just then, the door to the rental room was gently opened, and a figure slipped inside, wearing a safety helmet and camouflage attire, with a Zafetti belt around his box in hand. Teacher me, these individual do esno tapi are to be a healthcare professional. There in a nearby medical personnel available found Simeon from a construction site. Construction worker? Yes, a cosmic worker. Oh, Ymer for them aliens. Lao Yai was taken aback, struggling to keep pace with the conversation. Aren't aliens supposed to dress with large head sand bulging eyes? How can this person resemble a human? Oh, have a they become a manual laborers? Most cosmic workers blend in with humanity, but to obscure celestial secrets, some amatus geisathemsel ves as monster sto deceiveth the populace. Can't he grasp that the physical body is merely a vessel? Much like clothing, one can wear however they wish thesensio fly feist the soul. Now, hold your tongue for a moment while I arrange matters. The construction worker, upon receiving instructions, approached Thestiviand, employing some method, quickly ignited flames, reducing the coal tosh. Hathin sat silent lieth a futoff tea bed, facing north, seemingly entering game adida to vestate. Heis replenishing the spiritual nerginorum, mitigating the toxic fumes from the coal, teacher Mike explained, gesturing towards the theonthidable. Do not forget a drinkitals to replenish a spiritual energy. Lao ye instinctive lyriac head for the tia, experiencing gay tangible sensation asifishand worst al intact tandriel. As the tea to lips, has savored its theory all aromany cup down, have found it difficult to distinguish whether it was liquid or gas, only feeling a pure, rich energy merging with his spirit. It was this refreshingus ren after a long drought. Lao Yai sincerely expressed his gratitude. Thank you so much, teacher me. But what is thought cosmic worker doing? From the passage, they could see the construction work yanking the limp badiof mi hangia from the shaking ganking hing. Lao Yai cold the thelp you task. Teacher me, is this Sparto furplan? The sis not me arrangement the frito act according to e situation. Rest assured, their method shave been validated through billion so fi earsoft here and practice ethirca professional. Lao Yai was at a loss for words, resignia to thun folding chaos. Shortly thereafter, teacher Miss Aid, genau not forgetto ad mesafrindanking touch. Lao Yai full to sudden lightness, and befer he realized it, had entered thepisage. Strange ezites surrounded him, coming gathamalitants, as if in an instant, yet also strichingu tinto an eternity. Chapter 3. A novel from beyond in a state of hazy consciousness, Lao Yi gradually opened his eyes to the brilliance of daylight. What time could it be? A throbbing pain pulsed through his head. His heart raced, and his stomach felt bloated, inducing waves of nausea. Shaking his head, he felt his brain jostling about like a spoiled melon. With great effort, he sat up, recalling fragments of what seemed like a peculiar dream, wherein he had perished and ascended to heaven, where God was referred to as teacher me. What a nonsensical dream that was. Glancing at the clock, he realized it was already afternoon. How could he have slept for so long? Stunned for a moment, he slipped his feet into his shoes, intending to rise, when suddenly his legs felt feeble, and he collapsed to the floor. Was I truly suffocated by coal smoke? The events of the dream were eerily precise. Lost in thought, he suddenly noticed that the door to his room was ajar. Lowy was taken aback. He always ensured to check the door lock multiple times before sleeping. Often, he would double-check the lock even when drowsy. Yet here it was, standing wide open. No wonder the room felt so cold. After sitting on the floor for a while, Lowy regained some strength and struggled to his feet, his legs still trembling. Cautiously, he shuffled to the door to inspect the lock. After scrutinizing it several times, he found no signs of tampering. What on earth was happening? Standing by the door, he let the chilly breeze wash over him, alleviating some of his discomfort. He then approached the stove, and to his astonishment, the stove door was flung wide open. Faced with such a series of unbelievable events, he tilted his head in contemplation, arriving at a somewhat rational explanation. He must have sleepwalked last night, ventured outside without his winter coat, endured the cold for half the night, and returned without securely closing the door, inadvertently leaving the stove ajar, allowing the fire to burn out, resulting in a severe cold that left him in this state. Rational explanation aside, Lao Yi still felt uneasy. Perhaps it was time for a scientific experiment. He made his way to the computer, powered on the monitor, logged into QQ, and stared intently for a while. Yet nothing happened. Oh yes, the experiment was a success. Leaning back in his chair, Lao Yi began to ponder mundane matters. Should he visit the hospital? Should he prepare something to eat? Could he still write today? Suddenly, he heard a couple of coughs from the computer, and QQ flickered to life, indicating a friend request. Upon checking, it was Teacher Me, a ghost. Lowy felt a chill run down his spine and hastily clicked to decline. System prompt. Friend request successfully denied. Teacher Me, the workers have clarified the situation. Your stove's chimney needs replacing, as it is leaking gas. With trembling hands, Lowy added Teacher Me to his blacklist. Teacher Me, Have you decided which website to publish your novel on? I'll send you a chapter today. Take a look. Blocked again, Teacher Me. By the way, feel free to raise any questions. I am always online. Lowy glanced at Teacher Me's QQ number. 000. He bit his finger in contemplation, then blew on it, letting out a long sigh, bidding farewell to the worldview and philosophy he had held for many years. After a moment of silence, curiosity once again struck him. What sort of novel had this enigmatic author? Neither fully human, ghost, nor immortal, penned? He opened the document, and the title read, Chronicles of the Spirit Realm. Text 1. The birth of a spirit. Dear readers, what is here written unfolds in another realm, one unknown to humanity thus far. Though it may seem implausible to many, those endowed with discerning hearts and minds will surely find blessings in the narrative that follows. Without further ado, let us return to the tale. There exists a vast spirit star known as Tianden Star. The heavens encompass the earth, the sun and moon traverse the skies, mountains soar, and seas stretch wide, nurturing all living beings. What accounts for such grandeur? It is simply because the essence of spirit rises and falls, shaping the cosmos, and the brilliance of spirit flows, forming the sun and moon. The duality of yin and yang amalgamates all things. While the awakening of spirit consciousness gives rise to myriad beings on this star, there are various spirit creatures, spirit flora and fauna, as well as aquatic life, collectively referred to as spirit entities, among them. Those possessing spirit consciousness are termed spirits. On the eastern coastline lies a continent named Lyond, the juncture of land and sea. Numerous islands of all sizes are scattered about, most of which remain nameless. Among them is a small island shaped like a trapezoid, stretching across the East China Sea. This island is perpetually adorned with flowers that bloom year-round and boasts ancient trees that endure for millennia. Alongside countless extraordinary treasures, in a clearing by the forest in the southwest of the island, vast patches of spirit grass flourish, one of which is known as the earth fruit. This fruit is a brilliant red, roughly the size of a fist, devoid of vines, with deep roots and a single large leaf atop, its fruit partially exposed from the soil, resembling a radish with hard spikes. One day, dark clouds roiled in the sky. Thunder clapped and torrential rain poured down. The peak of the downpour. A peculiar blue lightning flickered across the sky, dazzling like fireworks. Should any cultivator have witnessed this spectacle, they would surely recognize it as the flash of spirit light. If this light were to fall upon a spirit entity, it could potentially awaken its spirit consciousness. The rain continued for a day and a night, only ceasing around noon. A ray of sunlight broke through the clouds and illuminated the patch of grass. The leaf atop the earth fruit trembled imperceptibly. In the subsequent hour, the earth fruit sprouted 4 more leaves, encircling the main leaf, fluttering like butterflies emerging from their cocoons, a sight to behold. After a while, a layer of azure light enveloped the fruit as a swirling wind stirred the surrounding spirit energy, hovering above the earth fruit for a moment before settling into its leaves. Soon after, the 5 leaves gradually coalesced into 5 radiant lines. The lines flickered briefly before vanishing. The azure light surrounding the earth fruit slowly dissipated, revealing its new form. The once red shell turned white, showcasing a leathery texture. The shape of the fruit also transformed, growing larger and longer, with a bulbous top sprouting 2 tendrils. Finally, the bulbous structure at the top opened into 2 slits, revealing a glimmering interior, and it opened its eyes. Another spirit was born. It blinked a few times. Its first encounter with light. Although the world it beheld was but a hazy shadow devoid of color, it exerted itself to observe. Everything was astonishingly new to it. As the sun set and visibility waned, it finally closed its eyes to rest, and no sooner had it shut its eyes than a wave of drowsiness washed over it, further clouding its already vague consciousness. Yet, inexplicably, a thought urged it, do not sleep. It opened its eyes and began its first contemplation, its innate knowledge awakening. This innate knowledge, akin to instinct, is a form of wisdom automatically acquired during the growth of spirit entities within the spirit realm. As spirit consciousness stirs, this innate knowledge has the opportunity to unlock it, inform the spirit that it had but 4 hours of life remaining. After awakening spirit consciousness, it existed in an extremely unstable state, likely to dissipate rapidly. To stabilize and enhance its spirit consciousness, It needed to commence cultivation without delay. The fundamental steps involved absorbing the spirit energy of the heavens and earth into its body for transformation. Forming spirit essence. With spirit essence, it could generate spirit power, which is the essence of a spirit's life force. The earth fruit spirit, for now, could not leave the ground. Instead, it drove its roots deeper into the soil to seek spirit energy. Meanwhile, the bright lines formed from its 5 leaves began to flicker again. These were its only 5 spirit threads. Spirit threads serve as conduits for absorbing spirit energy and as sensory appendages for perceiving the surrounding environment. Time was of the essence, and the earth fruit spirit brimmed with confidence. 5 days passed, and it had developed internal organs, along with the unique spirit meridians intrinsic to spirits. 10 days later, it had formed a spirit abode and palace within its body. The spirit energy from the heavens and earth entered the abode, transforming into spirit essence, while spirit power circulated through the meridians, with the palace serving as the dwelling of spirit consciousness. 15 days in, it had developed facial features, a blink revealed colors, a turn of the ear brought forth sounds, a sniff detected scents, and a taste revealed bitterness and sweetness. Now, it had taken on the form of a youth. With its spirit consciousness significantly matured, it bestowed upon itself the name Ling Tian, as a tribute to the descent of spirit consciousness from the heavens. On the 20th day, it sprouted arms, and the spirit threads atop its head thickened. No longer did it need to remain still and focused to absorb spirit power. Cultivation had become a natural part of its life, occurring effortlessly with every breath and movement. Standing tall, it gazed skyward and shouted, "I." At that moment, feeling a pang of hunger, it uprooted its roots from the earth, transforming them into legs to seek sustenance. However, as it pulled, the roots dragged up a tattered bundle, along with a few shards of broken tiles. Ling Tian was puzzled. The bundle had decayed to the point of being riddled with holes, and with a shake, it fell apart, revealing a frayed old book. The book was not particularly thick, its material unknown. Yet it emanated a musty fragrance from years of burial. Reading and writing were part of the spirit's innate knowledge. The cover of the book had only a small portion left, inscribed with the character for art. What sort of art could it be? The crucial part of the word had rotted away. Ling Tian attempted to turn to the first page, but inadvertently flipped through 5 or 6 pages. As they had adhered together, after some time, he found the text filled with esoteric language. He recognized individual characters, but could not comprehend the words and sentences formed. The term spirit appeared most frequently throughout, prompting him to dub it the spirit text. What secrets did this book hold? As Ling Tian read, he tore off pieces to eat, discovering the taste to be surprisingly delightful. Upon finishing the book, he understood but a single truth. His hunger had been satiated. With the book now within him, a plethora of strange and peculiar thoughts surged into his mind, fragments of phrases from the text imprinting themselves in his consciousness. Ling Tian struggled to make sense of it all for a long while, ultimately shaking his head vigorously, quickly forgetting the matter. At present, the pressing matter is to swiftly learn the art of survival. After dedicating an entire day, I have evolved from crawling to running, occasionally foraging for wild fruits to sustain myself. The sky looms overhead, shrouded in dark clouds, heralding yet another downpour. Witnessing this scene, Ling Tian suddenly recalled the possibility of other spirits inhabiting this island. After all, countless years have passed, during which innumerable spirit reigns have graced the land. It is certain that other spirits must have been born here. As this thought surfaced, he promptly rose to his feet. The forest lay in close proximity, and he decided to venture inside. The forest was vast, and as he ventured deeper, the surroundings grew increasingly dim. Soft, thick layers of withered leaves crunched beneath his feet, while the fragrant, woody mist enveloped him. Occasionally, small creatures and birds flitted by. Ling Tian hastily extended his spiritual threads to sense their presence, but detected no fluctuations of spiritual energy, surmising they were merely ordinary beings devoid of spirit awareness. Time slipped away, and fatigue began to set in. Spotting a small mound of earth beneath a colossal dragon-scaled tree, he settled down to rest. Upon lowering his gaze, he noticed something peculiar about the grass beneath him. It emitted a gentle glow. Intrigued, he reached down to examine it, only to be startled by a gruff voice exclaiming, "Do not touch me without permission." The mound stood upright, and Ling Tian, caught off guard, stumbled backward onto the ground. Witnessing the entity shake itself and reveal a pig-like form. Without needing to probe further, Ling Tian recognized it as a spirit. "Greetings, I am Ling Tian, a spirit of the earth fruits. What is your name?" "I am—" "Wait, why are you sitting on me?" "I grew weary and mistook you for a mound of earth. I did not realize you were a spirit." "What brings you here?" "I have recently transformed into a spirit and seek companionship for cultivation." After a brief exchange, Ling Tian learned that this creature was originally a pig, who, while foraging for grass one day, was caught in the rain and, in its gluttony, failed to take cover, subsequently being struck by a flash of spirit light that transformed it into a spirit. As an animal, its ability to absorb spiritual energy was somewhat inferior to that of plant spirits, but being an animal spirit endowed it with a naturally large appetite, allowing it to refine spiritual energy through consumption. Provided it could eat well, it could still achieve substantial cultivation. This pig, like Ling Tian, had been cultivating for over 20 days, foraging widely, and had accumulated more than 40 levels of cultivation. Levels serve as the standard for measuring a spirit's cultivation, with one level equating to 10 grains of spiritual essence. The status of a spirit is determined by the number of levels attained, which correlates to their cultivation power, the quantity of spiritual essence refined in a single day. For instance, a cultivation power of 10 means one can refine 10 grains of spiritual essence in a day, constituting one level. Those with a cultivation power below 5 are merely considered mortals. Today, this pig had been idly burrowing in the earth, extending its spiritual thread to attract passing birds and creatures for sustenance, which led to its encounter with Ling Tian. "By the way, what is your name?" "Pig brother? I haven't named myself yet. How about this? Since I yearn to eat well every day, I shall call myself Chi Mei Hao." "Chi Mei? That sounds unappealing. Eating is merely a means to transform into spiritual essence. The more essence, the better. Perhaps you should name yourself Yuan Duo instead." "Yuan Duo? Yuan Duo? Quite good. Let us go with that. It's just a name after all, nothing of great importance. Yuan Duo? Yuan Duo? Oh, right. I am called Yuan Duo. This name is still quite unfamiliar to me. Haha, you will gradually grow accustomed to it. What do you need from me? Are you male or female? I hadn't really paid attention to that. Let me think." Yuan Duo rolled its eyes for a moment and replied, "I suppose I am male, Dato. Wait, I am indeed male too." Ling Tian chuckled, "There are still many things I do not comprehend. Once we enhance our cultivation, all will become clear. Dear readers, let me clarify. For the sake of narrative convenience, we shall refer to the spirits as humans, and this realm will be termed the human world. To avoid any discomfort for the readers from Earth, the two meandered leisurely, gradually reaching the seaside. The sea churned violently, waves crashing into the sky. In the distance, islands were shrouded in mist, while several black seabirds flitted between the horizon of sea and sky. The sea breeze, laden with salty spray, buffeted the two, and rain began to fall anew. Spirits, of course, had no fear of rain. On the contrary, they relished it, especially during spiritual flashes, as it could significantly enhance their cultivation. Seated on the beach amidst the rain, they closed their eyes, delving into the boundless mysteries of the universe. Ling Tian suddenly remarked, "You know, there's something a bit amiss about our current state." "Is that so? What seems to be the issue?" "I feel that it's rather inappropriate for us to be entirely unclothed. Now that you mention it, I too find it somewhat unseemly. What shall we do? In my birthplace, there exists a type of vine with large, abundant leaves that can be used to cover our bodies. I know the kind of vine you speak of. Its taste is not particularly pleasant." Thus, they set off towards Ling Tian's birthplace, which had been designated as Ling Tian's treasure land, and naturally, the forest of Yuan Duo had also been named. Upon arriving at Ling Tian's treasure land, the rain had ceased, and they plucked several bundles of vines, wrapping them around their bodies in a haphazard manner. They exchanged glances, and ultimately, Ling Tian spoke up, "Do we look better now?" "Hard to say. I am satiated. How about you?" "So am I. I've eaten enough for tomorrow. Let us discuss our aspirations. I wish to cultivate swiftly to the point of flight, so I may leave this small island and explore the outside world." Just as Ling Tian was articulating this thought, a hearty laughter erupted from behind them. "I am here to take you both to the outside world." Ling Tian turned to see a slender figure approaching. With a dark complexion, a sharp nose, and wide mouth, holding a brocade bag and smiling warmly at them. I am Zhang Sankai, the spirit guide of the kingdom of Yuan Bao, tasked with seeking newly emerged spirits. Allow me to congratulate you both on your successful transformation into spirits. Ling Tian stepped forward, bowing respectfully. Greetings, Sir Zhang. I am Ling Tian, a spirit of the earth fruits, and this is Yuan Duo, a spirit of the earth pig. We have only just gained our spiritual awareness and are unfamiliar with the customs. I hope for your understanding. Haha, no need for such formality. So you are the earth fruit and earth pig spirits. You are indeed fortunate, destined to achieve great things in the future. Yuan Duo approached and inquired, before we discuss achieving greatness, what is your intention in bringing us to the kingdom of Yuan Bao? Of course, it is to serve as officials. The current monarch values talent and virtue. Whenever a spirit emerges, my lord invites them to the capital, assessing their abilities for appointment. Not only will you receive official positions, but you will also be granted stipends, spiritual instruments, and elixirs to facilitate your cultivation. As your cultivation progresses, you may even be promoted. Yuan Duo rejoiced. That sounds splendid. Let us set off at once. Ling Tian, however, expressed some doubts. Our cultivation is barely at 30 levels. Surely we cannot be considered talented enough to enter the capital and assume official roles. Besides, stipends are not given without responsibilities. What duties will we be expected to undertake? Can we handle such tasks? Zhang Sankai replied, you have cultivated to over 30 levels in such a short span. Does that not indicate great potential? Our spirit guides possess secret techniques that allow us to detect your power. Otherwise, we would only select those lacking ability, incurring the wrath of the monarch. As for your official positions, they will be determined based on assessments. With your youthful talents, what could you possibly not be capable of? Ling Tian glanced at his attire. Sir Zhang, our clothing is rather inadequate. We may attract ridicule upon arrival at the capital. This would reflect poorly on you as well. Could you lend us some garments? Zhang Sankai frowned. I have not brought many spare clothes, and all I possess are official robes, which cannot be distributed casually. Yuan Duo interjected, as a spirit guide. Shouldn't you provide clothing for the spirits you escort? Are they expected to go bare? Zhang Sankai hurriedly explained. No. We are only responsible for locating and guiding spirits. Once you arrive in the capital, officials from the Ministry of Rites will prepare clothing for you. Furthermore, we do not know how many spirits we will find or their sizes. How could we possibly prepare in advance? Ling Tian asked, Sir Zhang, will we return to the capital immediately, or will you continue searching? If there are more duties, we can wait here until you have gathered everyone before departing together. Zhang Sankai shook his head with a smile. Not at all. This place is quite close to the capital. Allow me to escort you there first, and I can earn some merit. Ling Tian and Yuan Duo exchanged glances and inquired, how shall we travel to the capital? Zhang Sankai gestured, follow me. Yuan Duo and Ling Tian trailed closely behind, and Ling Tian casually plucked a few more vines, wrapping them around himself. Along the way, Zhang Sankai frequently paused to gather spiritual fruits and herbs, placing them into his bag. Seizing the moment while Zhang Sankai was occupied, Ling Tian quietly asked Yuan Duo, what do you suppose his level of cultivation is? Yuan Duo shook his head. I cannot tell, but he is certainly far more powerful than us. After some time, they arrived at a beach where a small boat was anchored. Zhang Sankai turned to them and said, board the vessel. We shall reach the kingdom of Yuan Bao shortly. End of chapter. Secret message. The following is a private conversation between Lao Yi and Teacher Me. Please skip if uninterested. Teacher Me. Are you there? Me. Yes, I am here. Speak directly if you have questions. Don't ask if I'm here or not. You claim to be my guiding teacher and guardian spirit. Do you not monitor my every move? Me. I have no time to spy on you. That would violate the principles of the celestial order. Every soul is encased in a protective shell, equipped with sensors that upload the myriad experiences of life, as well as every fleeting thought, into the celestial repository in the form of spiritual signals. These are then evaluated according to the principles of the Tao and meticulously documented. Otherwise, how could there be sufficient hands to monitor billions of sentient beings? The privacy of souls is sacred and protected from unauthorized probing. My prior activation of the spiritual gateway was also sanctioned through a formal application. That reassures me. Your manner of speaking and writing is always a curious blend of literary and colloquial styles, which feels rather awkward. Furthermore, What is this celestial repository? Who is responsible for our evaluations? Me. Having traversed countless cycles of reincarnation, I have merged my past memories upon achieving a certain level of cultivation. My extensive knowledge often leads to a somewhat disordered expression, but fret not. As long as you grasp the essence, that suffices. I shall strive to be more mindful in the future. The celestial repository I mentioned is akin to a grand server located at the core of the universe. Managing a plethora of information.as for the evaluations, they are not conducted by human hands, but rather by an advanced AI system that operates autonomously. The universe has cycled through innumerable epochs, each spanning billions of years, and the various systems are incredibly mature, rendering the likelihood of misjudgment in scores nearly non-existent. Even my own cultivation score is recorded within the system, and I am, of course, qualified to apply for a review based on my level. My goodness, the volume of information is quite overwhelming. I need a moment to process it. The most crucial question remains: how did the universe come into existence? And how did souls emerge? Me. These inquiries are precisely what the Ling Tianji aims to elucidate as they pertain to celestial secrets. You will discover the answers as you continue to read. To give you a hint, the consciousness in this chapter is generated from the physical form of the earth fruit, simulating the awakening process of a soul, thus giving rise to self-awareness, and that is why it proclaims I. So, you mean to say that souls are naturally formed rather than created? According to your narrative, life forms exist first, followed by the emergence of their souls, correct? Me. Within the universe, various life forms are established beforehand, after which souls inhabit them. Depending on the development of their intellect, souls are categorized into multiple tiers. Correspondingly, life forms also possess various levels of existence, ranging from the lowest to the highest, allowing them to be inhabited according to rank. Subsequently, they manifest as fungi, flora, fauna, humans, or other forms of life. The awakening of spiritual awareness depicted in the narrative signifies a leap in soul rank, while the true primordial awakening of souls occurs beyond the universe. After awakening, souls possess the opportunity to enter our universe, beginning their cycle of reincarnation through lower life forms. Those souls that excel during their trials elevate their ranks and subsequently inhabit higher-tier life forms for further cultivation. Beyond the universe? What is that realm like? Me. It is an expanse without bounds, devoid of beginning or end. A chaos wherein soul awakening transpires. As for what occurs post-awakening and the origin of our current universe. The subsequent chapters will reveal, and it promises to be quite fascinating. Very well, let us delve into the settings of your work. Since it will be published on a web literature platform, we must first establish its genre. What category does your novel belong to? Me. What are the popular genres of online literature? There are many, such as suspense and supernatural, cultivation and fantasy, romance and inspiration, among others. Me. Our narrative intersects with all of these themes. Intersects. From the first chapter, it seems to lean more towards cultivation and fantasy. Where does the suspense and supernatural aspect come into play? Me. It is certainly present. Glancing at the QQ number 000, all right, there's a supernatural element, but I didn't sense any suspense. Me. The pinnacle of human suspense revolves around existential questions. Where do we come from? Where do we go? Why do we exist? The origin of the universe, the essence of matter, and so forth. This book unveils each of these mysteries. Is that not sufficient? You are not writing a philosophical treatise. Online novels primarily focus on entertaining narratives. Me. The story of Ling Tianji is undoubtedly captivating. I assure you. Once you finish reading and comprehend it, you will be exhilarated. The concept of Ling Yuan in this chapter is quite innovative, differing from other novel settings. What exactly is Ling Yuan? Me. I must emphasize that my novel is rooted in reality. Do not merely treat it as fiction. Ling Yuan is an essential substance for all souls. A crystallization of spiritual energy that can be refined from spiritual minds or condensed from the spiritual essence of heaven and earth. Very well. I shall continue reading. If I have any questions, I will ask. Me. I am currently quite busy and may not have the time to write frequently. Please keep the manuscript stored for now, and we can publish it later when the time is right. No problem. I am also eager to see what the main content entails. After reviewing today's material, I have a question on behalf of fellow readers. What does the blue lightning that awakens spiritual awareness signify? Is it akin to the reincarnation of souls? If souls from the true spiritual realm were to reincarnate in such a manner, would it not result in constant storms and thunder? Me. The awakening of spiritual awareness is not the same as the reincarnation of souls. Lower-tier souls may reincarnate as spiritual birds or beasts, spiritual trees or herbs, and even aquatic creatures, collectively referred to as spiritual entities. They do not attain the humanoid form of the ethereal beings found on the Tiandan star. In the true spiritual realm, the principles of heaven and earth are imprinted into lower spiritual entities through opportunities presented by lightning and other phenomena. These principles catalyze the maturation of spiritual awareness. In earthly terms, one could say they achieve enlightenment, allowing them to transform into humanoid ethereal beings and engage in cultivation alongside others. However, the protagonist, Ling Tian's reincarnation as an earth fruit is somewhat exceptional. And further details will be revealed later. The environment of Earth differs significantly from that of the true spiritual realm, making such opportunities unattainable. The reasoning for this will be discussed in due course. Chapter 4. The Holy King's Mansion, originally part of the second text of Ling Tianji, presented here for ease of reading, with no separate ordering applied. The trio approached the vessel, observing two boatmen reclining on the beach, basking in the sea breeze. Ling Tian considered approaching to pay his respects but hesitated, mindful of his disheveled attire. Just then, Zhang Sankai remarked, "There is no need to acknowledge them. Those two are merely half-spirits, suited only for menial tasks." Ling Tian, intrigued, inquired, "What do you mean by half-spirits?" Zhang Sankai explained. "They are originally ordinary animal spirits who, through certain fortuitous events, have acquired a modicum of spiritual awareness but remain unrefined. Hence the term half-spirit. They cannot be deemed true ethereal beings. Their slight semblance of awareness allows them to comprehend a few words and learn rudimentary tasks." Ling Tian responded, "They can take human form?" Indicating some level of cultivation. Zhang Sankai chuckled. "Cultivation? Hardly. You could use spiritual threads to probe, and you would find no trace of spiritual essence. Their ability to assume human form is merely a result of the tamer's exertion of spiritual power. They exist solely according to their innate spiritual forms and do not engage in cultivation." Ling Tian nodded thoughtfully. Yuan Duo, however, decided to probe with spiritual threads and remarked, "Indeed, there is no spiritual essence. But how can we discern them as half-spirits? Encountering them, I might have been tempted to swallow them whole." Zhang Sankai replied, "It's quite simple. Half-spirits can understand human speech to a basic extent. If you were to call out to them, and they did not flee in fear, it is likely they are half-spirits. Some of them can even respond in beastly tongues. They have an innate affinity for ethereal beings and will not attack them." Yuan Duo remarked, "I see in the future, should I encounter ferocious beasts, I shall first call out a few times before making my escape." The trio chatted and laughed as they boarded the ship. Ling Tian discreetly observed the two boatmen, noting their rather limited facial expressions. At that moment, the clouds began to part slightly and the wind calmed. The boatmen untied the ropes and set sail. Zhang Sankai intermittently shared intriguing tales from across the seas, leaving Ling Tian and Yuan Duo astonished and entranced. During the journey, Ling Tian contemplated borrowing a piece of clothing from the boatman but found it awkward to broach the subject with Zhang Sankai. After 2 days at sea, they spotted a long line on the horizon, seemingly endless. Zhang Sankai peered over the bow and declared, "We shall arrive shortly. Prepare yourselves." Ling Tian tightened the wisteria around him, saying, "It seems there is not much to prepare." Zhang Sankai smiled, "From this point forward, you shall enter the vast world. Be ready mentally." Once the boat reached the shore, he added, "You need not disembark. I shall first greet the official, who will provide you with food and clothing." Ling Tian felt a weight lift from his heart, exclaiming, "Thank you for your consideration." Yuan Duo remained silent, his stomach audibly rumbling. Before long, the boat docked, and Zhang Sankai hopped onto the gangplank, waving farewell as he departed. Ling Tian and Yuan Duo remained hidden within the cabin, feeling a twinge of nervousness. After a short while, heavy footsteps echoed on the gangplank, and the curtain was pulled aside to reveal a large head. "Are these the two?" he bellowed. "Indeed," came Zhang Sankai's voice from behind. "These are clearly just two youngsters. Perhaps they are young, but their cultivation abilities are commendable. They can each produce 18 Ling Yuan a day, at the very least." Ling Tian interjected, My cultivation is not particularly high. I can manage around 16 daily. Listen to that. He admits it. The large head exclaimed before the spiritual examination had even commenced. Yuan Duo chimed in, Dear official, I seek no grand salary. Simply ensure ample sustenance, and I shall manage 18 Ling Yuan. The large head shook in mild irritation. We know you are a pig spirit. Your food is guaranteed. Suddenly, Zhang Sankai's head appeared again, urging, Gentlemen, please disembark. But we have no clothing yet. How can we disembark? The large head laughed heartily. Need clothing? Is that necessary? Zhang Sankai quickly reassured them. Do not worry. First, disembark and board the carriage. Arrangements will be made. Reluctantly, Ling Tian and Yuan Duo stepped onto the gangplank. Feeling somewhat awkward as they followed the two, Yuan Duo boldly looked around, gasping in astonishment. So many people! Ling Tian sensed a chaotic mingling of spiritual essences and raised his gaze to observe. Before them, 5 long gangplanks jutted out into the sea, surrounded by a flurry of boats, both large and small. People bustled about, creating a scene of vibrant activity. Those boarding ships, disembarking, greeting one another, and transporting goods filled the air with a cacophony of voices. Ling Tian and Yuan Duo, having transitioned from the birth of their spiritual forms to the awakening of their spiritual awareness, had never witnessed such a vibrant spectacle. For a moment, they stood transfixed at the bridgehead. Rendered speechless. Zhang Sankai and the other individual had walked quite a distance ahead, but upon glancing back and noticing the pair had not moved, they returned. The one with the large head called out from afar. What are you staring at? Just a couple of country bumpkins. Ling Tian thought to himself, what a crude official this is. The loud voice startled several passers-by, who turned to see what was happening, pointing and speculating about the peculiar sight of a person entwined with a pig. Ling Tian lowered his head, too embarrassed to look any longer. Zhang Sankai approached and said, Those people are here to observe the ceremony. Pay them no mind, come with me. Their group arrived at a carriage, where Zhang Sankai instructed Ling Tian and his companion to board first, then turned to discuss something with the large-headed man. The two inside the carriage looked around in confusion. Ling Tian found no clothing, while Yuan Duo discovered no food. Just then, the large-headed man and Zhang Sankai squeezed into the carriage one after the other. Zhang Sankai held a long, ornamental pouch, which he opened to reveal a crystal-clear, multicolored rod, saying to them, This is the power measurement rod. It can assess your energy levels. Extend your hand, remain calm, and grasp this end to channel your spiritual energy. The rod was first handed to Yuan Duo, who gripped it tightly. The tip of the rod began to glow, and the light gradually descended. Ling Tian noticed that both Zhang Sankai and the large-headed man's eyes were also gleaming. When the light settled a couple of inches from the end, it ceased to move. Zhang Sankai remarked, Indeed, it is 18. Ling Tian took the power measurement rod. It felt slightly heavy, its lower end adorned with intricate patterns, while the upper part was etched with precise measurement lines. As Ling Tian held the handle and released a bit of spiritual energy, the tip illuminated. When the light finally stabilized, Zhang Sankai carefully counted the markings and read it as 16. Turning to the large-headed man, Zhang Sankai said, Not bad, your energy is commendable. I might have underestimated it this time. The large-headed man remained silent, pulling Zhang Sankai out of the carriage. Ling Tian vaguely overheard them arguing about some trifling matter. Yuan Duo, feeling anxious, lifted the curtain and shouted outside, I say, esteemed officials, could you bring some food before we discuss anything else? Zhang Sankai replied, You will be escorted to the estate shortly. Just bear with us a moment longer. Yuan Duo sat back down, saying to Ling Tian, I would rather be leisurely on the island. What are these two old officials bickering about? It can't be over some delectable dishes, can it? Ling Tian, feeling somewhat troubled, sighed. Yuan Duo, I have a foreboding sense that something is amiss. At that moment, the large-headed man approached, the power measurement rod pouch inserted at his waist, and instructed the coachman, Let us go. The carriage lurched and swayed for quite a while before halting in front of a large, dark door. The sky had grown dim, and as Ling Tian looked up, he saw a pair of crimson lanterns hanging at the entrance. Inscribed with the words, The 27th Prince's Estate, a few individuals disembarked, with the large-headed man leading the way. Knocking on the door, a young boy opened it and bowed to the large-headed man, exclaiming, Greetings, Uncle Bao. It was then that Ling Tian learned the large-headed man was called Bao Shu. The group entered, greeted by a wall painting depicting a victorious general returning home, with citizens lining the streets in celebration. The inscription read, "Triumphal Return. Has old Bao arrived? What rare treasures has he brought today?" A steward-like elder emerged to greet them. "Greetings, Steward Wang. I have brought 2 fine guinea fowls a few days ago. The 27th master personally instructed me at the docks, so I thought to present them to the master for inspection. I see. Please follow me." The steward instructed a young boy to carry a lantern in front, guiding Ling Tian and the others through the main hall and into a side door, along a winding path adorned with flowers and willows, leading to a refined abode. After the steward entered to announce their arrival, he returned to beckon them inside. Bao Shu led Ling Tian and Yuan Duo into the room, which was brightly lit, with intricately carved stone flooring and fragrant mist swirling in the air. They beheld a young man seated at the center, with a square face, narrow eyes, and a slight beard, dressed in a blue robe. He held a tea bowl in one hand and a lid in the other. Gently swaying his head and blowing on the tea, Bao Shu hurried forward and bowed deeply. "May the Saint Lord bestow blessings." This was undoubtedly the 27th prince, who glanced over the group and remarked, "Are these the guinea fowls you brought?" Yuan Duo interjected, "Esteemed official, we are not foul spirits. I am a country pig, and he is a local fruit. We have come from the island." Zhang Sankai reprimanded. "Silence! Who told you to speak out of turn?" He then bowed again to the 27th prince, explaining, "The wild creatures from overseas lack manners. Please forgive them." The 27th prince declared, "I shall keep these 2. You may go and collect the reward from the steward." Bao Shu bowed and retreated. Ling Tian stepped forward to pay his respects, just as the 27th prince called out, "Lu Jiaodo, take them away." A robust man with a long face and upright ears entered at the command, saluting the 27th prince before turning to Ling Tian and Yuan Duo, gesturing for them to follow him. Lu Jiaodo led them across a small courtyard to what appeared to be a back garden, with sparse flowers scattered about in patches of vegetable plots. In the middle of the garden stood 2 rows of houses, each with numerous small doors. Lu Jiaodo stopped in front of one of the small doors, made a peculiar gesture, and pushed it open with both hands. He turned to the 2 and said, "Please, go in." Yuan Duo remarked, "This door is rather small. It's difficult to enter." Without a word, Lu Jiaodo seized Yuan Duo by the arm, dragged him to the door, and forcefully shoved him inside. Seeing this unfold, Ling Tian sensed trouble and attempted to flee, but Lu Jiaodo swiftly followed, gripping Ling Tian's neck and tossing him through the door as Ling Tian crawled a couple of steps towards the source of the sound. And in the dark of night, he discerned a shadowy figure slumped there. Ling Tian performed a bow and said, "Esteemed immortal, we are wild spirits from a desolate island, newly awakened to spiritual awareness and utterly oblivious to worldly affairs. Might you impart some wisdom upon us?" The figure replied languidly, "Regardless, we are all akin to pearl chickens. Whether we comprehend the ways of the world is inconsequential." Yuan Duo inquired, "What is a pearl chicken?" "We are neither chickens nor have we brought pearls." The figure retorted, "You shall understand in due time. I wish to sleep now, so cease your prattle." Ling Tian and Yuan Duo huddled together, with Yuan Duo exclaiming, "This is infuriating. What on earth is going on?" Ling Tian suggested, "This place cannot be good. We should escape first and discuss later." Yuan Duo rose and headed for the door. Upon pushing it open, he stumbled and fell to the ground, exclaiming, "The door bit me." Ling Tian, perplexed, queried, "Can a door bite?" He approached and reached for the door, only to feel a sudden sharp pain in his finger, prompting a cry of astonishment. The individual in the corner spoke again, "If one could leave, would I still be here for over a year?" Ling Tian and Yuan Duo gathered around, asking, "Why can't we leave?" The figure responded, "Because you are pearl chickens." Ling Tian pressed urgently, "What exactly is this pearl chicken designation? Is it a title or some sort of classification?" The figure turned away, falling silent. Ling Tian and Yuan Duo, feeling despondent, sat in the corner, lost in thought. After a considerable time, the figure spoke again. "Oh, you mentioned you hail from a desolate island?" "Indeed." Ling Tian mused. "Why is this person so slow to react?" The figure continued. "You have just gained spiritual awareness and are unaware of worldly matters?" Yuan Duo shouted. "Is that even in question? What do you disbelieve?" We have been clear and precise, unlike your cryptic manner of speaking. Yuan Duo, still nursing his sore hand, spoke with irritation. The figure, undeterred, leaned in eagerly and introduced himself. I am Feng Sambai Ursi. May I inquire your esteemed names? Ling Tian and Yuan Duo each stated their names. Feng Sambai Ursi addressed Yuan Duo. I have long admired your lineage. Today, I am fortunate to meet you. Allow me to fetch some light to honor you, brother Yuan. Yuan Duo thought to himself, from a renowned family? Why has no one mentioned this to me? Suddenly, a radiant orb ascended, hovering from the ceiling, illuminating the room. Feng Sambai Ursi appeared as a youth, with a complexion of dark yellow and triangular eyebrows. How curious, brother Yuan, that you possess such a pig-like visage. Yuan Duo replied, I am a product of the land. Naturally, I would resemble a pig. What of it? Feng Sambai Ursi exclaimed, so you truly are a wild spirit. When you mentioned being from a desolate island, I thought it was a modesty. I was puzzled. How could a person of esteemed lineage be so humble? With a wave of his hand, the luminous orb landed in his palm and vanished in a flash, plunging the room back into darkness. How did this come to be? I am Yuan Duo. Is that not permissible? Ling Tian interjected. He had no name. I bestowed one upon him. He intended to call himself Chi Mei, which I found unappealing, hence the change. Names should not be assigned arbitrarily. If someone were to report you, you would be imprisoned, the figure warned. Given that you are unaware, perhaps you might be renamed and released. But from now on, you must never again be called Yuan. Ling Tian and Yuan Duo were astonished. What is the reason for this? We have stated our names multiple times. Why was no one concerned? The figure explained, you see, Yuan is a proper surname, one of the 100 family names. Only noble families may bear such names. Wild spirits are not permitted to use them casually. Previously, no one paid heed to you wildlings. Then you, bearing the surname Feng, are also of noble descent? Feng Sambai Ursi smiled proudly. That is indeed the case. Though I am of the combined birth, my clan is a prominent one, combined birth. What does that entail? Ah, you are unaware. Do you believe all spirits are born naturally? Spirits can also be born of parents. There are distinctions between natural and combined births. The natural ones are born from maternal gestation, while combined births occur within a cauldron of fusion. A cauldron of fusion. What is that? Spiritual parents inject their essence into the cauldron, birthing new spirits, just like myself, Feng. What distinctions exist between natural and combined births? Spirits born of parents possess higher innate comprehension and stronger abilities. Due to the lengthy gestation period, such spirits are rare. Typically, a pair of spiritual parents may have only 3 to 5 natural offspring. However, combined births are more frequent. As long as the parent's essence is sufficient, a new spirit can be born every few days. Thus, the number of combined spirits is substantial, albeit with lesser abilities. Your name, Feng Sambai Ursi, indicates you are the 324th spirit born from your parents' union? Not exactly. Only upon reaching the rank of Spirit Master can one produce essence to bear combined offspring, and natural spirits are always given names. We have so many combined spirits that regardless of the parents, the clan leader assigns ranks sequentially. My rank is 324, but once I become a Spirit Master, I too can have a formal name. When we entered the manor, I noticed the sign reads Saint King 27. Is this 27 also a combined spirit? Naturally, but his family name is Noble, prefixed with Saint. Noble? Does that imply someone in their lineage has achieved the status of Saint Spirit? Indeed, families with such members are referred to as noble. Esteemed audience, due to the lengthy names in the true spiritual realm, from now on, those like Feng Sambai Ursi shall be referred to as Feng 324. Lest we encounter Zhang Qian or Zhao Wan, and their name alone would occupy half a chapter. Yuan Duo remarked, so does this mean the Yuan name is also noble? Feng 324 replied, 3 branches of the Yuan name are of noble descent, while the rest are also prominent families, far more illustrious than ours. Ling Tian added, your clan must be quite significant if you are ranked 324, suggesting it is not a small lineage. Feng 324 replied, our clan has many branches. This lineage alone comprises over 10,000 members, so we are not too isolated. Ling Tian questioned, Feng, being so young and ranked 324, do not your thousands of siblings rank as infants? Who says those ranked lower must necessarily be younger? I have a clan uncle who is my closest companion, yet he is ranked 5820. When clan members pass away, their names become vacant, and new combined spirits take their place. For instance, my rank of 324 is already the 97th generation. Spirits can die? Ling Tian and Yuan Duo exclaimed in shock. How could they not? It seems your understanding is rather limited. You have yet to grasp this concept. Spirits can die from illness, in battle, or from old age. It is quite ordinary. Ling Tian remarked, is there truly such a thing as dying of old age? Our cultivation grows, and so does our lifespan. Feng 324 stated, while higher cultivation can extend life, it is not infinite. Spirits have a natural lifespan unless one attains the status of spirit immortal. Ling Tian inquired, by the way, what are the titles of Spirit Master? Spirit Saint, and this Spirit Immortal you mentioned. These are titles of spiritual cultivation. Upon reaching 1,000 levels, one is termed a cultivator, 5,000 levels, a Spirit Master, 10,000 levels, a Spirit Scholar, 50,000 levels, a Spirit Master, and after 100,000 levels, once one surpasses the heavenly barrier, they are called a Spirit Saint. Those with exceptionally high cultivation can comprehend the Tao and gain an immortal body, thus becoming spirit immortals. Oh dear, in our conversation, I forgot about an important matter, Feng 324 suddenly exclaimed. What important matter? Ling Tian asked, alarmed. I have spoken at length without charging a fee. Should I continue? There will be a cost involved. Ah! Ling Tian and Yuan Duo exclaimed in unison. I require payment to continue. Else I shall retire to rest and rejuvenate my spiritual essence, rather than waste my breath with you. But we have no money. Your spiritual essence within is equivalent to currency. Spiritual essence can be used as money? Oh my, you truly are wild spirits. This is the most fundamental knowledge. Is there anything more valuable than spiritual essence? It can be directly absorbed to replenish one's spiritual power and can be used to refine spiritual treasures, concoct spiritual pills, and form spiritual arrays. It is indispensable. Spiritual essence can also be used to purchase items. Thus it functions as currency. But how can we extract the spiritual essence from our bodies? This is simple. Within you lies a spiritual chamber. The spiritual energy you absorb transforms into spiritual essence, which is stored within the spiritual warehouse. By focusing on your spiritual chamber and finding the warehouse, you can simply expel the spiritual essence. Ling Tian and Yuan Duo concentrated inwardly and indeed located the spiritual warehouse within their chambers. Ling Tian discovered over 300 pieces of spiritual essence, while Yuan Duo found over 400. Once they finished inspecting, Feng 324 remarked, well, if you wish to learn more, you must exchange some spiritual essence. Yuan Duo lay back among the grass and said, I do not wish to know anything else right now. Feng 324 paused in surprise, then chuckled, do you not wish to know what a pearl chicken truly is? Ling Tian and Yuan Duo responded in unison. Speak quickly. End of chapter. Secret message. Private chat with me. Please skip if uninterested. Teacher me. This chapter has broadened my horizons. So, this is how childbirth occurs in the true spiritual realm. Me. There is nothing extraordinary about it. It is merely a formality, allowing the soul to enter the vessel. Why must the soul enter the vessel of a living being to cultivate? Can't the soul cultivate on its own? Me. The soul itself can undoubtedly cultivate and grow. The primordial soul within the chaos expands gradually in such a manner. However, that form of cultivation merely involves devouring the surrounding spiritual energy or consuming other souls to acquire spiritual power, which is entirely a savage form of growth. Draw a parallel with education. The wild spirits in chaos are akin to those who learn aimlessly. Yet, once the soul enters the universe, it can no longer engage in blind learning. Progressing through grades requires a structured plan regarding which courses to undertake. Different types of life forms correspond to varying grades and subjects. If that is the case, then when the soul enters different life forms, they can practice independently. Why is there a need to raise children? The life forms and their modes of reproduction are designed by engineers. A child's soul is a completely independent entity and not a creation of the parents. Why then must we design the cumbersome task of raising children in me? Because nurturing children is an essential question in the examination of life, akin to the significance of an essay question in a language exam. Failing to answer this question well makes it exceedingly difficult to pass. Therefore, even if one were to adopt a child, it is imperative to complete this vital task. Is it really that grave? I used to think that marrying and raising children was too exhausting and troublesome, contemplating a life of solitude. After hearing your perspective, I truly ought to find a partner swiftly. Chapter 6. The pearl chicken Feng 324 sat steadily atop a pile of grass, speaking leisurely. If you wish to know about the pearl chicken, you must pay 2 units of spiritual essence. Ling Tianyuan exchanged glances. You demand 20 units up front? If you only require 10? I shall let it slide. If you do not pay me, you will have to pay that holy king. It is better to give it to me, at least if you give it to me. I can share valuable information with you, while giving it to that holy king would be utterly wasted. Why should we hand over our spiritual essence to that scoundrel who unjustly imprisoned us? We were just about to confront him regarding this matter. Feng 324 admonished. Do not speak recklessly. The holy king is the holy king and must not be blasphemed. Ling Tian wondered. He has imprisoned you for over a year. And you still hold him in such reverence? Feng 324 replied. It is not respect for him, but rather for the esteemed Ling Shang of his lineage. Ling Shangs are capable of ascending to immortality. And even if they belong to enemy nations, they still warrant respect. Ling Tian was momentarily speechless. Observing this, Feng 324 leaned in with a smile. Why not start by paying 1 unit? Then, 10 units is hardly excessive. Lowering his voice, he continued, Let me share a secret with you. Yuan Duo asked, Is there a fee? Feng 324 replied, Free of charge. The secret is that I have a method to escape from here. I do not believe it. If you had a way, would you wait an entire year? We cannot leave simply because this room is sealed by the Holy King's formation. You all tried earlier. Whether through the door, window, or wall, the formation blocks every attempt. Y Clan Uncle, 5820, entered the esteemed Kunshin sect of cultivation, mastering a variety of spiritual techniques. He secretly passed on to me a set of skills that enhances cultivation power. Over the past year, I have made some progress with this technique. Aside from paying tribute, I have managed to save a few units of spiritual essence each day. When I have enough, I may restore a portion of my strength and have hope of breaking this formation. Feng 324 noticed the two were paying close attention to him and added, To be frank, I am a cultivator from the great Western nation, possessing over 3,000 units of cultivation. I was captured during a conflict with Yuanbao Nation and imprisoned here. Ling Tian and Yuan Duo remained silent. Feng 324 felt they were probing with their spiritual threads and decided to share. Given your low cultivation and lack of training in spiritual techniques, you cannot perceive those more powerful than yourselves. Let me reveal something to you. The pearl chicken is specifically raised to contribute spiritual essence to the master family. Various criminals, prisoners from enemy nations, as well as you wild spirits who have been captured or deceived, are all raised as pearl chickens. The master family keeps us for the purpose of harvesting spiritual essence, just as one would raise chickens for eggs. The only difference is that the eggs we produce are spiritual essence akin to pearls. Ling Tian and Yuan Duo were utterly astonished. Feng 324 continued. Criminals are referred to as black chickens. After their sentencing, they are auctioned off by the authorities to the highest bidders to raise. However, upon completing their sentence, the master family must release them. Otherwise, they would themselves be guilty to as for me, a captive. I am called a white chicken. The master family can raise me, sell me, or notify my family to pay a ransom for my release. My uncle is currently working on raising the funds for my ransom. But he still lacks a considerable amount to as for you wild spirits. You are referred to as earth chickens, captured by chicken traders from desolate mountains and sold to the master family. Earth chickens have no kin or connections, thus becoming the private property of the master family. It can be said that they have no hope of rising ever again. Oh? Pigs can also cry. This is the first time I have seen it. Woo-woo nonsense. I am also human. Why shouldn't I be able to cry? After all the trouble of becoming a refined being from a pig, I ended up as an earth chicken. How I long for the carefree days I had as a pig. Ling Tian asked, Feng, do you have confidence in your escape plan? Feng 324 immediately replied, As long as there is enough spiritual essence, it is assured. Yuan Duo and I can gather 70 units. Do you think that is sufficient? Feng 324 sighed, Far from enough. Without 300 units of spiritual essence, this formation cannot be shaken. Why storage is rather limited, Ling Tian suggested. Rather than allowing that King 27 to take it all, It would be wiser to contribute some to you, increasing our chances of escape. No, no. Feng 324 quickly interjected. If you deplete all your spiritual essence, that Holy King 27 will surely suspect me. And he may even forcefully empty my storage, leaving me with nothing. In my opinion, the most you should provide me is 3 to 4 units to avoid drawing the Holy King's attention. Very well, I shall give you 4 units, Yuan Duo lamented. Let mine be used. I have more stored than you. If that king demon asks about my condition, I shall simply say I have not eaten or drunk for several days, resulting in the depletion of my spiritual essence. Feng 324 remarked. That is the only option left. If we were to take from Ling Tian, he has so little left, and if the Holy King 27 suspects him, he will undoubtedly turn his suspicions toward me. Yuan Duo ceased his lamentations, wiped his face, and said, Let me clarify, this is a loan. You must repay me after we escape. Feng 324 laughed, Of course. Thus, Yuan Duo opened his mouth, and 40 glowing orbs flew out in the darkness. They twinkled like stars, a truly enchanting sight. Feng 324, without hesitation, flicked his spiritual threads, drawing in those orbs, which vanished in an instant. After expelling the spiritual essence, Yuan Duo collapsed onto the grass pile, falling silent. Ling Tian, feeling troubled, had intended to comfort Yuan Duo but found himself at a loss for words, eventually lying down on the grass pile and drifting off into a hazy slumber. The following day, he awoke to bright daylight. Turning his head, he spotted Yuan Duo and was taken aback. Where are your clothes? What happened to the vines on you? Yuan Duo replied, I ate them. Ling Tian inquired. You ate your clothes too? Yuan Duo responded. What use do earth chickens have for clothes? It is better to fill my stomach first. He smacked his lips. The taste is truly delightful. I should have tied more to myself while on the island. By the way, I did leave a piece of vine on your waist. I did not consume it all. Ling Tian, upon hearing this, jumped up in shock. Looking down, he indeed found that aside from the half vine at his waist, he was completely bare. Angered, he attempted to grab Yuan Duo to hit him, only for the vine around his waist to slip free and fall to the ground. Ling Tian hurriedly picked it up and tied it around himself. Feng 324 chuckled from the side. Clothes are indeed useless here. Once your cultivation improves, you can transform into any attire you desire. For spirits, unless it is spiritual armor, wearing anything else is of little consequence. Only those with status and appearances bother to spend spiritual essence on real clothing. What use do those garments serve? They merely look aesthetically pleasing, Ling Tian queried. Then why do you dress so neatly? Feng 324 replied. My attire is also an illusion formed from spiritual energy. Were it not for the sake of my clan's dignity, I would not bother wearing it. Ling Tian, intrigued, examined Feng 324's garments closely. Although they were vibrant robes, upon closer inspection, they bore no patterns, only a misty appearance. The flowing sleeves moved rigidly, leading him to believe Feng 324's words. Feng 324 waved his hand. Have you seen enough? You can look, but not touch. The clothing is an illusion, and I have no surplus spiritual power to imbue it with enchantments. A mere touch would reveal it. Ling Tian asked, Can you teach me this illusionary clothing technique? Seeing he was silent, Ling Tian added, How many units of spiritual essence would you require for the lesson? Feng 324 yawned and said, Your spiritual power is insufficient. Learning it would be futile. Moreover, only those female spirits waste their thoughts and energy on clothing. As a male, why would you concern yourself with such matters? Yuan Duo chimed in. There is grass here. If you learn to weave grass skirts. Just then, the door opened, and a figure stood in the doorway. Ling Tian squinted and saw it was indeed the Holy King 27. Today, he wore a ceremonial cap and light armor. Having just returned from a military drill, upon further scrutiny, Ling Tian realized why he found the man somewhat familiar. He was the very general depicted on the wall at his home. Thus, he stepped forward and offered a slight bow. Holy King, General. The King 27 nodded slightly. You two newcomers, do not make me work too hard. Clear your storage first. With that, he produced a stack of paper and waved his hand, causing the papers to float before him. Ling Tian glanced at the nearest piece of paper, which was about an inch square and of a bronze hue, each bearing 10 holes. He could faintly sense the flow of spiritual energy upon the paper. Understanding what it was, he still asked, "What is this?" The King 27 replied, "Spiritual tickets. Have you never seen them? They are essentially currency, though empty. You will expel your spiritual essence into them, and each ticket can hold 1 unit of spiritual essence." "Do you understand?" Yuan Duo exclaimed. "We have just opened our spiritual channels. How could we have any spiritual essence for you? I, on the other hand, have an abundance of spiritual dung." The King 27, furious, pulled his cap down over his head and raised his hand to strike, unleashing a wave of energy that knocked Yuan Duo to the ground. "A rustic chicken, yet you dare to act so brazenly? Although it is said that killing the hen to take the egg is unwise, if there are no eggs to be taken, consuming the chicken for its meat may not be a bad option." With that, without waiting for Yuan Duo to rise, he stepped forward and seized his spiritual thread. With his other hand, he struck Yuan Duo's body while reciting incantations, ultimately delivering a fierce shout. A halo appeared above Yuan Duo's head. The spiritual tickets began to flutter autonomously, each capturing their spiritual essence. Those that were filled flew into Wang 27's sleeve. Wang 27 counted them and remarked, "Is this all? What a lazy pig." He then addressed Ling Tian. "Will you clear your stock voluntarily, or shall I take action?" Ling Tian, feeling helpless, could only expel his spiritual essence. Wang 27 collected it and stated, "From now on, you shall deliver 16 grains of spiritual essence daily, while that pig shall deliver 18 grains. He then turned to Feng 324 and asked, "What are you staring at? You haven't paid your tribute yet? Do you wish for me to clear your stock as well?" Feng 324 hastily insisted he would not dare, taking a spiritual ticket to fill with his essence, which he handed over to Wang 27. Wang 27 swept his sleeve to collect the ticket and strode away. Yuan Duo lay on the ground, moaning incessantly and cursing. Ling Tian sat silently for a while Feng 324 closed his eyes to cultivate the techniques of his clan Uncle 5820. Yuan Duo, exhausted from cursing, resolutely declared, "This grudge must be avenged." Seeing no one respond, he turned to Feng 324 and inquired, "Brother Feng, do you know the extent of this Wang's cultivation?" Feng 324, with his eyes still closed, replied, "He is likely a cultivator of over 5,000 levels. He is an officer and has practiced spiritual arts, so avenging yourself may prove difficult." Ling Tian questioned, "His 5,000 levels must have been acquired by absorbing our spiritual essence, right?" Feng 324 merely pursed his lips and said nothing. Yuan Duo sighed, "How many pearl chickens does he possess? How much spiritual essence must he collect daily? With such cultivation, we are likely to find it exceedingly difficult to catch up." Feng 324, growing impatient, opened his eyes and said, "You know far too little. Do not speak so recklessly. If I were to provide you with 10,000 grains of spiritual essence, would you transform into a spiritual warrior? Much like a wine barrel pouring into a cup, regardless of how much wine is in the barrel, the cup can hold only a limited amount. This cup is akin to your spiritual storage. Its capacity is determined by its size. The higher your cultivation, the greater your storage. To assess a person's cultivation, one must observe the capacity of their spiritual storage. Now that tributes are to be paid daily, doesn't that mean your storage will diminish until it is completely depleted?" Yuan Duo lamented. "Yet, that is erroneous. As long as you are cultivating, your storage capacity will steadily increase. For instance, if you cultivate an additional 10 grains of spiritual essence daily, your storage capacity will expand by 1 level. Though it may currently be empty, when you have the opportunity to acquire a substantial amount of spiritual essence, your storage can be replenished in one go." Yuan Duo, feeling disheartened, lazily remarked, "Who knows how long we will live? What use is it to ponder such futile matters?" Ling Tian responded, "Knowing the day of our demise brings no regret. Moreover, Brother Feng is still searching for solutions. We may not be trapped here indefinitely." Feng 324 gestured for silence, startling Ling Tian and Yuan Duo, who hurriedly looked around. Feng 324 pointed toward the door, and Ling Tian gathered his spiritual threads to sense carefully, indeed discovering someone approaching. Shortly thereafter, a small hole opened in the door, and some items were pushed through. A young boy outside shouted, "It's time to eat." Yuan Duo instantly perked up, rushing to the door, only to find it was merely some vegetable leaves. He exclaimed, "What kind of meal is this?" the young boy replied from outside. It's food for your pig. Chapter Endnote, private chat with Yimi, skip if uninterested. Teacher me, does the spiritual thread mentioned in the text refer to hair? It seems to have many functions. Me. Precisely, it refers to the hair of the spirits. Calling it spiritual thread is more accurate. When the soul explores its surroundings, it extends numerous fine threads from its soul shell to scan the environment, transmit information, and absorb spiritual energy, which is quite useful. The appearance of the spiritual thread is similar to human hair, but its color can change at will, and it can move freely. Since humans lack the functionality of spiritual threads, why do we still retain hair? Upon reflection, hair seems utterly useless. It does not provide warmth, is difficult to dissipate heat, obstructs during battles, and is a hassle in daily life. Evolutionary theory suggests that humans evolved from apes, yet apes do not have such long hair. Was it designed by celestial engineers? What purpose does this design serve? For the populace, it serves merely as decoration. The engineers designed humans with hair to maintain a uniform appearance among humanoid life forms. A uniform appearance in me. After countless designs and experiments conducted by life research institutions, such as the classic of mountains and seas, various ranks and types of life forms have been systematized into templates. The highest form of life is humanoid, universally applicable throughout the cosmos. Therefore, humanoid life forms across the universe must conform to a unified appearance, i.e. in the realms of true spirits and celestial beings. Spiritual threads are essential, while people on Earth, despite not needing them, were still designed with hair as a decorative feature to avoid awkwardness during future encounters. Chapter 7. Speaking of Tiandan Star, the days of the pearl chickens passed monotonously for over 10 days. Fortunately, the spirits were not particularly picky eaters. As long as there was food, they could cultivate. Every day, St. Wang 27 would arrive punctually to collect spiritual essence, followed by the young boy announcing meal times. From the boy's shouts, it was evident that there were 5 or 6 other pearl chickens locked away in different rooms. One morning, the sky was overcast. Ling Tian, Yuan Duo, and Feng 324 idly chatted within the room. Yuan Duo asked, "Brother Feng, have you ever encountered a spiritual master?" Feng 324 replied, "Of course, my parents are spiritual masters, with a cultivation level exceeding 60,000. Yuan Duo exclaimed, "Wow, over 60,000, that's truly impressive." Feng 324 said, "It's not that remarkable. There are plenty of spiritual masters," Yuan Duo remarked. "I imagine a spiritual master must have quite an imposing belly." Feng 324 retorted angrily, "Do not speak nonsense. My parents possess an ethereal demeanor. Their figures are dignified." Yuan Duo chuckled. "With your father's cultivation at 60,000 levels, his storage must accommodate 60,000 grains of spiritual essence. How could his belly be anything but large? If not for a remarkably large belly, he must be towering in stature." Feng 324, both amused and exasperated, kicked Yuan Duo lightly and said, "It's only because of your ignorance that you have such foolish notions. Spiritual essence can merge. Every 10 grains of spiritual essence can form 1 silver grain, and 10 silver grains can combine into 1 golden grain, abbreviated as silver and gold grains. 10 golden grains can create 1 spiritual diamond. Spiritual essence can gather and disperse freely within the spiritual abode. How could it lead to a distended belly? Even a spiritual saint's storage holds merely 100 or so spiritual diamonds." Ling Tian interjected, "I recall that day when I vaguely heard Zhang Sankai mention that he wanted us to sell 5 silver grains, which amounts to 50 grains of spiritual essence." Yuan Duo responded, "He desires 5 silver grains, but I doubt Bao Nao Dai would ever part with that much. This rustic chicken is far too cheap. I wonder how much your white chickens would fetch in silver grains." Feng 324 shot Yuan Duo an exasperated glance but chose not to respond. Yuan Duo then inquired, "How did you become a white chicken? Please share your story." Feng 324, irritated, retorted, "Are you in a particularly good mood today? Why are you so chatty?" Ling Tian interjected, "Brother Feng, please do not be angry. We are both new chickens and hope to receive your guidance." Yuan Duo added, "I also wish to know why your great Qing kingdom is at war with the Yuanbao kingdom." Feng 324, half amused and half angered, said, "What nonsense about new chickens and old ducks?" He stretched lazily, straightened his posture, gazed out at the overcast sky, and sighed. "Discussing war is a lengthy tale. Do you know how our realm is structured? Feng 324 began. In ancient times, the first spirit to attain the status of a spiritual immortal on this spirit star was named Tiandan, revered by the world as Tiandan Shinzuan. From then on, this star was called Tiandan Star. Tiandan Shinzuan traversed the heavens and the earth, exploring the universe. Before his ascension, he authored a geographical treatise titled Tiandan Geography, which depicted the topography of Tiandan Star and provided elaborate explanations for the benefit of future generations. According to the records in Tiandan Geography, Tiandan Star comprises two continents, the eastern one called Luyun and the western one named Luozhou. At the time of the treatise's authorship, there were no established nations. Today, however, the two continents have been divided into several countries. Tio speak of Luyun. It roughly resembles a shield, with mountain ranges stretching across the entire continent from north to south. The northern mountain is called Beishan, and the land north of it is known as Beihuang. The southern mountain is called Nanshan, and the land south of it is referred to as Nanman. Between these two mountains lies the Central Plains, which, after over 1,000 years of conflict, have been divided among 5 nations. We currently reside in the Yuanbao Kingdom, with Yushan Kingdom to the southeast and Dai Kingdom to the southwest. Directly to the west is Cheng Kingdom, which our people refer to as the Great Cheng Kingdom. The south of the Great Cheng Kingdom is Xiang Kingdom, as it is the closest to Tiandao, hence also referred to as Shangtian Kingdom. As for Luozhou, it resembles a fish bladder, with land masses to the north and south connected by a narrow strip in the middle. A mountain range running north to south divides Luozhou into eastern and western halves. The eastern half of northern Luozhou is known as Binluo, while the western half is referred to as Goluo. The western half of southern Luozhou is known as Tongluo, and the eastern half as Tianluo, with Tianluo being the closest to Tiandao. And what exactly is Tiandao? Ling Tian inquired. The sea between Luyun and Luozhou is called the Central Sea. In the past, to welcome celestial envoys, Tiandan Shinzuan created a circular island in the Central Sea using his extraordinary powers. Named Tongtian Holy Island, commonly referred to as Tianda on Tiandao, there exists Tongtian Palace, where many who have attained the status of spiritual saints reside. The Tongtian platform is erected at the center of Tongtian Palace, towering into the clouds, with the Tongtian Hall at its peak serving as the venue for the selection of immortals. What is the selection of immortals? Yuan Duo asked with interest. Achieving immortality is a daunting task. Feng 324 sighed. Since Tiandan Shinzuan's time, the countless spirits who have cultivated over millennia are innumerable, yet only 3 have succeeded in attaining the immortal path. Only 3 individuals? Ling Tian Yuan Duo exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, there are only 3 individuals. They are the ancient spirit immortal from Luozhou, the spirit immortal Ben Te, and our own Changguang spirit immortal from Lu Yunzhou, all revered by the world as immortal lords. The ancient Luo Kingdom, the Ben Luo Kingdom, and our Great Chang Kingdom are all ancestral lands of the immortal lords, with the names of these nations being derived from them. Feng 324 proudly asserted. Our Chang Kingdom's Changguang immortal lord is the most recently ascended immortal, having soared to the heavens in the year 1451 of the Tiandan calendar, thanks to the spiritual authority of the immortal lord. Our Chang Kingdom has rapidly flourished, evolving from a small state in the Central Plains into the largest nation in Lu Yunzhou. The conversation turned to the topic of the selection of immortals. Ling Tian interrupted. We were just about to delve into the matter of selecting immortals, and what exactly is the Tiandan calendar? With a hint of impatience, Feng 324 replied, after several millennia since the ascension of the Tiandan immortal, the calendar compiled by Tiandan was unearthed in Lu Yunzhou, leading to a unified calendar across the nations. The year following its establishment is designated as the first year of Tiandan, and subsequent years are referred to as Tiandan Year X. For instance, the current year is Tiandan Year 1875. Do you understand? Ah, I comprehend now. Thank you for your enlightening explanation, Ling Tian Yuan Duo responded. Feng 324's expression slightly brightened as he continued. The path to becoming an immortal is exceedingly arduous. Every few years, the celestial envoys select a number of spirits who have attained the level of spirit master and take them to the celestial island for training. Those selected are known as sub-saints on the celestial island. Sub-saints must undergo numerous trials set by the celestial envoys, which are referred to as passing the celestial gate. Only after successfully passing this trial can they be called spirit saints. who then have the opportunity to be recommended by the celestial envoys for ascension into the immortal path. Though not true immortals, they may be referred to as subimmortals, and thus spirit saints are deserving of great respect. Furthermore, each spirit saint is awarded 3 temporary immortal orders by the celestial envoys, which are the most precious items in the world. Any spirit who possesses a temporary immortal order can accompany a spirit saint into the immortal path. What? Ling Tian Yuan Duo's eyes widened in surprise. Such a remarkable treasure exists. Suddenly, Yuan Duo exclaimed, I understand now. The conflict between your Chang kingdom and the Yuan Bao kingdom must be over the temporary immortal orders. Right? Feng 324 scoffed. If the temporary immortal orders were so easily contested, all 9 nations would be embroiled in conflict. The temporary immortal orders are not within the possession of the spirit saints. They can only receive them from the celestial envoys on the day of their ascension, to be given to the 3 companions they bring along. Then what is the cause of the strife between your 2 nations? Yuan Duo inquired. What is the cause of the strife? Why would there not be? Feng 324's expression darkened, and he fell silent. Ling Tian Yuan Duo, sensing the gravity of the moment, refrained from pressing him further. After a brief silence, Feng 324 spoke again. When a spirit is born into this world and reaches a cultivation level of 1,000 segments, the innate knowledge will reveal to you your lifespan, allowing you to precisely calculate the day of your eventual demise. How lamentable! Upon hearing this, Ling Tian Yuan Duo fell into a contemplative silence. Feng 324 continued. Once the innate knowledge awakens, which spirit does not yearn to extend their days? Moreover, they aspire to cultivate to become spirit masters and vie for the title of spirit saint. Some even harbor grand ambitions of attaining true immortality. Yet, the lifespan of a spirit's corporeal form is finite. In pursuit of spiritual elixirs to prolong their longevity, to enhance their cultivation, and to learn spiritual techniques and formations, how could any of these endeavors be accomplished without spiritual essence? Spiritual essence can be directly absorbed, utilized, and traded, making it highly sought after. Most of this spiritual essence is extracted from spiritual stone mines, far exceeding what we mere pearl fowls can provide. The distribution of spiritual stone veins is uneven, particularly at the borders between nations, which is the root of conflict. Ling Tian and Yuan Duo exchanged enlightened glances. So that's how it is. Feng 324 elaborated. A year ago, at the border between Yuan Bao and our Chang kingdom, a spiritual mine was discovered. Our Chang kingdom occupied and began to extract it first, prompting Yuan Bao to send troops to seize it, thus igniting war at that time. I served as the captain of a 10-man squad in the military and was captured during the battle. Although our forces ultimately triumphed, I was not deemed worthy of exchange due to my insufficient cultivation level and was left as a captive. Was it that Wang Gizi who captured you? Yuan Duo asked. No, Feng 324 replied. I was captured by others and was subsequently assigned to Shangwang 27. How peculiar! Why would captives taken by others be handed over to this Wang Gizi? Is it solely because he belongs to the Shangwang family? Yuan Duo questioned. Not at all, Feng 324 clarified. Currently, nations are engaged in warfare utilizing provincial armies. Typically, a province consists of a prominent family, along with several smaller families or factions. Each province develops independently, and when war arises, they are summoned by the Ministry of War to deploy. All spoils of war are handed over to the Ministry of War, which distributes them based on the number of troops and their merits. Ling Tian remarked, I understand somewhat now. Just as they were conversing, a young boy outside called out, Dinner is ready. The 3 within were taken aback, wondering why no one had come to collect tributes today. When they inquired of the young boy, he remained silent. After much deliberation, they unanimously concluded that Shangwang 27 must have been preoccupied with other matters today. Yuan Duo commented that Wang Gizi truly lacks grace, insisting on coming to collect tributes daily. Could he not simply send someone in his stead? Feng 324 replied, You may not be aware, but among the pearl fowls, there are several formidable individuals, and although they may have lost their spiritual essence, ordinary servants cannot hope to subdue them. Even by nightfall, Shangwang 27 had still not arrived. The following day, he was still absent, and the young boy had not come to deliver food. Yuan Duo speculated, could that Wang Gizi have perished? Feng 324 responded, if he had died, his family would have come to take control of this place. The absence of visitors indicates that nothing unusual has occurred. As night fell again, Phone 324 suddenly remarked, "The ceiling array of this room has not been replenished with spiritual essence for 2 days now. Its sealing power must surely be waning. We may have a chance to escape." Ling Tian and Yuan Duo were filled with joy. "Can you break this array, Brother Phone?" Phone 324's spiritual threads danced as he probed for a moment before declaring, "Time is of the essence. You too must give me your surplus spiritual essence. I shall attempt to break free." Ling Tian and Yuan Duo handed over their spiritual essence. Phone 324 stood upright. Striking his chest, and a layer of spiritual light enveloped him, he instructed the two, "When the doorway cracks open, be sure to follow closely behind me." He then concentrated, his spiritual threads standing erect, gritting his teeth as his face contorted. Suddenly, he spread his hands, revealing a flickering sphere of light that gradually expanded and brightened. Finally, he thrust his hands forward, sending the sphere of light flying toward the door. With a tremor, the door collapsed, and a breach appeared in the ceiling array. Phone 324 leaped through the opening, followed closely by Yuan Duo, who became stuck due to the size of the breach. Phone 324 and Ling Tian pulled from outside while pushing from inside, allowing Yuan Duo to clumsily crawl out. At this moment, the breach had shrunk to the size of a bowl, and Ling Tian, without further thought, transformed back into his original form to slip through. The two, devoid of spiritual light protection, felt as if they were being sliced by blades as they squeezed through the opening, suffering greatly. Once they escaped the chicken coop, the three were overwhelmed with joy. Collapsing onto the ground to catch their breath, as they quietly deliberated their next course of action, lanterns flickered outside the courtyard gate, revealing that the steward had brought others to investigate the commotion. The trio hastily shifted their positions, concealing themselves behind a rockery. They overheard voices exclaiming in alarm, "This is bad. Several chickens have escaped." Confidential notes at the end of the chapter. Hello, teacher me. Does Tiandan Star truly exist? Where in the universe is it located? Me. Of course, it does exist, situated in the other half of the universe. Is the universe divided into 2 parts? Me. To be precise, the universe is divided into 3 major regions. For analogy, have you ever cut a salted duck egg? I have. Initially, I was hesitant to cut it, fearing it would slip and cut my hand. Eventually, I devised a method to crack the shell first. Me. Alright, that's just an analogy. No need to elaborate so much. If you were to slice the salted duck egg in half, one half would represent your inhabited region, known as the material realm, or simply the material world. The other half represents the true spirit realm, or the spirit world. Tiandan Star is located within the true spirit realm. The yolk of the egg symbolizes the core of the universe. Referred to as the celestial realm. Are the true spirit realm and the material realm interconnected? Me. There is a barrier between these 2 realms, and one can only traverse from the celestial realm to reach the material and spirit realms. What about the Een spirit realm you mentioned earlier? Is that the place where souls go after death? Me. That realm also exists within the material realm, typically situated along the spirit road. Although it can also be found within planetary interiors, such as the Earth's core. Is the underworld really in the Earth's core? It seems to have become the realm of the dead. What is the spirit road? Me. The spirit road is an intricate network of pathways throughout the universe, resembling a vast web woven across cosmic space, primarily composed of spiritual material, hence its name. Your scientific understanding is limited to material substances, leaving little recognition of spiritual materials. However, spiritual and material substances interact, allowing scientists to capture certain traces, which are referred to as the cosmic web. You can search for images of the cosmic web to gain an overview of the spirit road. I see. Extraterrestrial vessels must traverse the spirit road at incredible speeds. Me. Indeed, the spirit road is categorized into various types, such as signal spirit roads, energy spirit roads, and transportation spirit roads. A dedicated signal spirit road has been established between you and me, enabling our communication to feel as though we are face to face, despite the vast distance of billions of light years. How can we acquire life energy to enhance our physical and mental well-being? Me. Let me think of a method and share some knowledge about meditation. You might give it a try. Thank you, teacher me. Chapter 8. the action at night that Steward Wang hurriedly called for messages to be sent to his clan, closing the door behind him as he fled. Ling Tian remarked, "He didn't even come to search for us. How strange." Feng 324 noted, "It seems there are no high-level cultivators in the manor. Those few ordinary folks have never practiced spiritual techniques, and thus do not dare to search." Yuan Duo suggested, "Then we should make haste. Those who come later will surely be formidable." Feng 324 countered, "Currently, we are devoid of spiritual power. How far can we run? We will soon be caught." Ling Tian and Yuan Duo both inquired in alarm, "What shall we do now?" Feng 324 glanced around and spotted a pond not far away, saying, "Let us temporarily conceal ourselves in that pond to cultivate our spiritual energy." Water is most adept at concealing one's spiritual presence. Elves inherently do not shy away from water, as they do not require air for breathing. Their cultivation relies solely on the threads of spiritual essence. The three of them stealthily approached the edge of the pond. Suddenly, Feng 324 pressed down on Ling Tian, yanked the half-vine from his waist, and forcefully hurled it towards the wall before silently slipping into the water. Yuan Duo and Ling Tian were momentarily stunned, but quickly understood Feng 324's intention and followed him into the water. The pond was neither large nor deep. The water was cool, being a still body, somewhat murky. Soon, raucous voices could be heard from outside, with a loud voice proclaiming, "Why aren't you pursuing? What use is it to call me here? The people have long fled." The voice of Steward Wang replied, "Sir, it's not that we do not wish to chase, but those rascals managed to break the ceiling formation, indicating they possess considerable cultivation. We, mere servants, would be unable to capture them, rendering our efforts futile." The loud voice continued, "Brother 27 left in haste, only sending a message to the clan. These past few days, the clan has been in turmoil over the impending battle and has yet to dispatch anyone to assist us. You fools do not know how to manage properly and have let the chickens escape. My brother will not let this go lightly upon his return." Steward Wang retorted, "You may not be aware, but our household is small, with only 2 high-level cultivators, Master L and Master 27. With Master 27 off on this expedition, even Master L has been taken along, leaving us without any spiritual essence. Moreover, even if we had spiritual essence left, none of us could form that sealing array. I noticed that the clan has yet to send anyone. I have instructed the young ones to stop feeding the chickens, fearing they might grow strong enough to flee, yet we still failed to prevent it." Then, someone exclaimed, "There's a broken vine here. I recognize it belongs to a lad from that house." Moments later, the loud voice declared, "They must have scaled the wall. Fortunately, only 3 got away. Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain to Brother 27. I'll reinforce the chicken coop's sealing array and personally collect the tribute for the clan each day. You must keep a close watch, or I'll have you taken in as chickens yourselves." Steward Wang nodded repeatedly. After a period of chaos, silence finally resumed. Ling Tian, Yuan Duo, and the others held their spiritual presence in the water, remaining utterly still. After a considerable time of quietude outside, they began to stir their spiritual threads, drawing in spiritual energy at will. Yuan Duo occasionally rummaged beneath the water, seeking some aquatic plants or small shrimp to fill his mouth. They submerged and cultivated for 5 days, only then feeling a semblance of strength returning. On one fateful day, as darkness descended again, Feng 324 released a large air bubble, enveloping his head, and whispered, "Gentlemen, I intend to venture out and take a look." Yuan Duo opened his mouth to speak, but inadvertently swallowed a mouthful of water. Ling Tian mimicked Feng 324, first releasing an air bubble to cover his head before asking, "What are your intentions?" "Brother Feng," Feng 324 replied, "I will scout ahead. You two wait for me here." With that, Feng 324 rose, swimming to the surface like a fish, cautiously raising half his head to listen for any sounds before silently gliding towards the shore. With a gentle leap, he vanished. Ling Tian turned to Yuan Duo and asked, "Yuan Duo, if you truly manage to escape, where do you intend to go?" Yuan Duo, after considerable effort, finally secured an air bubble over his head, responding, "I am uncertain where to head. It would be best to return to Yuan Duo Island." "Oh, Ling Tian Island would suffice as well. This world is not one we can remain in." The two engaged in conversation for a moment. when they noticed a ripple on the water's surface and a shadow glided towards them. The figure waved a hand, signaling them to follow. Upon closer inspection, they realized it was Feng 324, and they swam after him. Upon surfacing, Feng 324 whispered, "I scouted ahead. Saint King 27 and Master L have yet to return, and there are no high-level cultivators in the residence. We can gather some supplies." Yuan Duo inquired, "Where shall we gather these supplies?" Feng 324 replied, "Just follow me." The three of them tiptoed stealthily, scaling the wall to arrive near two small houses. They pushed open a door, finding the interior vacant. Yuan Duo immediately recognized the place. As he caught the scent of food, lifting the lid of a pot, he discovered a dozen coarse corn buns, a large plate of vegetables, and 2 bowls of pickles. The trio's mouths watered, and they wasted no time devouring the meal in a whirlwind of gluttony. One might wonder, as elves are often self-sufficient, resorting only to grazing like cattle or sheep, or consuming live prey like tigers and wolves, why they would need to cultivate crops or raise livestock. The truth is, elves possess appetites as well. Affluent families employ servants for farming and breeding to provide for the high-level cultivators. Moreover, delectable cooked meals are easily assimilated, swiftly converting into spiritual essence. Therefore, elves also appreciate gourmet food, considering fine cuisine a valuable commodity. As Yuan Duo feasted, he exclaimed, "There are such delightful things in this world. Perhaps it is not so bad to forego returning to Yuan Duo Island." Ling Tian accompanied Feng 324 to the inner room, rummaging through the cabinets, discovering cured meats, salted fish, smoked chicken, and braised duck. It turned out this was a private pantry for Saint King 27. Yuan Duo was elated, bustling about, unsure of which treasures to take. Feng 324 lamented, "What a pity we lack a Chinkuan bag. If we had one, we could easily fit everything in this room." Ling Tian asked, "What is a Chinkuan bag?" Feng 324 explained, "It is a storage bag crafted by spiritual artisans, small enough to fit in the palm of your hand, yet capable of holding all this room's contents without adding any weight." Ling Tian sighed, "Such wondrous items exist." Feng 324 replied, "Chinkuan bags are indeed classified as spirit treasures. Ordinary cultivators cannot afford them. Only those above the rank of spiritual scholar can possess them," Yuan Duo remarked. "Where can we possibly find such a treasure now? It would be more practical to find a bundle to carry things in," Feng 324 suggested. "Then let us head to Saint King 27's bedroom. He is a man of stature, and he surely has silken cloth." Ling Tian concurred, "Indeed. We must also seek some clothing." The three of them stealthily exited the kitchen, securing the door behind them. Ling Tian discerned the direction and said, "When I last entered the residence to meet with the Saint King, I entered a room over there. I wonder if it was his bedroom." Feng 324 inquired about the situation and remarked, "That should be a study, not a bedroom. However, this courtyard is not large, so the bedroom cannot be too far off." Ling Tian led the way, and the group arrived at the location, noticing several exquisitely constructed rooms. Unsure which was the bedroom, Feng 324 held his breath, extending his spiritual threads, stating, "One of these rooms is a study, and it is unoccupied. The other one must be the bedroom, with someone stationed outside. But it appears they have also fallen asleep." The three of them stealthily approached the bedroom, reaching the door, where they indeed heard snoring from within. Ling Tian pushed against the door with force, but it was secured from the inside. Feng 324 stepped forward, extending his hand. The tips of his fingers glimmered with red light as he traced a line along the door seam, severing the latch. With another push, the door swung open effortlessly. The three slipped into the room. In the outer room, Steward Wang lay asleep on the bed. This was originally the maid's quarters, but with the master away, they had relocated to other rooms. Leaving Steward Wang to oversee the house, Feng 324 approached the bed, tapping a few times, causing Steward Wang's snores to cease abruptly. Ling Tian and Yuan Duo entered the inner room, with Feng 324 following closely. Raising his hand to conjure a glowing orb that illuminated the space, they rummaged through cabinets, uncovering a substantial amount of goods. Yuan Duo and Ling Tian, mostly unfamiliar with the items, relied on Feng 324's discerning eye to select what was needed. After some time, Feng 324 tore down a bedsheet, wrapping the chosen items into a bundle, which he then slung over his back. Ling Tian and Yuan Duo, unsure of what to take, hastily donned a few garments and tore down the bed curtains to prepare a makeshift bundle. Feng 324 continued to knock around the room, listening for hidden compartments or secret caches, but unfortunately found none. After another round of searching yielded no further discoveries, Feng 324 gestured for Ling Tian and Yuan Duo to follow him out of the bedroom. Closing the door quietly behind them, they proceeded to the study, where Feng 324 again used his spiritual threads to confirm the absence of occupants before attempting to open the door. The door was secured with an iron lock. Feng 324 unleashed the red light once more, attempting to cut the lock, but only managed to create a few gashes without breaking it. Feng 324 set down his bundle, retrieved a short sword, and with a surge of spiritual energy, cleaved the lock asunder. The group entered the study, once again turning the place upside down. This time, Yuan Duo found a knife, while Ling Tian picked up a sword. Suddenly, Feng 324 exclaimed, "There are some fine items here." Ling Tian and Yuan Duo hurried over to see, discovering several earth-toned burlap bags at the bottom of a chest. Ling Tian inquired, "What are these?" Feng 324 remained silent, took one of the burlap bags, and with a surge of spiritual energy, shook it open. He then sent his large bundle into the bag's opening, and astonishingly, the hefty package shrank into the small burlap bag. Yuan Duo exclaimed joyfully, "Is this the Chinkoan bag?" Feng 324 replied, "It counts, though it is the lowest grade of Chinkoan bag." Yuan Duo asked, "How are the grades of Chinkoan bags classified?" Feng 324 raised a finger to signal silence, saying, "We shall discuss it outside." There were 4 burlap bags in total. Feng 324 inspected them all, confirming they were empty. He handed one to Yuan Duo and Ling Tian each, and after searching a little longer without any new findings, they exited the study, heading straight for the kitchen. Upon entering the kitchen, Feng 324 divided the grains, fish, and meat into 3 portions, taking one for himself and signaling for Ling Tian and Yuan Duo to do the same. Seeing them in a daze, he remembered they did not know how to use the bags and instructed them, "Use your spiritual energy to penetrate the bag, open the mouth, and then insert your spiritual awareness into the items you wish to take." Understood. When retrieving items, just reverse the process. Ling Tian and Yuan Duo followed his instructions, but due to their inexperience, they struggled to fill their bags. Feng 324 listened intently at the window and urged, "Hurry up!" Seizing the bags of the two, he swiftly packed them up and handed them over. Upon exiting, Feng 324 pondered for a moment and remarked, "Tomorrow will surely be chaotic. With the Holy King the 27th away on campaign, he will not return anytime soon. We should retreat to the pond to conceal our presence and wait a few days before deciding our next steps." With that, he dashed towards the garden wall. Zhang Yimou whispered confidentially, "Private chat with Yimi, please skip if uninterested. Teacher me. Today's chapter mentioned the Chinkoan bag. I've encountered similar storage devices in many cultivation fantasy novels. Do such wondrous treasures truly exist? Me. Indeed, these items are quite commonplace in the spirit realm, just as described in the text. Previously, when I read works of fantasy, I merely reveled in the excitement. Disregarding their plausibility, I never contemplated the logic behind those extraordinary abilities. However, you have consistently asserted that matters of the spirit realm are genuine. I wish to explore and study why that is the case. To know the reason behind things is as crucial as knowing that they are so. I kindly seek your guidance to me. There is no need for such formality, even if you don't inquire. I will find opportunities to clarify these matters. Take the function of the Chinkoan bag as an example. It may seem inconceivable in your material world, but it is entirely feasible in the spirit realm. Why is that? The fundamental reason lies in the differing material composition between your world and the spirit realm. Today, let me take the opportunity to enlighten you about the mysteries of the spirit realm. That sounds splendid, me. We will delve into the specific theories later, but for now, remember this. All things in the spirit realm possess a predominance of yang energy. Yang represents vitality and spirituality. Thus, the fundamental particles in the spirit realm are referred to as spiritual essence, which is entirely distinct from the matter you speak of. So, the spirit realm also has molecules and atoms. They are simply composed of spiritual essence rather than matter, correct me? Precisely. No wonder many phenomena in the true spirit realm seem to defy the laws of physics. What differences exist in the manifestations of objects composed of spiritual essence as opposed to those made of material? Me. The distinction lies in the fact that consciousness can directly influence objects of spiritual essence, affecting change in your world. It is said that objective phenomena do not shift according to subjective will. However, in the spirit realm, subjective intention can directly alter objective reality. It appears quite supernatural. Otherwise, how could it be termed spiritual arts? Why is this the case, me? Because the soul inherently possesses the purest form of yang energy, known as spiritual energy. Utilizing spiritual energy to govern spiritual essence allows for the manipulation of matter according to one's will. So, the extraordinary abilities spoken of in legends can indeed be realized in the spirit realm? Me. Precisely. What you refer to as extraordinary abilities are merely normal functions in the spirit realm, and quite rudimentary at that. The spiritual arts described in this book are classified as advanced functions. If beings from the spirit realm, or humanoid spirits, master the spiritual arts, can they possess the power to move mountains and fill seas? Me. From an academic standpoint, it's best not to use the term divine powers. Even the most advanced spiritual arts are still just that, spiritual arts. Not divine powers, because, as I have stated, there are no deities within or outside the universe. Of course, it is acceptable to describe powerful spiritual arts as divine powers in novels. There are distinctions among spiritual arts. Advanced spiritual arts can indeed move mountains and fill seas in the spirit realm, which is not surprising. It's difficult for earthlings to comprehend. Me. Spiritual arts merely involve using consciousness to dictate other phenomena to achieve one's objectives. Consider this. If you were to operate a CNC excavator, what elements would be necessary? A computer and an excavator. Me. As a qualified guardian spirit, I possess considerable knowledge about Earth. The essential components of a CNC excavator include programming, equipment, and energy. Think about it. If the control program is sufficiently refined, the equipment sufficiently robust, and the energy supply ample, wouldn't you be able to move mountains and fill seas? Indeed, me. Observe how an objective mountain can be moved simply because you intend to do so. This illustrates that intention can alter objective reality even in the material realm, albeit indirectly through technology and equipment. In the spirit realm, one can effect direct change. Spiritual arts function as the program that governs spiritual essence and energy, sometimes even eliminating the need for equipment. With a single thought, one can alter objective phenomena. Do you understand? I seem to grasp it somewhat. Me. Let us test your understanding. Explain the principle of the spiritual art behind the Chinkuan bag. It involves using intention to activate the spiritual energy program within the Chinkuan bag, which can alter the size and weight of items, allowing them to be stored within the bag. Correct? So, the molecules and atoms in the spirit realm change according to commands. Me. They do respond to commands, but one cannot command blindly. Appropriate methods must drive the process. These methods, combined with spiritual energy, are termed spiritual arts. Just as your computer requires drivers and power to command a printer, does it not? Thank you, teacher. Me. I now understand spiritual arts. If only the atoms on Earth could be altered somehow. That would be splendid. Me. That would be disastrous. Atoms in the material realm cannot be altered at will. Otherwise, we would be surrounded by atomic bombs. Chapter 9. Escaped to the deep mountains, they scaled the wall once more and slipped into the pond. The three old fish felt exceptionally pleased today. Upon entering the water, they closed their eyes to rest while simultaneously concealing their presence and eavesdropping on the outside world. As dawn approached, a great commotion erupted. From afar, a loud voice was heard exclaiming, "The bandits are exceedingly rampant, taking advantage of the chaos of war." Butler Wang remarked, "Last night, I had someone administer a sleeping potion. I nearly lost my life. With the 27th master away, we dare not remain here any longer. Who knows when those bandits will return?" The loud voice declared, "Today, I shall stand guard right here. Let us see which scoundrel dares to come." As the loud voice grew nearer, the three in the water exchanged glances and gradually sank to the bottom, daring not to move. Yuan Duo was exceptionally obedient. When a small fish nibbled at his foot, he merely glared and held back. Ling Tian transformed into his original form, rooting himself firmly at the pond's bottom. The silhouette of the loud voice cast a shadow on the water's surface. revealing a large figure. Feng 324 remained motionless, but his mind raced with thoughts, desperately trying to recall if he had left any traces in the garden or by the pond that might have alerted this loud individual. He observed the figure pacing by the water's edge, suddenly shouting, "Everyone gather here. You, yes you, the one with the carrying pole. Go fetch everyone from the manor." Ling Tian and Yuan Duo felt a wave of tension wash over them, and they held their breath, listening intently. Yuan Duo regretted not having consumed all the good items from his bag upon returning last night. Feng 324 slowly gripped his sword. After a while, it seemed everyone had arrived. The loud voice spoke again, "Listen closely. The situation at the border is critical, and there are too few people left behind in the clan. I cannot manage all the families alone. I plan to inform the elders and relocate everyone to the ancestral hall temporarily. Quickly gather your belongings. I will handle the arrangements shortly. Most importantly, ensure the protection of the precious pearl chickens. They all need to be moved." The crowd responded in unison. Upon hearing this, the three in the water finally relaxed. Feng 324, however, remained suspicious and signaled to the others to remain vigilant. Once the crowd dispersed, the three dared to move their bodies slightly. Before long, another chaotic clamor erupted outside, mingled with the loud voices' shouts. It was not until evening that things finally quieted down. Until midnight, Feng 324 quietly said, "I will go take a look. If I do not return, you must not move." Ling Tian and Yuan Duo nodded in agreement. Feng 324 emerged from the water, disappearing into the night. After a long wait, Ling Tian and Yuan Duo grew anxious until Feng 324 returned, smiling. "They truly have evacuated. The chicken coop is empty. Come, let's go." The two were overjoyed. Upon emerging from the water, they instinctively ran towards the kitchen without a word. In the kitchen, they thoroughly searched but found nothing. They then checked other rooms, only to find them even cleaner. The three sat down to discuss. Feng 324 said, "Initially, I thought they were trying to deceive us into revealing ourselves, but fortunately, that was not the case. We can consider ourselves lucky for not encountering someone of high cultivation. Otherwise, we would not have escaped detection." Ling Tian replied, "Even so, the Holy King's manor is not a place to linger. Yuan Duo, do you still wish to return to that island? What are you doing?" They saw Yuan Duo holding his burlap bag upside down, vigorously attempting to pour its contents out. When asked by Ling Tian, he replied, "I'm pouring out the items to eat." "Are you saying you wish to return to our island?" "I haven't made up my mind yet." Ling Tian said, "That's not how you retrieve items, is it?" Yuan Duo replied, "Didn't Brother Feng say yesterday that you just need to reverse it to take things out? I have the bag upside down. I already reversed it." Feng 324 laughed. "What I taught you yesterday was how to pack items. When retrieving, you follow the reverse order of packing, not simply turn the bag upside down." Yuan Duo realized, so that's how it is. No wonder nothing would come out. This spiritual treasure truly is remarkable. Feng 324 remarked, "This bag doesn't even qualify as a spiritual treasure. Its grade is too low." Ling Tian inquired, "Yesterday, Brother Feng mentioned grades. How is the grade of a spiritual treasure assessed?" Feng 324 explained, "Spiritual treasures are generally divided into 9 grades, with grade 1 being the best and grade 9 being the lowest. Take the Chinkoan bag as an example. The smaller the bag, the more it can hold. When full, the lighter its weight, the higher its grade. Conversely, the larger the bag, the less it can store, and the more weight it retains. The lower its grade." Yuan Duo asked, "What grade does this burlap bag belong to?" Feng 324 replied, "This bag doesn't even reach grade 9. It's too large, holds little, and retains its weight when filled. It is commonly used by soldiers in the army and is referred to as a soldier-s pact. A captain of a 10-man team would be issued one. I used to have one myself. Given the cultivation of the Holy King the 27th, it's normal for him to have several soldier-s packs at home." Ling Tian remarked, "When I saw Zhang Sankai holding a brocade bag, it must have been a high-grade Chinkoan bag. 3 individuals opened their bags to retrieve provisions, engaging in conversation as they ate." Ling Tian remarked, "We should first leave this capital before discussing further." Feng 324 interjected, "Who said this is the capital? Yuanbaogua is centered around Yuanbao City, which is still quite far from here. When I captured the prisoners, I heard them say this is the Holy King city of the Holy Wang family." Yuan Duo added, "That scoundrel Zhang Sankai has never spoken a word of truth. How could we have believed him back then?" Feng 324 responded, even if you do not trust him, he would still capture you. Those rogues possess some skill. If they can deceive you, it would save him some spiritual energy. Ling Tian commented, Brother Feng's skills are indeed remarkable. I saw you effortlessly conjure a sphere of light and even wield your palm like a knife to cut through the door latch. What kind of spiritual technique is that? Feng 324 explained, I am a military cultivator. These minor techniques were taught by the instructors in the army. You are about to inquire what a military cultivator is, right? An elf in the military is a military cultivator. There are also wild cultivators, Taoist cultivators, and so forth. Once you elevate your cultivation, you will understand these matters as you navigate the world. As dawn approached, they had eaten their fill and tidied up, sneaking out from the back garden of the Holy King's 27th estate. The streets were bustling with patrolling soldiers, and due to the influx of refugees in the city, the three blended in seamlessly, avoiding detection. When the sun fully rose, the city gates opened, and they joined the throng of displaced people exiting the city. Upon reaching the wilderness, Feng 324, in high spirits, suggested to Ling Tian, let us rest a while in the woods ahead. They settled beneath a large tree, and Feng 324 stated, I must return to the Great Chang Kingdom. The journey is perilous and long, and your cultivation is too low to accompany me. I advise you both to seek the deep mountains and desolate ridges to cultivate to at least 1,000 levels before venturing into the world. Ling Tian and Yuan Duo nodded in agreement. Feng 324 continued, this escape from confinement owes much to your assistance. I still owe you both several levels of spiritual energy. Here, I also have an air soldier's pack to give you, which you can sell for some silver coins in the market. Ling Tian and Yuan Duo quickly declined the offer. Feng 324 insisted, I still have a few items in my pack that can be exchanged for spiritual energy. Take this pack with you. Ling Tian expressed gratitude and accepted the pack. Yuan Duo then asked, Brother Feng, since you subdued the steward last night, why not clear out his storeroom? We could acquire some spiritual energy that way. Feng 324 shook his head, saying, those mundane slaves possess no spiritual power. How could they have surplus spiritual energy? If they had even a modicum of strength, they would not be servants. After some further discussion, Feng 324 remarked, I just heard among the refugees that Yuan Bao is currently at war with Yushan Kingdom. You should avoid heading south. With that, he stood up, clasped his hands in farewell, saying, let us part ways here. May we meet again in the future. With that, he channeled his spiritual energy and vanished into the distance. Ling Tian and Yuan Duo gazed for a long while until he was no longer visible before turning back. Ling Tian inquired, where shall we go now? Yuan Duo suggested, how about returning to the island? Ling Tian shook his head, saying, we have neither a ship nor a route. How could we return to the island? Shall we swim back? The sea is no small pond, filled with ferocious fish and monsters, Yuan Duo replied, then let us walk while searching for a suitable place. Ling Tian proposed, since Brother Feng advised against heading south. Let us proceed northward. Yuan Duo nodded, and the two set off on their journey. They traveled intermittently for more than a day, seeking refuge in villages and avoiding cities, fearful of being captured and imprisoned once more. That day, they arrived at the foot of a mountain, which loomed majestically and was sparsely populated. Ling Tian suggested, shall we rest here? Yuan Duo agreed, stating, this is a tranquil spot, perfect for secluded cultivation. Let us stay here. Ling Tian added, though we elves are not afraid of wind and rain, it would be wise to find a cave to conceal ourselves to avoid detection. The two then began to climb and traverse the mountains. After 2 days of searching, they discovered a cave halfway up one side of the mountain and made their way to the entrance. Upon entering the cave, they found it to be quite dark. Ling Tian utilized his spiritual threads to sense the area, detecting no fluctuations of spiritual energy, and felt reassured to proceed deeper inside. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, accompanied by a pungent odor, and a large creature charged from the darkness. Upon closer inspection, they realized it was a black bear. Yuan Duo shouted, Bear brother, please do not be angry. The bear ignored him and swiped its paw. Ling Tian drew his sword and declared, this bear is not half spiritual. We must act swiftly. With that, he leapt into the air and thrust his sword at the black bear, in his moment of tension. He missed the vital spot, merely inflicting a wound on the bear's forearm. The injured black bear, driven by its primal instincts, lunged at Ling Tian with wild swipes. Ling Tian, unable to evade in the cave, was struck and sent crashing against the wall before falling to the ground. The bear rushed over and stomped its paw down, causing Ling Tian to roll away in terror, reverting to his original form and retracting his spiritual essence. The bear's paw came crashing down, pinning him beneath it. At that moment, Yuan Duo was frantically shaking a burlap bag, having forgotten how to retrieve his sword from the military pack, which was too long to draw out in haste. Upon seeing Ling Tian pinned by the bear, Yuan Duo became furious and bellowed, transforming into a massive, fierce wild boar with a green face. With bristles standing on end, tusks bared, forelegs crouched, and hind legs digging into the ground. He let out a long howl and lunged at the black bear. The bear, caught off guard, could not evade in time and was struck in the belly, resulting in a grievous injury. Yuan Duo took the opportunity to bite the bear's arm. But the bear, in pain, retaliated with a fierce blow, striking Yuan Duo multiple times, causing red mist to spray from his body. Yet, he refused to relent, desperately trampling the bear's chest with his hooves. Suddenly, a flash of white light erupted. The bear's paw flailed a few times before it fell still, and Yuan Duo collapsed from exhaustion, only to see Ling Tian standing over him, sword hilt in hand, the blade embedded in the bear's throat. After catching their breath, Yuan Duo remarked, "I thought you had been crushed under the bear." Ling Tian replied, "I was indeed in great pain beneath its paw, but thankfully my outer shell is quite sturdy, which saved my life." "What a sight, Yuan Duo! Today is the first time I've seen your true form." Yuan Duo transformed back into his elven form, shaking his head and saying, "I must say, I look far more handsome in my current form than in my true shape." Noticing the numerous injuries on Yuan Duo's body, Ling Tian asked, "Are your wounds severe?" Yuan Duo responded, "It's nothing serious. Today I learned that elves sustain injuries through vapor rather than blood, though it is still quite painful." Ling Tian remarked, "Elves are certainly not ordinary spiritual entities. The vapor released must be a manifestation of spiritual energy. We should stop it from leaking out quickly." Yuan Duo circulated his spiritual energy. Halting the outpouring of his essence, he stated, "Though we have become spirits, we must rely on our true forms in battle, which is rather embarrassing." The two arose and straightened themselves. Ling Tian's clothing had been torn by the bear's paw, while Yuan Duo's attire had been shredded during his transformation, leaving them both without garments. Ling Tian suggested, "Now that we are hiding in the mountains, we need not concern ourselves with attire. Let us use this bear's hide to fashion clothing." They set to work, skinning the bear and drying the meat, without the need for further elaboration. From then on, they settled in the mountains, dedicating themselves to their cultivation. End of chapter. Confidential message. Easy Me private chat. Please skip if uninterested. Teacher Me, I have another question. You often say there are no gods within or outside the universe. Why is that? Is it impossible that the universe was created by a god? Me, no. Gods do not need the universe at all. Why would they create it? Gods do not need the universe. Me, indeed. On earth, humans seek the blessings of gods, but do gods require the universe or humanity? Not at all. Gods have everything they desire. They can manifest anything they wish. Why would they need the universe and humans? If they feel lonely, they can use their joyful powers to entertain themselves instantly. Why exert effort to create the universe and humanity? If they want to witness a spectacle, they can simply blow a breath and conjure living beings, without needing to tinker with bacteria and wait billions of years just to see humanity's spectacle. Right? Yes. So that means me. Our advanced study materials clearly state that all things in the universe are created by souls. Countless souls emerged from the chaos, and some powerful souls, feeling uncomfortable dwelling in chaos, led other souls to forge the cosmic space. Those primordial souls, along with later partners, reside in the center of the universe, known as the heavenly realm, and they are thus referred to as celestial beings. Throughout the process, not a single god has been encountered. What? Celestial beings created the universe? I thought it was aliens who did it. Me? Aliens? Following your reasoning, who created the aliens? Moreover, you have seen that aliens are our companions. Workers of the universe, they are essentially souls as well. However, ordinary souls cannot handle cosmic tasks. Only advanced souls can. Speaking of bacteria, earthly science speaks of evolution. Is it truly impossible for life to arise naturally? Me. Have a biologist and a mathematician calculate the odds of life forming naturally under normal conditions. Oh, I have heard the odds are indeed quite low to me. I previously mentioned the telomeres in the human body, which serve as timers. Can these form naturally? Not to mention, just consider mammals. It is utterly impossible for them to evolve naturally. Why is that? Me. Have you ever pondered what the offspring of mammals consumed before they evolved to produce milk? I have not thought about that. Me. The most primitive mammary glands are also complex food processing factories. Can they evolve successfully in 3 days? 3 days? 30,000 years might be more reasonable. Me. But if they cannot provide milk within 3 days, the offspring would starve. Can they wait for 30,000 years? So, when the young creatures had no milk to consume, they must have had other food sources. Me. Precisely, but if the young had something to eat, why would the mother evolve to produce milk? I guess it must be because milk greatly benefits the growth of the offspring, promoting their physical and intellectual development. Me. Did mother beasts know about these benefits tens of thousands of years in advance? Then, are they determined to evolve milk with the spirit of perseverance? Furthermore, their offspring must also cooperate, suddenly evolving on the very day milk appears, or rather, regressing, losing the ability to consume solid food and switching to nursing. As the day approaches for weaning, one might glance and realize that it is impossible, and that hunger will ensue once more, prompting a hurried evolution of abilities and organs for sustenance. You think this is feasible? It is not feasible. Thus, it could be said that mammals must have been designed. But why would the celestial life engineers choose to design mammals? Me. This is a matter of considerable significance. We shall discuss it gradually in due time. Chapter 10. Yuanbao City regretting the fleeting beauty of spring blooms. One sighs at the autumn leaves adorned with frost. The years of cultivation pass without the distinction of seasons, leaving only withered branches clasping the waning issue in the blink of an eye. More than a year has elapsed. Ling Tian stands at the cave's mouth, gazing at the distant mountains as the sun sets, filled with profound sentiments, and he spontaneously begins to compose verses at this juncture. He is transformed into a youth. A burly man emerges from the cave, chewing on a piece of meat. It is none other than Yuan Duo. He chuckles, saying, "You, my friend, have not achieved the status of an immortal. Yet you have become a poet instead." Ling Tian shakes his head and replies, "Life is brief. One must lament." Yuan Duo retorts, "The more you speak, the more fervent you become. Regardless of life's brevity, lamentation is futile. Let us instead savor the rabbit I have freshly hunted." Ling Tian muses, "Yesterday, I reached 1,000 strands in my cultivation and realized that my spiritual body can at most endure for another 32 years. Just look at how swiftly this past year has flown by. One's life is but a fleeting moment." Yuan Duo responds, "I have long known my own lifespan. Being of spiritual form, my life is even 10 years shorter than yours. When the time comes, you must grant me a grand burial." Ling Tian scoffs, "Bah, such pessimism. Why not strive to enhance your cultivation, so that you may live a few more years?" The two enter the cave and settle upon thick animal hides. Ling Tian declares, "I have contemplated for an entire day and concluded that I cannot continue living in this manner. I must re-enter the world and seek opportunities for cultivation." Yuan Duo, with a serious demeanor, states, "Ever since my awakening, I have harbored this intention. I have merely accompanied you until you reached 1,000 strands." Ling Tian bows deeply, expressing gratitude. "Thank you, Brother Yuan, for your care." Yuan Duo laughs, "You grow increasingly pedantic with your cultivation. There is no need for such formality." With their minds made up, they immediately begin preparations. Yuan Duo hunts, while Ling Tian gathers fruits, organizing the prey and produce to dry outside the cave, and preparing several sturdy animal hides. After a fortnight, their packs are filled to the brim. On a bright morning, against the crisp autumn breeze, they tread upon the rustling fallen leaves, departing from the mountain they named Lingyuan Mountain. Their shared ambition is clear: to venture forth into the vast world. Heading to Yuanbao City, they journey southward, traversing numerous farmlands, inquiring farmers about Yuanbao City. Following the directions given, They endure the elements for several days, eventually arriving at the city's outskirts. Looking up, they behold a magnificent city. The walls rise high, the watchtowers loom impressively, banners flutter atop the parapets, and the soldiers are clad in resplendent armor. As they approach the city, hesitation grips them. They linger at the city gates for a considerable time before finally resolving to approach the entrance. Observing several soldiers inspecting something at the gate, they join the throng, only to discover that everyone produces a small yellow wooden token to present to the soldiers before being allowed entry. Ling Tian and Yuan Duo exchange glances, realizing the predicament, and just as they turn to leave, a soldier calls out to them. "Halt! Present your tokens." Taken aback, Ling Tian responds, "We are but two officials." "Which jurisdiction are we from?" The soldier, noticing their military packs, softens his demeanor. Ling Tian quickly recovers and replies, "We hail from the Holy King's mansion." The soldier says, "Then we must request our superior to verify this." With that, he salutes and turns to find his officer. The military officer arrives swiftly, glancing at Ling Tian and Yuan Duo, stating, "From the Holy King's mansion, you say?" As he sweeps his hand across the bottom of their military packs. Ling Tian is astonished to see 3 red characters spelling out Holy King's mansion briefly appear before vanishing. The officer nods and inquires, "What brings you here in such attire?" Ling Tian explains, "We ventured into the mountains for hunting and could not carry much in the way of hides, so we donned them." The officer chuckles, "That's a novel approach. Did you happen upon any rare treasures?" Ling Tian replies, "None. Only some animal hides and dried meat." He then produces a leopard hide to offer to the officer, saying, "Please accept this, esteemed officer." The officer accepts the leopard hide, his face lighting up with joy. "I am but a captain of 10 men. You should address me as your honors," Ling Tian humbly retorts. "The officials of the capital hold precedence." There is no need for such modesty. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the two are permitted to enter the city. Once inside, they find themselves dazzled. The capital, Yuanbao City, is a far cry from the secluded Holy King's city. The streets are teeming with life, brimming with prosperity. A river bisects the city, its banks lined with bustling thoroughfares and thriving shops. Ling Tian and Yuan Duo are captivated, wandering aimlessly, unsure where they might find shelter. Exhausted from their explorations, they take a seat in front of a shop to rest. Suddenly, they hear a voice from behind. Where did these wild men come from? Move along. Turning, they see a man clad in a blue cloth cap, a towel draped over his shoulder, and an apron tied around his waist. He is a shopkeeper. Yuan Duo, irritated, retorts, "What harm is there in sitting for a moment?" The shopkeeper scrutinizes them further and bows, "My eyes were deceived. I did not recognize you as esteemed military gentlemen. Welcome to the ascending immortal tower. Please, allow me to escort you upstairs to a private room for tea." Ling Tian and Yuan Duo, elated, follow the shopkeeper inside, ascending to the 2nd floor, where they are ushered into an exquisite private compartment. The shopkeeper soon serves tea, and the two sit upon intricately carved pear-wood chairs, savoring the fragrant brew. The toils of their journey gradually dissipate amidst the aroma of tea. Just as they begin to enjoy their respite, the shopkeeper returns, carrying a bamboo scroll. He unfurls it upon the table, revealing delicately inscribed dish names, each accompanied by a brief description. The shopkeeper announces, "Gentlemen, please select your dishes." Ling Tian glances at the menu. Noting the exorbitant prices listed next to each dish, such as 2 strands, 3 strands, and so forth, and surmises that they are in trouble. Yuan Duo leans in to take a look, and Ling Tian whispers, "This is bad. The dishes are excessively priced. Surely, the tea cannot be complimentary." Yuan Duo realizes, it stands to reason that such a fine establishment would not allow us to enjoy tea for free. The shopkeeper, noticing their hushed conversation, assumes they are deliberating on their orders and eagerly suggests, "Our house specialty is the drunken claypot chicken. It is truly delectable." Several of the esteemed houses in the capital often come to inquire about this dish. "Would you care for a pot?" Upon hearing the mention of chicken, Yuan Duo erupts in anger, shouting, "We shall not partake." The shopkeeper is startled, perplexed by the outburst. Ling Tian inquires, "Is this chicken a rare breed?" The shopkeeper quickly clarifies, No, you jest, sir. If we could serve dishes made from rare breeds, how many strands of spiritual essence would that require? Our chicken is a domesticated one, fed daily with spiritual fruits and insects. It is rich in spiritual energy and flavor. Ling Tian waves his hand, interrupting, "We shall not eat." The shopkeeper pushes the menu forward once more, saying, "Then please, gentlemen, feel free to order as you wish." Yuan Duo asks, "Hold on, does the tea come at a cost?" The shopkeeper replies, "The tea is complimentary, a gesture of goodwill for the military gentleman." Yuan Duo insists, "In that case, serve us more tea. We have urgent military matters to discuss before we order any food." An hour passes as Ling Tian and Yuan Duo sit by the river, tossing stones into the water. Ling Tian remarks, "Yuanbao City is far more complex than I had imagined." Yuan Duo agrees. Indeed, Teodyne at the Ascending Immortal Tower could consume over 10 days' worth of our cultivation essence. Thankfully, we moved swiftly. Otherwise, I suspect that shopkeeper would not have been so lenient. Ling Tian can only smile wryly. Yuan Duo continues, "Upon arriving in Yuanbao City, it is astonishing to see so many people. Our Yuan Duo Island is not small, yet it has taken years to produce just the two of us. Where do all these people come from?" Ling Tian explains, "These must be what we refer to as ordinary cultivators. True-born spirits are few and far between." Yuan Duo, intrigued, asks, "Didn't T Brother Feng mention that only spirit masters can bear spirits? Does that mean everyone on the streets has spirit master parents?" Ling Tian responds, "From what I understand, if both partners possess over 3,000 strands of cultivation, they may bear offspring. It is not a requirement to be spirit masters. However, children born to those with higher cultivation tend to possess greater abilities. Brother Feng mentioned that spirit masters can also employ the conception cauldron to cultivate spirits." Yuan Duo remarks, "Those born as spirits have longer lifespans than we do. I have seen many elderly folk in the streets." Ling Tian sighs, "Every person has their fate. Who knows if we shall be blessed with longevity?" After sitting for a while longer, the two continue their wanderings. Turning down several streets, they come across a tailor shop with a sign reading ancient records. Ling Tian remembers that he is still clad in animal skins, which are quite conspicuous within the city, and suggests they take a look at some garments. Yuan Duo remarks, "I wonder how many strands of essence it would cost for clothing. We likely cannot afford any." Ling Tian counters, "The guard at the city gate was quite pleased with our leopard hide. Perhaps the few hides we have can be exchanged for some essence." Yuan Duo agrees, and they enter the tailor shop. The proprietor, a chubby man with a fair complexion, greets them, "Welcome, gentlemen. Are you here to purchase clothing?" Ling Tian explains, "We wish to exchange some animal hides for a few garments." The shopkeeper replies, "I only sell second-hand clothes. If you wish to sell hides, you should visit a tailor shop." Ling Tian thanks him and inquires, "How much do your clothes cost?" The shopkeeper responds, "The lowest price is 8 strands of essence for genuine garments." Upon hearing genuine garments, Ling Tian asks, "Do you have any illusory garments? What is the price?" "Illusory garments are made from provided materials, costing 2 strands of essence." "What do you mean by provided materials?" The shopkeeper explains, "You first provide me with 1 strand of essence. Then you may browse the samples in my shop, and I will create a garment based on your selection. You may pay the 2nd strand of essence for the craftsmanship once you are satisfied." He adds, "If you are sincere about ordering garments, I will make one for each of you and charge only 3 strands of essence for the craftsmanship. My tailoring skills are exceptional, and I am quite renowned in Yuanbao City. Regrettably, we have no essence to spare." "Then let me see your animal hides," he requests. Ultimately, the two produce all their hides, even surrendering the ones they are wearing, barely managing to gather enough for the craftsmanship fee. Ling Tian selects a blue scholar-s robe, while Yuan Duo opts for a black warrior-s outfit. The shopkeeper retrieved a spirit ticket from his sleeve. With a swift motion of his hand, he scattered the spirit essence from the ticket, transforming it into a luminous azure light that enveloped Ling Tian. As the shopkeeper observed the sample garments, he performed a spell, and soon the attire was complete. He proceeded to craft another outfit for Yuan Duo, saying, "If you wish for the garments to move gracefully, simply infuse them with a touch of spiritual energy." After expressing their gratitude, the two departed from the clothing store. Chapter ends. Secret words. Private chat with me. Skip if displeased. Today, I found the illusionary garments quite fascinating. Is this also a form of spiritual technique? Me. Indeed, it is a rather simple spiritual technique. Though simple, the mastery of its application varies in skill. Some practical techniques, when employed with proficiency and finesse, can serve as a means of livelihood. Do these illusionary garments require washing? Me? No need for washing. They are merely an illusion, visible but not tangible. Regardless, they are certainly superior to the emperor's new clothes. Chapter 11. The great cart and once adorned in their new garments, their spirits lifted, and Ling Tian and Yuan Duo meandered through the streets, exchanging laughter and banter. However, as dusk approached, concern began to settle in. This city was not a wilderness where one could easily find a place to rest. Should they lie down on the street? It would not be long before the patrolling guards summoned them to an unwelcome destination. They wandered to the riverside, where Yuan Duo, furrowing his brow, inquired, "Shall we take refuge in the water?" Ling Tian replied, "I shall not. This river serves as the city's sewer. Have you not seen those individuals emptying their chamber pots into it?" Yuan Duo retorted, "Then what shall we do? Camp outside the city?" Ling Tian lamented. "It is difficult enough to enter the city. Leaving makes re-entry a challenge." They settled beneath a willow tree by the river, shivering in the autumn breeze. The illusionary garments offered no more warmth than animal hides. The sparse willow branches danced in the wind, prompting Ling Tian to suggest, "Shall we sleep in the tree?" Yuan Duo rolled his eyes. "Have you ever seen a pig climb a tree?" Ling Tian chuckled. "When I have no other refuge, I can transform into my true form and conceal myself in the grass. But should you revert to your true form, it is likely someone would carry you off to the kitchen." After a bout of playful banter, they returned to their worries. As the lanterns flickered to life, they resolved to spend a night at an inn using their spirit essence, intending to seek employment in the city the following day. They then argued over who would contribute the spirit essence, with Yuan Duo claiming he had an abundance while Ling Tian insisted he had a longer lifespan, necessitating the opening of their spirit vaults. Ultimately, lacking blank spirit tickets to store the essence, they agreed to inquire about the room rate at the inn before each contributing half. Upon reaching the main street, they sought directions to the inn, and after half an hour of inquiry, they visited 5 or 6 establishments, all of which left them aghast at the room rates. Finally, Ling Tian asked if there was a more economical option. After several dismissals, an elderly woman selling bitter tea at a tea stall pointed them toward a large cart inn, graciously offering them 2 bowls of bitter tea. The tea was quite astringent at first, but revealed a delicate fragrance upon aftertaste. Ling Tian and Yuan Duo thanked the old woman and proceeded to the inn. Due to the conspicuousness of their military packs, both concealed them within their illusionary garments, avoiding any condescending treatment from those who might mistake them for penniless soldiers. Along the way, they asked a few more individuals and eventually discovered a dilapidated courtyard. A weathered wooden pole, cracked and splintered, bore a tattered sign that had long endured the elements, rendering the inscription illegible in the fading light. The entrance was merely a frame, flanked by 2 large cartwheels leaning against it. Inside lay a spacious courtyard cluttered with carts in disarray. "Is this the place?" Yuan Duo inquired. Before Ling Tian could respond, a gaunt man clad in simple attire emerged from within, asking, "Are you two looking for someone or seeking accommodation?" Ling Tian replied, "We seek lodging." The man scrutinized them for a moment before saying, "Follow me." Ling Tian promptly inquired about the cost of a room. The man replied, 2 spirit essence. Ling Tian, fearing he had misheard, pressed further, 2 spirit essences or 2 segments of spirit essence? The man clarified. "Toot!" Yuan Duo exclaimed. "So inexpensive. Splendid." Ling Tian scratched his head, asking again, "Is that 2 per person or a total of 2 for both of us?" The man, eyeing Ling Tian with annoyance, retorted, "Each person pays 1 spirit essence per night. You two can share 2 spirit essences for 1 night's stay. Pay an additional spirit essence, and breakfast is included. Do you understand? Where do you hail from, country bumpkin, more rustic than a cart driver?" Yuan Duo produced 3 spirit essences and handed them to the man, saying, "Understood. Lead the way." The man shouted, "I meant that each person must add 1 spirit essence for breakfast. You two are only contributing 1 spirit essence for meals?" Yuan Duo replied, "We eat very little. 1 spirit essence is more than enough for us." The man, unable to argue further, grumbled as he accepted the spirit essence and guided them through a courtyard strewn with grass and debris, past a massive dung pit and a dirt well, until they arrived at a row of rooms. Pointing to one, he said, "Here, go ahead." Yuan Duo inquired, What time is breakfast served? At the hour of Chen. Came the response. Ling Tian turned to Yuan Duo. We agreed to split the spirit essence. Why did you pay it all? If you bring up repayment again, I will give you a good thump. Yuan Duo jested as they entered the room. Inside, there were two large communal beds running north to south, separated by a corridor, filled with approximately 30 to 40 individuals. The room was illuminated by a perpetual lamp. And upon entering, they were greeted by a warm, musty odor of sweat. Some lay sprawled on the beds, while others squatted on the floor scrubbing themselves, a few clustered together, enjoying drinks, while others engaged in idle chatter or whispered about business. With some counting spirit tickets by the light. Upon their entrance, numerous heads turned to regard them. A young man with a red scarf called out, Ladies and gentlemen, please raise your eyes for our esteemed guests. Everyone who was awake turned to look, and as Ling Tian and Yuan Duo squeezed through the crowd in search of a place to lie down, the young man with the red scarf shouted again, The officials have arrived. Let the idlers step aside. The crowd chuckled in response. A boisterous drunkard blocked their path, saying, There's room here. Come on over. While speaking, he picked at the dirt under his toenails. Ling Tian frowned and deftly sidestepped him. Among the crowd, someone softly chanted, dressed quite elegantly, Come to stay at the Card Inn, unaware of their own insignificance, pretending to be grand. This was followed by a chorus of laughter. The drunkard persisted, What business do you two engage in? Shall we prosper together? Yuan Duo unstrapped his military pack, clapped his hands, revealing his knife, and proclaimed, I engage in a business without investment. I have a fine steel knife for sale, priced at 500 silver coins. Who wishes to take a look at the blade? At his words, the room fell silent. Yuan Duo plopped down onto a bed, and immediately, people on either side made space for him. He declared, No one wants to buy a knife? I wish to rest. Do not disturb. Just as Ling Tian and Yuan Duo settled down, ready to sleep, a gong sounded, and the door swung open, admitting two newcomers. The first was a short, portly man in a worn silk robe, ringing a gong, followed by someone who appeared to be a bookkeeper. The short man struck the gong once more, announcing, Congratulations on your fortune. This humble establishment has come to collect offerings. He turned the gong upside down, transforming it into a copper plate, and extended it towards everyone, his fingers producing a melodious chime from the gong's base. The patrons began to contribute items to the plate, which soon filled up, and the man turned to dump the contents into the bag carried by the bookkeeper. Ling Tian and Yuan Duo sat up. Observing the proceedings, and Ling Tian asked a nearby patron, Is this begging? They don't seem to look the part. An elderly man nearby answered boldly, This is the innkeeper soliciting from the guests. Ling Tian inquired, The innkeeper? Soliciting from guests? The old man explained, The Card Inn operates on a slim profit margin. The owner typically asks for small tokens from the patrons, and guests can give as they wish. Before long, the innkeeper approached Ling Tian, who noticed the gong was filled with items like wine, rice, salted eggs, and even a ladle and candied treats. The old man beside him placed a small bundle in the gong, saying, Today's guests have offered this agarwood for you. Ling Tian, feeling the flatness of his military pack, appeared embarrassed. The innkeeper glanced at Ling Tian and Yuan Duo before turning away. Once the collection was complete, the innkeeper emptied the contents and struck the gong once more, proclaiming, For those leaving tomorrow, those who just arrived, those who are ill and wish to stay longer, and those who don't wish to linger. Heed my words, enjoy tea, wash your feet, boast about treasures, engage in idle chatter, and sleep well, but keep a watchful eye on your belongings. Valuable items should not be left at the counter. Theft will not be compensated. Let all know this, and may you have sweet dreams. At the break of dawn. The sound of the whip will send you all on your way. And one last important note. Anyone caught relieving themselves in the well will earn my wrath. With that, he struck the gong once more and bowed theatrically, prompting laughter from the crowd. As the innkeeper turned to leave, Ling Tian rushed after him, holding out 2 spirit essences, saying, Innkeeper, we truly have nothing to offer. Please accept this. The innkeeper, taken aback, replied, Dear guest, we do not accept money for solicitation. Contributions can be more or less, or even none at all. We absolutely do not accept cash, as it is against our rules. Embarrassed, Ling Tian retracted his spirit essences and made his way back to the bedding. Observing this exchange, The other patrons grew warmer towards Ling Tian. The young man in the red scarf approached, introducing himself as Xiao Mao, and inquired, "What name do you go by, brother?" Ling Tian shared his name, introducing Yuan Duo to the group. The old man remarked, "Is this brave fellow a soldier? Why else would he have a military pack and sword?" Ling Tian clarified, "We are not soldiers. The pack and sword were acquired when we stumbled upon a conflict between officials and bandits. In truth, we are entirely penniless. Even the inn's fee was drawn from our spirit vaults." The old man chuckled, "I thought as much. Soldiers are quite impressive. It's hard to believe you would choose this card in. So you are cultivators? You must possess considerable power if you can still draw spirit essence from your vaults. Unlike us, whose vaults hold not even a speck of spirit essence," Ling Tian inquired. "What is each of your cultivation levels?" Xiao Mao replied. "What cultivation do we mere mortals possess? We can only rely on earning a meager living to survive. Yet, with your remarkable cultivation, why do you find yourself here?" Ling Tian responded. "Our true forms have a fleeting lifespan. We are unwilling to languish in the mountains counting the days until death. We have come to the world in search of opportunities to acquire some spiritual herbs and learn spiritual arts to extend our lives." The people in the room were moved by his words. They all agreed, "As guests, we are bound by fate. Now that we are acquainted, let us enjoy a few jugs of fine wine to celebrate." In an instant, they busied themselves, with Xiao Mao darting about, bringing forth several plates of smoked dried meat, marinated fish, and salted eggs. Ling Tian and Yuan Duo rummaged through their belongings and produced the last 2 pieces of venison jerky and a handful of dried fruits. Xiao Mao then went to prod the drunken man. "Old Chu Chong, you rascal, stop pretending to be asleep. Go fetch a few jars of good wine from your cart," everyone shouted in unison. And old Chu Chong staggered out. The old man called out to the young lad who was bathing, "Xiao Wu, come along. Don't let him haul the wine to the stable." Xiao Wu complied. Leaving in a state of undress. Chapter End. Secret message. Yimi private chat. Teacher me, I observe that the circumstances in this true spiritual realm are quite similar to those in our mortal world. It feels as if it reflects human affairs to me. This is not surprising. There is a saying, there is nothing new under the sun. Events that have occurred will inevitably recur. What does that mean? In the endless epochs of the universe, if you ponder the events affecting the myriad spirits, you will find they are fundamentally similar, with analogous scenarios and causes and effects perpetually repeating across different eras. Is this a result of parallel universes? There are no such things as parallel universes, it has been said online. When faced with indecision, invoke quantum mechanics. If your imagination falls short, suggest parallel universes. Nowadays, scientists on Earth have a bad habit. Whenever they encounter an inexplicable phenomenon, they concoct a new term to cover it up, as if they would feel remiss for the research funds spent otherwise. Let me tell you, there is only one universe. Celestials are not gods. Even at their utmost efforts, they can only create a single universe. Where would all these parallel universes come from? If we are to speak of parallel civilizations, that is more plausible. Parallel civilizations, meaning there are many civilizations existing within the universe. Precisely. For instance, your Earth is a civilization zone within the material realm. Due to limitations, there are very few civilization zones established in the material realm. However, the true spiritual realm boasts countless, large and small. Civilization zones are places where spirits can participate in learning and examinations. Hence, the celestials refer to them as campuses. Each civilization zone has its own sun, and beneath all those suns, the events are fundamentally the same, lacking novelty. Why is that? There are mainly 2 reasons. The first is the nature of the myriad spirits. Their fundamental desires are quite limited. When confronted with similar circumstances, they tend to respond in similar ways, leading to the ease of repetition. For example, the desires of all beings can be distilled into 3 categories: safety, happiness, and dignity. There is not even a fourth. What freshness can there be? The affairs of all living beings are merely expressions of these 3 desires under varying conditions. What about the second reason, The second reason is that all civilization zones utilize the same scripts. Hence, the events that unfold are quite similar. If we were to explain it in terms of campuses, it would be akin to all schools employing a standardized curriculum. The questions encountered by the spirits are identical. This makes it easier to understand, does it not? Understood. But why must civilization development adhere to a script? Because the Celestials establish civilization zones with clear objectives. It is not merely a playground for the myriad spirits. Especially in material realm zones like Earth, where the connection between spiritual essence and matter is exceedingly challenging, vast resources must be invested to maintain it. Without a standardized curriculum, if spirits were allowed to learn haphazardly, how could that be acceptable? Thus, adherence to a teaching syllabus or a script is imperative. Since it is so strenuous to establish campuses in the material realm, why continue doing so? In the material realm, the functions of the soul are maximally constrained, allowing for the greatest degree of honing and testing. Therefore, the most critical assessments are arranged within the material realm. Theo put it plainly, if you are reborn as a human in this lifetime, it is akin to taking the decisive college entrance examination. Due to the difficulty of sustaining civilization in the material realm, each period of civilization on Earth is quite brief, generally lasting around 10,000 years, akin to the final year of high school. Spirits undergo a lengthy journey through elementary, middle, and high school, constantly upgrading their life forms, ultimately reincarnating as humans, entering the final stretch of their civilizational journey, and preparing for the college entrance examination by navigating through various societal forms such as primitive, slave, feudal, and capitalist. Through the myriad identities and circumstances experienced in reincarnation, they face one examination after another, akin to sifting through the sands to find the gold-quality souls that ascend to become celestials. My heavens! Today's information is overwhelming. Allow me a moment to gather my thoughts. Chapter 12. The Hall of Saints. Ling Tian had never consumed alcohol before, and after a few cups, he felt lightheaded. As everyone urged him to drink, Ling Tian repeatedly declined. However, upon noticing Yuan Duo drinking heartily and exclaiming with delight, the atmosphere shifted. As the spirits lifted, conversations flowed freely, and topics varied widely. Ling Tian spoke of their intention to seek work in Yuanbao City, and suggestions came forth from all directions. Some recommended renting a cart for passenger and freight transport, while others proposed opening a small shop for business. After listening to their ideas, Ling Tian felt none were particularly feasible. Amidst the chatter, one tipsy fellow suggested, "You two are cultivators. Why not apply to be palace guards? You might even meet Princess Saint Machina." Upon hearing this, the room filled with dreamy expressions, as if savoring fine wine. It was Xiao Mao who broke the reverie. "What are you all thinking? You look like a bunch of toads. Do you think you deserve to dream of swans?" Laughter erupted, with some exclaiming, "What harm is there in dreaming?" And others boasting about having seen the princess's carriage on a certain day. Ling Tian asked Xiao Mao, "Who is this Princess Saint Machina?" Xiao Mao's eyes widened in disbelief. "You haven't heard of Princess Saint Machina?" Yuan Duo chimed in, having just burped from the wine. "I haven't heard of her either." Xiao Mao stomped his foot and clutched his chest, his red scarf falling away, hair disheveled, and he lamented, "If you don't even know of Princess Saint Machina, what is the point of living?" The old man chuckled. "Ignore that foolish lad. Let me, old fan, tell you about her. Princess Saint Machina is the beloved daughter of the current monarch. Her mother hails from the continent of Luozhou. The princess is extraordinarily intelligent and beautiful, and it is said her cultivation level is at 30. By the age of 20, she has already achieved over 20,000 strands of cultivation, truly rare in the world. The monarch dotes on her. Despite having many children, he has already designated her as the heir apparent. A few years ago, the monarch was selected to ascend to the celestial island for cultivation. And once he attains the status of spirit sage, our monarch of Yuanbao will be none other than Queen Saint Machina." Upon hearing this, Yuan Duo rolled his eyes and remarked, "She may become queen, but I'm starving." "What does that matter to me?" Xiao Mao shouted. "Just thinking of the princess means I can go 3 days without eating." The room burst into laughter. After some time, the atmosphere became chaotic, with games of chants, arguments, whistling, fighting, and raucous singing, creating a cacophony. The accountant peeked in and announced, "It's getting late. Everyone should rest." Suddenly, a foul shoe flew from somewhere and struck him, sending him flying. It was unclear how much time passed before the room was filled with sprawled bodies, all snoring in unison. The next morning, Ling Tian was awakened by the racket outside. Peering out the window, he saw that breakfast was being served, and many people had already gone out. Ling Tian nudged Yuan Duo, who grunted a few times before continuing to dream. Ling Tian urged, "Breakfast is ready. If you don't hurry, there won't be any left." Upon hearing this, Yuan Duo sprang up, declaring, "I paid for my meal. Who dares to eat my food?" He dashed out of the room. Ling Tian followed him and saw several baskets of coarse bread, bowls of pickled vegetables, and a vat of rice porridge laid out in the courtyard. The accountant was busy distributing portions. Ling Tian and Yuan Duo each took 3 pieces of bread, approached the vegetable bowls, grabbed some pickled vegetables with their bread, and joined the crowd at the base of a crumbled earthen wall to eat. This spot had transformed into an impromptu dining area, with those who had brought their own food gathering to share meals, chatting merrily. After finishing 2 pieces of bread, Ling Tian offered the remainder to Yuan Duo, stood up, and intended to fetch some porridge. Lacking a vessel to hold the porridge, he searched around and spotted a half-broken bowl by the well. He picked it up and rinsed it just then. Xiao Mao arrived to wash dishes and saw him. "What are you doing with that broken bowl?" Ling Tian replied. "I needed to scoop some porridge. I don't have anything else." Xiao Mao snatched the broken bowl away and tossed it far, stating, Xiao Mao, deliver porcelain goods. How can I allow my brother to use a broken bowl?" He pulled Ling Tian over to a large cart, from which he retrieved a stack of neatly bundled bowls, untied the straw rope, and handed 2 to Ling Tian. "Use these," Ling Tian protested. "These are your goods. How can I use them indiscriminately?" Xiao Mao shrugged. "Who cares? Once I'm done, I can just tie them back up. No one will notice." Nearby, old Chu Chong, who was sorting goods, chimed in, "Xiao Mao, you're being unreasonable. Your brother just wants to borrow a bowl. And you want it back? What will you do the next time he needs one? Where will you find him?" Xiao Mao's face flushed, and he punched old Chu Chong. "You drunken fool, today, you're full of wise words. I've already planned to get 2 military ration cans for my brother when I have military goods. Today, we'll make do with this." Old Chu Chong retorted, "Keep dreaming. You can't even afford to give away a bowl. Yet you plan to provide ration cans." Ling Tian and Yuan Duo had finished their porridge and returned the bowl to Xiao Mao. Xiao Mao said, "You 2 go out to seek work. I will place the bowl on the shop counter for now. If you cannot find a good job, you may return here to stay. Residing for 10 days or half a month is of no concern. I will merely account for a slight loss of this bowl." Ling Tian expressed his gratitude. Upon exiting the wide-open doorway of the inn, Ling Tian turned around to glance at the banner on the pole. Still recognizing the characters for Zhang's carriage shop, the 2 of them made their way to the street, determined their direction, and headed eastward. They wandered through alleys, inquiring at every turn. Eventually, they heard from a few beggars that Linshang Tower on South Market Street was hiring laborers. Ling Tian was elated, and he handed a spirit coin to the beggar, who rejoiced and hurriedly led the way. The group proceeded towards South Market Street, with the beggars in front dragging dog sticks and singing Lotus Falls merrily, making it seem as though Ling Tian and Yuan Duo were not mere hired hands but rather newly appointed officials. Taking a shortcut through several narrow alleys, they arrived at South Market Street. The beggars mentioned that patrols often chased them away and pointed out a direction before vanishing back into the alleys. South Market Street was the bustling commercial district of Yuanbao City, a place of prosperity filled with dignified gentlemen and elegant ladies, adorned in fine garments and fragrant powders. Ling Tian and Yuan Duo could not help but feel somewhat out of place as they followed the direction indicated by the beggars until they reached Linshang Tower. What a grand establishment it was! The building had 2 stories, with flying eaves and brackets, intricately carved beams and painted pillars. The entrance was bustling with patrons, and melodious music wafted in from within. Yuan Duo marveled at the sight and remarked, "Truly impressive." Ling Tian nudged Yuan Duo and said, "Stop gaping. Where shall we inquire about the job?" Yuan Duo suggested, "Let us ask at the entrance." They lingered outside for a while, and with newfound courage, Ling Tian approached the smartly dressed doorman, bowed respectfully, and said, "We heard that the establishment is recruiting laborers, and we have come to apply." The doorman replied, "We are already fully staffed." Ling Tian and Yuan Duo's faces fell in disappointment. Another young doorman interjected, "Do not fret. I will ask Manager Yuan again. Perhaps there is still a chance for you too." Ling Tian bowed deeply and said, "We are most grateful." The young man turned and entered, shortly returning to guide them to the manager. The 2 could hardly contain their joy and tidied their clothing as they followed him inside. Stepping on the soft velvet carpet and passing through intricately carved corridors, Ling Tian felt a mix of excitement and anxiety. Upon reaching the back hall, just before entering, they heard a flurry of reprimands from within. The young man held his breath, standing at the doorway with Ling Tian and Yuan Duo. After a moment, several servants exited, and the young man went inside to announce their arrival. Ling Tian and Yuan Duo followed. Finding a tall, middle-aged man sitting in the hall, his expression as stern as a winter's frost. Ling Tian stepped forward to greet him, and the manager cast a glance at the two, asking, "What are your names and where do you hail from?" Ling Tian replied, "I am Ling Tian, and this is a duo. We are both mountain dwellers. Enchanted by the allure of the mundane world, we wish to learn some skills and have come to apply at your esteemed tower. Hoping for your guidance and support," the manager scoffed. "I care not for mountain dwellers or vagabonds. If you wish to work at Lin Sheng Tower, you must have some sense and do your job well. A duo is easy to remember. So you shall keep that name. As for you, I shall call you Xiao Yizi since a former worker by that name has left, and you are of a similar ag. It makes it easier for me to remember. You dare to call yourself Ling Dao Tian while being a mere laborer? Aren't you afraid of being laughed at?" Ling Tian lowered his head in acquiescence. The manager continued, "Xiao Yizi, start by learning to serve dishes. A duo, you look rather rough. Go to the kitchen and stoke the fire. I already have enough staff upstairs, but a few are unreliable, so I will let you two stay for now and observe. Be attentive, Xiao Fuzi, take them to receive their uniforms, tidy themselves up, and explain the rules." The young man bowed and led Ling Tian and Yuan Duo away. They followed Xiao Fuzi to the storeroom, where he spoke to the steward and collected 2 uniforms. Ling Tian received a splendid outfit, while Yuan Duo was given a coarse cloth shirt and trousers. Yuan Duo lamented, "Why must my outfit be so unattractive?" Xiao Fuzi chuckled, "What fine clothing can a kitchen worker wear?" Ling Tian remarked, "This attire is quite genuine." Xiao Fuzi replied, "Lin Sheng Tower is one of the top establishments in the capital. How could we be careless with our attire? Come, let me show you to the dormitory to change and arrange your beds." Ling Tian said, "Today, we owe you a debt of gratitude, Brother Fu. We shall certainly return with wine to express our thanks." Xiao Fuzi insisted that there was no need for such formalities. Upon reaching the dormitory, he pointed out 2 empty beds for Ling Tian and Yuan Duo and said, "Rest here, after changing. A duo should go to the kitchen to find old Wu, while Yizi accompanies me to the hall for instructions." Ling Tian quickly added, "We still have some belongings at the carriage shop. We would like to retrieve them." Xiao Fuzi replied, "That is fine. Just make it quick. If Manager Yuan asks, I shall respond later." After saying this, he escorted the 2 out the back door. Once on the street, Yuan Duo inquired, "What do we have at the carriage shop?" Ling Tian explained, "Xiao Mao and the others are concerned about us. Now that we have found work, it is only proper to inform them." Yuan Duo nodded and added, "You've changed my name again today, haha. Now I am a duo." Ling Tian replied, "Did you not notice that the manager's surname is Yuan?" Brother Feng mentioned that Yuan is an esteemed surname, not one we may casually use. If you insist on calling yourself Yuan, who knows what trouble might arise. Since the alleys they had traversed were difficult to navigate, the 2 inquired their way back to the carriage shop. Upon entering, they discovered that many vehicles had departed. Xiao Mao and old Chu Chong had already left, though old Han Fan remained. The old man congratulated them and engaged in conversation for a while. They asked old Han to send their regards to everyone, to which he readily agreed. As they exited the shop to return to Lin Sheng Tower, they suddenly remembered that they had no idea how to remove the illusionary clothing they now wore. How would they change back at Lin Sheng Tower? They decided to stop by Guji's tailor shop to seek out the plump shopkeeper. Upon hearing their intention, the plump shopkeeper smiled and said, "So you still consider yourselves cultivators, yet you cannot even master this minor spell." He then taught them the method to don and remove the illusionary garments. It turned out that to remove the clothing, one needed to use their spiritual sense to scan the illusionary attire and recite a spell, causing the garments to transform into a spirit pill. To wear them, one would infuse spiritual energy into the spirit pill, expanding it into garment form before drawing it onto oneself. The 2 found it amusing and practiced for some time before leaving the tailor shop and hastily making their way back to Lin Sheng Tower. Chapter End. Secret Message. Private chat with Emi. Teacher Me, yesterday you mentioned that our Earth-S civilization is akin to a high school senior class. I have been pondering this mystery repeatedly and could not sleep. I have come up with a few questions that I would like to ask to me. What questions do you have? E. Our Earth has a history spanning billions of years, and there are reports of traces of advanced prehistoric civilizations. Could it be that there were once senior classes in the past? Me. Indeed, there have been. Several civilizations have been established on Earth in the past. As I mentioned, maintaining the material world's campus is exceedingly costly, so it must be utilized to its fullest extent. In fact, life on Earth has retained the regular classes from elementary to high school, allowing you to observe a complete life system from ancient bacteria to tigers and leopards. However, senior classes are not commonly held. They require a sufficient number of graduates from both the true spiritual realm and the material world to be established. At the dawn of civilization, the world's population was sparse. Now, with a booming population, how could there be so many transfer students in the senior class? When the population was low, only outstanding souls could reincarnate as humans. As the population increased, tigers, leopards, and sheep could be promoted to human status, and the true spiritual realm also increased its quota for transfer students, resulting in a vast queue waiting for reincarnation. How could the senior class lack students? So, the elves mentioned in novels, who strive their entire lives to ascend to immortality, ultimately end up here in our human world. If they do not come to the human realm to complete their final trials, how can they become heavenly beings? There are no immortals in the universe. The great and powerful heavenly beings exist much like deities. You mentioned that tigers, leopards, and sheep can be promoted to human form. No wonder there is a saying about the changing nature of humanity. It turns out that ancient people were simple and honest because their souls were of superior quality. Now that the population has increased, the moral fabric of society has deteriorated because many individuals harbor animal souls within them. While this is part of the reason, the nature of the soul is complex, involving various causes and effects of right and wrong. It cannot be simply categorized into human souls and animal souls. Animal souls can also perform human deeds, and human souls can often exhibit animalistic behavior. A properly functioning and qualified soul should embody the qualities of beast, demon, and human, as the heavenly path observes one's true intentions and actions to assess their worth. Teacher, how many subjects must one study in life's examination? Broadly speaking, there are only two subjects. One is ability, and the other is character. Ability can accomplish merit, while character can establish virtue. Hence, these two subjects are what you often refer to as merit, and the so-called grades are actually merit points. Why must these two subjects be tested? This is quite understandable. The universe is man-made, and thus all tasks within the universe must be accomplished by humans. Without capability, how can one perform well at their job? Without character, one would have no desire to work. How could our universe sustain itself? Thus, we need to examine both ability and character, each of which is further divided into numerous categories. The selection of heavenly beings considers both the total score and individual subject performance. Thank you, teacher. I will ponder this further. It seems I shall be losing sleep again tonight. Chapter 13. The first spirit ticket. Upon arriving at Lin Sheng Tower, the two were panting heavily. They entered through the back door, found their dormitory, and changed into their work attire. Suddenly, they heard someone outside calling, "Is anyone idle? Come help with moving goods." Stepping outside, they saw a short figure in a black satin coat, gesturing for people to assist in moving various items. Yuan Duo and Ling Tian approached, and the little man pointed at Yuan Duo, instructing him to carry a large jar. Upon noticing Ling Tian, he exclaimed, "Aren't you one of the people from the hall? What brings you here?" Ling Tian Dao. "I have just arrived at the shop and have yet to be assigned any tasks. I will start with whatever needs doing here." The petite figure replied, "Indeed, very diligent. Everyone, take note and learn from this. Do not shy away when there is work to be done." "What is your name?" "Little Yezi," Ling Tian answered. The petite figure continued, Good. I am Wang Jingguan in this establishment. Aside from Yuan Zhongguan, I hold the authority. For now, you shall assist in carrying the rice sacks, but be careful not to soil your clothes." Ling Tian rolled up his sleeves and commenced his work. After moving the goods, Yuan Duo headed to the kitchen in search of Old Wu, while Ling Tian tidied his attire and made his way to the main hall. He first stepped outside and found Xiao Fuzai, who led him to the corner of the staircase where the food delivery area was located, and addressed a square-faced youth. "Lu Tongguan, this is the new little Yezi, here to learn the ropes of food delivery." Please look after him. Lu Tongguan nodded expressionlessly and muttered. Another novice. He handed a tray to Ling Tian and instructed. Take this, then, he called out to the kitchen. Old Wu, send someone to fetch a few bricks. Upon hearing Old Wu's name, Ling Tian attempted to see if Yuan Duo was inside, but Lu Tongguan obstructed his view. Moments later, a few green bricks were passed over, and Lu Tongguan said, All right. Let us begin practicing. Extend your palm flat and hold the tray level. As he placed the bricks onto the tray, he added, Maintain this position. This technique is called lifting light as a feather. He then supported Ling Tian's arm, saying, Just like this, keep practicing. Ling Tian balanced the tray on his shoulder, remaining still for an extended period. Eventually, he could no longer endure the weight and had to channel his spiritual energy into his arms to persist. Noticing Lu Tongguan's absence, he was left with no choice but to continue holding the few bricks on the tray. An hour passed, and Ling Tian's arm transitioned from soreness to numbness. His spiritual energy depleted. He gritted his teeth, and whenever he sensed the tray tilting or swaying, he promptly corrected it. Finally, when his arm became numb and unresponsive, he resorted to supporting it with his other hand. When Lu Tongguan returned, he looked at Ling Tian in astonishment. Why are you still holding it? Ling Tian replied. You didn't specify how long I should hold it. I'm uncertain if I've mastered that technique. Lu Tongguan chuckled. Do you expect to master it in one go? When I practiced, it took me half a month to grasp the fundamentals. For now, take a break and observe others delivering food. Learn from them. As evening fell, Ling Tian and Yuan Duo gathered together, both cradling their right arms. They exchanged glances and simultaneously asked, What happened to you? Ling Tian began. I'm exhausted from holding the tray. Yuan Duo replied, I'm worn out from chopping wood. After saying this, they both burst into laughter. Ling Tian inquired, Weren't you supposed to be in the kitchen stoking the fire? Yuan Duo explained. Old Wu said I must master chopping wood before learning to stoke the fire. I had to do everything in the back, chopping wood all day, not to mention moving barrels, unloading jars, carrying sacks, and even fetching bricks. It was utterly exhausting. Ling Tian, upon hearing this, punched Yuan Duo's prized arm and scolded. You foolish pig. Why didn't you choose lighter, thinner bricks? Yuan Duo yelped in pain as if he were being slaughtered. What does it matter to you which bricks I chose? Just then, Xiao Fuzai entered. Laughing, after a busy day, you both seem to be in high spirits. Yuan Duo, upon seeing him, asked, Xiao Fuzai, I have an urgent question for you. How much do we earn for doing this odd job? Xiao Fuzai replied, There's no pay. Yuan Duo's eyes widened in disbelief. What? You're both new, so you're considered apprentices and receive no wages, just food and lodging. Those with lower spiritual strength may receive some allowances. When has there ever been pay? Only after a year of service. If Yuan Zhongguan agrees to keep you, will you receive wages? For instance, I can earn 4 silver coins a month. If you perform well in the establishment and get promoted, your pay will increase, Ling Tian said. I see. Thank you for the information, Brother Fu. Xiao Fuzai added. You all should rest early. Wang Jingguan asked me to inform you that tomorrow morning you'll be tested for spiritual strength. Yuan Duo remarked, Then I want to eat dinner tonight or breakfast tomorrow. I'll just wait for the strength test. Ling Tian asked, Why is that? Yuan Duo explained, If I skip meals, my spiritual strength will drop to a minimum, and I might receive a bit of allowance. Xiao Fuzai cautioned, That strategy won't work. In the morning, Wang Jingguan will ensure you eat well before the test. Upon hearing this, Yuan Duo sighed and shook his head. The next morning, Ling Tian and Yuan Duo went to see Wang Jingguan, who was conversing with Old Wu. Upon noticing the two, Wang Jingguan said to Old Wu, Perfect timing. Take these two to eat. Ensure they are well fed. Old Wu complied and led them to the kitchen, saying, You must be exhausted from yesterday's work. Today, you shall enjoy a meal, courtesy of the establishment. He called over Chef Li and Chef Wei, who prepared 4 dishes, both hot and cold, and also brought a steaming pot of buns. Yuan Duo wasted no time devouring his meal, while Ling Tian savored the delightful flavors for the first time, relishing every bite. After finishing their meal, they sought out Wang Jingguan to measure their spiritual strength on the rod. Yuan Duo scored 19, and Ling Tian scored 17. Wang Jingguan remarked, Quite impressive, you both are indeed cultivators. Work diligently, and you have a bright future ahead, Yuan Duo questioned. This rod must be inaccurate, right? I've tested before and never scored this high. Wang Jingguan replied coldly. How could it be inaccurate? This bamboo rod is a natural creation, perfectly segmented. Who could possibly falsify it? You ignorant brat, speaking without thought, go to the kitchen and accept punishment. Yuan Duo sulkily departed. Just as Ling Tian was about to take his leave, Wang Jingguan added, I heard from Lu Tang that you practiced diligently yesterday. Well done. For your spiritual strength, I will record it as none. Each day, you may collect 3 spiritual yuan as an allowance from the account office. Ling Tian was elated, bowing deeply to Wang Jingguan. Thank you, esteemed manager, for your consideration. Wang Jingguan cautioned, do not take advantage of this, keep your mouth shut. Ling Tian nodded vigorously, expressed gratitude, and exited. Upon reaching the food delivery area, he did not see Lu Tongguan, so he began practicing with the tray on his own. When Lu Tongguan arrived, he provided further guidance. He instructed Ling Tian to practice with the tray and bricks in a vacant area behind. By evening, Ling Tian approached the account office to claim his 3 spiritual yuan. The account clerk first retrieved a blank spiritual ticket, then selected 3 spiritual yuan from a ticket containing 7 or 8 spiritual yuan. Overlaying them onto the blank ticket, he asked Ling Tian to sign on the ledger before handing it to him. Finally, he warned Ling Tian that the blank spiritual ticket was not a gift. Next time, 1 spiritual yuan would be deducted from his allowance. Ling Tian accepted the spiritual ticket and hurried back to his dormitory. End of chapter. Yimi Private Chat. Teacher me. I would like to report on the submission status of Ling Tianji. I was previously writing an online novel. I had just begun and posted it on a novel platform. Since I hadn't signed a contract and it didn't perform well, I deleted that book and replaced it with your work. Considering your emphasis on the importance of revealing the heavenly secrets, I titled it Supreme Secrets, Ling Tianji, and I have already submitted the chapters 1 received along with some topics we discussed. Me, good. What feedback have you received since submitting? I have both good news and bad news. Me, let us hear the good news first. The good news is that Ling Tianji was signed quite smoothly. Me, and the bad news, currently, the readership is at 0. The backend data shows that there was 1 viewer a couple of days ago who clicked to follow updates but didn't add it to their library. Today, even that lone reader has vanished. All data stands at 0. Me. All zeros? That shouldn't be. I have not arranged any difficulties for you, and your luck value is normal. Why haven't you attracted a single reader? I suspect it's because the previous bad luck aura is still too strong, and I haven't recovered yet. Now I am helping you spread your work and promote the teachings. For the sake of the cosmic cause and the future and fate of all humanity, shouldn't you quickly fill my luck points, me? Enhancing luck requires following the heavenly path and blessings procedure. You must first activate the procedure yourself before I can operate it. Otherwise, you can only rely on random fortune die. How do I activate the blessings procedure, me? Let me inquire above to see if this can be disclosed. Furthermore, this isn't just about luck value. With billions of people worldwide, even if I doubled your luck value, it wouldn't attract global attention. Moreover, drawing readers who don't enjoy reading is also futile. I will check the spiritual wave frequency to have the cosmic workers adjust it, enhancing human spiritual perception so that everyone can feel the heavenly secrets and path. I don't care about spiritual wave frequencies. Please do help me inquire about the blessings procedure. You, as a celestial being, shouldn't just be drawing grand visions for me. You still haven't provided the spiritual energy attraction method you mentioned last time. Me, don't worry, I've been quite busy lately and I haven't completed the modification of that method. Once it's ready, I'll give it to you. I'll inform you as soon as I have news about the blessings. Chapter 14. Ascension Yuan Duo had not yet returned. Ling Tian examined the spiritual ticket repeatedly, carefully storing it in his military bag. He paced around the room, seemingly searching for something, but in reality, he paid no attention to anything else. He returned to his bed and took out the spiritual ticket. Gazing at the faint halo on the ticket and the 3 glimmering spiritual yuan, he smiled, lost in a wealth of fantasies. Yuan Duo entered with a dark expression, exclaiming as he fell onto the bed, I'm dying. Ling Tian laughed and asked, How are you dying? Yuan Duo huffed, I can't be bothered to hit you. Ling Tian approached Yuan Duo's bed, proudly waving the spiritual ticket. I've made money. Yuan Duo sat up, puzzled. How did you make money? Did you manage to rob Wang Jingguan clean? Ling Tian Dao. This is how Wang Jingguan takes care of me. Thus, I recounted the entire sequence of events and urged Yuanduo to keep it confidential. Upon hearing this, Yuanduo expressed his indignation. Ling Tiandao, you should accept these 3 Lingyuans first, as you have suffered considerable losses at the Holy King's manor. Yuanduo replied, how can that be? You should keep them. Save up to purchase some spiritual medicine. Ling Tiandao, this cannot be saved. I have no other spiritual tickets. If the accountant sees that the Lingyuans have not been utilized, it is likely that I will not be able to withdraw them tomorrow. After some negotiation, it was finally decided that each person would use 1 Lingyuan for a day. The 3 Lingyuans were handed over to Yuanduo. Days passed, and Ling Tian approached Lu Tongguan, saying, Master Tongguan, I have made some progress in my training and feel that lifting 5 bricks is similar to lifting one from a few days ago. Lu Tongguan responded, let us keep it this way for now. Practice lifting light as if it were heavy. After saying this, he moved the bricks aside and instructed Ling Tian to support an empty tray, stating, you must lift it as if there were bricks within. This exercise of lifting light as if it were heavy proved even more challenging, and it took another 10 days before Ling Tian gained some insight. On one occasion, Lu Tongguan arranged 10 or so bricks in the courtyard and had Ling Tian carry a tray filled with 5 bowls of water. Navigating between the bricks, which were spaced irregularly, he was required to walk precisely between 2 bricks, maintaining a steady and light pace, a technique termed flowing steps. After another 10 days, Lu Tongguan arranged the bricks so that only a single foot could fit between them. Yet Ling Tian continued to adeptly carry a large tray of water bowls, weaving through the bricks with ease. One day, Lu Tongguan smiled at Ling Tian and said, you have practiced sufficiently? Tonight, accompany me to record the table arrangements, and starting tomorrow, you will memorize the menu. You are nearly ready to start working. Ling Tian was elated and later informed Yuanduo, who scoffed, I have made far greater progress than you. I have been cooking for several days now. The following days, Ling Tian memorized the menu, learned about the dishes, and after several more days of practicing etiquette, serving tables, and assisting with deliveries, he finally became capable of working independently. Responsible for 10 tables, the business at the Linqing Tower was thriving, and Ling Tian was busy every day. Amidst delivering dishes, he listened to the fascinating stories shared at various tables, greatly expanding his knowledge. Occasionally, when encountering guests discussing their cultivation experiences, he would take the opportunity to run back and forth a few times, diligently noting down snippets of conversation he overheard. As time passed, Ling Tian gained a small reputation in the main hall. With numerous regulars requesting him for service, the tables where young men gathered, the conversations typically revolved around boasting and discussing beautiful women, with the most frequent topic being Princess Shengmakina. Officials would gather to share tidbits of court gossip. The guests seated in the main hall were generally lower-ranking officials, while high-ranking nobles occupied the upstairs private rooms. At the tables of these officials, Ling Tian learned about the various titles such as Duke, Marquis, Earl, Viscount, and Baron, as well as the clandestine intrigues of the officialdom. He particularly detested the tables of wealthy merchants, who incessantly talked about how so-and-so made a fortune, or how someone garnered the attention of nobility, each boasting about their connections to the royal family. Wang Jingguan was very pleased with Ling Tian's work, noting his diligence, eagerness to learn, and perceptiveness, often praising him to others. One afternoon, he summoned Ling Tian, saying, Little Yezi, come meet Chief Steward Yuan. Ling Tian, unsure of the reason, adjusted his attire and followed Wang Jingguan to the back hall. After greeting Chief Steward Yuan, Wang Jingguan said, Chief Steward, I have brought Little Yezi. Chief Steward Yuan was reviewing accounts and glanced at Ling Tian without speaking, then returned to his ledgers. Wang Jingguan and Ling Tian stood respectfully with their hands at their sides. After a long pause, Chief Steward Yuan closed the account book, took a sip of tea, and finally spoke. Little Yezi, I have heard old Wang speak highly of you. It seems retaining you was a wise decision. Ling Tian stepped forward and bowed, saying, It is all thanks to the care of the Chief Steward and Master Jingguan. Chief Steward Yuan nodded slightly. Yes, indeed. If you perform well, you shall be promoted beyond the norm. I am officially appointing you as Vice Hall Master. You will work on the second floor. Ling Tian was overwhelmed with joy and bowed deeply in gratitude. Upon exiting the back hall, Wang Jingguan shook his head and said, How is it? Listen to me and work hard. You won't go wrong that a good word to the Chief Steward is worth more than 2 years of hard labor. Ling Tian expressed his gratitude profusely. Wang Jingguan led Ling Tian to the warehouse to collect a new set of clothes, then brought him to the accounting room. Upon entering, he exclaimed, "This is the newly appointed Vice Hall Master, Little Yezi. Everyone should be friendly with him from now on." Ling Tian made a respectful gesture to the room, and the chief accountants returned the courtesy, while several junior servants rose and bowed. "Greetings to Master Wang and Vice Hall Master Yi." Ling Tian responded nervously with thanks. Wang Jingguan then handed Ling Tian a silver yuan, saying, "Take this. It is a reward. Don't just stand there. Accept it." Leaving the accounting room, Ling Tian felt as though he were floating on a cloud, and he returned directly to his quarters, placing the spiritual ticket containing the silver yuan into his soldier's pack. After a moment's thought, he dashed back to the accounting room to request a few blank spiritual tickets, intending to break the silver yuan into smaller denominations. The clerk was accommodating and generously provided him with 10 tickets without asking for payment. Ling Tian expressed his gratitude and accepted them. He then went to the front hall to hand over his duties to Lu Tongguan. Lu Tongguan congratulated him but lamented somewhat. "You have climbed the ranks quite swiftly. It won't be long before you surpass me." Ling Tian quickly offered a few humble words. Subsequently, Lu Tongguan introduced Ling Tian to his replacement, a lad named Xiao Dezai. Ling Tian guided him through a few deliveries and, seeing that he managed adequately, felt reassured to allow him to commence work. Just as he was about to take a break, a sudden commotion erupted outside, with a troop of soldiers rushing past. The onlookers were taken aback, and diners in the hall began to rise and exit to see what was happening, while those upstairs leaned toward the windows. As they were still trying to discern the situation, the sound of drums and music filled the air, and a grand procession approached, led by gongs, drums, and orchestras, followed by richly dressed guards, and a group of mounted warriors holding flags, all surrounding a colorful chariot making its way toward them. Behind the colorful procession, a crowd gathered to witness the spectacle. Ling Tian saw Chief Steward Yuan, Wang Jingguan, Lu Tongguan, and others all crowding at the entrance. So he squeezed in as well, peering through the gaps in the crowd at the vibrant procession. Before long, the procession drew near, and someone recognized it as the retinue of the royal palace, leading to speculation of a joyous event, though the specifics were unknown. While they were discussing, the colorful chariot halted at the entrance of the lynching tower. An official in court attire rose from the chariot, waved his hand, and the music ceased. Holding a piece of yellow silk, he intoned with rhythm and clarity, "By the will of heaven and the blessing of the celestial beings, under the grace of the revered Dancian. With the admiration of the people for the national treasure, may the ancestral virtues bring fortune, and may the country's fate be auspicious. Let divine authority be known throughout the seas, and may the sacred sound resonate in all directions." Ling Tian strained to listen for a long while, confused by the words, and quietly asked the lad beside him, "Xiao Fuzai." Xiao Fuzai replied, "Just wait for the final sentence." The official continued to recite for nearly half an hour, finally proclaiming, "We respectfully congratulate the sovereign lord on his ascension to the status of Ling Shang on the heavenly island. The entire nation rejoices, granting a general amnesty. A 3-day holiday is declared to express gratitude for the celestial favor." At the conclusion of this announcement, cheers erupted, reverberating like waves as those closest to the procession erupted into joyous shouts, while those further away pressed in to inquire what was happening, with the jubilant sounds cascading outward. The patrons of the lynching tower celebrated, regardless of acquaintance, embracing and laughing together. Chief Steward Yuan excitedly declared that all meals today would be complimentary. Fortunately, not many heard him, and once he realized, he quickly covered his mouth and cast anxious glances around. Wang Jingguan walked with flowing steps, contemplating how to create festive highlights to enhance the reputation of the lynching tower during the 3-day holiday. The more astute young servants were bowing and making greetings everywhere, receiving quite a bit of festive money. Ling Tian was also quite pleased, as he had never visited other nations, and since his home island was closest to Yuanbao Nation, he naturally regarded it as his homeland. Today, upon learning of the sovereign's elevation to Ling Shang, he felt even greater joy than when he himself was promoted to Vice Hall Master. Amidst the crowd, he spotted an old familiar guest of the lynching tower, known as Zhang Huzi, who was animatedly speaking among a throng of people, so he moved closer to listen. Zhang Huzi stroked his long beard, speaking with measured intonation. The recent Lingsheng election is truly extraordinary. Thousands of candidates have come forth, yet there are only 3 sanctified positions. Although this year sees an additional seat, the number of aspirants has multiplied several times. Our sovereign is only participating for the 2nd time. Yet he has attained the honor of sanctification, truly a blessing for our nation and a fortune for the state. Someone else inquired, "How does old Jiang know such detailed information?" Jiang Huzi replied, "Months ago, when the guidelines for the selection of the Lingsheng were transmitted to our country, I had the privilege of transcribing them." Another voice chimed in, "It has been nearly 300 years since a Lingsheng has emerged from the royal family. Indeed, it was the last Lingsheng who established the Yuanbao kingdom, which is now the foundation of the ruling family. Most importantly, our sovereign is in his prime. His future cultivation is boundless." Cheers of praise erupted in unison. As merchants contemplated tax reductions and officials hoped for promotions, with everyone radiating joy in the circles of the youth, a certain dispute has arisen. Some allege that the current sovereign will soon abdicate in favor of the spirit saint, with Princess Saint Machina poised to ascend as queen. Others contend that the reigning monarch, being in the prime of life, will not formally pass the throne in the near future, leaving Princess Saint Machina to continue her role as regent and crown prince. Each party fervently cites evidence to support their claims, embroiled in ceaseless arguments. Subsequently, the business at Lingsheng Tower surged to unprecedented heights, with every seat occupied. This left Ling Tian and his colleagues in a state of frenzied busyness. Darting back and forth, Manager Wang found himself standing at the entrance, bowing and expressing gratitude to the continuous stream of guests arriving at Lingsheng Tower. When faced with distinguished patrons whom he could not decline, he had to clear tables inside, nearly inciting a brawl. Ultimately, Chief Yuan intervened, enlisting a few guards from prominent establishments to help maintain order. As night fell, Lingsheng Tower was ablaze with lights, filled with laughter and merriment. Reveling until dawn, the downstairs clientele were largely disregarded, and under Manager Wang's direction, Ling Tian ascended to the 2nd floor to attend to duties. After a brief introduction to Officer Li on the 2nd floor, he sprang into action with 2 newly assigned waitstaff. Invigorated by his spirit energy, he swiftly maneuvered through the crowded space, delivering dishes to 3 private rooms simultaneously, his agility reaching its zenith as he navigated through the throngs of patrons. In the end, he balanced a tray in both hands, delivering meals to 5 tables while occasionally tending to the seating arrangements in the bustling main hall. The staff from all floors cheered him on loudly. Ling Tian, unreservedly tapping into his spirit energy, showed no reluctance in expending it, for the guests of the day were exceedingly generous with their tips, showering him with spirit tickets, some even containing silver coins. The following day, being the first day of the holiday, the atmosphere was even more exuberant. Lingsheng Tower secured the 7 or 8 dining establishments along South Market Street, reallocating over 20 waiters from those venues to assist at the entrance. While lower-tier patrons were redirected to temporary branches, they also procured numerous renowned chefs and ingredients from various taverns in the city using grand proclamations from the Holy Mansion's proprietors. The marketplaces and butcher shops within the city became battlegrounds for the major taverns like Lingsheng Tower, Dangxian Tower, Lingshun Pavilion, and Bao Ling Zhai, with even the usual street vendors being pursued for ingredients. Moreover, beyond the city gates, the minions from various taverns had already stationed themselves to scout for carts laden with provisions. The caravan owners arriving from afar looked on in astonishment as those brandishing an abundance of spirit tickets engaged in fierce competition. The entire Yuanbao city appeared to be in a frenzy. During these 3 days, Ling Tian did not return to his dormitory. Exhausted, he would pull up a chair beside the serving area to catch a brief nap, and when hunger struck, he found it easy to indulge in the delicious leftovers that had barely been touched. All staff members in the tower enjoyed equal footing regarding meals. Everyone was laboring, aching, running, and laughing together. Despite the elves' abundant stamina, by the 3rd day's midnight, when the tavern finally closed for the first time in days, all the staff collapsed in various states of exhaustion. When Officer Li came to rouse Ling Tian, he found him asleep at the entrance of room 8 in the Wind Bamboo Pavilion. Resting his head on a tray, Officer Li brought Ling Tian to find Manager Wang. Inside the room were Officer Liu, Old Wu, and several other managers. Manager Wang, utterly fatigued, hoarsely relayed some post-event arrangements and announced a day of closure. As the managers conveyed this news, they lacked even the strength to cheer, hastily wrapping up their tasks before dispersing. As Ling Tian was about to return to his dormitory, he suddenly heard a commotion. Looking in that direction, he saw a red scarf bobbing up and down. It was Xiao Mao. He overheard the doorman blocking Xiao Mao, insisting, "Hurry and leave. I've told you several times. There is no one named Ling Tian here. If you keep babbling, I'll send you to the yamen for questioning." Ling Tian hurried over and called out, "Brother Xiao Mao." Upon seeing Ling Tian, Xiao Mao exclaimed to the doorman, "There he is." The doorman paused for a moment, then bowed to Ling Tian, saying, "I was unaware that Vice Officer Yi had another name. Please forgive me." Ling Tian grasped Xiao Mao's arm and inquired, "What brings you here, Brother Xiao Mao? How are the fellows at the big cart shop?" "I've been so busy these days that I haven't had a chance to visit you," Xiao Mao replied. "All is well. I didn't expect you to rise so quickly after coming to this tower." Ling Tian explained, "It's hardly a rise. I'm just a waiter." "Come, let us talk downstairs," Xiao Mao said. "Not today. I have a cart of goods that urgently needs to be delivered." With that, he pulled out 2 iron boxes from his pack and handed them to Ling Tian, saying, "A few days ago, I had the opportunity to deliver military supplies and exchange them for these 2 military lunch boxes." Ling Tian remarked, "You needn't have bothered with such trifles, Brother Xiao Mao." As they conversed, Manager Wang approached, asking, "What is all this noise about?" Ling Tian quickly bowed and introduced Xiao Mao to Manager Wang, who rolled his eyes and remarked, "Little Yi, you ought to keep your distance from these commoners." Feeling awkward, Ling Tian escorted Xiao Mao out the back door, saying, "This place has strict rules. I'll come visit you instead." Xiao Mao retorted angrily, "What kind of nonsense is this? You can't even speak a coherent sentence." "Brother, if you ever feel wronged, come to the big cart shop. We'll run carts together. Far better than being here, serving others." Ling Tian took out 2 spirit tickets and said to Xiao Mao, "Take this back to treat the brothers." Xiao Mao, unable to refuse, accepted the spirit tickets and climbed onto the cart, cracking the whip as he departed. Chapter End. Secret message. Emi private chat. Teacher me. I see that these chapters only depict life and human relationships without any mention of cultivation or spiritual practices to me. Why the hurry? The story has just begun. The exciting parts are yet to come. Besides, do you think cultivation consists solely of mastering secret manuals, practicing divine skills, meditating, or gaining effortless advantages? That is a misconception. Life itself is a form of cultivation. Human relationships and nature are the essence of practice, while spiritual techniques and treasures merely serve as aids. On Tiandan Star, it seems that only the elite can advance. Do those at the bottom have no opportunity for progress? Me, of course. Those at the bottom have opportunities. The protagonist, Ling Tian, is merely a wild spirit, even below the commoners. Do you truly believe he is destined to languish for life in a tavern? Most of those referred to as spirit saints in the text have actually risen from the lower tiers. So, does our worldly cultivation achievement, or merit score, relate to social status and learning ability? Do the privileged score higher than commoners? Do top students outperform poor learners? Me. In the eyes of the heavenly principles, all are equal, just as in an examination hall, where everyone faces the same questions, competing fairly. Learning ability does not encompass all capabilities. Many poor learners may excel in other aspects. Ultimately, the disparity in life achievements does not stem from intelligence, but from awareness. Those who are self-aware accumulate higher merit, which heaven rewards. Why do some individuals work tirelessly yet always encounter failure, while others achieve success effortlessly? In the human realm, success and failure are trivial matters. Heaven does not grade based on outcomes, nor does it admit based on them. Each soul entering the world embarks on a different cultivation mode, some in simple mode, others in challenging mode. The modes differ, and so do the difficulty levels. Even when undertaking the same tasks, scores will vary. The foundation of life cultivation begins with rectifying the heart, focusing on effort rather than outcomes, finding joy in both victory and defeat. Thank you. Teacher Me. Chapter 16. Seeking medicine. Upon returning to the shop and placing the lunch boxes in the dormitory, a soot-faced individual suddenly dashed in and enveloped him in a hug. Upon closer inspection, it was Yuan Duo. He lifted Ling Tian and spun him around twice before tossing him onto the bed, waving a spirit ticket and chuckling, "Ragged Leaf, I've struck it rich. Today I received a reward." An entire silver spirit coin. With that, he lunged at Ling Tian again, who sidestepped and teased. You're overjoyed by just one silver coin. Watch as I count how much I have. Yuan Duo reached out to snatch the tickets, exclaiming, Heavens! I've been slaving away at the stove for several days, nearly turning into a roasted pig myself, and all I earned was a single silver coin. You pull out a handful? Is this even fair? Ling Tian evaded, saying, What's the rush? I haven't said I wouldn't share. Let me count first. The two sat down and counted, totaling 17 silver coins and 35 spirit tickets. Yuan Duo exclaimed, That's 205 spirit units. Adding my silver coin, we have a total of 215 spirit units, Ling Tian replied. I haven't collected my reward yet. I should be able to claim at least 5 more silver coins. Yuan Duo rubbed his nose, grunting, Don't drag me into your schemes for wealth and danger. Just then, Xiao Fuzi arrived to summon Ling Tian to collect his reward. After a brief absence, Ling Tian returned, brandishing a spirit ticket, which Yuan Duo eyed with envy. The entire ticket was embedded with gleaming silver spirit coins. He leapt up, gripping Ling Tian by the neck and declared, I can't wait until nightfall. I'll just kill you now. After some playful banter, Ling Tian suggested, Let us fill our spirit warehouses first, then we can plan. The two sat cross-legged on the bed, produced their spirit tickets, and summoned the spirit coins. Employing hand gestures, they transformed the coins into swirling spirit light, each absorbing the spirit threads. Before long, their spirit repositories were brimming. Yuan Duo patted his stomach and remarked, Now I feel much more secure. I've packed in so much spirit energy that it'll take me an hour to digest. Ling Tian calmly assessed, You digest quite quickly. It'll take me nearly 2 hours to complete the transformation. Yuan Duo, surprised, asked, Is your deficit larger than mine? Ling Tian replied, You have no idea how hard I've been working these past few days. Counting the remaining units, they totaled 281 spirit units. Ling Tian consolidated the silver coins onto 2 spirit tickets, while the remaining spirit units were distributed across 41 tickets, asking Yuan Duo, How should we divide these? Yuan Duo Dao, You may set it aside for now. We can discuss it when needed. Ling Tian Dao, Today is a holiday. Let us take a stroll down the street and later return to the big vehicle shop to gather with our friends. Yuan Duo readily agreed. Speaking of the big vehicle shop, Ling Tian recalled the military lunchbox gifted by Xiao Mao and mentioned it, retrieving a lunchbox to present to Yuan Duo. Yuan Duo accepted it with a sigh of admiration and proposed they head directly to the big vehicle shop. Ling Tian replied, Let us go in the evening instead. They are all out during the day, making it difficult to see them. Yuan Duo washed his face and tidied his attire, and the two made their way to the street through the back door. Feeling elated, basking in the brilliant sunlight, and observing the cheerful expressions of the people around them, as they walked, Ling Tian could not resist skipping a few times in delight. Along the way, they entered every shop they passed and paused at every stall, finding everything refreshingly novel. Soon, they stumbled upon a large apothecary with a golden sign that read, Xian Dan Tang. Ling Tian suggested, Let us see if there are any elixirs for longevity. Yuan Duo agreed wholeheartedly. They entered the shop, where a cheerful attendant welcomed them to the counter. The apothecary was quite spacious, lined with towering medicine cabinets, each displaying an array of neatly organized herbal boxes, with a plethora of medicinal ingredients. Behind the counter sat an elderly man with an ethereal demeanor and a transcendent manner, exuding an air of immortality. Ling Tian and Yuan Duo respectfully greeted him, and the elder returned a slight bow. What may I assist you with, esteemed guests? Ling Tian replied. We have come to inquire about elixirs that extend life. The elder said, Our shop offers exquisite products such as the Shurian San, Baishodan, and Qianjiwan. Ling Tian, feeling somewhat dull-witted, requested the elder to elaborate on their effects. The elder explained, As the name suggests, Shurian San can extend a spirit's lifespan by approximately 10 days. Baishodan can extend it by 100 days, and Qianjiwan can almost extend it by 3 years. However, the effects vary according to the individual spirit's constitution, and the maximum dosage differs as well. Generally, each spirit can tolerate up to 30 doses of Shurian San, a dozen of Baishodan, and 3 of Qianjiwan. Exceeding these limits renders additional doses ineffective. If you possess sufficient funds to consume these medicines in full, you could extend your lifespan by several years. Ling Tian bowed again, expressing gratitude for the enlightenment. Yuan Duo inquired, "How much does the Shurian sand cost?" The elder replied, 10 gold coins. Yuan Duo gasped, "How exorbitant! That amounts to 100 silver spirit coins. Our shop has been a reputable establishment for hundreds of years, offering genuine products, honest dealings, and fair prices. Those selling wild herbs on the street often offer lower prices, but their quality is frequently inferior. When you realize that the longevity they promised is insufficient, those sellers will often blame your spirit's constitution for being too poor to absorb the medicine. And by then, it will be too late for regrets." Ling Tian asked, "Are there any elixirs that enhance one's cultivation?" The elder replied, "Indeed, there are, but such elixirs are exceedingly rare." He gestured towards several golden boxes on the shelf, stating, "Our shop has a complete selection, including enhancement elixirs of levels 1, 2, and 5. Consuming them all can increase one's cultivation by 8, with each type having a maximum dosage of 1. Ling Tian inquired about the prices. And to his astonishment, even the cheapest one was priced at 10 gold coins. The elder, stroking his beard with a smile, explained, "A 9th-level apothecary dedicates years of effort and exhausts countless rare materials to produce these elixirs. Thus their prices are naturally high. Moreover, if wealth can buy you longevity, then the price is indeed justified, is it not? Those wealthy nobles have long consumed their fill of elixirs and continuously inquire about new products. Whenever a new elixir is available, it is auctioned off. Just days ago, a new elixir that promised an extension of 30 days was auctioned for 500 gold coins. The auctioneer even felt it was sold too cheaply. As shortly after, a wealthy merchant from afar offered 800 gold coins to reserve an identical elixir, in the eyes of the affluent, whether it extends life by a year, a day, an hour, or even a moment, they would not hesitate to pay a hefty price for it. I digress. What is it that you wish to purchase?" Ling Tian and Yuan Duo quickly shook their heads, bowed, and explained that they did not have sufficient funds. The elder's expression darkened, muttering something under his breath before turning away from them. Ling Tian and Yuan Duo felt embarrassed. After apologizing for the disturbance, they exited the apothecary. Once outside, Ling Tian sighed, "We are ultimately still impoverished with my salary. I wonder if I could ever afford these elixirs in my lifetime." Yuan Duo remained silent for a while before finally saying, "The poor have their own joys. I am feeling hungry again. Let us seek some delectable snacks to try." Ling Tian agreed, and they searched for food stalls along the roadside. They indulged in conversation as they walked, stopping occasionally to watch a few street performances and savor some fragrant tea. Gradually lifting Ling Tian's spirits, suddenly, they noticed a colorful platform ahead where someone was performing spiritual tricks, with an enchanting display of smoke and mirrors that captivated the crowd below. Ling Tian and Yuan Duo hurried forward to watch. At the end of the chapter, a private conversation ensues between E and Me. Are there truly elixirs in the true spirit realm that extend life? What is the principle behind them? Me. What principle is there to discuss? Lifespans are inherently designed. In the true spirit realm, the physical body is much more malleable, and these elixirs merely make slight adjustments to the settings in the material realm. You shouldn't expect such delights. The spiritual quality contained within the fundamental particles is too low for these medicines to effect change. There are also medicines and nutritional supplements on Earth that claim to enhance longevity. Me. Those can only be effective within the predetermined limits of lifespan. I have often encountered the term binji, but I find it hard to comprehend. Me. Binji is akin to instinct. Both refer to knowledge that can be obtained without learning. Instinct pertains to skills, while binji relates to knowledge. In truth, both are manifestations of accumulated experiences from past lives, yet there are limitations. Only the most profound accumulations can be revealed. In our Earth civilization, we have witnessed the emergence of geniuses across various eras. Is this not due to the manifestation of their binji? Me. Indeed, but Earth exists within the material realm and is subject to constraints, making the manifestation of binji less pronounced. If it can manifest, why are some individuals geniuses while others remain ordinary? Me. Geniuses are often seasoned individuals, having traversed several cycles of civilization, making their skills exceptionally formidable. Sometimes, celestial beings are sent to Earth on missions. These individuals, despite lacking memories of past lives, possess an acute sense of binji. allowing latent impressions within their souls to be activated, resulting in exceptional performances. Ordinary individuals, on the other hand, are typically newcomers, lacking experience, and their journey through reincarnation remains long. Thank you, teacher. I have learned much today. Chapter 17. The attendant in fine garments. The two squeezed to the front of the stage, where they noticed a banner overhead reading, Wu Family Cultivation Society. They looked up to see two individuals engaged in combat. One, clad in red, formed a gesture with his hands, conjuring a ball of flame directed at his blue-clad opponent, who countered by summoning a gust of wind to deflect the flames and then conjured a mist to extinguish the fire. The sounds of drums and gongs resonated from behind the stage, and the audience erupted in cheers. Ling Tian turned to a spectator holding a basket of vegetables beside him and inquired, "How much does it cost to watch the performance here?" "There is no charge," the man replied. "Is it merely for show?" Ling Tian asked. "One might say so." Just then, a brightly dressed attendant squeezed through, distributing a large stack of flyers to the crowd. Ling Tian and Yuan Duo each took one and found it stated, "A renowned society of the Jianghu. Authentic teachings from famous mountains, with numerous disciples, all arts competing for excellence. This society imparts various celestial techniques, Taoist practices, with guaranteed instruction at a low cost. Heavenly Mountain's secret techniques include fire manipulation, wind manipulation, thunder manipulation, and water manipulation, while the techniques from Ishan include youth preservation, allure techniques, and enchantment techniques. If you study two techniques, you will receive a gift of the Kunshan sect's ultimate technique, longevity skill," Ling Tian remarked. "I recall that Brother Feng 324 mentioned his uncle learned Taoism in Kunshan and passed down to him a secret technique for enhancing cultivation. Could it be this longevity skill?" Before Yuan Duo could respond, the flyer dispensing attendant interjected, "Indeed, that is the skill. Esteemed brothers, please come to the backstage to meet our esteemed master for a discussion." Ling Tian exchanged a glance with Yuan Duo and asked, "What do you think?" Yuan Duo replied, "It wouldn't hurt to take a look." They made their way backstage to find Wu the master, who had a slender face, bronze skin, and flowing beard, exuding an ethereal aura. Despite the frigid weather, he held a folding fan, instructing several young practitioners. Ling Tian and Yuan Duo bowed respectfully. "We have come to see Master Wu." Wu the master turned his back, glanced at the two, and asked, "What brings these young lads to seek me?" Ling Tian raised the flyer in his hand and said, "We have come to seek your guidance on spiritual techniques." "Ah, I see. You two possess exceptional bone structure, remarkable talent, and keen insight. Your fortune is indeed abundant. You will surely achieve greatness. Our society offers profound spiritual techniques, including fire manipulation and wind manipulation." Ling Tian and Yuan Duo exchanged incredulous looks. Unable to believe such praise was directed at them, Ling Tian said, "Master, I wish to learn a technique called blade palm. I have seen someone use it to slice through a door latch from a distance." Wu the master frowned. "Why learn such trivial skills? Our sect's ultimate techniques are fire manipulation and wind manipulation." Yuan Duo interjected, "I would like to learn a sealing technique to create a barrier, preventing anyone inside from escaping, no matter how they struggle." Wu the master looked displeased. "Those are mere side techniques. Learning them is futile. Our sect excels in fire manipulation and wind manipulation." Ling Tian and Yuan Duo replied in unison, "We shall learn fire manipulation and wind manipulation." Wu the master said, "These two techniques are indeed suitable for you. How much do they cost?" "4 silver coins." "4 silver coins?" Ling Tian and Yuan Duo's eyes widened in surprise, thinking how affordable it was. Wu the master, misunderstanding their reaction, quickly added, "If you both learn together, it will only be 3 silver coins in total. Should we pay up front or afterward?" "Naturally, payment is required in advance." Let us proceed in this manner. You shall first present 2 silver coins, and upon mastering the initial teachings, you may offer another, thus enabling the transmission of the longevity technique. When shall we commence our studies?" "Now, at once." Ling Tian extracted 2 silver coins and handed them to Master Wu, who rummaged through a bag for a moment before producing a stack of books. Selecting 2, he inquired, "Which one instructs on fire control?" Yuan Duo responded affirmatively, accepting a book from Master Wu, the cover inscribed with the 3 characters for fire control technique. Upon opening it, he noted several lines of fundamental principles. The first to strike controls the adversary. The second to strike is controlled by the adversary. Fire attacks are the progenitors of all assaults and the foremost strategy. He mused, there lies a deeper understanding. Ling Tian received the book on wind control, and upon perusing its preliminary pages, he discovered additional lines. One must anticipate defeat prior to victory to remain undefeated. One must consider retreat before advance to ensure fluid movement. Wind control is the pinnacle of agility techniques, allowing for swift assaults and rapid retreats. Life must be preserved to engage in further battles. Without life, how can one hope to reverse fate? He reflected. So this wind control technique serves as a means of escape. Fortuitously, combined with agility, it greatly benefits my fluid steps. Master Wu said, you too should examine the texts and grasp some insights. I shall guide you subsequently. The book on wind control contains sparse text, a few pages of diagrams illustrating the flow of spiritual energy, alongside accompanying incantations. The language was simple, allowing Ling Tian to swiftly finish reading. He then turned to the diagrams, diligently contemplating and memorizing the incantations. Yuan Duo, having completed his reading, asked Master Wu, might the master demonstrate the technique? We would be grateful for your instruction. Master Wu replied. Very well, observe closely. With that, he raised a hand, and a flash of red light erupted, a fierce flame leaping several feet from his palm, crackling audibly. Yuan Duo, wide-eyed, nodded in approval, exclaiming, what a remarkable skill! Master Wu extinguished the flame and directed his attention to Ling Tian, saying, now observe the wind control technique. With a flick of his sleeve, a whirlwind enveloped him, causing his garments to billow and his spiritual threads to dance, creating an ethereal appearance. Suddenly, he vanished in a flash, his form soaring and tumbling with unparalleled swiftness. Ling Tian silently praised the display. Master Wu concluded his demonstration, addressing the two. I have merely showcased the first level of the technique, utilizing only a fraction of my spiritual power. Otherwise, the heavens would change color, and disturbing the authorities would be regrettable. Please present your spiritual coins, and I shall impart the longevity technique. Ling Tian submitted another silver coin and received a small booklet. Master Wu cautioned that the longevity technique requires persistent practice, with tangible results only manifesting after a year. Today, many have come to learn spiritual techniques. You too should first comprehend the material independently while I attend to others. Indeed, upon witnessing Master Wu's display of skill and with Ling Tian and Yuan Duo at the forefront, more individuals gradually approached. The gates of Master Wu's establishment opened wide, welcoming all. And soon the air was filled with the lively exchange of books and spells, a bustling scene of activity. Eventually, several boxes of pills and ointments were displayed, selling quite well. Yuan Duo, cradling his book, sat down on the ground to study. After a while, he extended his hand to gesture, shook his head, and returned to reading. The more he practiced, the more perplexed he became, wishing to consult Master Wu about his uncertainties. But seeing the master preoccupied, he reluctantly resumed his seat, pondering the text. Ling Tian, on the other hand, paced back and forth with his book, silently reciting its contents. After some time, he had memorized the text and began to enact the movements. As he danced, feeling the heat rising within, he removed his outer garment and tossed it to Yuan Duo, continuing his practice. This time, Ling Tian advanced to the level of holding a tray with determination, repeating the motions with increasing intent. Unbeknownst to him, time slipped away, and he became lost in a trance, oblivious to the world around him. As if soaring through the void, transcending the earthly realm, he exhibited a range of emotions, anger and joy, sorrow and happiness. Muttering incantations as his feet stirred the air, he was entranced, almost mad, practicing until the sky darkened, the sun and moon obscured, his limbs cold and disoriented. Suddenly, he looked up and seemed to perceive the outline of a girl before him. He pondered why the sky had darkened and why the streetlights had illuminated. Momentarily forgetting his surroundings, he closed his eyes, shook his head vigorously, and reopened them. The girl remained, clad in flowing garments, her starry eyes sparkling. Ling Tian approached her step by step, leaning closer, tilting his head, and scrutinizing her, striving to discern whether she was real or an illusion, whether he was awake or dreaming. She appeared to smile, a waft of delicate fragrance enveloped him. The girl slightly nodded, her flowing spiritual threads cascading over her delicate forehead. her rosy lips pressed together, the corners curving playfully upwards. Noticing Ling Tian's intense gaze, the girl instinctively lowered her eyes. Glancing around in startled confusion, her lips parted slightly again, and suddenly her eyelids fluttered, revealing a pair of shimmering starry eyes boldly meeting Ling Tian's, the smile at her lips blooming like a budding flower. Ling Tian regained his composure, muttering, "So it is true." Then, suddenly alarmed, he exclaimed, "I have been so absorbed in my practice that I have unintentionally startled a fair maiden." What an offense with that, he performed a deep bow. The girl's smile blossomed, yet she uttered no words, raising her hands to present a garment. Ling Tian scrutinized it closely. It was indeed the outer garment he had tossed to Yuan Duo earlier. He couldn't help but look around, searching for Yuan Duo's whereabouts. Suddenly, he felt an object resting against his arm. It was his own outer garment. When he looked back, the girl had already turned to leave, her graceful figure disappearing into the darkness. Until the girl vanished from sight, Ling Tian began to doubt whether he had been dreaming, a sweet, gentle dream. End of chapter. Secret words, private chat with Mitsai. If uninterested, please skip to the next chapter. Alas, in this chapter, I have witnessed beauty, yet I am also aware that beauty cannot endure forever. Mitsai. Who says it cannot? As long as you are willing and strive for it, beauty can indeed be everlasting. Mitsai. I do not mean everlasting in the heart, but rather in the surroundings. Mitsai. That is indeed possible. Having it in the heart and in the surroundings are both achievable, provided you are willing to put in the effort. Yet regardless of how hard I endeavor, life is inherently fleeting. Wait, you previously mentioned that all lifespans are designed. Upon reflection, there seems to be more to this. This implies that if one does not design it, there would be no limitations on lifespan. Mitsai. You are correct. Lifespans are indeed designed, whether in the spiritual realm or the material world. The physical body is assigned a usage period. Thus it possesses a lifespan. However, the soul is not bound by such limitations. When spiritual energy is abundant, the soul is inherently immortal. Does the soul not perish? Mitsai. It can perish. Without spiritual energy to sustain it, the soul will die. Alternatively, if you strip the soul of its spiritual energy, it too will perish. In essence, the soul can only die from external causes, not internal ones. Ultimately, the soul is merely the conscious manifestation of yang energy arising from chaos. To preserve that consciousness, it requires yang energy to maintain its essence or spiritual energy to uphold its spirituality. Without sustenance, consciousness fades, and the soul meets its end. Now you should understand why life must replenish energy. I had long wondered why only living beings require nourishment, and even with sufficient sustenance, they still perish. Yet atoms and electrons, which never consume food, do not die. It seems this is the explanation. The death of the physical body is merely a designated time frame for the soul's examination, as the soul is inherently immortal, and with effort, all beauty can be retained. Indeed. Chapter 18. The Wind Garden's surprising dream. Unaware of how long he had stood in a daze, Yuan Duo's booming voice jolted Ling Tian back to reality. Yuan Duo swiftly approached and nudged him. Have you returned to your senses? You seem to have practiced yourself into a stupor. Ling Tian replied, Why has it grown so dark? Yuan Duo shot him a look. Have you checked the time? Of course it's dark. Ever since you picked up that book, you've been utterly lost in practice. I called out to you repeatedly, but you didn't respond. I was so alarmed that I rushed to find Master Wu. He said you had achieved enlightenment and advised me not to disturb you. I held onto your garment, waiting and waiting, while Master Wu's group dispersed, yet you were still performing your antics, drawing a crowd. Everyone thought I was managing the show, and they remarked that your performance was quite lacking. So they refused to pay. It was dark now, and the onlookers were dwindling. You were still in your trance, while I was starving. I handed your garment to someone watching the spectacle and went to grab a bite, only to return and find you still lost in your reverie. Ling Tian chuckled and replied, I was merely focused in my practice. Is it truly so unworthy of your concern? Yuan Duo responded. Now that it's so late, we might not make it to the large carriage inn in time. Ling Tian replied, It matters not. They tend to stay up late. Let us go for a while. Opportunities to relax at the inn are scarce, and if we miss this chance, who knows when we shall return. The two made their way to the large carriage inn, and indeed, the innkeepers were not yet asleep. Upon their arrival, the atmosphere in the inn became lively. Old Chu Chong and Fan Laohan were absent, but Xiao Mao introduced them to several new acquaintances. Ling Tian brought along jars of wine, cured meat, pickled fish, and roasted chicken, filling the room with laughter and joy as they feasted and drank until the midnight hour, at which point Xiao Mao harnessed the carriage to drunkenly transport Ling Tian and Yuan Duo back to Ling Sheng Tower. The following day, they resumed their usual work, and during their leisure time, Ling Tian and Yuan Duo exchanged techniques and insights while diligently practicing the longevity technique, though their progress was slow. Yuan Duo, while practicing the fire control technique, often ended up with singed hands, a sight most pitiable. Ling Tian, on the other hand, appeared to make some headway with the wind control technique, moving with greater lightness in his flowing steps. After several days of practice, Yuan Duo was even able to conjure a small flame on his fingertip, bursting with joy as he proclaimed to Ling Tian, "From now on, I want to need flint to light candles at night." Ling Tian, equally amused, opened his palm and began to manipulate a ball of wind, declaring, "In the future, I shan't need to fan myself when the weather turns warm." They exchanged hearty laughter, their spirits high. As the year drew to a close, the tavern became bustling once more. This day, after work, the manager Yuan summoned various attendants for a meeting. Upon arrival, they arranged themselves in 2 rows, standing attentively before the head steward. The attendants bowed respectfully to the chief steward, Yuan, who surveyed the assembled crowd before setting down his teacup. Clearing his throat, he proclaimed, "As the new year approaches, let us all be of good spirits. Once the festivities pass, we must commence preparations for the Ascension Festival. You all understand the significance of this grand occasion, the Festival of Heavenly Elixirs. There can be no room for carelessness. The martial and literary gatherings surrounding the festival will diverge from previous years. This year, the Martial Assembly is under the auspices of the Holy Martial Hall, while the Literary Assembly's host remains undecided due to fierce competition. I can divulge some insider information. The 2 great saints of our lynching tower have collaborated, investing heavily to secure favorable channels. Their request has already been submitted to the residence of Princess Shengmakina, and it appears we have a significant chance of hosting the Literary Assembly." Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted into applause and cheers. A servant came forth to refresh the tea, and the steward delicately blew away the froth before sipping. Wang, the manager, waved his hand, silencing the room. Yuan continued, "Starting tomorrow, the entire establishment must intensify its preparations. Everything that needs cleaning must be cleaned, swept, replaced, or replenished. Let us present a completely refreshed atmosphere. All personnel must be brimming with spirit, exercising caution, ready to respond to any inspections from the event committee. For any lapses will be met with severe consequences." The assembly nodded in agreement. They proceeded to deliberate on specific matters and the allocation of personnel. Ling Tian had long been aware that the Ascension Festival was the most significant holiday for the Tiandan Star. March 25th marks the day of the Tiandan Immortals' Ascension, subsequently designated as the Ascension Festival, revered as the paramount celebration across the realm. The annual cultivation convention also takes place during this period. The 10 days preceding the festival are reserved for the Literary Assembly, focusing on the exchange of cultivation insights, while the 10 days following are dedicated to the Martial Assembly, emphasizing the honing of spiritual techniques. Each nation organizes its own gathering, allowing practitioners to freely choose their participation. During the Ascension Festival and the cultivation conventions, all disputes cease, weapons are laid down, and even bandits refrain from their misdeeds. While prisoners receive leniency, all to collectively honor this divine celebration. Without exception, nations host their events in their capitals, vying for prime locations in grand inns and martial halls. For instance, should a particular inn secure the hosting rights, it can summon all establishments in the city to comply with its commands, thereby attaining unparalleled renown. Historical records indicate that Lynching Tower has hosted the Cultivation Literary Assembly only thrice, with the most recent occurrence a decade prior. This year, with the national leader's elevation to the status of a spiritual saint, practitioners from across the realm will undoubtedly flock here, and the cultivation convention of the Yuanbao Kingdom promises to be a historical spectacle. Thus, the 2 great saintly shareholders of Lynching Tower have vowed to spare no effort in securing the Literary Assembly's hosting rights. Consequently, the entire establishment grew tense, with Ling Tian leading two subordinates in tidying up during any available moments at the dining table. One evening, as dusk settled, Lu Tongguan assisted a young man upstairs, elegantly attired yet stumbling, his hat askew, the straps dangling haphazardly. Lu Tongguan entrusted this individual to Ling Tian, whispering, "Quickly, take care of him. This is Lord Count Sina." Ling Tian, having steadied the man, nearly lost his grip upon hearing the name. A closer inspection revealed that despite the young man's handsome features, his unkempt beard betrayed his masculine identity. Lu Tongguan added, "This esteemed guest seldom graces our establishment. Quickly find him a room and serve him some fine tea. With that, he left to attend to other matters." Ling Tian supported the count as he swayed. Suddenly hearing a thud as a bag fell from the young man's person, as Ling Tian bent down to retrieve it, he felt the count nearly topple over, prompting him to brace the count firmly while conjuring a small whirlwind with his spiritual energy to lift the bag and present it to the count. The count, holding the bag with bleary eyes, alternated between laughter and tears, prompting Ling Tian to guide him into an empty room. As he considered fetching tea, the count clutched Ling Tian's arm, exclaiming, "This holds my life. Let me show you." Releasing Ling Tian, he set about untying the bag. Ling Tian observed that although the bag was woven from gold and silver threads, it exuded no spiritual energy, indicating it was not a cosmic bag. Yet he was intrigued as to what the count believed it contained. The commotion outside drew his attention, so he bowed to the count and excused himself from the room. At the staircase's entrance stood several individuals, dressed in humble attire, clearly from a rural background. Lu Tongguan was engaged in negotiations with them, attempting to persuade them to take seats downstairs. Ling Tian speculated that these individuals merely wished to witness the elegance of the esteemed inn, perhaps to boast about it upon returning to their clan. Thus, he suggested, there are still many rooms available upstairs. Let us invite them up. One elder among them nodded at Ling Tian and remarked, "What this young man says makes sense. Why should we be denied access to an empty room?" Lu Tongguan shook his head and descended. Ling Tian ushered them to the elegant Fengyuan cottage, where tea had already been prepared by a serving boy. Unexpectedly, business that day was exceptionally brisk, and soon every table was occupied. Ling Tian busied himself attending to the guests, leaving him no moment of respite. As he heard footsteps on the stairs, two familiar figures ascended, Darren Qian and Darren Chu, deputy ministers of the Ministry of Works and the Ministry of War, respectively, with Darren Chu holding the title of second-class baron. They exclaimed boisterously, "Little Yezi, find us a good seat quickly. We have guests arriving soon." Ling Tian bowed deeply, saying, "Darren Chu, I must sincerely apologize, but we are completely full today." Upon hearing this, Darren Chu's expression darkened. "What? Does a mere minor steward dare issue expulsion orders to me?" Ling Tian hastily protested his innocence. Just then, Wang, the manager, emerged from a guest room, noticing Darren Chu's displeasure and swiftly reprimanding Ling Tian before instructing, "Quickly arrange for Darren Qian and Darren Chu." Ling Tian appeared troubled as he replied, "Manager, I truly have no available seats." Wang, upon hearing this, circled around outside a few doorways, pointing at Fengyuan Cottage, and inquired, "Did you bring these country bumpkins?" Ling Tian affirmed. Just as he prepared to explain, Wang interjected, "Get rid of them. Keep a sharper eye. Not everyone can enter the second-floor elegant chambers." Ling Tian countered, "They haven't been here long. They likely haven't finished their meal." Wang retorted angrily, "It matters not whether they have finished. Tell them they need not pay, and to vacate immediately." Ling Tian, feeling helpless, steeled himself to enter Fengyuan Cottage, bowing deeply to the guests, explaining that important individuals required the room and requesting them to leave, offering to waive the bill. To his surprise, the guests were not pleased. One pointed at Ling Tian, stating, "You seemed to understand things well earlier. Why the sudden lapse in judgment upon seeing notable guests? We were in the midst of our meal when you interrupted with such unreasonable words. And what do you mean by waiving the bill? Are we so poor?" Ling Tian could only repeatedly apologize, politely urging them to step aside. Just then, Wang entered, calling out, "Little Yezi, what is going on?" Ling Tian, compelled to respond, explained, "Two important guests arrived earlier, and we are short on rooms, so I requested these patrons to make way." Before Wang could respond, the elder among the guests exclaimed, "They say the big establishment bullies the customer. And it rings true. Why should we be asked to vacate this room among so many on the second floor? Wang turned to the speaker, suddenly realizing something, and asked, "Might I inquire your esteemed name?" The elder averted his gaze, replying, "My name is inconsequential. What matters is how we resolve today's matter." Wang hesitated, and a young man among the guests could not contain himself, announcing, "This is Darren Chong, head of the cultivation committee. Do you comprehend?" With that, he produced a token and displayed it. Upon hearing this, Wang abruptly turned, striking Ling Tian across the face, berating, "You lowly servant. How dare you underestimate others? How many times have I told you? Guests are to be treated equally, regardless of wealth. Have you no memory? Just because someone appears simple does not mean they are beneath your notice." Ling Tian, taken aback by the sudden slap, stood in a daze. Feeling a rush of blood to his head, his ears ringing, his spiritual awareness tumultuous. Wang's words barely registered in his mind. Seeing this, Wang struck him again, fuming, "I thought you had some sense. Now I see you are utterly foolish. Why are you just standing there?" Quickly apologized to Darren Chong. The second slap jolted Ling Tian into a semblance of awareness. He mechanically bowed to Darren Chong, yet before he could speak, Wang kicked him, shouting, "Is this how you apologize? Kneel before Darren Chong at once." Upon hearing this, Ling Tian did not comply. Instead, he slowly straightened up, turning to face Wang, his expression shifting from numbness to resolve. "Manager, I am a spirit born of heaven and earth. I can kneel to the heavens above and the earth below. Upon awakening my consciousness, I vowed, I may kneel to those who wrong me, but I will not kneel to those who ask for favors. If it is not my wish, I would rather die than kneel. The fault in today's matter lies not with me. Why should I kneel?" Wang was furious, shouting, "You insolent wretch, speaking such arrogance, do you dare defy me? Bring him." End of chapter. Secret message. Private conversation. Please skip if uninterested. Am I a harbinger of ill fate? I mentioned how fleeting beauty is, and now it has vanished so swiftly? Nonsense, it's a story. If it only chronicled the prince and princess living happily ever after, who would want to read it? Similarly, if life were perpetually smooth sailing, it would be devoid of interest and merit. I understand the reasoning, but how many can maintain equanimity in the face of adversity? I see that why people come to this world to cultivate. It's all about refining the heart and mind. By the way, I have some good news to share with you. What good news? The method of spiritual energy absorption I mentioned earlier has been revised, and I can share it with you today. That wonderful news? What about the bad news? There is no bad news at all. That's unscientific. Having only good news without any bad news lacks dialectical reasoning. Oh, you have a point. How about this? For the sake of science and dialectics, I will arrange some bad news for you tomorrow. No, just give me the good news. Let science take a back seat. Then remember well, the set of cultivation techniques I am imparting to you is called the Peerless bathing technique. First, let me explain the principle. Earth, as the realm for cultivation and assessment, must connect to spiritual energy. Without it, life cannot exist. Do you know where the spiritual energy access point on Earth is? Let me think. Since it's called the Peerless bathing technique, it must be connected to the North Pole. Right? Clever. Indeed, it is connected at the North Pole, as the Earth is constantly rotating. Connecting elsewhere would make it unstable. Only the axes at the South and North Poles remain relatively steady. However, since the population in the Southern Hemisphere is sparse, the access point is placed at the North Pole, from which it can be distributed globally. Understood. The soul must continually absorb spiritual energy, firstly to maintain consciousness, and secondly to accumulate spiritual power, transforming spiritual essence for the soul's growth. In the realm of true spirits, absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is a fundamental skill. However, in the material world, due to limitations, the methods of the spirit realm are ineffective. A few days ago, after much contemplation, I recalled that Earth possesses meditation techniques, which I have combined and adapted into this Peerless bathing technique. Thank you so much. Now, I shall impart the incantation to you. Memorize it diligently. Focus on the mysterious palace. The Peerless shines bright. Spiritual energy surges, life abundantly fills. Draw it into the body, cleanse the alchemical cauldron. Purging the vial, The true spirit is renewed. May I ask what the mysterious palace and alchemical cauldron refer to me? The mysterious palace refers to the north celestial pole, while the alchemical cauldron pertains to the body and mind. Thank you. Master me. I will recite the incantation now and ponder it deeply. Chapter 19. Encountering the Count at the sound of a call, a figure entered through the door. Upon seeing the newcomer, Wang Jingguan was taken aback, for it was not the martial artist he sought from the tavern, but Count Li Sina. The Count staggered in, his hat missing, holding a brocade pouch, pointing at Wang Jingguan. Swaying as if he had something to say, Wang Jingguan hurried to support the Count, murmuring, "I am most wretched. I have disturbed your lordship." Count Li, after swaying for a moment, suddenly heaved and vomited all over Wang Jingguan. Wang Jingguan suppressed the urge to retch and forced a smile, saying, "Is your lordship feeling any better?" The Count, with white foam still on his lips, glared at Wang Jingguan and exclaimed, "You scoundrel! Why did you strike him? He just saved my life and returned it to me. How dare you act so insolently towards him? Do not blame me for being angry." With that, he raised his fist to strike. Wang Jingguan, too frightened to dodge, closed his eyes and braced for impact, but unexpectedly, the Count stumbled and nearly fell to the ground. Ling Tian, witnessing this, quickly supported the Count. Seeing Ling Tian, the Count grabbed him and said, "I was about to show you my life, but you vanished in an instant and came here. Come, let me show you." Ling Tian, realizing that today's events would not end well, paid no mind to the Countess' drunken ramblings and quickly assisted him, saying, "Allow me to escort you to rest, my lord." Wang Jingguan watched helplessly as Ling Tian and the Count departed. Suddenly recalling that there was still Lord Chang present, he turned and knelt down. Weeping bitterly, "It's all my fault for not supervising properly. Lord Chang, please do not take it to heart. Rest assured." As Ling Tian helped the Count walk a considerable distance, they could still hear Wang Jingguan wailing as if mourning a deceased relative. Upon entering the Count's room, Ling Tian helped the Count sit upright, took 2 steps back, and bowed deeply, saying, "I owe my sincere gratitude to your lordship for your timely rescue." Count Li, rolling his eyes in thought, replied, "When did I rescue you?" Ling Tian explained, "Just now, Wang Jingguan was intent on beating me to death, and it was thanks to your lordship that I was spared." Count Li waved dismissively, saying, "Such trifles are not worth mentioning. I was just about to show you this treasure of the human realm, my very life." With that, he opened the brocade pouch and took out a jade statue, radiating brilliance. Ling Tian exclaimed, "What a beautiful jade statue." Count Li held it with great affection, utterly enchanted. No, this is a divine statue." Ling Tian, preoccupied with the day's events, paid little heed to the distinction between divine and ordinary statues, responding, "Oh, I see it is a divine statue." Count Li, displeased, snapped, "Ignorant, foolish, to call it a divine statue. One must harbor respect in the heart. How can you speak so carelessly?" Ling Tian quickly apologized. "I am terrified. It is only because life and death are at stake, and the future is uncertain, that my mind wandered. It was never my intention to disrespect the divine statue." Count Li glared. What great life and death matters could there be? Follow me, and see who dares to say a word. Ling Tian was overjoyed and bowed again, saying, "I thank you immensely, my lord." Only then did he examine the jade statue closely, noticing that it depicted a woman. However, due to its small size, Ling Tian dared not lean in too closely to see her features. He could only discern her delicate form and exquisite attire. He wondered why this statue held such significance to the Count. Count Li caressed the statue for a long while before placing it back in the pouch. Just as he was about to speak, he noticed Wang Jingguan's figure flickering at the door, followed by several shadowy figures. The Count inquired, "Who is outside?" Wang Jingguan entered the room and bowed, "It is I. Come to attend to your lordship." Ling Tian noticed that Wang Jingguan had cleaned himself up and brought others along, sensing trouble. Sure enough, he heard Wang Jingguan say, "A traitor has emerged from our establishment, and I fear this servant may have offended your lordship. I beg your lordship to give the order, and I shall apprehend him." Count Li, swaying his hazy head, murmured, "You go and catch your traitor. Why come to me with such noise?" Wang Jingguan did not dare respond, his eyes fixed on Ling Tian, filled with fury. The count suddenly asked, "Why are you glaring at him? Do you know him?" Wang Jingguan, unsure how to reply, was interrupted by the count. "This is my newly appointed attendant." "What was his name again?" Ling Tian hurriedly replied, "Little Yezi." "Yes, Little Yezi. You two should get to know each other. Become close in the future." Wang Jingguan, upon hearing this, felt a mixture of laughter and tears, his face a canvas of conflicting emotions. With great reluctance, he bowed to Ling Tian, saying, "I am Wang Jingguan. I have met the esteemed attendant Yi." Ling Tian returned the gesture, saying, "No need for formalities, Wang Jingguan." Count Li, exhaling a breath of wine, remarked, "What kind of oddity is this, Wang? Come, what was your name again? Let us return to the residence." Ling Tian helped the count, who was as limp as a noodle, to stagger out of the lynching tower. Upon exiting, they found no sign of the count's carriage. Just as Ling Tian was pondering this, two individuals emerged from behind the door, one supporting the count, while the other called for a carriage from the street. Upon seeing them, the count grew furious. "I already said not to follow me. Why do you persist? I can enjoy the delights of Yuangbao City alone. Who can stop me?" The one supporting the count replied cautiously, "I did not follow you, my lord. We were dining downstairs when we saw you come out, and we hurried to assist." He then handed Ling Tian a spirit ticket, saying, "You may take it here." Ling Tian accepted the spirit ticket, bewildered and standing still. Meanwhile, the count's proper attendant had halted a carriage, and they helped the count into it before setting off. Suddenly, Ling Tian realized and hurried to follow. But after a few steps, he stumbled and fell. Before he could comprehend what had happened, a sinister voice called out from behind, "Why did the esteemed attendant Yi not accompany the count?" Turning around, he saw Wang Jingguan, followed by two fierce-looking martial artists, one of whom wielded a long whip. Wang Jingguan approached, seizing Ling Tian, sneering, "You deceitful cur, you tricked the drunken count. Don't think you can fool me." Ling Tian suddenly ducked, breaking free from Wang Jingguan's grasp, and turned to flee. Wang Jingguan commanded the martial artists to pursue, and Ling Tian activated his wind mastery technique to sprint away. The two martial artists struggled to keep up, and as he dashed past an oncoming carriage without a glance, he heard someone inside say, "Why are you running? Who is chasing you?" Ling Tian halted, seeing a head poking out of the carriage window. It was Count Li. Just then, Wang Jingguan and the two martial artists caught up, and upon seeing the count, they froze. Count Li said, "I got into the carriage and could not find you, so I returned to look for you." "What performance is this?" Wang Jingguan, quick to react, stepped forward to bow, saying, "The esteemed attendant Yi has been with me for many days, and we have grown close. Upon seeing him promoted to your lordship as guard, I came to bid farewell." With that, he pulled several spirit tickets from his sleeve and handed them to Ling Tian, shooting him a glance, saying, "When the esteemed attendant flourishes in the future, do not forget the brothers from the tavern." Ling Tian chose not to expose the ruse, accepting the spirit tickets and bowing to Wang Jingguan. "Let this be our farewell. You need not see me off." With that, he leaped onto the carriage and left Wang Jingguan and the others behind. Turning the carriage around and departing, as the carriage jolted, Count Li succumbed to the effects of the wine and fell into a stupor. The attendant who had helped him earlier turned to Ling Tian and said, "You should have said something. You made us come back to look for you." Ling Tian replied, "I have only met the count once, and he was inebriated. How could I dare to follow?" The other attendant sighed. "You and those brothers from the tavern share such deep feelings. I saw your old brother just now, gritting his teeth and stamping his feet, looking utterly heartbroken. Yes, truly touching. Fortunately, our count is magnanimous, and the journey is not far. If you truly remain in our residence, you can return to visit them whenever you wish." Ling Tian pondered. Indeed, Wang Jingguan's profound sorrow is not without merit. It is uncertain whether he laments his wayward disciple or grieves over the loss of those spirit tickets. Looking down, he noticed that the spirit tickets in his hand were all silver dollars. So he took out two and handed them to the two attendants beside him. "I am called Xiao Yezi. I hope you will look after me in the days to come." Ever since he learned that the character for spirit is considered a title of respect, he dared no longer to presumptuously refer to himself as Ling Tian. The two attendants, after some initial reluctance, accepted the spirit tickets, each introducing themselves. One was surnamed Shan, named Shirlu, and the other was surnamed He, named Guangxiang. After the carriage had traveled a short distance, the three grew quite familiar with one another. At the close of the chapter, private chat with Yimi, please skip to the next chapter if uninterested. Teacher me. I have memorized the incantation. May I inquire about the cultivation methods? Me? Memorizing the incantation is simple, but have you grasped its profound meaning? Almost. It is quite easy to understand. I will deepen my comprehension through practice in the future. Me. Very well. Today I will discuss the cultivation methods. This practice is divided into the following steps. First, star radiance. Sit facing north, either standing or seated. Close your eyes, calm your mind, and clear away distractions. Direct your thoughts to the northern celestial pole. Feeling the stars gradually dim, with only the North Star shining brilliantly. Second, star river. Sense the star radiance expanding continuously, pure spiritual energy converging into a stream, surging forth, enveloping your entire being. Third, immersion. Guide the spiritual flow to permeate your body, as every cell absorbs nourishment like parched earth soaking up dew. When encountering areas of injury, illness, or pain, direct the spiritual flow to swirl in those places, fully saturating them. Fourth, levation. Guide the spiritual flow from the crown of your head downward, washing through your entire body, cleansing each cell and expelling impurities and toxins. When encountering areas of injury, illness, or discomfort, direct the spiritual flow to wash away pain and unease, leaving the heart serene and the spirit purified. Thank you, teacher me. I will organize this and print it out for serious study. Me. First, focus on feeling each step before proceeding. Understood. Chapter 20. The fury of Yuandua. The carriage turned down several streets and halted in front of a grand mansion. Ling Tian alighted and looked up to see three imposing red lacquer doors adorned with beast heads, flanked by two stone lions, with several richly attired servants standing guard. He Wei assisted Countly from the carriage, and servants eagerly approached to pay their respects. Noticing the Count was still in a daze, they quickly summoned a palanquin to carry him inside through a side entrance. Ling Tian followed them in. And indeed, the Count's estate exuded an air of distinction. The architecture was grand, and the courtyards were resplendent. Before he could take in the details, the house steward approached, a man over 50 with a grizzled beard. Upon seeing Ling Tian, he was about to inquire when Shan and he swiftly introduced him. The steward, also surnamed Li, was related to the Count. After listening to the explanations from Shan and he showed no surprise. It seemed their lord frequently returned home inebriated, often bringing along friends or attendants he had met in his drunken state, only to forget them entirely the next day. The steward would then simply pay them off with a few spirit dollars. If Ling Tian truly wished to remain in the estate, his fate would be determined the following day. Every morning, the Count would depart, and tomorrow, Ling Tian was to position himself as close to the Count as possible, ensuring he would be seen. That moment, he must do everything in his power to be remembered by the Count. Even if it was merely a nod, if the Count overlooked him, he could hardly escape the steward's dismissal. Shen also seated himself and interjected. We see that you are well-liked and sincerely wish to befriend you. You must remember his advice. Ling Tian expressed his gratitude repeatedly. He Wei lowered his voice and said, There is one thing you must absolutely remember. Never mention Princess Saint Machina. Ling Tian was taken aback. Why is that? He Wei quickly gestured for Ling Tian to be silent, as Shan had already leapt up to peer out the door. He Wei tilted his head to listen for any sounds outside before whispering. Our lord is utterly lovesick over that princess. In his torment, he turns to drink to drown his sorrows. Ling Tian suddenly understood. The jade figurine that the Count held so dearly was most likely of Princess Saint Machina, explaining the Countess' deep attachment. Shan and he exchanged words, and Ling Tian grasped the essence of the Count's romantic history. It turned out that Princess Saint Machina's mother was from Luozhou and had long since passed away. The ruler's new favorite was Consort Li, the Count's sister. Seeing that the ruler was infatuated with Princess Machina and had designated her as his successor, Consort Li went to great lengths to introduce her brother to the princess. However, Princess Machina harbored enmity towards all of her father's concubines and showed no interest in the Count, whom Consort Li had introduced. It was a pity that the Count had fallen head over heels for Princess Machina. The colder she was towards him, the deeper his affections grew. He even changed his name to Lisina as a sign of his unwavering devotion. dismissing all the maidservants around him and turning his back on any young woman he encountered to demonstrate his loyalty. Every morning, he would be the first to arrive at the Golden Hall, yearning for just a glimpse of the princess. Yet, after court, his heart would only grow heavier, leading him to seek solace in drink. Strangely, no matter how inebriated he became, he would always appear refreshed for the morning court. Within the count's estate, the mention of Machina's name had become a taboo. Should the count hear it uttered? Even in jest, he would fly into a rage. Thus, the horses in the estate were referred to as the steed, and chess games were renamed Iba, among other euphemisms. The servants had to carefully consider every word spoken in the count's presence, fearing to provoke his ire. Fortunately, the count was often oblivious to such forbidden words in his drunken state, and since he spent most of his time either outside or inebriated, the inhabitants of the estate managed to survive. After hearing these revelations, Ling Tian contemplated and said to he, "So it appears that my staying in the estate hangs in the balance. The count brought me here in haste, but I still have matters to attend to at the Ling Shang Tower. Now that I wish to return and tidy up, everyone knows I have become the count's attendant. If things do not work out, I would lose all face. I wish to borrow an outfit from the estate's attendants to return and handle my affairs. I hope Brother He and Brother Shen can understand my predicament." He Guangxiong pointed to Shen Shirlu and said, "His size is similar to yours. You may borrow his attire for now. Do not worry, everyone saw the count bring you in and grant you the role of attendant. You wearing our estate's clothing to return is not overstepping any boundaries. While the count is still drunk, you should hasten back to take care of your business. We will cover for you here." Ling Tian bowed deeply in thanks. Shortly thereafter, Shen Shirlu fetched his own clothing and handed it to Ling Tian, who also borrowed a bag to store his changed clothes. Shen and he accompanied Ling Tian to the gate, and he Guangxiong added, "Do not worry, with the two of us assisting you. Becoming the count's attendant will not be difficult. We often accompany the count in secret. When he is drunk, we will orchestrate a few scenes together to ensure he remembers you." Ling Tian gratefully clasped his hands in thanks, bidding farewell to the two before dashing back to Ling Shang Tower. Yuan Duo was still unaware of the happenings above. He was in the kitchen, merrily adding firewood to the stove while muttering the fire control mantra, watching the flames grow ever brighter, satisfied with his progress in mastering the fire manipulation technique. Although he felt he had broken through the first layer, the flames he produced were still significantly weaker than those of Master Wu. He attributed this to insufficient training time. "Are you truly going to burn like that? No amount of wood would be enough for your waist." Yuan Duo turned to see Wang Jingguan, who seldom visited the kitchen, standing there with a stern expression. "Master Jingguan, I always do it this way. Master Wu personally taught me. Look how strong the fire is. I even added some spiritual techniques. You need not tend to the fire from now on." "Then what should I do? Pack your things and leave?" Yuan Duo was taken aback, asking, "Why? I have been doing well. Master Wu just praised me. There's no need to ask. Just hurry and get out." Yuan Duo shook his head defiantly, saying, "I will not leave. I am waiting for my brother." Wang Jingguan waved his hand behind him. "Get him out," he added. "If it weren't for your brother, I wouldn't," as the chaos erupted. Yuan Duo revealed his true form, careening about in a frenzied manner, while the two martial artists found themselves in a flurry of confusion. Wang Jingguan, sensing the dire situation, swiftly turned and fled. Yuan Duo shook off the martial artists and leaped into pursuit of Wang Jingguan. The two martial artists, realizing Wang Jingguan was in peril, desperately attempted to intercept Yuan Duo. One of them recited an incantation, brandishing a whip that ensnared Yuan Duo's hind leg like a serpent. Yuan Duo tumbled to the ground, and the other martial artist rushed forward to bind him securely with rope. Witnessing Yuan Duo's capture, Wang Jingguan dusted off his clothes, approached Yuan Duo, and delivered a kick to his face, berating him. "You wild beast! How dare you cause such trouble?" He then turned to find something to strike Yuan Duo with, but finding nothing suitable in the room, he retrieved a burning stick from the hearth and declared, "Aren't you skilled at stoking fires? Today, you shall become roasted pig with that." He prodded Yuan Duo with the fiery stick, which, although painful, served as a wake-up call for Yuan Duo. Suppressing his agony, Yuan Duo secretly channeled his energy and suddenly unleashed a torrent of flames towards Wang Jingguan, who let out a horrific scream, rolling on the ground in panic, causing the two martial artists to hurriedly attempt to extinguish the flames. Yuan Duo, silently invoking the fire control technique, felt the flames intensify. Amidst the turmoil, they heard old Wu's voice from outside the window, shouting, "Wang Jingguan, jump into the water vat." Wang Jingguan, already disoriented from the flames, had no clue where the water vat was. The two martial artists, realizing the urgency, each grabbed one of Wang Jingguan's feet and hastily plunged him into the vat, where white smoke billowed and bubbles rose to the surface. After a moment, seeing Wang Jingguan motionless, they quickly pulled him out, only to find him utterly bewildered. The martial artists prodded his head, tugged at his ears, and patted him up and down, until he finally emitted a strange groan and, pointing at Yuan Duo, spat out a large mouthful of water. End of chapter. Secret message. Private chat with Yimi. If uninterested, please skip to the next chapter. Teacher me. I am curious about the language used in the true spirit realm. The book employs colloquial Mandarin. Do the people on Tian and Star speak Chinese as well? If not, how do some of the homophones in this chapter come into play? Both the celestial realm and the spirit realm utilize the spirit language. The drafts I send you are translations into Mandarin. What is spirit language like? Spirit language is neither a spoken nor written language. It is the direct transmission of thought. It encapsulates what one sees, knows, thinks, and feels, allowing the recipient to receive all intended information in its purest form. That sounds incredible. Is spirit language a form of spiritual technique? Is it difficult to learn? There is no need to learn it. It is one of the inherent abilities of the soul, though the level of expression can vary greatly, much like the differences in writing proficiency among humans. Is it impossible to achieve spirit language communication in the mortal realm? Indeed, spirit language communication requires a spiritual environment, which cannot be attained in a material one. Chapter 21. The disappearance of Yuan Duo. When Ling Tian arrived at the back door of the lynching tower, night had fully descended. He greeted the gatekeeper and entered the courtyard, where the building ahead glowed brightly as usual, bustling with noise. Reflecting on his past labors and hopes within these walls, he was filled with a myriad of emotions. Ling Tian hurried to the kitchen, where old Wu, accompanied by several chefs, was busy. Upon seeing Ling Tian, old Wu cheerfully clasped his hands and said, "Little Yezi, I heard you've been promoted to the guard of the Earl's residence. Congratulations. When will you treat everyone to a feast?" Ling Tian replied, "What promotion? I'm still just a helper. Let us save the celebration for when I truly ascend the ranks." After surveying the area and not spotting Yuan Duo, he inquired of old Wu, "Master Wu, where is a duo?" Old Wu, astonished, responded, "Didn't he go looking for you? He heard you became the Earl's guard and said, 'This little Yezi, now that he knows the Earl has forgotten his brothers, I'll go find him. He rushed out after you. Didn't you see him?" Ling Tian chuckled. "That guy really has a foul temper. When did I ever forget him? He must have taken a wrong turn. I didn't run into him on the way." With that, he proceeded to his dormitory. Once in his room, he tidied his bedding, packing useful items into his soldier's bag. A glance at Yuan Duo's untidy bed made him smile wryly as he thought, "Does he think it's easy to work at the Earl's residence? I can barely take care of myself, let alone help him settle in." Ling Tian shouldered his bag and exited the lynching tower, heading towards the Earl's residence. Concerned that Yuan Duo might encounter trouble there, he quickened his pace and soon arrived at the estate's entrance. Observing the 4 bright lanterns illuminating the doorway, he detected nothing amiss and proceeded to inquire with the gatekeepers if a dark, plump young man had come looking for him. The gatekeepers, frowning and tilting their heads, scrutinized Ling Tian. "Who are you?" Ling Tian, feeling embarrassed, bowed and said, "I'm the new guard appointed by the Earl today, called Little Yezi. Pleased to meet you." One gatekeeper remarked, "New attendants like you come in every day. We can't keep track of them all. We do recognize your attire, but tell us which steward is looking after you." Ling Tian mentioned the names of 2 guards, Shun He, and added, "We just left the residence together." One gatekeeper went inside to find someone, and after a while, He Guangxiong emerged, waving at Ling Tian. Following him inside, Ling Tian turned back to ask the gatekeepers about Yuan Duo, but they all shook their heads, claiming they had not seen anyone by that name. He Guangxiong inquired who Yuan Duo was, and Ling Tian briefly explained, prompting He Guangxiong to instruct the gatekeepers to let Yuan Duo in promptly if he arrived, while quietly chiding Ling Tian, "You're not yet settled yourself, yet you're calling friends over. Ling Tian felt deeply ashamed and offered a few explanations. He Guangxiong then arranged for Ling Tian to stay in the servants' quarters while he went off to attend to other matters. Unable to sit still, Ling Tian frequently glanced out the door, but Yuan Duo did not appear. He thought to himself, Yuan Duo must not have caught up with me and is likely too afraid to come to the estate. So he returned to the tavern. With this realization, Ling Tian finally felt at ease, with nothing to occupy him. The day's earlier fright and fatigue swiftly transformed into sleepiness, prompting him to haphazardly make his bed and fall into a deep slumber. In this dream, he found himself in a fragrant slumber, where a girl in a flowing garment gracefully appeared. Ling Tian attempted to engage her, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not catch up. Just as he felt urgency, Yuan Duo transformed into a giant pig, saying, "I'll carry you to chase her." Ling Tian hesitated, fearing that the girl would think it strange for him to ride a pig. Just then, he felt a push from behind, jolting him awake. Upon opening his eyes, he saw He Guangxiong. The guard urged him to rise promptly and prepare, reminding him that he was to meet the Earl today. Hastily washing his face and adjusting his attire, he followed He Guangxiong outside. The dawn light was just beginning to rise, and the courtyard was bustling with activity. Servants were sweeping the grounds, and Stewardly was overseeing the preparation of a grand carriage at the entrance. The courtyard silent except for the occasional cough from Stewardly. He Guangxiong led Ling Tian to stand with a group of guards at the entrance, pushing Ling Tian to the front row and exchanging a knowing glance with him. Ling Tian understood and lowered his head, contemplating how to attract the Earl's attention. Before long, footsteps echoed from within the courtyard, and Ling Tian turned to see a young nobleman emerging, surrounded by more than a dozen elegantly dressed attendants. The nobleman wore a purple-gold crown, his attire a resplendent array of colorful brocade with arrow sleeves, draped in a blue satin robe adorned with silver accents, and cinched at the waist with a gold-threaded sash. His visage was like a beautiful jade, and his eyes sparkled like bright stars. Ling Tian gazed for a long moment, and had it not been for the familiar pouch tied at the nobleman's waist, he would scarcely have recognized him as the drunken Earl from the previous day. As the Earl approached, Ling Tian stepped forward to bow. However, the Earl's gaze seemed distant, lost in thought as he briskly passed by Ling Tian. Ling Tian stood frozen, unsure of what to do, until Stewardly shot him a fierce glare, commanding, "You, bold one, step back." Ling Tian had no choice but to return to his position, while He Guangxiong and Shan shook their heads in disapproval. Unexpectedly, though Stewardly's voice was low, it caught the Earl's attention. He turned his head and, upon seeing Ling Tian retreating into the ranks, paused in surprise, remarking, "This person looks so familiar." Ling Tian glanced at the Earl, then at Stewardly, unsure whether to step forward and acknowledge him. Just then, he felt a nudge on his back, prompting him to take a step forward and say, "It's me," the Earl suddenly exclaimed. "I remember now. You're the one who picked me up yesterday. What was your name again?" Ling Tian hurriedly replied, "Little Yezi." "Stewardly, take good care of little Yezi. I shall speak with him later." With that, he climbed into the carriage and departed. Once the carriage had driven away, Stewardly turned to Ling Tian and said, "Well done, young man. You truly have a knack for this." Ling Tian quickly bowed, responding, "I am deeply grateful for the Earl's kindness yesterday. I have no way to repay him, as I was unaware of the estate's customs. My eagerness led to my impudence in greeting the Earl, and I am truly embarrassed." Stewardly chuckled. "Many have benefited from the Earl's kindness, but few can make such an impression. Since the Earl has given instructions, follow me, Shun," and he passed by. They discreetly gave Ling Tian a thumbs up. Ling Tian followed Stewardly to the inner hall, where he was meticulously questioned about his background. "Since you hail from the renowned lynching tower, your manners must be excellent. However, our Earl's residence also has its own set of protocols, which you must familiarize yourself with to avoid embarrassment before outsiders." Upon finishing, Stewardly offered detailed guidance. Having spent considerable time at Lynching Tower, Ling Tian quickly absorbed the instructions. While they were conversing, news arrived that the Earl had returned, prompting Stewardly to leave Ling Tian with a warning not to stray, as he had more to discuss. Ling Tian remained in the room, waiting. Not long after, Stewardly returned, and Ling Tian stood to greet him, saying, "Steward, when the Earl left this morning, he mentioned he would seek out little Yezi upon his return. I wonder if he has brought me up? Stewardly scoffed. The Earl merely mentioned it offhand. Do you really think he will remember? Each day, upon returning from court, the Duke seems to disregard even the Holy Spirit. After changing his attire, he heads out, vowing not to return until he is thoroughly intoxicated. Ling Tian is left feeling somewhat melancholic. Stewardly then states, I retained you earlier to discuss a matter of utmost importance. Upon hearing this, Ling Tian stands attentively, fully focused on the conversation. Stewardly solemnly declares, within this estate, it is imperative that you refrain from mentioning the current regent princess. Even closely related terms must be avoided. Any breach will incur severe punishment. Ling Tian, appearing solemn, acknowledges this, yet internally muses that it is hardly a revelation, as he was already aware of it. Noticing Ling Tian's lack of inquiry regarding the reasoning, Stewardly nods in approval, saying, very well, as expected from someone of esteemed lineage. You demonstrate great understanding. Simply perform your duties diligently, and I shall ensure your well-being. He instructs Ling Tian to spend a few days familiarizing himself with He Guangxiang, after which he will arrange a schedule for him. Ling Tian expresses his gratitude profusely. Upon exiting Stewardly's quarters, following his instructions, he first seeks the storeroom to acquire several sets of clothing. Before returning to his quarters, after changing into the new attire, he picks up the discarded garments of the guard, Shun, contemplating that it would be best to wash them before returning. Thus, he inquires about a laundry service. A servant outside informs him that, as all the maids have been dismissed, the estate's laundry is now handled by Zhao's laundry service, and there is no need for personal effort. One simply needs to attach a cloth tag bearing their name inside the garment and leave it at the gate, where it will be collected for cleaning. Ling Tian examines Shan's clothing and indeed finds a small tag inscribed with Shan 16. He then proceeds to the gatehouse. The scene from earlier with the Duke and the young lady was clearly observed by several attendants. Now, seeing Ling Tian approach, they warmly greet him, with one servant eagerly stating, Sir Yi, regarding the gentleman you asked us to keep an eye on last night, I have remembered his description well, not a single blink of my eye. Yet he has not appeared. Ling Tian expresses his thanks to the servant as he hands over the clothing, reflecting inwardly, at this moment, Yuan Duo is likely swamped in the kitchen. I must find an opportunity to meet him soon. Chapter End. Secret message. E and me private chat. Please skip if uninterested. E. Good day. Teacher me. The star bathing technique is indeed effective. This morning I had some nasal congestion, and after silently reciting the incantation and practicing the steps, I feel much better now. To me, each individual possesses a unique constitution, and thus the effects may vary. This is a technique used in the spirit realm. Do not expect it to perform miracles in the material world. A degree of restorative benefit is sufficient. E. May I inquire about any precautions during practice? Me. Pay attention to your breathing. Today, I will teach you the true breathing method. E. What is true breathing? Me. The health of the body fundamentally depends on the health of the cells. The cells within the human body contain trace amounts of spiritual essence. Through natural breathing, allow all the cells to inhale and exhale in the flow of spirit. Imagine the cells as tiny bubbles within a sponge, contracting and expanding with natural breathing, engaging in metabolic processes within the spiritual flow. This method is called true breathing. E. I understand now. Thank you. Teacher me. I will give it a try. Chapter 22. The Earl's leap. After leaving the gatehouse, Ling Tian seeks out He Guangxiang, inquiring with several individuals until he locates him in a small chamber. Inside, He Guangxiang and Shin 16 are engaged in a game of cards with a few others. Upon seeing Ling Tian enter, He Guangxiang rises with a smile, exclaiming, What a delightful surprise, little Yi. I did not expect things to go so smoothly. The Duke still remembers you. Ling Tian hurriedly offers modest words. He then mentions the matter of the clothing to Shun 16, who chuckles and dismisses it. He Guangxiang introduces Ling Tian to the other guards present, and they all exchange respectful greetings. Shin 16 remarks, You are no longer an outsider. Allow me to formally introduce you. Brother, he is our captain. Ling Tian bows deeply, saying, I have the honor of meeting Captain He. The steward sent me to become acquainted with the affairs of the estate. He Guangxiang responds, We are like brothers here. There is no need for formality. Just call me old He or brother He. As for familiarizing yourself with the estate, let us start with a game of cards. Ling Tian, taken aback, replies, As a newcomer, I was hoping to inquire about the rules and regulations. Perhaps card games are best left for leisure. He Guangxiong boisterously insists, unless we are on duty, we are mostly free. Our guards often have ample leisure time, and playing cards is quite a serious pastime. Ling Tian inquires, today, the Duke has gone out. Should we not go to escort him? He Guangxiong laughs. The Duke ventures out for relaxation and despises company. We merely follow discreetly, pretending to encounter him by chance to escort him back. Just yesterday. I happened to run into him. Today, I've arranged for others. Ling Tian chuckles at this. Having only ever observed others play cards, Ling Tian understands the game but has never participated himself. Unable to decline, he sits down to partake. He and Shun, noticing Ling Tian's lack of skill, offer him careful guidance. During lunch, Captain He treats everyone at a nearby tavern to celebrate Ling Tian's arrival. All the guards, except for those attending to the Duke, gather, including 2 instructors from the estate, both surnamedly, referred to as Big Li and Little Li by the guards. The gathering is filled with joviality, toasting, and exchanging cups. Thoroughly enjoying their meal, as the merriment reaches its peak, a servant from the estate rushes in with news that the Duke has returned, prompting astonishment among the guests at his early arrival. Everyone hurriedly vacates their seats and rushes back to the estate. The tavern owner emerges from behind the counter, shaking his head and sighing, realizing that once again, the bill will be added to their tab. The tavern is in close proximity to the Duke's estate, and Captain He leads the way, swiftly arriving at the entrance. There, he notices the Duke being carried in a sedan chair, reclined against its side, while the attendants lift him inside. Ling Tian and the others gather around, overhearing stewardly reprimanding the 2 guards who accompanied the Duke. How could you let this happen? How did the Duke end up like this? One of the guards, grinning sheepishly, responds, we were unaware of what transpired. Today, the Duke visited Lingxiang Tavern, and we saw him ascend to the 2nd floor, so we waited as usual at the entrance on the 1st floor. Suddenly, there was a commotion outside, with shouts that someone had fallen from a window. The patrons below rushed out to see the excitement, and fearing for the Duke's safety, we dashed upstairs, but after searching, we found no trace of him. I leaned out the window to look, and to my shock, it was our Duke who had fallen. Another guard chimes in. We hurried down to assist the Duke, but he insisted we carry him to pursue someone. Seeing him injured and in a daze, I took it upon myself to chase after that figure, but I had no idea who I was pursuing. After running for a while without encountering any suspicious individuals, I returned to report, and since the Duke was unconscious and unable to speak, we simply called for a carriage to take him back. Stewardly delivered a resounding slap to the guard's face, scolding, you 2 are utterly useless. We shall discuss this later. With that, he followed the sedan chair into the estate. The guards trailed behind, while Captain He patted the reprimanded guard on the shoulder in a show of consolation. The guard, with a pained expression, murmurs, Captain, do you think we are being unjustly blamed? The Duke has always forbidden us from getting too close when he drinks. We were merely waiting at the entrance. Who would have thought he would abandon the door and escape through the window? Captain He hurriedly catches up with Stewardly, asking, should we summon the physician? Stewardly contemplates, replying, no need for the physician just yet. Let us find a couple of skilled spirit healers from Xiantang first. Summoning the physician might unnecessarily alarm the princess. Captain He arranges for this. Before long, a carriage speeds into view, and 2 spirit healers disembark. Hurrying alongside the estate's staff toward the inner hall, Ling Tian and the other guards await news in the front hall, whispering among themselves. After a while, Captain He returns from the back with news. The doctors have stated that the Duke has only sustained minor injuries to his muscles and bones, and while his body is unharmed, his spirit seems troubled, as if he has experienced some form of shock. A few of you accompany me to Lingxiang Tavern to uncover the truth. All the guards eagerly volunteer to go, and Captain He selects a few to return for their weapons, turning to Ling Tian. Little Yi, you should come along as well. The group of guards follows Captain He, climbing onto a large carriage, led by the reprimanded guard toward Lingxiang Tavern. Upon arrival, they find the tavern empty. Captain He cannot help but chastise the leading guard. Why did you not maintain order at the scene? Now that everyone has fled, who shall we question? The guard, with a quivering voice, replies, we were solely focused on the Duke and did not think to consider such details. Eventually, they managed to find a young waiter, and several guards surround him menacingly, causing the waiter to tremble in fear and struggle to speak. in a fit of urgency, "Captain, he is about to strike." But Ling Tian intervenes, saying, "Brother He, do not panic, let me inquire." With that, he instructs everyone to wait downstairs, taking the waiter upstairs with him. He asks the young man, "Do not be afraid. Where was the Duke seated today? Were you stationed at the entrance?" The waiter, taken aback, wonders how this guard knows the secret phrases used by the tavern staff. He replies, "Indeed, it was I who was at the entrance, and the Duke was seated in that prominent spot." Ling Tian approaches the prominent spot, which is beside the window, glancing down before asking, "Did the Duke seem comfortable?" implying whether the esteemed guest was enjoying his food and drink. The waiter responds at first. He seemed quite at ease, but later, through a series of inquiries, Ling Tian pieces together the events of the day, discovering that by the time the Earl had arrived at the tavern, he had already consumed a fair amount of alcohol. After ascending to the second floor, he seated himself by the window, ordering only drinks and no food. The owner, recognizing it was Earl Li Sina, instructed the waiter to attend to him with utmost care. The waiter, stationed near the Earl's table, kept a vigilant eye on his needs. Initially, the Earl drank in silence, but after the third jug, he began to hum and mumble, unsure if he was speaking or singing. The young attendant leaned in, eager to discern the Earl's wishes. Suddenly, he noticed the Earl gazing intently out the window, his breath coming in quickened gasps, and he staggered to his feet, lunging towards the opening. Unable to quell his curiosity, the attendant hurried a few steps to follow the Earl's gaze, only to find the street bustling with passers-by, devoid of anything noteworthy. Though his astonishment, the Earl began muttering incoherently, then leapt out the window. The attendant had no time to intervene and rushed downstairs to inform the proprietor. Ling Tian inquired of the attendant what the Earl had uttered at that moment. The attendant rolled his eyes, pondering for a while before replying. It seemed he was saying something akin to God. "Don't leave, take me with you." I was too busy watching below to catch anything else. Ling Tian then asked, "Where has the proprietor gone?" The attendant sighed. "Something happened, and the proprietor, fearing trouble, has hidden away." Upon hearing that it was Earl Li who had fallen, all the guests fled in terror. The proprietor instructed me to stay and observe the situation. I was foolish to remain seated in the inn. In hindsight, I could have simply gone outside to keep watch. Ling Tian offered him a few words of comfort and led him downstairs to explain the situation to the guards. He Guoxiong inquired again but gleaned no new information. Ling Tian pulled He Guoxiong aside and whispered, "Brother He, from what I gathered from the young attendant, it seems the Earl might have caught sight of the princess from that window." He Guoxiong was taken aback and upon further contemplation, realized the possibility. He immediately took a group to the street to investigate, yet no one had witnessed the royal carriage passing by that day. Ultimately, they convened to deliberate, unanimously concluding that either the Earl had seen the princess in disguise, or that he had merely succumbed to the illusions brought on by excess libations. Chapter End. Secret message. EMI private chat. Please skip if uninterested. After reading today's chapter, I wonder, are there madmen in the true spirit realm as well? Indeed, there are. Pathologically speaking, madness can be classified into genuine and feigned. Genuine madness stems from internal issues within the soul, a condition of mental disarray, while feigned madness arises from external afflictions affecting the physical body's meridians, leading to illusions, i.e. the celestial, spiritual, and material realms of the universe. The soul resides within the body. Only the materials composing the body differ. Those destined to fall ill will indeed do so. What? Even celestial beings can fall ill? Yes, they can indeed become unwell. However, ailments among celestial beings are rare. And when they do occur, they are relatively easy to resolve. Any soul capable of ascending to celestial status has undergone rigorous tempering of spirit and will throughout the cycles of reincarnation, making internal soul issues exceedingly rare. External problems can be remedied with medical spiritual techniques, and if all else fails, one may simply change their physical form. Since your cultivation is not yet complete and your merits are still lacking, you'll have to continue refining yourself within the cycles of reincarnation. So, battling against ailments can also earn merit points. Precisely, the primary aim is to earn merit points, which can also be seen as capability points. However, based on certain causal relationships, one may even accrue some moral points. Chapter 23. Inquiries into literature. Upon returning to the estate, He Guoxiong recounted the events at the tavern to the steward, who sighed deeply, lamenting the plight of their earl. Unable to continue speaking, as night fell, the earl did not partake in dinner. Despite the steward's repeated attempts to persuade him to eat, he remained withdrawn. The atmosphere within the estate grew heavy, and not a single guard engaged in card games. They hastily consumed their evening meal and retired early. Ling Tian initially intended to check on Yuan Duo, but, given the somber mood in the estate, he hesitated to request leave and thus followed suit with the others to rest. The following day, Ling Tian rose early and took his place at the entrance with the guards. Awaiting the earl's emergence, they stood vigil until the sun had risen high, yet the earl did not appear, prompting grave concern among them. Unable to contain himself, he Guoxiong dashed to the rear hall to inquire, returning to inform everyone that the earl would not be leaving the premises that day. The guards gathered around, seeking further details, but he Guoxiong's countenance darkened as he sighed heavily, stating, "It is said that the earl did not sleep throughout the night." Persistently muttering to himself, "He has yet to eat this morning." Ling Tian queried, "How is the earl's injury?" He Guoxiong replied, "The wound is no longer a concern. After consuming spiritual medicine, he should be able to walk soon. However, he has yet to attend court, which is rather troubling. By noon, the earl still had not emerged, and the group could no longer remain seated. Disregarding the estate's decorum, they all flocked to the rear hall. There, they found the steward seated outside, accompanied by several attendants bearing meals. The door to the room stood wide open, and within, the earl paced restlessly, akin to a caged beast, with the sounds of objects being thrown echoing intermittently. When Ling Tian beheld the earl, he was struck by the disheveled state of his hair, his clothes in disarray, his complexion ashen, and his beard unkempt. He bore no resemblance to the dignified figure he had presented during court the previous day, appearing far more disheveled than when intoxicated at the tavern. Seeing the earl in such distress filled Ling Tian with urgency and sorrow. Yet, emboldened by youthful audacity, he strode forward and called out, "My lord." Hearing this, Li Sina paused, staring blankly at Ling Tian, as if trying to recall who he was. Ling Tian took a few more steps, cupped his fists, and bowed, saying, "My lord, I have overstepped. It is common knowledge that you suffer from unrequited love for Princess Shengmakina. But why must you inflict such torment upon yourself? As the saying goes, a beauty loves a talented man. A fair lady admires a hero. Why not strive for greatness and carve out a legacy worthy of praise throughout the realm? When the time comes for you to seek the princess's affection, the world will surely rally to support you. The upcoming cultivation conference presents a splendid opportunity to make a name for yourself. Should you attain recognition at the conference, perhaps the sovereign will bestow a marriage upon you." The words struck the audience like a clap of thunder, leaving them momentarily stunned, while the earl seemed to be struck by a bolt of lightning. Collapsing to the ground, Ling Tian rushed forward to assist him, and the steward along with the guards quickly surrounded them, their gazes filled with concern for the earl. Li Sina, tears streaming down her face, grasped Ling Tian's hand and said, "Xiao Yezi, thank you." The crowd could not contain their joy, erupting in cheers. The earl then raised a hand, and silence fell over the assembly, all ears attuned to his proclamation. He declared loudly, "From this day forth, I shall be known as Li Sihui, and I shall dedicate myself to the pursuit of cultivation." The crowd erupted in applause once more. However, Ling Tian caught the earl's subsequent words, "I shall make the princess see me in a new light." Following this, Li Sihui promptly washed, changed, and broke his fast with great efficiency, soon standing before everyone with renewed vigor, issuing commands. "All of you, head to the bookstore and procure every available tome on cultivation." The crowd responded enthusiastically, rushing to the city's various bookstores. Ling Tian, however, was detained by the earl, facing a barrage of peculiar inquiries. Ling Tian, feeling despondent, lamented, "I am no romantic sage. I have encountered but a handful of women in my life. How could I possibly serve as your mentor?" While he verbally navigated the earl's questions, his thoughts drifted to a certain girl. The guards acted with impressive swiftness. Before long, carts laden with books arrived at the earl's estate, as the guards directed the servants to transport the towering piles of texts. It turned out that each time they visited a bookstore, the guards did not bother to select the books themselves. Instead, they summoned the proprietors to choose one of each cultivation volume, loading them onto the carts for delivery to the Earl's estate. Upon hearing that the books had arrived, Ling Tian seized the opportunity to excuse himself under the pretense of selecting volumes. Upon reaching the front hall, he was met with a mountain of various books. After perusing them for a while, he realized that there were far too many duplicates, so he knuckled down and began selecting in earnest. After sorting through a dozen titles, he presented them to the instructors, who selected 3 of them to submit to the Earl for review. Thus, the selection continued, ultimately amassing nearly 100 volumes, which were categorized into sections such as insights, techniques, skills, spiritual treasures, and formations, then presented to the Earl. Upon seeing such a plethora of books, the Earl grew overwhelmed, flipping through a few pages of one, reading a few lines of another, yet by the time the lamps were lit, he still had not finished a single volume. Eventually, he cast the books aside and turned to Ling Tian with inquiries about romance. Ling Tian stammered, unable to provide many answers, until he recalled a book among the remaining selections that seemed to focus on communication between spirits. He mentioned it to the Earl. The Earl was elated and took Ling Tian with him to the front hall to search for the book. After a flurry of searching, Ling Tian finally located the volume titled Miscellaneous Records of Spirit Communication. The Earl seized the book, motioned for the lamp to be brought closer, and settled down amidst the pile of texts to read. From that day forth, the Guardian transitioned into the role of a reading companion. Each day he would read a few chapters, but eventually, the Earl grew disinterested in reading himself, opting instead to have Ling Tian read aloud to him. Ling Tian was left with no choice but to commit the contents of the books to memory. He nearly had Miscellaneous Records of Spirit Communication memorized. Regrettably, the Earl only cared about the sections detailing how to communicate with female spirits, showing little interest in the other material. Ling Tian's memorization of methods for sensing half-spirits and even ordinary birds and beasts proved to be in vain. After several days, Ling Tian suddenly awoke to the realization that merely studying the art of communication between male and female spirits would likely not suffice for success at the cultivation conference. He suggested to the Earl that they first investigate the rules governing the event before making any decisions. The Earl wholeheartedly agreed and dispatched someone to procure a copy of the conference regulations. Upon reviewing the document, he was left utterly dumbfounded to discover that participants were required to submit their drafts for review prior to the event, undergoing preliminary and secondary selections before being allowed to present at the conference, followed by a debate in court, culminating in evaluations by judges to determine rankings. Fortunately, the conference organizers informed the Earl that, due to his noble status, he would be exempt from the submission and selection processes and could speak directly at the event. The Earl, reflecting on the research he had conducted over the past few days, found it challenging to prepare a discourse suitable for the conference. After deliberating with Ling Tian, they established a drafting committee for the conference presentation. The members included the president, Earl Sihui, along with Ling Tian, Steward Li, the 2 instructors, He Guoxiong, Shen Shirlu, and several others. As the drafting committee convened, they deliberated on how best to compose their manuscript. After much discussion, no viable ideas emerged until Steward Li had a sudden inspiration, suggesting, "My lord, why not seek out some talented scribes from the government office to write it for us?" The Count, having patted his thigh in affirmation, promptly made his way to the palace to seek an audience with Lady Li, requesting his sister to find someone to assist him. The following day, 2 literati arrived outside the estate. The Count personally led them into his residence. Both gentlemen were esteemed scholars, one surnamed Zhu and the other Chung, both possessing vast knowledge. The Count extended a warm welcome, serving tea followed by wine, and his hospitality was marked by great respect. During the feast, Master Zhu inquired, "Your Grace has summoned us. Might I ask the purpose of this meeting? I eagerly await your guidance." The Count, blushing, explained the matter of drafting a speech for the upcoming literary conference. Master Chung then asked, "May I inquire what topic you have chosen? What thoughts do you have in mind?" The Count, taken aback, replied, "I intended to seek the wisdom of both esteemed scholars on this matter. Yet it seems you are inquiring of me instead." Master Zhu responded, "That is a misunderstanding. Although we are scribes, even the most skilled artisan cannot craft without materials. If your Grace has already selected a topic and formulated ideas, please share them with us, and we shall refine and embellish them, striving for eloquent phrasing and compelling arguments. However, if your Grace has no insights to share, I would be ashamed to fabricate an essay without substance. Master Ching added, to be candid, I previously presented my insights on cultivation at a similar conference and received recognition for it. My current position stems from that very experience. Alas, what I shared was merely my personal reflections, already documented in national literature, widely disseminated over the years. How could I present such an article to your grace again? Hearing this, the Count felt a profound sense of disappointment. Once the banquet concluded and the two scholars departed, he was left disheartened, his countenance clouded with gloom. It's the chapter's end. A private conversation unfolded. I heard from teacher me that merit is a composite score of ability and character, with each component further divided into numerous subcategories. Must all subcategories meet the standard to become a celestial being? For instance, what level of writing ability is required in this chapter? Aside from the overall merit score needing to meet the threshold, certain fundamental aspects must also be satisfactory, such as adaptability, resilience, comprehension, and judgment, as well as virtues like benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, trustworthiness, loyalty, filial piety, integrity, shame, and courage. Once these basic elements are met, we then consider the preferred attributes, with creativity being a particularly vital quality. The higher the score in creativity, the more promising the future. Writing is one such form of creative ability. It is a preferred attribute, but not a fundamental one. In Chapter 24, the gathering of Ling Tian and others found themselves at an impasse, left only with the option of offering kind words of consolation to the Count. After a lengthy pause, the Count resolutely declared, I refuse to believe that I cannot produce a speech. The others praised. Your Grace's talent is unparalleled. How could such a trivial task pose a challenge? The Count then turned to Ling Tian, saying, Little Leaf, from this day forth, you shall serve as the scribe for the drafting of the manuscript. Diligently study and discover a worthy topic. We shall collectively deliberate before seeking the final draft from our esteemed scholars. Everyone stared in astonishment, leaving Ling Tian speechless. After departing from the Count, Ling Tian gathered He Guangxiong and the two instructors, stating, as Little Leaf, I possess merely 1,000-odd segments of cultivation, and to this day, I remain ignorant of the true essence of our practices. How could I possibly articulate insights on cultivation? If you possess any profound methods, please do not withhold them from me. The three laughed heartily, saying, How could we dare to withhold knowledge? The methods we practice are all well known and readily available in various texts. We have yet to master the techniques of others, let alone possess any unique insights to share. Ling Tian pressed, Are the presentations at the cultivation conference comprised solely of supreme methods? If these exceptional techniques exist, how can they be openly taught? He Guangxiong replied, At the cultivation conference, there are no supreme methods. Only the commonly understood techniques are discussed. Those extraordinary skills often have such stringent requirements that they are impractical for the average practitioner. Instructor De Li added, The conference serves to introduce new pathways for ordinary cultivation techniques. For instance, in our practice of the great strength technique, I've encountered methods such as weighted running, midnight breathing exercises, and even inebriated techniques, all of which we have attempted, yet yielded little understanding. Ling Tian inquired, What cultivation techniques does the current monarch practice? Surely, as a spiritual sage, he must have profound insights, He Guangxiong explained. The monarch is exceptionally gifted, having achieved a strength level exceeding 40 in his youth. With immense innate power, he received teachings on the Tian Sha spiritual technique from a master in Kunshan. And now, having perfected this technique, he can display his prowess on the heavenly island, rising to the rank of spiritual sage. Instructor Shaoli interjected, Even if the monarch were to disclose the Tian Sha spiritual technique at the conference and elaborate on his insights, how many individuals could possess the innate strength and talent to practice it? Thus, it is as he said. Extraordinary skills often have excessively demanding requirements, rendering them impractical when discussed. Upon hearing about the Kunshan sect, Ling Tian was reminded of his own practice, the longevity technique, yet he felt he had seen no results, leaving him unable to share any insights. He recounted the technique to the trio, asking if they had ever practiced it and what their experiences had been. Upon hearing the name, both he and Li were astonished. After Ling Tian recited the incantation, they erupted in laughter. What is so amusing? Ling Tian queried. He Guangxiong remained silent, but rummaged through a pile of books. Eventually finding one titled Cultivation Primer, he turned to a page and showed it to Ling Tian, who realized that the incantation he had just recited was indeed written there, yet the title read, Fundamental Heart Sutra for Beginners. Instructor Dali remarked, "This book is intended for children learning spiritual arts." Ling Tian's face flushed with embarrassment as he went on to describe the fire control technique and the wind control technique. He Guangxiong pondered for a moment and said, "While this technique is not documented, there are many similar practices. It could very well be a renaming of an ordinary technique." Instructor Dali chuckled. "It appears Little Leaf cannot yet distinguish between the heart methods and techniques within spiritual arts. Allow me to educate you. Heart methods nurture the spirit, while techniques utilize it. The Cultivation Conference discusses heart methods, while martial gatherings focus on techniques. Once you grasp this distinction, you will be able to differentiate between them." Ling Tian, sweating profusely, exclaimed, "It seems I am wholly unfit for this role as drafting scribe. Who among you would take up the mantle? I shall gladly yield." The trio insisted, "Little Leaf, do not be so humble. Your courage is commendable. The Count holds you in high regard. We pale in comparison." After deliberating for a while without any fruitful leads, Ling Tian immersed himself in the mountain of books. From then on, he became utterly engrossed, consuming meals amidst stacks of texts, sleeping among the seas of literature. Reading, memorizing, writing, and contemplating, becoming almost obsessed. He and Shan visited him several times, urging him to take a break, but he paid them no mind. When Steward Li came to check on him, he reported to the Count. Upon hearing of Ling Tian's fervent dedication, the Count sighed, feeling a deep kinship and lamenting the timing of their acquaintance, leading him to place even greater trust in Ling Tian. He entrusted the entirety of the manuscript to Ling Tian, while he delved into the art of communication with the elven maidens. Ling Tian, unaware of how many books he had read or how many heart methods, techniques, and various miscellaneous skills he had memorized, found that days passed without uncovering any insights worthy of a manuscript. One day, he and Shun returned to see Ling Tian's haggard appearance, gaunt features, and could no longer remain silent. They forcibly dragged him out of the estate to the Shangbin Tavern for a small drink. He Guangxiong encouraged, "Brother Yi, your cultivation is still at a nascent stage. Do not force yourself with this manuscript. Ultimately, it is merely to please the Count. How could you genuinely hope to secure the top position at the conference? Look around at the countless cultivators in the streets. How many aspire to attend the conference? Yet how many can actually present there?" Upon hearing the words of Commander He, Ling Tian raised his cup and downed it in one gulp, sighing deeply as he gazed out the window at the passers-by. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he turned to glance at He and Shen, but reconsidered, shaking his head and lowering his gaze. Shen, ever perceptive, sensed Ling Tian's contemplation and eagerly urged, "Brother Yi, speak your mind freely. We have no reservations amongst friends." Ling Tian confessed, "After hearing Commander He, an idea crossed my mind, but upon further reflection, it seems less than prudent. Hence I hesitated to mention it." The two pressed him, "What is this idea? Do share." After repeated encouragement, Ling Tian reluctantly revealed, "Commander He mentioned that while many cultivators aspire to participate, few are selected. I had a thought. Since the Count is exempt from selection, perhaps we could find a candidate among those who were not selected, purchase their manuscript, and then revise it. This way, we might stand a chance at the conference." However, before he could finish, He and Shun erupted in applause, exclaiming, "What a brilliant plan! Such an excellent idea cannot possibly be deemed questionable." Without further ado, they dragged Ling Tian back to the estate in haste. The tavern owner called after them, "Your Excellency, your tab?" He and Shen, already far ahead, replied, "Next time, it shall be settled." They dashed off, leaving the owner shaking his head in exasperation, jotting down another entry in his ledger. He Guangxiong hastily rounded up the two instructors Li and brought them to the Count, sharing Ling Tian's proposal. Everyone present applauded the ingenuity of the idea, except for Ling Tian, who voiced his concerns. "I fear the reviewers may have seen the manuscript before and might recognize it when we present." Instructor Dali retorted, "Even if the Count's manuscript is recognized, would they dare to raise any objections? Moreover, throughout history, many successful pieces have been adaptations of earlier works. How many are mere rehashes of old phrases? Besides, if we enlist a skilled hand to revise the text, Even a nonsensical piece can be transformed into a masterpiece. Who could possibly detect the flaws? Everyone agreed enthusiastically, and as Ling Tian was about to voice another concern, the Count interjected, "This matter is settled. He and Shun, you two swiftly invite Masters Zhu and Cheng to discuss this." The two complied without hesitation. Meanwhile, the remaining individuals continued to deliberate the finer details of the plan. Half an hour later, Masters Zhu and Cheng arrived. The Count recounted the situation, and both scholars nodded in agreement. After a moment's thought, they added a few stipulations. First, to ensure the manuscript's excellence, they would seek drafts from the rejected submissions of the literary conference. To minimize the impact, it is preferable that the chosen manuscript author be a foreign monk. Once the appropriate manuscript is selected, a copy should be transcribed without informing the author to avoid unnecessary complications. It is advisable to expedite the return of the author to their homeland to prevent further entanglements. Regarding this last point, the two Li instructors suggested that it would be best to silence the monk to ensure peace of mind. Ling Tian was taken aback and hurriedly advised the instructors against such a plan. Steward Li also asserted that it would be utterly unacceptable to desecrate the spirit of Ling Zun during the Tiandan festival. With the matter of the manuscript settled, the Count felt elated and generously rewarded Ling Tian with a plethora of spirit tickets and a multitude of gifts. Ling Tian couldn't shake the feeling that his idea was somewhat unethical. Leaving him discontented, he distributed most of the spirit tickets and rewards to others, keeping only an 8th grade spirit treasure, the Qian Kuren bag, and a cultivation staff for himself, storing the military pack within the bag. Suddenly recalling that he had yet to settle today's tavern bill, he rushed back to the tavern to pay. The innkeeper, ecstatic, presented the account book and inquired which bill to settle. Ling Tian glanced at the book, calculated, and decided to clear all the debts of the guards in one go. The innkeeper, with tears in his eyes, saw Ling Tian off, accompanying him all the way to the Count's residence. The 8th grade spirit treasure was indeed extraordinary. Woven with multicolored threads, with the word Shui Jian embroidered at the mouth of the BAG.IT, turned out that spirit treasures of a certain grade each had their own names. The Shui Jian bag had a space several times larger than that of the military pack. Yet its size was significantly smaller, and after filling it with items, it felt much lighter. Ling Tian casually grasped the cultivation staff, which registered a value of 16, leaving him puzzled. Hadn't it measured 17 during a previous assessment at the Lingsheng Tower? End of chapter. Secret message. Private chat with me. Please skip if uninterested. Teacher me. Today I understood what is heart method and cultivation method. How does our North Star bathing technique fit into this? Me. You should judge for yourself and see if you truly understand. I believe it should be a heart method, as it nurtures spirits. Me. Well, that's acceptable. You answered correctly. Of course, I will provide you with the heart method. As the cultivation method is of no use in the material world. How can I achieve better results with the star bathing technique? Me. You need to practice with heart blessings. What is heart blessing? Me. Practicing the star bathing technique requires a correct mindset. For instance, if you do something kind for others and feel great joy, this fulfilling and pleasant emotion is called heart blessing. Heart blessing is the transcendent sense of happiness derived from good deeds. Using this heart blessing to connect with the energy of the North Star allows for the smoothest flow. There is a saying, the way of heaven shows no favoritism, but often aligns with the virtuous. This way of heaven is the overarching program of the universe, which offers energy support to goodwill and good deeds. Therefore, when invoking the spiritual flow towards the North Celestial Pole, one must harbor goodwill and gratitude towards heaven, earth, and humanity, avoiding any negative emotions such as resentment, guilt, or sorrow, lest misfortune befall. Reflect on how safe you are in the universe, filled with goodness, protected by ancestral spirits, and cared for by countless predecessors, relatives, and friends. Be why nurturing righteous energy and cultivating innate goodness. Practicing the star bathing technique with a harmonious and joyful heart will yield excellent results. Understood. Thank you. Teacher Mimi, do you know why Ling Tian's cultivation power decreased in today's chapter? I don't know. Is it because of heart blessing? Ling Tian had a rather poor idea today and tacitly accepted the two instructors' plan to take without asking. Is that why his heart was filled with guilt, affecting his cultivation? Me? Indeed. Now you should comprehend how swiftly the heavenly way measures deeds, even faster than penalties for traffic violations. Your life score is constantly being calculated by the heavenly way. Chapter 25. The Cultivation Literature Conference with the two Zhu Cheng instructors taking the lead. The selection of manuscripts progressed much more smoothly. They were both members of the review committee. It did not take long for them to arrive at the Count's residence to submit their manuscripts. The chosen manuscript discussed the cultivation of spiritual avian skills, a practice derived from the flight of spiritual birds that quickens the flow of spiritual energy and enhances agility. Due to its accessibility, many have taken up this cultivation, including the Count himself. The author of the manuscript was a monk from the Dai nation, who, upon learning that his work had been eliminated in the reselection, hurriedly returned home due to family matters, not waiting for the commencement of the literature conference. After a brief review, the Count nodded in approval. The two editing instructors then wielded their pens like mighty swords, extensively revising and refining the text until it was polished and elegant, to the extent that should the Dai monk ever return to view it, he would not dare claim it as his own. Once completed, the manuscript was submitted to the Count, who was overjoyed and expressed his gratitude with a substantial reward. Unfortunately, the text was rather convoluted, filled with obscure characters, prompting the Count to engage the two scholars in a meticulous line-by-line study. Eventually, even Ling Tian, the attendant, had memorized the text. While the Count was still struggling, as the literature conference drew near, the Count had already registered and spent his days rehearsing the manuscript at home. The streets were adorned with official notices declaring that this year's literature conference, due to the high number of participants, would be held at the Wenhua Hall of the Royal Palace. The banquet was jointly organized by 10 taverns, including the Dengxian Tower and the Lingxing Tower. Upon seeing the notice, the participating monks hastened to prepare. The Count had familiarized himself with the manuscript, and since delivering it from memory would earn extra points, the members of the conference urged him to memorize it. This posed a challenge for the Count, who often struggled with forgetfulness, causing anxiety among the members. Ultimately, Ling Tian mentioned that Princess might attend, which instantly invigorated the Count, driving him to practice tirelessly until he finally memorized the manuscript. Ling Tian also invited Elder Cheng to provide specific guidance on key points for the presentation, including where to pause, where to be eloquent, and where to be passionate. In a flurry of activity, the Count finally managed to present the manuscript credibly. On the 10th day of the Tiandan calendar in the year 1878, the Cultivation Literature Conference was grandly convened in Yuanbao City. The day before, the main event featured the customary float parade, with colorful floats proceeding from the royal palace through the residences of various nobility, high-ranking officials in the capital, and prominent families in the city. The Grand Tiandan Holy Temple stood open at the end of the parade route, where the 3,000 knights of the temple, clad in golden armor, were assembled in splendid attire, holding long spears in neat formation before the temple. The scene was awe-inspiring, with the sun glistening off the spears and banners overshadowing the sky. The temple's abbot, along with all the protective monks, lined up from the outer gate along the steps leading to the main hall. After circling the temple, the float procession lined up outside the temple's ceremonial gate. The current chancellor, holding the holy edict, led the royal princes and various noble lords, and under the abbot's guidance, ascended the steps to pay homage to the statue of the Tiandan immortal. Performing 3 bows, offering wine, silk, grain, and livestock, lighting incense for further bows, and then reading the lengthy praises aloud, ultimately announcing the opening of the Tiandan Festival's Cultivation Conference. Underneath the sovereign's decree, drums and music resounded, and the crowd cheered exuberantly. Following the Count's float, Ling Tian witnessed the chancellor's carriage swiftly pass by, hurrying back to the city for the next ceremony. The chancellor, with prominent ears and a rosy complexion, sat in a lavish carriage, cheerfully conversing with the princes beside him. Ling Tian caught a fragment of their discussion. This year, the sovereign has achieved sanctification. I too shall be able to present the holy edict before the court. Feeling an unparalleled glory as the procession swiftly moved past, the Count's retinue resumed their path, and Ling Tian glanced back at the Count, who was still muttering to himself and gesturing as he practiced the manuscript. Yuanbao City was already bustling with activity, with every household's doors wide open, adorned with lanterns and decorations. The authorities distributed bright candles, and families lit eternal lamps, feeling secure enough to leave their doors unlatched for the night. However, the notion of not picking up lost items proved challenging due to the throngs of people. resulting in a far greater number of dropped belongings than usual. The following day, the Cultivation Literature Conference officially commenced within the Wenhua Hall of the Royal Palace, where the Chief Minister read the sovereign's congratulatory message, followed by the two Zhu Cheng instructors announcing the conference procedures. According to the order of reselection, the speeches began with the last-ranked participants. The Count, however, was not included in the reselection ranking and was scheduled to present later. After attending the opening ceremony, the Count returned home to practice diligently. On the 10th day, the day of the presentation arrived. The Count, having completed his grooming early, brought along all the members of the manuscript conference, traveling in 2 luxurious carriages to the venue. Today marked the final session of the conference, where the top 10 cultivators from the reselection would take the stage. Other participants were eager to hear the insights of these elite practitioners. Although entry tickets had already been distributed, those unable to enter still gathered passionately outside the palace gates, hoping to purchase the shorthand notes of the high-caliber speakers. The Count's special session was also held today. This special session was designated to accommodate noble attendees, allowing them to participate in the conference. Most participants in the literature conference sought to establish their names and advance their standings. Those who secured good rankings were often sought after by various sovereigns. Thus, numerous practitioners from various regions entered the selection. However, the nobles were primarily hereditary elites, accustomed to a life of luxury, and few were inclined to seek advancement by participating in the special session. For them, wealth and privilege were readily accessible, so why exert the effort? Consequently, the special sessions for nobles had become mere formalities over the years, with only Countly registering to attend this year. The conference organizers thus combined this session with the final session of the literature conference. As the Count's carriage approached the royal palace, everyone disembarked. Ling Tian marveled at the towering palace walls, and a young attendant emerged to usher them in, leading them through a side entrance of the Wenhua Hall. This hall was one of the grandest in the palace. Ling Tian barely had time to glance at the magnificent vaulted ceiling before following the Count to their seats. The Count's seat was arranged at the front, adjacent to the review committee, with 2 screens separating them from the other participants. After taking his seat, a young boy presented tea. Ling Tian peered through the screen's gap to catch a glimpse of the venue and was taken aback. The hall was filled with rows of tables leading to the main entrance, each surrounded by over 10 individuals. Surrounding him were numerous individuals standing closely together, the grand hall teeming with people. Through the partition, Ling Tian could overhear the hushed discussions at the adjacent table, with everyone speculating about who might secure the coveted top positions. As the appointed hour arrived, the moderator of the judging panel announced the commencement of the final session of the Cultivation Literary Conference. Instantly, the venue fell into a profound silence. A cultivator clad in azure ascended to the stage, introduced themselves with their name and hometown, and began their presentation in a thick southern accent. Ling Tian listened attentively for a while but found the techniques discussed to be somewhat unfamiliar. So he shifted his focus to the comments drifting in from the neighboring table beyond the screen. One individual inquired softly, "Man Xiong, how did this cultivator from Yushan Kingdom come to present in our Yuanbao Kingdom?" The one addressed as Man Xiong replied, "You've just arrived from the frontier and are unaware of the conference's rules. I see that ATA Cultivators Conference, there are typically special provisions for cultivators from foreign lands. Many practitioners, for various reasons, find it challenging to achieve good rankings in their home countries. Thus they venture to other nations to try their luck. For instance, in this conference, if a foreign cultivator gains fame and official status here, they might bring an entire clan to join Yuanbao Kingdom." After listening a bit longer, the Yushan cultivator concluded their presentation, followed by questions from the judging panel. The contestant answered a few straightforward inquiries with ease. Subsequently, the audience posed 10 questions, igniting a fervor in the atmosphere as a specially crafted incense for questioning was lit in front of the judging panel. The 10 questions had to be posed and answered before the incense burned out. As the questioners were all competitors, and their inquiries were exceptionally tricky, the contestants' scripts had to remain confidential prior to the presentation, compelling the competitors to keenly listen and discern any vulnerabilities or complexities to exploit, while also coordinating with their allies at other tables to formulate the most damaging questions. They had to also guard against the possibility of a supporter of the stage contestant asking simpler questions to seize a share of the 10 inquiries, which made for a lively scene. Given that the contestant was from Yushan Kingdom, it was improbable for them to find a supporter here in Yuanbao Kingdom. The 10 questions were posed in succession, each more formidable than the last. The Yushan contestant was visibly strained, sweating profusely as they faced the barrage. Ultimately, 2 questions proved exceedingly difficult to answer, prompting a request for exemption from the judging panel. According to the conference rules, foreign contestants were allowed to request exemption for 2 questions, while contestants from the host country were permitted only 1 opportunity. After deliberation, the judging panel granted the exemption, allowing the Yushan contestant to leave the stage as if liberated from a great burden. A quick scribe had already documented the entire event, selling the records outside the palace among practitioners. Ling Tian turned to his companion, Coach Dali, and remarked, "This cultivation literary conference is indeed bustling. When were all these rules established?" Coach Dali replied, "These are merely a few simplified protocols adapted from the selection of spiritual saints on Tian Island. There, from tens of thousands of spiritual masters, only a handful of spiritual saints are chosen, and the regulations are far more complex, with 9 major barriers, each divided into 9 minor obstacles, totaling 81 heavenly trials. Countless spiritual masters have perished from exhaustion, frustration, or despair along the heavenly path." Ling Tian asked, "Is there no combat involved in the heavenly trials? How is it that no one is killed?" Coach Dali responded, "There are indeed many combat challenges. However, they may only injure, not killed. If an opponent dies, you would be expelled from Tian Island and banned from ever returning." Ling Tian inquired, "If Coach Li were to traverse those heavenly trials, how far do you think you could go?" Coach Dali replied, "I fear I wouldn't even reach the heavenly gates. I might perish from fright first." The table of nobles erupted in laughter. Ling Tian then understood why the nation rejoiced so fervently upon the sovereign attaining the status of spiritual saint. He also recalled Feng 324, who had been detained as a pearl chicken by an unknown member of the Holy Wang family. The 27th Holy King, who had somehow emerged as a spiritual saint in a previous generation, and still maintained a demeanor of respect. The conclusion of the chapter's secret dialogue, and me private chat. Please skip if uninterested. The cultivation in the true spiritual realm is exceedingly arduous. Even the slightest progress demands immense effort. Me. The cultivation environment in the spiritual realm is relatively lenient, with spiritual techniques and treasures available, hence the higher difficulty level set for cultivation. These spirits toil tirelessly to reach the pinnacle, merely to exist as ordinary beings on earth. It seems utterly absurd upon reflection. What is absurd about it? Allow me to explain the framework of the reincarnation system. In the chaos, wild spirits enter the universe, first signing a life and death contract, then refining themselves in the true spiritual realm, before entering the material world starting as bacteria. Once their adaptability criteria are met, they return to the true spiritual realm to reincarnate as ordinary life forms, which also includes semi-spirits. If their cultivation metrics are satisfactory, they may reincarnate in the material world as flowers, trees, fish, or insects, and through multiple cycles of reincarnation. Should they meet the required standards, they can return to the true spiritual realm and reincarnate as practitioners with cultivation potential. Continually cycling through, if in a particular lifetime they reach the status of spiritual saint, they might reincarnate in the material world as advanced beings like tigers, wolves, cows, or sheep, awaiting the opportunity to emerge as humans. Those with high scores can reincarnate directly as humans, and if they achieve the status of spiritual immortal in the true spiritual realm, they qualify for direct reincarnation as humans in the material world. Why must one repeatedly traverse between the spiritual and material realms? The spiritual realm encompasses its own subjects, while the material realm has its own. Eventually become the masters of the universe. One must be well acquainted with the entirety of the cosmos. Is there any distinction between those who reincarnate as spiritual saints after upgrading and those who reincarnate directly as spiritual immortals? There is not much difference. Once one reaches the human level, everyone starts from the same baseline, and the differences in scores depend solely on individual effort. However, data indicates that those who reincarnate as spiritual immortals tend to have a higher comprehension of the heavenly laws, which can be considered a favorable option. Draw a parallel with the earthly college entrance examination. Spiritual immortal humans are akin to liberal arts students, while spiritual saint humans are comparable to science students. You can research the admissions and career prospects of these two fields online. A thought has occurred to me. After wild spirits undergo refinement and arrive in the material realm as bacteria, who then occupies the bacteria on the countless spiritual stars in the true spiritual realm? Me. There are no bacteria in the true spiritual realm. It is devoid of microorganisms, starting instead with flowers, trees, fish, and insects. Oh, I see. So the multitude of microorganisms on Earth is indeed gathered from the true spiritual realm. Nevertheless, the Ling Tian in the novel doesn't begin at a high level. Lacking the human reincarnation experience in the true spiritual realm, how great can his achievements be? And me. Ling Tian's situation is rather unique. He has traversed multiple lifetimes across both the spiritual and material realms, accumulating high cultivation metrics, but has deliberately chosen to undertake the experience of spiritual flora, preferring a method of gradual accumulation in his growth. Is that so? Oh, I just remembered, do you and I not also share past life experiences across the spiritual and material realms? Me, of course. The rules of heavenly law are established. Who can be an exception? Does this mean every person's soul has actually lived for billions of years? Me? Precisely. From the moment wild spirits entered the universe, each individual must endure countless billions of years of cultivation assessments to arrive at the present. We are all old souls. No need to feign innocence. Yet I have no recollection of the myriad past experiences in the spiritual and material realms. Me. All those memories have been sealed. Only upon ascending to the status of a celestial being can one gradually request the unsealing of those memories and integrate multiple lifetimes of recollections. No wonder everyone strives to become celestial beings. There are such benefits. Me, the greatest advantage of becoming a celestial being is the immortality of the soul. Immortal soul. Did you not say that souls can inherently be immortal? Me, that is true. Souls can indeed achieve immortality when spiritual energy is abundant and no external forces annihilate them. However, the spiritual energy in the universe is finite, and limited spiritual energy is reserved for those who contribute to the universe. What use is there for those devoid of virtue and capability? They merely waste resources, after all. Hence, they must be eradicated and refined into spiritual energy to nourish the living. Not to mention, a considerable portion of the heavenly and earthly spiritual energy required to sustain life on Earth is extracted from the waste spirits. I can't believe it. Me, what is so surprising about that? Throughout your life, how many meals have you consumed? Regardless of whether your meals are meat or vegetables, are they not all forms of life? Does not every life possess a soul? Are you suggesting you could consume stones instead? Me, do not overthink it. The meals you consume in the material realm are merely the shells of souls, not the essence of the soul itself. Those refined souls are all flawed spirits with poor cultivation results, utterly irredeemable. Why should you feel sympathy for them? Chapter 26. Observing the Heart Technique. The Cultivation Literary Conference continued, with one contestant after another taking the stage. All contestants delivered impromptu speeches. Some spoke vividly, while others expressed themselves with fervor. Although Ling Tian struggled to fully comprehend their words, he frequently applauded and cheered, leaving the contestants below puzzled as to which faction he represented. The debates among the contestants grew increasingly intense, leading to 3 individuals being bested by their adversaries in the audience. The atmosphere reached a boiling point, prompting the protective spiritual masters to frequently cast calming spells to stabilize the contestants' emotions. The palace guards tightened their grips on their weapons, their eyes wide open, ready to expel any radicals from the venue at a moment's notice. Finally, it was the turn of the last contestant to take the stage, and the conference reached its zenith. This contestant boldly announced their name and origin, revealing themselves to be a cultivator from Yi County in Yuanbao Kingdom. Named Qiu Yazi. Upon hearing this name, Ling Tian surmised that this individual might be a natural spirit, thus he focused intently on the presentation. Qiu Yazi began, "Esteemed elders, honorable teachers, I work in a spiritual treasure shop in my hometown, where the most popular item we sell is the cultivation strength measuring stick." Just as he uttered this, someone in the audience jeered, "We protest against spiritual treasure merchants coming to the conference to peddle their wares." The guards in the arena barked a command to restore order. After a brief lull, Qiu Yazi continued, "My customers often complain about the measuring stick's inaccuracy. When the same person uses the same stick to measure their strength, sometimes the readings are higher, sometimes lower, Though the differences are not significant, I have conducted my own experiments, and the situation is indeed as described. I measured with one stick, and this year it indicated an increase of 1 point compared to last year. While last year was down by 1 point compared to the year before. It has been 3 years since I began my assessments, with 2 of those years yielding identical results. Last year's evaluation, for reasons unknown, fell short by a single point. Allow me to clarify. I am of humble means and possess no avenues for enhancing my cultivation abilities. The situation has once again devolved into chaos, as the final contestant undoubtedly stands as the highest ranked among the re-evaluated, and is also the prime target of the audience's ire. This includes a contestant who had just been thoroughly questioned on stage, now forming an alliance with adversaries below, all directed against Kiwiazi. Voices rose in accusation. The cultivation rods you sell are nothing but counterfeit. Others chimed in. Everything you say is mere drivel. If cultivation remains stagnant, what is there to strive for? Your eyesight is poor. You've misjudged the situation. The head judge rose to restore order, invoking the cleansing heart spell to its fullest, causing ethereal light to flicker throughout the venue, finally calming the tumultuous crowd. The host addressed Kiwiazi, stating, "This contestant, the content you just presented was not included in the submitted manuscript. The judging panel demands you swiftly return to the topic outlined in your manuscript and refrain from rambling. Failure to comply will result in disqualification." The crowd erupted in support of Kiwiazi's downfall, and the host's words brought delight to the competitors below. Once silence was restored, Kiwiazi calmly declared, "Next, I shall present the theme of my candidacy, the art of observing the heart. It involves discerning the fluctuations within oneself to uncover the underlying causes affecting the changes in cultivation." This revelation left the audience astounded, for this technique was unfamiliar to them. Could it be some esoteric method passed down through secretive schools? Ling Tian, upon hearing these words, was deeply moved. He had recently measured his own cultivation and noted discrepancies compared to previous evaluations. Initially, he assumed the variance stemmed from different rods used for measurement, but today he learned such fluctuations were commonplace. Thus, he listened with heightened focus. As he absorbed Kiwiazi's words, inexplicable phrases flickered in his mind, phrases that felt eerily familiar. After much reflection, he recalled them from the spiritual tome he had consumed in his infancy. These ancient phrases danced briefly before vanishing once more. Kiwiazi elaborated, clarifying that he had coined the term art of observing the heart, a reflection of his contemplations on the variations in cultivation, positing that a tranquil mind and joyful spirit could restore or even slightly enhance one's abilities, while an unbalanced mindset filled with gloom could lead to a slight decline. He recounted a year when his cultivation had diminished due to a pricing error during a sale, where he had sold goods at a rate far exceeding the market value. Upon realizing his mistake, he had felt a sense of pride in his business acumen. Yet, when customers came to confront him about the pricing, he was compelled to refund the excess, leading to his disrepute. Hence, he believed that one's emotional state can profoundly affect cultivation. He then discussed how to regulate emotions through the art of observing the heart. Once he concluded, the audience erupted in chatter, and the host stood to announce that the judging panel had no questions, inviting the cultivators below to ask directly. The atmosphere ignited once more, with contestants rushing to each table, eager to ascertain if any pressing questions remained. Yet, all were at a loss, having never heard of this art of observing the heart. Just as the questioning incense burned low, a cultivator stood and inquired, "Might I ask, is it better to practice this art during the day or at night?" Without hesitation, Kiwiazi responded, "I often reflect in the stillness of the night." This answer elicited laughter from the onlookers, while the contestants seethed with frustration over the squandered opportunity for a valuable inquiry. However, one quick-witted contestant seized the moment and leapt forth to ask, "Why do you go by the name Kiwiazi?" Kiwiazi replied, "I am a natural spirit, awakened like a sapling during an autumn rain, and thus I chose this name for myself." Following this, a series of remarkably juvenile questions ensued, leading to utter chaos among the audience. The judging panel, seasoned in such matters, was taken aback. They understood that many contestants had hired questioners, yet these hired hands posed questions of a seemingly profound nature, merely orchestrated to provide the contestants with an opportunity to showcase their eloquence. There was certainly no need for such trivial inquiries. The host, flustered, conferred with the judges before one of them rose, gesturing for silence while declaring, Quiet, please. The host then announced, all previous questions do not meet the criteria and are therefore invalid. However, 10 questions remain valid, and the contestants' responses will not be scored. The contestants, realizing this resulted in a stalemate, began to murmur among themselves when a judge called out, there are 2 final questions remaining. Cultivators, please ask swiftly. The atmosphere grew tense once more. Just as the questioning incense was about to extinguish, a contestant boldly stepped forward, exclaiming, may I ask, esteemed brother, what is your cultivation level? This question was met with derision. As the audience recalled the host's previous admonition that such foolish inquiries were deemed invalid. Have you lost your hearing? Why not pose a more original question? You waste our time. Yet, the contestant retorted, while the host may deem my question invalid, the brother on stage must respond. Kiyoyazi glanced at the host, then confidently stated, my cultivation level is 7,800. Upon hearing this, the questioner pressed on, it is well known that spiritual techniques are the culmination of countless generations of wisdom from esteemed spiritual masters, requiring tremendous effort to develop. Many existing techniques originate from the spiritual saints. Given your modest 7,000 plus cultivation level, which does not even qualify you as a spiritual scholar, how can you claim to have discovered this technique through chance observations? If formulating spiritual techniques were so simple, I could easily create 10 or 8 myself. Kiyoyazi found himself momentarily speechless, stunned into silence. After a brief pause, he recalled there was still one protective evasion he had yet to employ and hastily turned to the judging panel to make his request. Just then, the audience erupted into cheers, for the questioning incense had finally burned out, leaving only wisps of smoke lingering in the air. At the conclusion of this chapter, a private conversation ensued. He remarked, today, I grasped the essence of this chapter. The progress in cultivation is intertwined with one's state of mind. I ask that not so, master? Me affirmed, indeed, the essence of cultivation lies in one's mindset. He continued, ultimately, cultivation aims for selection by the heavens. However, if celestial beings are immortal and require no successors, why do they persist in selecting newcomers? Me explained, for the longevity of the universe. He pondered, the longevity of the universe? Me elaborated, the universe also has a lifespan. It was shaped from chaotic disorder into ordered space. Over time, the universe gradually reverts to a state of chaos, hence the need to continually forge greater new universes. He inquired, could you elaborate? Me provided an analogy. Consider a drop of milk falling into the ocean. It dissipates instantly. Pour a bucket of milk into the sea, and it takes longer to disperse. Yet, if you were to pour 100 tons of milk into the ocean, it would remain for an extended period before dissipating, correct? The milk represents our universe, while the ocean symbolizes the boundless chaos. Only by expanding the universe can its existence be prolonged, and to construct and maintain a larger universe. More individuals must participate, which is why there is an ongoing selection of talents for celestial work. He concluded, I understand now. Thank you for your explanation, master. This brings to mind the phenomenon of entropy increase. Scientists have discovered that the universe is spontaneously progressing from order to disorder, and this is irreversible. Today, I finally comprehend that this reflects the universe's gradual return to chaos. Chapter 27. The Labyrinth of Confusion. Kiyoyazi descended from the stage, his face flushed with shame. Ling Tian overheard the judging panel discussing. We initially found the art of observing the heart quite innovative and unique, thus awarding it the top rank in the re-evaluation. Yet it has proven utterly untenable. Another remarked, though the innovation is commendable, it lacks practical validation and cultivation. How can it be deemed a legitimate technique? The audience's restlessness subsided as the host announced the commencement of the award ceremony. Meanwhile, the count, drenched in sweat, remained off stage. The host, seeking to inspire the count, extolled the current era's prosperity while subtly urging Zhu Fuji to prompt him forward. Zhu Fuji approached the count, employing gentle persuasion for some time before the count, trembling, finally stepped onto the stage. The host led the applause, and the audience's clapping resonated like a tidal wave. The contestants understood that this was a celebratory occasion and genuinely supported the count. For even if he were to secure first place, it posed no conflict of interest for them. After all, the count was of immense nobility. Why would he vie for a minor official position? Surely, The Count sought only the prestige of the occasion, indulging in a moment of leisure. Thus, the audience welcomed the Count with enthusiasm. However, upon facing the throngs of attendees, the Count felt an overwhelming wave of anxiety and momentarily froze. Forgetting his speech, the host, about to offer assistance, suddenly noticed a well-dressed attendant approaching the stage. Holding a cup of fragrant tea, it was Ling Tian, who had come to provide the Count with cues under the guise of serving tea. The Count drank the tea in one gulp and began his address. Remarkably, thanks to his diligent preparation, he recited the manuscript flawlessly in one breath. After a brief bow, he exited the stage to a thunderous round of applause, leaving the host standing awkwardly, as the Count had yet to engage in a question-and-answer session. The host had no choice but to personally invite the Count back onto the stage for the judging panel to pose their inquiries. It is rather ludicrous to assert that the judges' inquiries are genuine questions. They seem more akin to flattery. The Earl, with a chuckle, responded tangentially, and the judges, with a flourish of their pens, awarded full marks without hesitation. As the proceedings continued, Ling Tian noticed that the questioning incense had been significantly shortened. Nevertheless, no one in the audience raised any questions. Only the sounds of applause resonated, devoid of any dissenting opinions. Steward Li, initially regretting his decision not to hire some question-askers for support, felt reassured upon witnessing the scene, eagerly awaiting the Earl's return to celebrate. Just as the questioning incense was about to extinguish, a female monk stood up and said, "I have a question on behalf of my master. Esteemed Earl, what is the condition of your cultivation of the spirit bird technique when the spiritual energy accelerates?" This question, in comparison to the complex and fierce challenges posed by the contestants, was exceedingly simple. Moreover, even if the Earl were to fabricate an answer, the judges would likely not take issue with it. Yet, the Earl, caught unprepared, shook his head in confusion, unable to articulate a response. His lack of diligence and training meant that his mastery of the spirit bird technique had not transcended the initial level, and the script he recited was entirely authored by others. Although he had memorized it thoroughly, he did not comprehend its meaning. The host, sensing the impending disaster, hurriedly signaled the Earl to request a reprieve. However, the Earl remained oblivious, staring blankly and at a loss. The judges, wringing their hands in agitation, glanced between the incense and the questioner, silently cursing the latter. At that moment, the tea attendant who had previously served tea stepped onto the stage. Holding a piece of paper, he proclaimed loudly, "I too have practiced the spirit bird technique under the Earl, albeit just at the threshold of understanding. Just now, the Earl discreetly instructed me to demonstrate the condition of the accelerated spiritual energy for the esteemed audience's amusement." After tearing the paper into shreds, he declared, "There are a total of 150 tables here. Before this questioning incense burns out, I can demonstrate the efficacy of the technique by placing a piece of shredded paper on each table." With that, he leaped off the stage, and a gust of wind swiftly traversed the tables in an instant. He returned to the forefront, bowing respectfully. Just as the questioning incense extinguished, the audience beheld, to their amazement, a small piece of paper resting at the center of each table, without a single omission. Although some highly skilled spiritualists among the contestants discerned that the attendant had merely infused the wind technique into a particular gate to achieve this feat, they nevertheless admired his cleverness and agility, with none daring to expose the trick. Applause erupted, thunderous and overwhelming. The Earl, exuberantly cheering, shouted, "Well done, Shao Yi. You shall be handsomely rewarded." The entire panel of judges exhaled in relief, wiping their cold sweat, and collectively congratulated the Earl. After a considerable commotion, the host finally remembered that the ceremony was not yet complete, and he took to the stage to deliver a speech, followed by Master Zhu representing the judging panel. After a series of formalities and lengthy rituals, the conclusion of the cultivation conference was announced. Amidst the sounds of drums and music, the banquet was laid out, and the waitstaff from the various grand restaurants, long anticipating this moment, began to stream in, carrying an abundance of sumptuous dishes to serve at each table. The hall was filled with cultivators raising their glasses, laughter and jovial chatter prevailing, as they cast aside the earlier fierce conflicts, creating an atmosphere of harmony. The Earl had already been invited to the esteemed guests' table of the judging panel, while the remaining members of the Earl's household set up their own feast. With the weight of concern lifted, Everyone was in high spirits, even Ling Tian becoming quite inebriated. Just as they were reveling in merriment, Ling Tian suddenly noticed that the one serving dishes at their table was none other than the little attendant from Lin Shang Tower. He hurriedly beckoned him over for a greeting. After placing the dishes down, the attendant bowed with the tray in hand, saying, "I have seen you, Sir Yi." Ling Tian playfully punched him, exclaiming, "Enough of that formal nonsense. Are they so short-staffed upstairs that they've sent you, the greeter, to serve food?" The little attendant chuckled. "Isn't that so? Everyone upstairs has been assigned tasks. Look over there, even Lu Tang and Li Tang are serving dishes." Ling Tian urged him to sit down, laughing, "Now that you're here, take a breather and chat for a while." The little attendant replied, "I cannot. Chief Yuan is watching outside." Ling Tian continued, "My brother Yuan Duo? How has that rascal been lately? I've been meaning to visit him, but I've been so caught up with the Earl's speech that I haven't had a moment to spare. That fellow must be cursing me by now." The little attendant's expression turned peculiar as he replied, "Didn't Duo come to find you that day? He hasn't returned to the tower since." Ling Tian shouted in shock, drawing the attention of Steward Li and a few others, all inquiring what had transpired. Ling Tian grasped the little attendant's shoulder tightly, demanding, "You mean Duo hasn't returned since he left to find me?" "Yes," the attendant confirmed. "They said he came looking for you, and he hasn't returned since. His belongings are still in the dormitory. I've always wondered why he hasn't come back to collect them." Ling Tian's mind buzzed, standing there with a blank stare. Steward Li inquired, but Ling Tian did not respond, instead turning to the little attendant for clarification. It was then revealed that Ling Tian's close friend may have gone missing on his way to seek him out. The members of the Earl's household, recognizing Ling Tian's significant achievement and newfound favor in the Earl's eyes, were keenly interested in his predicament, detaining the little attendant for further questioning. Suddenly, Ling Tian bolted from the table, and Steward Li signaled he and Shen to follow suit. The two hastened to pursue Ling Tian, who had reached the hall and was questioning two individuals. He approached one and asked, "I was busy in the tower that day and rarely went to the serving area. I have no knowledge of what transpired afterward." Ling Tian then turned to the other, "Li Tang, do you know how Duo left?" Li Guangxiang, adopting a commanding demeanor, barked at the individual, "What do you know? Speak up, do not conceal a single detail." The Li Tang official, with a pained expression, replied, "I truly do not know. I was occupied in the hall until midnight. I had no moment to check the back. Sir Yi, we've all been in this together before. Please do not make it difficult for a brother." Shen 16 suggested to Ling Tian, "Should we not detain them and interrogate them thoroughly?" Hearing this, the two individuals immediately bowed deeply in fear. Ling Tian interjected, "There is no need to trouble them. I believe they are telling the truth. I too have worked in the tower, and it was undoubtedly during the busiest time. These officials would not have had the time to attend to the kitchen affairs." With that, he lowered his head, dazedly retreating. He and Shen exchanged glances, releasing the two officials, and followed behind Ling Tian. Upon returning to the table, the little attendant had not yet departed and was being bombarded with questions from Steward Li and the others. Ling Tian remarked, "Gentlemen, do not question him further. He is merely a greeter and will have no knowledge of the matter. Let him go." Steward Li, having grasped the situation, cautioned Ling Tian, "Wait, we cannot let him leave just yet. Today's incident has occurred. If he returns, he might collude with the involved party to concoct a story, which would be troublesome." Hearing this, he and Shan hurriedly searched the hall for the two officials from earlier, preparing to apprehend them. The little attendant, terrified, began to weep. Ling Tian bowed to Steward Li, expressing gratitude for his concern. However, this matter does not pertain to the little attendant. These servants cannot possibly be aware of what happened afterward. Steward Li conceded, "Very well. It has been several days since this incident, and those in the know have likely already concocted their narratives. It is futile to question the uninformed. Tomorrow, you should take Steward Li and Commander He, along with a team of guards, to ascertain the truth." Ling Tian bowed in thanks, escorting the little attendant out, advising him, "Do not speak of today's events to anyone." The little attendant wiped his tears and snot, nodding in agreement. The chapter's conclusion, a private conversation ensued. In this chapter, the protagonist has just begun to establish an identity and already possesses a social circle. If one reaches the realm of celestial beings, must they not build an extensive network of friends and relatives? Can celestial beings provide assistance to their loved ones? Me. As long as it does not contravene the heavenly principles. They certainly can. The celestial realm is also a society, and as with any society, there are interpersonal relationships. It is entirely reasonable to provide lawful and appropriate assistance to friends and family. What constitutes lawful and appropriate assistance? Me. If friends or relatives achieve cultivation results that meet the entry criteria for the celestial realm, celestial beings may assist in securing early admission. If a friend or relative falls short of the entry criteria but has passed some essential basic assessments, celestial beings can pay a fee to ensure their admission, which can later be refunded once the friend achieves the necessary standards to fee. So, upon reaching the celestial realm, one must continue cultivating merits. Me. Certainly, individuals in the celestial realm place great emphasis on both cultivation ability and virtue. Merit points are closely tied to one's treatment, rank, authority, resources, and status. Without earning merit points, how can one progress or develop? I understand now. Chapter 28. Entering the palace, Ling Tian stood in the hall, oblivious to the clamor around him, his thoughts consumed by the events at Lin Shang Tower. He recalled that it was during the evening when he had a major confrontation with Wang Jingguan, subsequently returning to the Earl's residence with Earl Li. After a brief stay at the estate, he borrowed Shin 16's clothing to return to Lin Shang Tower. The entire episode spanned merely an hour. What could have transpired in that time concerning Yuan Duo? Many had witnessed the altercation between him and Wang Jingguan in the Wind Garden Pavilion, yet no one had likely informed Yuan Duo. Otherwise, given Yuan Duo's temperament, he would have surely come to stir up trouble. This indicates that even after Ling Tian's departure from Lin Shang Tower, Yuan Duo remained unaware of the incident. As Ling Tian paced back and forth, he pondered, "Who informed Yuan Duo after I left? Regardless of how he learned of it, what actions did he take? According to Old Wu, he had been clamoring to find his way to the Earl's residence to see me. Was he hoping to accompany me to work there? If it was merely to see me, why not wait for my return? Given our close friendship, how could he think I would leave without a trace? Moreover, my belongings were still in the dormitory, untouched. If he desires to accompany me to the Earl's residence for work, why did he leave our belongings in the dormitory and come after me empty-handed?" Pondering this conundrum, I remain at a loss. At that moment, the only one aware of Yuan Duo pursuing me was the old Wu Tu, who had mentioned that Yuan Duo had said something about this little leaf. However, Ling Tian knew all too well. Yuan Duo had never referred to him as Little Leaf. That name was bestowed by Chief Steward Yuan, which Yuan Duo vehemently rejected, always calling him Ling Tian or Rotten Leaf instead. This old Wu Tu must harbor some ulterior motives. Ling Tian loathed himself for not having thought to seek out Yuan Duo sooner. After such a lengthy separation, if nothing had happened to Yuan Duo, he should have arrived at the Earl's residence to find him long ago. Why had he not sensed that something was amiss earlier? Something must have happened to Yuan Duo, but was it within the building? Or did it occur on his way to find him? While lost in these thoughts, He Guangxiong approached him, announcing that the Earl was returning to the estate. Though Ling Tian longed to rush to the Ling Shang Tower for clarification, he had no choice but to return to the estate first. On the way back, Ling Tian contemplated whether he should visit the Ling Shang Tower that evening. If he couldn't extract any clear answers, he could confront Coach Li and others the following day to demand an explanation. Unbeknownst to him, they had returned to the Earl's residence. The Earl, having indulged in quite a bit of drink today, was in high spirits. Just earlier, at the banquet of the review committee, he had been informed that the top 3 of the cultivation literary meeting would be selected by the Earl himself. After deliberation, the Earl decided that being second would suffice, as being first felt somewhat embarrassing. Thus, the Earl's speech was predetermined to be second, awaiting the announcement at the Tiandan festival. As the Earl disembarked from the carriage, he pondered how he might meet Princess Saint Machina again. Under what circumstances and in what manner would be most appropriate? Suddenly, he noticed a small embroidered carriage hastily approaching from behind and stopping outside the Earl's gate. A lady in palace attire stepped down from the carriage. The Earl was taken aback, standing at the gate as he watched the lady approach, a sense of foreboding creeping over him, causing beads of sweat to form unbidden. The lady gracefully approached, surveying those present, and spoke. "The little maid is from the Chunhui Palace, here to convey a message from Her Highness the Saint Princess." What seems to be the matter with the Earl? Upon hearing the name Chunhui Palace, Baron Li Sihui's legs turned to jelly. Upon hearing the word Saint Princess, his eyes rolled back and he fainted. The crowd was alarmed and hastily rushed to revive the Earl. De Li pressed on his acupoint, Xiao Li patted his chest, and Steward Li was so frantic that his voice cracked. The palace maid observed for a moment, finding it irrelevant, and continued, by order of the Saint Princess, summon Little Leaf to the palace for an audience. Just as Li Baron regained consciousness, hearing that Little Leaf was called to the palace, his eyes rolled back once more, and he fainted again. Ling Tian, grasping the Earl's arm and shaking him, suddenly felt someone shaking his own arm. Turning to look, it was He Guangxiang, who urgently exclaimed, "The Saint Princess summons you." "Why aren't you hurrying?" Ling Tian stood up, still bewildered, scratching his head, and asked, "Did the princess summon the Earl, and is she calling for me to accompany him?" The palace maid approached and said, "You are Little Leaf? Come with me to the palace." Ling Tian replied, "I am indeed Little Leaf, but I am not the Earl." The palace maid said, "No one mentions seeking the Earl. You are the one summoned, what?" Ling Tian exclaimed for the second time that day, "Hurry and prepare yourself. The maid is waiting to return to the palace with the decree. Quickly now. Why are you biting your finger?" Ling Tian, still gnawing on his finger, wondered if all of this was merely a dream. He was pulled into the estate by He Guangxiang and Shen Shirlu, who said, "Your clothes are your formal attire for today's meeting. There is no need to change. Is there anything else you need to bring?" Ling Tian dazedly replied, "I have a water pouch in my quarters. Everything is inside." Upon hearing this, Shen Shirlu dashed off to retrieve the pouch and returned shortly, handing it to Ling Tian. He Guangxiang patted Ling Tian on the back, saying, "Brother, you've struck it lucky. Don't forget your old pals in the future." He led Ling Tian to the embroidered carriage and assisted him in climbing aboard. The palace maid also mounted the carriage, instructing the driver to turn back to the palace. When Baron Li awakened once more, the palace carriage had already departed, and he opened his mouth to speak, only to spew forth a mouthful of blood mist. Ling Tian sat in the carriage, eventually gathering his thoughts enough to inquire, "Excuse me, dear sister, may I ask why Her Highness the Saint Princess has summoned me?" The palace maid replied, "I know not. I was merely instructed to take the carriage to the Earl's residence and summon someone named Little Leaf to meet Her Highness, at Princess Saint Machina. Indeed, she is the only princess in our nation." Ling Tian pondered for a long while. He was called Little Leaf, while the Earl was Li Sina, Li Sihui. Such a vast difference in both name and status. It could not possibly be a mix-up. Of course. Surely the princess wishes to learn more about the Earl's circumstances and, seeing my close association with him, has summoned me to the palace for questioning. Good heavens! This could determine the Earl's fate. What should I say? Truly, I had not anticipated that the cultivation literary meeting would conclude, and I would find myself on the hot seat. The palace carriage swayed gently as it progressed. And upon nearing the palace gates, the palace maid drew down the curtains. Soon, the sound of guards' inquiries reached them, followed by the echoing of the carriage wheels, indicating they had entered a lengthy gateway. Ling Tian felt the carriage stabilize, no longer jolting. They continued onward for a while longer, overhearing snippets of conversation from outside, but the voices were high-pitched and indistinct, making it impossible to discern their gender. The carriage eventually came to a halt, and the palace maid called for Ling Tian to disembark. Ling Tian stepped down from the carriage and looked around, realizing he was outside a grand courtyard. Like all palatial residences, it was adorned with gilded walls, wide doors, and deep courtyards, with the main entrance boasting vibrant phoenix motifs. A sign hung prominently, inscribed with the words Chunhui Palace. A few palace attendants, pale and beardless, stood about, their voices awkwardly discordant, likely the eunuchs of legend. The palace maid guided Ling Tian through a side entrance into the courtyard, where several attendants were waiting beside a small embroidered carriage draped in green silk. The palace maid instructed Ling Tian to board the carriage, following behind as the attendants led it further into the courtyard. Ling Tian sat within the carriage, the embroidered curtains hanging low, obscuring his view of the outside scenery. He was enveloped in a fragrant breeze, seated upon a thick, plush cushion that was both soft and comfortable, the carriage gliding smoothly, akin to drifting on a tranquil lake. It was unclear how many turns they made or which paths they took, but the carriage eventually halted, and the accompanying palace maid entered the interior, speaking to someone unknown before returning and redirecting the carriage. They arrived before a quaint little courtyard, at which point Ling Tian was instructed to disembark. As he stepped down, a brightly clad palace maid emerged, saying, "Is this the new guest? Quite a pleasant appearance. I am the steward of this small celestial terrace, named Pinger. I shall attend to you from now on." Ling Tian bowed, "Greetings, Sister Pinger. May I inquire why Her Highness the Princess has summoned me?" Pinger smiled and replied, "You wish to ask me about that? I am but a mere steward here." The palace maid who had accompanied Ling Tian explained, "I just returned from Zhao Yuan, where I was informed that the princess has matters to attend to today and has requested you to stay here for the time being." Ling Tian turned to Pinger and asked, "Who is Zhao Yuan?" Pinger replied with a smile, "Zhao Yuan is a female official responsible for arranging the palace's decorations and settings." Ling Tian looked up at the courtyard, noting the round moon gate adorned with a fan-shaped tile plaque etched with the words Little Celestial Terrace. As he stood in a daze, Pinger urged, "What are you still standing there for? Come inside." End of chapter. Secret message. Observing the lively spirits in this chapter, I suddenly pondered a scenario. Do souls that fail to meet the required scores get refined away every time the universe is on the brink of collapse? Me? Not at all. Those that are refined are the souls that have completed their cycles, often the dregs of existence. What do you mean by completed cycles? Me. Take the life forms on Earth as an example. Have you ever seen a diagram called the Tree of Life Evolution? You can easily find it with a quick search. On the Tree of Life Evolution, there are numerous forms of life from the base to the top. The number of reincarnations a soul undergoes within each category of life has a limit. Upon reaching that limit, it is considered completed if, at that point, the overall performance is still subpar and they cannot ascend to the next level. They must be refined away. However, if they have not yet completed their cycles or their performance meets the standards, but there is no sufficient position available in the next level, they will be retained for the next reincarnation opportunity. To conserve everyone's energy, let us skip the pleasantries from now on. Chapter 29. Little Celestial Terrace. Ling Tian followed Pinger into the courtyard, which was exquisitely and elegantly designed. With swaying bamboo casting shadows, flowers carpeting the ground, birds singing sweetly, and fragrant grass flourishing, it was unclear what kind of spiritual techniques had been employed, but the early spring courtyard bore hints of summer. While the breeze remained cool, devoid of any sweltering heat, Ling Tian walked in awe, marveling at the beauty. Not far ahead, he arrived at the main building, which was uniquely constructed, a circular flat-roofed structure encircled by vermilion railings. With a pavilion at its center and an external spiral staircase leading directly to the roof. Curiosity piqued, Ling Tian ascended the spiral staircase to the rooftop. Surveying his surroundings, he beheld the entire picturesque courtyard. It became clear to him why this small courtyard was named Little Celestial Terrace. Leaning over the railing, he spotted a small garden behind the building, where several unusual stones stood in formation, and a clear spring meandered around the house, crossed by a jade bridge less than 3 steps wide, arching gracefully over the water. Ling Tian strolled into the pavilion, noticing 4 jade stone stools arranged around a small black crystal table, its surface intricately engraved with a chessboard pattern. The entire pavilion, table, and stools appeared to be carved from a single magnificent piece of jade. Ling Tian settled onto one of the stone stools, hugging his knees as a gentle breeze caressed his face, and a multitude of thoughts flooded his mind. Footsteps sounded on the spiral staircase, and Pinger ascended to join him. "Oh, Ling Tian," she said, "you are quite carefree, aren't you? I haven't even spoken yet, and you've come running over." Ling Tian replied, "This house is uniquely built, with a pavilion atop, so I came to take a look. By the way, when you first saw me." "Why did you call me Jiao Ku?" Pinger explained. "We refer to the young gentlemen who come here as Jiao Ku. So, does this courtyard often have young gentlemen visiting?" Pinger smiled but remained silent. Ling Tian pondered for a moment, about to inquire further, when Pinger sternly said, "Hurry down, don't wander around aimlessly. If you stay in this courtyard, you must behave yourself." Hearing this, Ling Tian chuckled. "Isn't it your duty to serve me?" "Dear sister, why are you trying to manage me?" Pinger replied. "This is how I serve. You'll understand in due time." With no choice, Ling Tian followed Pinger down the stairs, through the corridor, past the colorful pillars, and entered the room. In the outer room, two young maidens rose to greet him, with one pouring tea and the other preparing a seat for Ling Tian. The room, composed of 7 or 8 interconnecting chambers, was arranged with exquisite craftsmanship. The fragrant incense wafted through the air, while the pink walls reflected the melodies of the zither. From the grand pearwood table inlaid with jade to the gilded brocade chairs, and even the crystal vases and ornaments, everything appeared artfully arranged yet meticulously organized. Most remarkably, the floor was crafted from colorful jade, forming a picturesque landscape. Stepping upon it felt like treading on a plush carpet or walking on clouds. With the stunning imagery beneath his feet giving the illusion of soaring through the air, Ling Tian gazed around, silently admiring. Truly, this is the elegance of the Wang family. It is indeed a realm of wonder. Ping conferred briefly with the two maidens before turning to leave. Ling Tian, having savored the room's beauty and sipped his tea, tilted his head in contemplation. By chance, he noticed the two maidens giggling as they watched him. Ling Tian set down his teacup, feigning anger. "What are you laughing at?" One young maid covered her mouth with her sleeve, saying, "Young master, after hearing Sister Ping, you're truly obedient." Ling Tian replied, "I am naturally obedient." The two maidens burst into laughter, exclaiming, "This young master is quite amusing." Ling Tian inquired, "Whose words does your Sister Ping heed?" One maid responded, "Sister Ping seldom submits to anyone's authority, but she holds great respect for Sister Zhao Yuan." Ling Tian was eager to find someone who could enlighten him on why he had been summoned to the palace, whether it was related to the count or some other reason, and why he had inexplicably become a Jiaoku. Thus, upon hearing about Zhao Yuan, he hastened to ask, "Is Zhao Yuan's position significant? I have matters to discuss. When will she arrive?" The young maid replied, "There's no telling when she will come. Although Sister Zhao Yuan's official rank isn't high, her talents are considerable, which is why Sister Ping respects her." Intrigued, Ling Tian asked, "Oh, what exceptional talents does she possess?" The maid explained, "Sister Zhao Yuan is a renowned talent in Chunhui Palace. Proficient in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. She even designs buildings and gardens. Many pavilions in Chunhui Palace were constructed according to her designs. This small terrace is one of them, and every aspect, inside and out, reflects her careful planning." Ling Tian was greatly astonished by this revelation, contemplating, "Is there truly such an extraordinary woman?" Unconsciously, he began to reassess the luxurious residence. The maid continued, "Sister Ping is most displeased if anyone disturbs the items in and around this house. She says this is all meticulously arranged by Sister Zhao Yuan, akin to a poem rich in rhythm. If disrupted, it would be like jumbled lines in a beautiful poem, losing all its charm." Ling Tian nodded in agreement. After sitting for a while, Ling Tian asked, "May I venture outside the room?" The maid replied, "You may, but not beyond the courtyard." Ling Tian rose and strolled into the back garden, slowly making his way to a small white jade bridge, gazing at the babbling spring water below, lost in thought about the events of the day. One moment contemplating Yuan Duo, the next his own predicament. His mind in turmoil. It was only when Ping called him back for dinner that he returned indoors. After the meal, Ping directed the two young maidens to arrange the room. She unfurled a map on the table, continuously issuing instructions while examining it. "Hang a lantern here. Affix a calligraphy scroll there," she busily commanded. Ling Tian, feeling bored, considered offering his assistance, but Ping refused. Ling Tian remarked, "After all, I have served as the deputy hall master of Ling Sheng Building. Can't I be entrusted with such minor tasks?" Ping stated, "It's none of your concern." Ling Tian queried, "Why all this fuss today? I can't believe it's merely to welcome my arrival." Ping replied, "You're right to be skeptical." She left Ling Tian there, disregarding him. As a young maid passed by, noticing his glum expression, she chuckled and said, "Tomorrow is the Tiandan festival and you don't remember?" Ling Tian suddenly realized. The Tiandan festival officially commenced on March 25th, lasting 10 days in total. With the cultivation seminar concluding, tomorrow would mark the first day of the Tiandan festival. However, Ling Tian felt no joy as the festival approached. His friend Yuan Duo was missing, and he found himself in a perplexing situation, leaving him unable to muster any spirit for celebration. Observing the maidens hastily finishing their tasks, he suddenly remembered to ask, Sister Pinger? May I leave the palace to attend the festival? Pinger replied. Dream on. Even we cannot go. Before long, lanterns illuminated the courtyard, radiating a brilliant glow that resembled a starry river. Even Ling Tian momentarily forgot his troubles. Captivated by the sight, Pinger clapped her hands and exclaimed, Indeed, Sister Zhao Yuan has a remarkable touch. This year's decorations surpass those of previous years. Upon hearing this, Ling Tian recalled Pinger's earlier instructions regarding the map. Was this design also crafted by Zhao Yuan? He turned to examine the map, which depicted two illustrations. One of the small terrace's exterior and another of its interior, with precise dimensions and proportions. Beyond the finely drawn lines were numerous annotations in elegant script. Just as Ling Tian was nodding in appreciation, Pinger shot him a glance, rolling up the scroll. After a moment of sulking, Ling Tian inquired, Which room is mine? I wish to rest. Pinger replied, None of them. You will sleep on the cot in the corner of the outer hall. Walk in, turn past the peacock screen, and you will see it. Ling Tian sighed and went to find the bed. At the end of the chapter, the secret words were shared. Life is often unsatisfactory, almost always. Even novels portray it this way. Teacher, why do souls beyond the universe not revel in the chaos but instead endure the cycle of suffering by entering the universe? What is the purpose of being torn apart when one fails to meet expectations? The crux lies in the fact that days in chaos are not carefree at all, if it were truly so pleasant. Who would bother to create a universe? To put it metaphorically, the universe is like a luxurious mansion, while chaos is akin to an endless heap of garbage. Although this place can give rise to souls, souls are hardly willing to reside in a dump. The dirty and disorderly environment is a minor issue. The greatest concern is the inherent danger of chaos. With no rules or order, various soul-destroying calamities can arise at any moment. And other souls are always lurking, eager to consume you. That is the true horror of existence. No wonder. The myriad disappointments in life are all part of one's cultivation, compared to the world of chaos. Our universe is akin to a paradise. Chapter 30. A beautiful dream reborn. That night, Ling Tian tossed and turned, unable to sleep as he pondered over various thoughts. Just as dawn approached, he dozed off, only to be awakened by Pinger's laughter. Listening closely, he realized that Sister Zhao Yuan had granted her the opportunity to witness the Tiandan festival ceremonies this year, and she was currently instructing the two young maidens on guarding the residence. Ling Tian, feeling irritable, turned over to sleep again, but when a young maid came to summon him for breakfast, he ignored her, instead asking for their names. One was called Xiao Hong, and the other Xiao Yu. By midday, he finally rose, hastily consuming some leftover food before wandering in the garden. As the sun began to set, Pinger flitted into the courtyard like a dancing butterfly, excitedly chattering with Xiao Hong and Xiao Yu. Today was truly eye-opening. Thanks to Sister Zhao Yuan, I didn't know when I would get the chance to see it. She continued. Outside, the atmosphere was bustling. People from the entire city and nearby counties flocked to the Tianzuan Hall. So many that it was impossible to see the end. Had I not been in the palace's procession, I might have been lost in the crowd. All the officials, great and small, were present. Standing in neat rows, a multitude of soldiers encircled the sacred hall, their horses adorned with colorful silk and golden sashes. Later, a cannon fired thunderously. I lost count of how many times it boomed. Afterward, the sovereign and the entire royal family approached the hall to pay their respects. What a sight it was! Oh, Pinger struggled to find the words to describe it. Catching her breath, she added. The royal family removed their shoes at the ceremonial gate, stepping barefoot onto the sacred steps, ascending to the second tier, bowing every 5 steps until they reached the inner hall. Then there was a parade of horsemen and the sound of drums and horns. Oh dear! I stood on tiptoe for so long that my neck grew sore, and it still wasn't over. When I turned around, guess what? There were also lines of spiritualists and spirit masters in the air. Ling Tian had approached, eager to hear more, and upon hearing this, he asked in astonishment, Can spiritualists and spirit masters ascend to the heavens? Pinger, displeased at his interruption, retorted, Of course. I don't have time to deal with you. What was I about to say? She tilted her head in thought. Xiao Yu prompted, Sister, you were talking about a significant matter. What is it? Pinger exclaimed. A monumental event. the sovereign specially returned from Tian Island to participate in the Tiandan festival, and he announced the abdication of the throne right there in the sacred hall. In a few days, on the very day of the Tiandan festival, Her Highness the Princess will be crowned queen. Ling Tian was taken aback by this news. Saint Machina has become queen? What about the sovereign? Pinger remarked, of course, the sovereign must return to the heavenly island. The spirit saint is wholly devoted to the Tao. How could they concern themselves with mundane matters any longer? Oh dear, I haven't yet informed Sister Zhao Yuan with that. She skipped out of the courtyard. Ling Tian, feeling a twinge of melancholy, pondered whether Queen Shamakina would even remember to see him again. When would he ever be able to venture outside? Ignoring Xiao Hong and Xiao Yu, who were animatedly discussing delightful pastries and lucky cakes, Ling Tian retreated to the back garden. He sat upon the grass. Lost in thought. What can I do now? After a considerable time, Ling Tian rose, exhaling the pent-up frustration within him. No more dwelling on it. I shall practice my spiritual techniques instead. Thus, he recited the incantation for the wind manipulation technique and began to whirl and leap upon the lawn. As time passed, Ling Tian gradually forgot his worries, immersing himself in his practice. With his spirit becoming clearer and his heart entering a state of bliss, he sensed the surrounding spiritual energy flowing more rapidly, and his perceptions sharpened. Could this herald a breakthrough? Regardless, he continued to practice. With a graceful somersault, he propelled himself into the air. Suddenly, he paused. What was this illusion before him? The apparition resembled the girl who frequently appeared in his dreams. The one who had handed him clothing that day. Her image had lingered in his mind ever since. Ling Tian still kept the garments she had touched, safely stored in his water pouch. Whenever her figure flickered in his thoughts, a wave of sweet warmth washed over him. This sensation was one he had never experienced since gaining his spiritual awareness, and he cherished it deeply, hiding it within his spiritual palace. Whenever he felt weary, lost, or disheartened, he would subconsciously delve into the depths of his palace to seek it, for it resembled a crystalline spring, offering him soothing comfort. Yet today, while his mind was clear and focused, why had such an illusion manifested? Oh no, could this be the fabled madness of obsession? A cold sweat broke out on Ling Tian's brow. He closed his eyes tightly, vigorously shaking his head in an attempt to dispel the mental demon. Upon reopening his eyes, the illusion remained. It was so reminiscent of the time he had first encountered her during his fervent practice. Ling Tian steeled himself. Very well. If this was madness, so be it. Even if it were merely an apparition, it was worthwhile to gaze upon it a little longer. Count Si Hui had once leapt from a building just to catch a glimpse of a phantom. What was there for him to fear? Ling Tian boldly approached, studying the girl intently, his heart whispering, "Please do not vanish. Please do not disappear." Oddly, the girl was not holding his clothing today. Oh, he had placed that garment in his bag. But wait, her attire seemed somewhat different from what he recalled. Such a delicate fragrance. The girl did not vanish but took a step back, her beautiful eyes glimmering with surprise as she spoke. "Is it truly you?" Ling Tian nearly stumbled and fell, bewildered. What kind of enchantment was this? How could she be real? Just then, Pinger turned the corner and exclaimed, "Sister, what brings you to this courtyard?" Approaching, she shot Ling Tian a glare. "You rascal! What are you staring at? Your eyes are bulging out. If you keep staring, they'll pop." Ling Tian was jolted back to reality. Good heavens! The girl he had dreamt of day and night was standing right before him. After a moment of stammering, he managed to utter, "What are you doing here?" The girl blushed like a blooming peach blossom and giggled, covering her mouth with her sleeve. "That's precisely what I was about to ask you." Pinger, overhearing, was utterly astonished. "Do you two know each other?" Ling Tian was at a loss for words, and the girl, swaying her delicate waist, turned to enter the room, softly saying, "We have met once before." Pinger hurriedly followed, inquiring how they knew one another. The girl glanced back at Ling Tian, smiled enigmatically, and said nothing. Ling Tian's heart raced as he felt an inexplicable urge to follow them. Arriving at the doorway, the girl spotted a small bird and playfully teased it with her finger, causing it to chirp joyfully. Ling Tian's gaze was drawn to her hand, which was exquisite, with skin as smooth as jade, fingers resembling delicate orchid petals, The tender flesh at the base of her fingers occasionally peeked through, and the golden rays of the setting sun danced upon her crystalline nails, creating a mesmerizing sight. Hearing the birds' cheerful cries, Xiaohong and Xiaoyu emerged from the room, bowing to the girl and greeting, Sister Zhaoyuan. Chapter End. Secret Message. Private chat with Yimi. Please skip if uninterested. There are certain beauties that etch themselves into the depths of one's heart. For this beauty, it is worth enduring the trials of the universe until death. Me. The existence and demise of souls within the universe are dictated by contracts, not at one's discretion. Contracts? It seems you mentioned something about a life and death contract. What is the situation, me? When souls are granted entry into the universe, they must sign a soul life and death covenant, promising to adhere to the rules of the Tao. The heavenly realm ensures that souls enjoy safety and spiritual nourishment during their practice, along with equitable opportunities for learning, assessment, and promotion. Conversely, should a soul fail to meet standards, they shall face heavenly punishment until their essence is scattered. Thus, the existence and demise of souls in the universe are indeed governed by contracts, beyond their control. Do all souls willingly sign this covenant? Me? Naturally. You have no idea how lively it is outside the gates of the universe, where countless wild spirits desperately vie for a chance to enter. Theo reside in such a splendid place, with guarantees and benefits. Even if one's final performance is lacking, they could live safely for millions of years before their turn comes, far better than the precarious existence in chaos. Chapter 31. The heavenly guest. Upon hearing this, Ling Tian blurted out, "You are Sister Zhaoyuan?" The girl smiled and nodded. "You know me?" Ling Tian replied. "I have been here less than a day, and they have already filled my ears with tales of Sister Zhaoyuan. I never expected you to be that very Zhaoyuan." Xiaohong lifted the curtain, and as the girl walked inside, she inquired, "What have they been saying about me?" Ling Tian stated, "They all say you are so wonderful and exceptional. It turns out you are indeed quite remarkable." He mentally berated himself for his clumsiness, unable to think of a single compliment. Pinger interjected, "Where have you been, sister?" "I searched everywhere for you," the girl replied. "Someone was sent from above to convey the news of the sovereign's abdication. I went to listen for a while. I remembered that you were out today and worried that this courtyard might not be attended to. So I came to take a look." "What did you need me for?" Pinger responded. "I was also discussing the matter of the abdication and coronation. You knew before I did." The group entered the room, and Pinger brought forth tea. Zhaoyuan said, "Let us first toast to our guest." Pinger scoffed. "What guest?" "Just a delicate guest, that's all." Upon hearing this, Zhaoyuan's expression faltered momentarily before she smiled and said, "Ah, how could I forget? If I am not a delicate guest, how could the young master come to this place?" Ling Tian interjected urgently, "What do you mean by delicate guest? While I may be somewhat less than robust, I am hardly delicate. My identity has already been established. I am a man, and I have no connection to delicateness." Seeing Ling Tian's flustered demeanor, the girls erupted into laughter. Xiaoyu asked, "Then how did you enter the palace? Weren't you selected to participate?" Ling Tian explained, "I did register, but it was on behalf of my lord, who was entering a cultivation competition. Later, someone from the palace came to our estate with a message, and my lord was so overjoyed that he fainted. I was there trying to revive him when, for some reason, they brought me along on the way. I wondered if it was because the princess wished to inquire about my lord." Xiaohong asked, "Which lord do you serve?" Ling Tian replied, "Count Li Sihui, formerly known as Li Sina." The room erupted into laughter again, with Xiaohong covering her mouth, her face flushed from mirth. "Your lord Li is known in the palace as Crazy Li. His antics are well known and often recounted as jokes. Why would they need to summon you for inquiries?" Ling Tian questioned. "If it wasn't for my lord, then why was I brought here?" Pinger suppressed her laughter and said, "They brought you here to be a delicate guest. This delicate guest will eventually be the princess's cherished companion." Ling Tian's eyes widened in disbelief. "What do you mean? The princess has always wanted a boy to play with since childhood. And as she grew older, she began to gather male favorites from the populace, referred to as delicate guests or concubines. In Yuanbao City and various major counties, there are dedicated establishments for selecting delicate guests. Boys who believe they meet the criteria can register at these places, undergoing preliminary, secondary, and final selections, with only the qualified sent to the palace to await the princess's summons. The many courtyards within Chunhui Palace. such as this small terrace, are specifically designed for the delicate guests awaiting their summons. Ling Tian remained speechless, his mouth agape in astonishment. Pinger continued, from what you've just said, since you didn't register to participate, it is highly likely that you stumbled upon great fortune and became a heavenly guest. Finally managing to pull his spiritual awareness back to the palace, Ling Tian asked, what is a heavenly guest? Pinger explained, the princess often disguises herself to wander the streets, and if she encounters someone she finds appealing, she sends someone to invite them. Such individuals are known as heavenly guests. Ling Tian's mind was in turmoil as he began to pace the room rapidly. So, if I become a delicate guest, can I still leave? Where do all the delicate guests go afterward? Pinger replied, those who gain the princess's favor remain by her side, while those she does not favor are given some money to return home. However, many others, like those who have temporarily fallen out of favor, or those the princess has not yet expressed a preference for, remain in the palace. They can't serve the princess regularly, nor can they be sent away. If the princess happens to remember them, it would not do to be absent, so they are all kept in several large rooms within the palace. We refer to these individuals as face noodles. Ling Tian let out a bitter smile, saying, what am I then? Just a trivial noodle? Pinger replied, you are not just that. The princess has yet to meet you. You are still a cherished guest, indeed a heavenly guest. Ling Tian said, could one of you lovely sisters kindly report to the princess and plead for her mercy to release me? I would be content even without payment. Pinger chuckled. Whether or not you are released is up to her highness. How could we dare to report indiscriminately? Xiaohong advised, do not be anxious, sir. The princess values her heavenly guests greatly. Perhaps due to the imminent succession ceremony, she simply lacks the time to visit you. When she has a moment, she will surely come herself, and oh, by then, she will be accompanied by Her Majesty the Queen. Ling Tian inquired, she will personally come to seek me? What exactly is the role of this heavenly guest? Xiao Hong blushed, turning away without answering. When he asked Xiao Yu, she covered her face and stifled a laugh. It was still Pinger who, with a slight grimace, pointed to the rooms in the house. Do you see those chambers? You cannot occupy them now, but when the princess arrives, you may choose whichever one you desired. Ling Tian felt a tumult within the spirit palace. Upon noticing his reaction, Pinger huffed. What sort of expression is that? Are you overwhelmed with joy? Ling Tian felt the gaze of Zhao Yuan upon him, carrying an odd expression that filled him with shame and indignation as he exclaimed, what joy is there to be had? Whether she comes or not, what is there to be happy about? Do I even know how many noses that Machina has? At this, Pinger was taken aback, scolding, how dare you? Do you presume to show disrespect to Her Highness the Princess? Ling Tian retorted, why should I respect her? I do not even know her. Zhao Yuan smiled gently, can we not lower our voices a little? Her delicate voice was like a gentle breeze, and instantly, Ling Tian calmed down, while Pinger also reverted to a smile, saying, you have yet to meet Her Highness the Princess. Once you do, even if you were to be a noodle, you would willingly accept it. I would not, Ling Tian declared resolutely, in my heart, I have long since scoffed. I will never become any sort of concubine or noodle. Zhao Yuan regarded Ling Tian, hesitating to speak. She raised her teacup and took a sip, then stood up saying, I must take my leave. Pinger quickly insisted, sister, please stay for a meal before you depart. Xiao Hong and Xiao Yu also urged her to stay, while Ling Tian wished to retain her presence but felt uncomfortable due to his ambiguous status. Zhao Yuan had already reached the door, paused briefly, and turned to them, saying, do not forget to clean the courtyard, and remember to feed the sparrows. The two young maids replied, we would never dare to neglect that. Zhao Yuan descended a few steps but turned back to say, do not forget to tidy up the back garden's lawn. Pinger said, why trouble yourself with such instructions, sister? Why the concern today? Zhao Yuan's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue as she gracefully moved. Ling Tian followed her to the courtyard door, mustering the courage to bow and say, Sister Zhao Yuan, do visit often. Zhao Yuan slightly turned her lovely face, nodded gently, and floated away. Chapter End. Secret message. Private chat with Emi. Feel free to skip if uninterested. Teacher, having finished this chapter, it seems to evoke something in me, merely a feeling, though I cannot articulate it clearly. Memory is indeed peculiar. One might think they have forgotten something. Yet it resurfaces vividly just before death. You mentioned the unlocking of soul contracts. Could it be that your memories from a past life have been unlocked back to the moment of entering the universe? Me? Not to that extent. My level is still far from it. That knowledge comes from the study materials. Memories cannot be unlocked all at once. Otherwise, one would surely become deranged. I cannot recall anything from previous lives. I am quite curious about what it feels like to unlock memories to me. It is akin to an amnesiac recovering their memory. With so many past lives in the cycle of reincarnation, would it not be quite a headache to recover them all? Me. From my experience, it has not been a headache. Rather, it can be a bit disorienting to suddenly remember so many things. Initially, there is self-doubt, followed by a re-evaluation and reconstruction of oneself. In short, it results in a more enriched self. Is it possible to remember events from past lives that are incredibly distant? Me? Yes, it is possible to recall them. In the heavenly realm, one can utilize spiritual power to perform memory retrieval, similar to searching for keywords online, and the retrieved memories are remarkably clear. Chapter 32. Wang Jilan Ling Tian. Feeling a sense of loss, turned back and asked Pinger, "When will Sister Zhao Yuan come again?" Pinger shot him a reproachful glance, saying, "Why are you worrying about that?" Ling Tian replied, "I realize there are still matters I wish to inquire of Sister Zhao Yuan." "Oh, by the way, what is Sister Zhao Yuan's full name?" Pinger halted, glaring at Ling Tian. "Are you harboring any ulterior motives? Let me be clear. If you offend the princess, I will turn a blind eye. But if you entertain any improper thoughts about Sister Zhao Yuan, I shall not spare you." Ling Tian hastily denied any such intentions. Shortly after returning to the house, a meal was brought in. But Ling Tian found no enjoyment in it. Just as he set down his chopsticks, he heard footsteps in the courtyard. Pinger was still outside, and he overheard her coldly ask, "What brings you here?" A male voice replied, "I heard a new heavenly guest has arrived. I came to witness for myself." As the door curtain was lifted, a young man entered, dressed in a purple-red brocade palace robe. A jade belt cinched at his waist, his head uncovered, with a yellow cloth band securing his hair back. His face was powdered and charming, radiating confidence. Upon seeing Ling Tian, he praised, "Indeed, you are remarkably handsome and refined." He then turned to look around. Xiao Yu asked, "What are you searching for, sir?" The young man smiled. "I heard that Sister Zhao Yuan came here. Why is she not present?" Xiao Hong replied, "Sister Zhao Yuan left quite some time ago." The young man acknowledged this with a hymn, then approached Ling Tian, cupping his hands in greeting. "I am Huang Jilan. I entered the palace as a heavenly guest. May I inquire your esteemed name?" Ling Tian returned the greeting. "I am known as Xiao Yi." Huang Jilan said, "Ah, so you are Brother Yi. I have heard you are also a heavenly guest. Her Highness's discernment has truly elevated. To recognize a talent like you." Ling Tian was at a loss for words. Huang Jilan took a seat and asked Xiao Hong, "Why has no tea been presented?" Xiao Hong, with her head lowered, complied. Huang Jilan began to engage Ling Tian in idle chatter. Soon after, Xiao Hong returned with tea, setting it on the table, and just as she was about to withdraw, Huang Jilan remarked, "Is this how you receive guests in your courtyard? Where is the tea to show respect?" Xiao Hong had no choice but to lift the tea tray, bowing as she presented it before Huang Jilan. He took the tea bowl, sipped, and nodded. "The flavor is quite good, comparable to this young lady." Xiao Hong lowered her head even further. Ling Tian interjected, "Brother Huang, why trouble the young maids?" Huang Jilan responded, "These young maids must be properly trained. The servants in my courtyard, from the housekeeper to the cleaning attendants, all follow my lead obediently. You can check for yourself. When serving tea, they kneel in respect." "Oh, I forgot. As a new heavenly guest, you cannot leave the courtyard yet. Once the princess concludes her affairs in a few days, you will surely become the new favorite." Ling Tian felt increasingly uncomfortable, his inner turmoil growing. Huang Jilan continued, "The princess possesses an exceptionally generous heart. Though we are all subjects beneath her skirt, she treats us with great leniency." Leaning closer to Ling Tian, he whispered with a smirk, "Her Highness has tacitly permitted us to enjoy ourselves in the palace. The young maids here are all of exquisite beauty." After taking another sip of tea, Huang Jilan sighed, "I truly wish to remain here forever." Ling Tian's eyes brightened at his words, and he eagerly asked, "What do you mean, a pity? Brother Huang, when can we leave this place?" Huang Jilan replied, "Once your cultivation reaches 3,000 segments, you can no longer remain in the palace. Ling Tian acknowledged this with a thoughtful "oh." Huang Zhilan assumed he did not understand and elaborated. After reaching 3,000 segments, if one continues to indulge, there will be children involved. How could you still stay? After saying this, he sighed again. Alas, I have already surpassed 2,000 segments. My time is running short, and I must make the most of it. Ling Tian fell silent, and Huang Zhilan remarked, I see you are only over 1,000 segments. What is there to worry about? As long as the princess appreciates you, perhaps a title or position might be bestowed upon you, allowing you to accompany her. However, for those of us who are aging and losing our charm, it has been ages since we have been favored. Everyone is making plans for their future. Those old concubines who have left the palace have profited immensely. Besides the princess's usual rewards, they can also receive a substantial parting gift and take a few favored palace maids with them. I wonder if I will ever have such good fortune. Seeing Ling Tian fumbling for words, Huang Zhilan laughed. You are clearly still a novice. Haha, that is fine. The princess adores fresh young sprouts. Forget it, it is still early to discuss such matters. We can chat more another time. Saying this, he stood and bowed in farewell. Ling Tian accompanied him to the door, saying as a newcomer, I am quite ignorant. I kindly ask Brother Huang to offer guidance often. Huang Zhilan laughed heartily, acknowledged him, and turned to leave. Upon re-entering the room, Xiao Hong was tidying up the tea set and remarked to Ling Tian, You still invited him to come often? We all hope he won't return. Ling Tian replied, Brother Huang seems quite decent. At the very least, he has shared many insights with me, albeit some of his words were not particularly pleasant. Xiao Hong scoffed. These concubines are all engaged in schemes and rivalries. There isn't a single good one among them. Huang Zhilan, we all call him Huang Zilan, is the most unscrupulous and lecherous. He is adept at flattery and scheming, while those who entered the palace with him have long since returned home, yet he remains here. His words to you cannot be trusted. He came seeking Sister Zhao Yuan. To avoid these flies, Sister rarely walks around the palace. Ling Tian felt troubled upon hearing this. After finding her bed, she lay there in a state of discontent. As for Princess Shengmajina, why did she summon Ling Tian yet remain indifferent? The truth is, this princess was inherently playful, with a penchant for male favorites. The sovereign had indulged her since childhood, causing her to become increasingly unruly. Ever since she assumed the role of the regent princess, her behavior had become even more audacious. Though she appeared dignified and majestic in the grand hall, she kept a harem of 3,000 favorites in the palace and, still unsatisfied, often disguised herself to venture into the markets in search of male companionship. Leveraging her beauty and status as the regent princess, she frequently engaged in flirtations with noble youths, deriving amusement from their infatuation. Earl Li Sihue was among her most ardent admirers. When Consort Li introduced her brother, Earl Li, to the princess, she initially found it novel and indulged in a brief romance with him. However, her disdain for the Earl's sister, who was a favored consort of the sovereign, foretold a predictable conclusion to their liaison. Yet, the Earl remained hopelessly enamored, even going so far as to enroll in a literary society to gain renown in hopes of pleasing the princess. Upon learning of this, she found it amusing and decided to secretly observe him during his public debate. During the Earl's turn to speak, she instructed a female official to pose a question, hoping to witness his embarrassment. Unexpectedly, a young servant intervened, saving the Earl from disgrace. The princess, noticing the servant's graceful demeanor, took a liking to him and ordered the official to fetch him. Upon discovering the Earl addressing the servant as Little Yi, the official noted it down and sent someone to the Earl's residence to bring him over, temporarily accommodating him on a small terrace. Little did the princess know that upon returning to the palace, she was summoned by the sovereign, who informed her that the first day of the Tiandan Holy Festival was approaching, and the entire royal family would be visiting the Holy Temple. Furthermore, an announcement regarding the succession would be made there. Overjoyed, the princess busied herself with the preparations, completely forgetting about the newly summoned servant. Chapter Endnote. Emi's private chat. Skip if unpleasant. Teacher, this chapter reminds me that there are many troubles in the world. Is it necessary to retreat from society and leave home to focus on cultivating virtues? Me, if you retreat from the world, what virtues would you cultivate? Virtue exists only in the mundane realm. Me. The heavens assess your virtuous deeds primarily through 4 avenues. Make sure to note them down. Alright. The first is called natural points. Every moment you live adds to your score, akin to life's online rewards. Though this score is minimal, everyone should strive for health and longevity. The second is active points, which are awarded based on your proactive performance. It evaluates your conversational and practical abilities and the outcomes of your actions, granting or deducting points accordingly. This is the main source of virtue. The third is passive points, which serve as compensatory points if you suffer unfair treatment. Say, being wronged or owed something. The heavenly principle will deduct points from the responsible party and add them to your score. This reflects the saying of turning the other cheek, allowing one to accrue passive points. The fourth is reciprocal points. If you guide others towards goodness, you will receive a reward of virtue when they earn their own. Thus, many sages throughout history have authored works, leaving a legacy for future generations. However, if you teach others to do wrong, you cannot escape the penalties when they are deducted from their score. I have learned. It seems that aside from the first type, the others are inextricably linked to the world. Chapter 33. Hanging lanterns. Another sleepless night ensued, as Ling Tian's mind wandered restlessly, causing a dull ache in his head. He threw on his robe and sat up, lighting a lamp. In a fit of boredom, he began to organize his water pouch. Inside, he found several spirit tickets, over 30 silver spirit coins, a cultivation rod, and a soldier's pack. From the soldier's pack, he retrieved a military lunchbox, a piece of illusionary clothing, a ceremonial outer robe, and a short sword obtained from the Holy King's residence. He stuffed everything back into the water pouch except for the brocade outer robe. As he gazed at it, memories of that day and that person flooded back to him. Time passed, and Ling Tian finally succumbed to sleep, draping himself in the outer robe. Come morning, he awoke to the chirping of sparrows, accompanied by the chatter of Ping Er. Initially, Ling Tian paid little heed, but when he caught wind of the name Zhao Yuan, he listened intently. Soon, he understood that Zhao Yuan had sent someone to deliver a new lantern and convey instructions for her to redecorate the courtyard's lanterns. But without a design plan. Ping Er remarked, without a plan, how am I supposed to hang them? I lack my sister's skill. Xiao Yu suggested, perhaps sister is simply too busy and forgot. Do the other courtyards have plans? Ping Er replied, I wondered the same, but when I checked the other courtyards, they hadn't hung new lanterns at all. Xiao Hong chimed in, isn't there a new guest in our courtyard? Naturally, it would differ from the others. Ping Er stated, this one do. I must seek sister in the official hall. I dare not hang them haphazardly. Please watch the courtyard for me. Her voice faded as she left. Ling Tian lingered a bit longer before rising to wash up. He took a few pieces of pastry from the food plate on the table. Xiao Hong brought him tea and inquired, did you sleep well, young master? Ling Tian replied lazily, not at all. Xiao Hong laughed. The new guest seems cheerful. I've never seen anyone so gloomy. Ling Tian retorted, what do you mean by new guest? I could easily become annoyed with you. Just then, the door curtain lifted, and Ping Er re-entered, followed by a girl in palace attire, her head covered with a hood that obscured her face. Once the curtain fell, the girl lifted her hood, revealing a radiant and beautiful visage. Zhao Yuan herself. Xiao Hong exclaimed, sister, why are you dressed like this? Ping Er explained, isn't it to avoid those pesky flies in the palace? Zhao Yuan removed her hood and, rolling up her sleeves, smiled charmingly. Oh, Ping Er, you are too much. I was simply tired yesterday and didn't draw up the design. You couldn't hang the lanterns without it? You insisted on having me come and give instructions, and yet this young master is still here. Realizing her words were inappropriate, she quickly covered her mouth, her beautiful eyes darting around nervously. She asked Ping Er, have the lanterns arrived? Ling Tian grimaced, I had hoped not to be here, but where else could I possibly go? Ping Er responded, the lanterns are here, sister. Are these them? Zhao Yuan said, yes, let me see how to arrange them. With that, she began to inspect the room. Ling Tian, feeling idle, followed behind them. Ping Er asked, why are you following us? Ling Tian replied, I'm simply bored and stuck indoors. Helping you hang lanterns is fine. I've done my fair share of decorating at the Holy Temple. Zhao Yuan's eyes sparkled as she looked at Ling Tian. Oh? How do you think these lanterns should be hung? Ling Tian quickly responded. With Zhao Yuan here, I couldn't possibly impose my opinions. When I hung lanterns at the Holy Temple, I simply placed them where they'd be most visible. Today, I can just help move a ladder or reach high places. I am quite adept at such tasks. Zhao Yuan laughed. If we set up the room nicely, we can welcome Her Highness the Princess. Ling Tian retorted. Do not speak of her. Zhao Yuan shot him a quick glance. Her face blooming with warmth. Ping Er suddenly pointed behind the peacock screen. You lazybones, haven't you tidied your nest? Ling Tian's face flushed. I didn't sleep well last night. I was planning to catch a bit more rest. Zhao Yuan asked, what were you thinking about last night? Did you not sleep well? She walked over and picked up the outer robe from the bed, inspecting it. Ling Tian replied, that's the one you helped me retrieve last time. Zhao Yuan's eyes widened in delight as she turned and tossed the robe to Ling Tian, looking at him with a smile on her lips. Ling Tian, suddenly transported back to that dreamlike moment, stood there mesmerized until the robe landed on his arm, prompting him to murmur, thank you. Ping Er remarked, isn't that the outer robe from the tavern? The collar is even embroidered with the Holy Temple-S insignia. As a guard for the Earl, why do you still have this? As Ling Tian pondered how to respond, Zhao Yuan said to Ping Er, let us hang the lanterns here for now. Ping Er complied and went to fetch the lanterns. While Zhao Yuan told Ling Tian, how can you work with that robe in your arms? Oh, right. Ling Tian hurried to the bedside and placed the outer robe back into the water pouch. Zhao Yuan, seeing the pouch's exquisite design, took it and examined it. This pouch is quite well made. Ling Tian quickly replied, it has a name inscribed on it. Water Realm, if you like it, I will gift it to you. Zhao Yuan's eyes glimmered with mischief as she said, Water Realm? Is that a water dumpling pouch? I don't want it. Laughter filled the room, and Ling Tian found himself genuinely amused, saying, Sister, you jest? Ping Er returned with the lanterns. And as Ling Tian hung them, he inquired of Zhao Yuan, were you also watching the Wu Family South performance on the street last time? Zhao Yuan replied, yes, I initially watched the Wu family showcase their talents. But then I was captivated by your performance. Just as I was watching, a stout man tossed a piece of clothing to me, claiming it was yours, and asked me to hold it for a while. I obliged, thinking it was a loyal act, but when you finished your practice, you stared at me as if I had ill intentions. Fearing your gaze, I quickly tossed the clothing back to you and left. Ling Tian protested, that is utterly unfair. How could I have had ill intentions? I was so lost in my practice that I didn't even realize it was dark outside. When I saw you, I thought I was dreaming and merely wanted to clarify. Zhao Yuan teased, if you wish to know whether you are dreaming, just bite your finger, that will suffice. Ling Tian replied, I fear that if I bite my finger, I might awaken from the dream, and you would vanish. Zhao Yuan shot him a playful glare. I say that ill-intentioned? Ling Tian countered, in dreams, one should not harbor ill thoughts, lest they come to fruition. Zhao Yuan chuckled, yesterday, when I entered this courtyard, I saw someone practicing in the back garden. The more I looked, the more familiar it seemed, and upon approaching, I realized it was indeed you. Even the way you stared at me after finishing your practice was exactly the same as last time. Ling Tian replied, by heaven's conscience, I truly thought I had become possessed during my practice, as if I were seeing illusions. Zhao Yuan retorted, if you were lost in your own madness, why did the illusion manifest as me? Ling Tian was left speechless, unsure of how to respond. Observing his predicament, Zhao Yuan let out a delicate giggle. Ping Er approached to inquire where to hang the next lantern. Zhao Yuan winked and said, let's hang them in the courtyard first. I'll draw a diagram for you. Xiao Hong and Xiao Yu rushed over, saying, no need for our sister to draw a diagram. We can hang them ourselves with that. They pulled Ping Er and dashed outside, while Ping Er called out, how can you two young ladies hang them? Xiao Hong laughed. They'll all end up hanging on your silly head. At the end of the chapter, in a private conversation between E and me, E said, Teacher, today I have wonderful news. Oh, it's the kind of good news that doesn't come with bad news. Me asked, what good news? E replied, our novel has started to be showcased on the platform, and we've even earned 7 cents. Me responded, not bad. How many people have read it? E continued, after the platform recommended it on the first day, there were 21 readings and 3 added it to their shelves. Me remarked, so, there are indeed people who can comprehend the celestial mysteries? Excellent. I shall compile a list of promising candidates for cultivation. E inquired, once the earnings increase, how will I transfer the manuscript fees to you? Should I buy fire paper to burn for you? Me replied, I am living perfectly well. Why would you burn paper for me? Even if my soul were to return to the underworld, burning paper would be useless. The spirit realm doesn't require earthly currency. It's all exchanged with merits. The manuscript fees belong to you. Just introduce our book to more people, encouraging them to act with conscience and self-cultivation, and that way I can accumulate merit in return. Which is my true reward? He asked. If I introduce the benefits of this book with my friends, can we all earn points? Me affirmed. Of course. If you introduce it, you'll earn proactive points if you receive criticism for it. You'll still receive passive points. And if others gain enlightenment from reading the book and consciously cultivate goodness, you'll earn merit in return. However, do be mindful of how you introduce it, as the approach matters. If you push too hard without considering others' feelings, you may lose points. The heavenly way is quite humanized in its judgments. In Chapter 34, Wang Xian Ti, only Zhao Yuan and Ling Tian remained in the room. With Zhao Yuan's face reflecting the hue of peach blossoms, falling silent, Ling Tian stood there, hesitating for a moment, before asking, "What is your name, sister?" Zhao Yuan's voice was soft, barely audible, and Ling Tian pressed further, "What is your name?" Zhao Yuan turned her face and replied, "What is yours?" Ling Tian quickly responded, "I am called Zaiwezi." "Oh, no, my real name is Ling Tian." Zhao Yuan smiled gently and said, "I am Tang Lier." Ling Tian remarked, "Such a lovely name." "You are called Lier. Are you a natural spirit?" "Why the surname Tang?" Tang Lier explained, "I am my parents are fruit farmers from the royal estate, specializing in pear trees. Thus, they bestowed this name upon me." Ling Tian shared, "My name was chosen by myself." After saying this, Ling Tian found himself at a loss for words, standing there in a daze. Tang Lier also remained silent, and the two shared a moment of quietude. Suddenly, they heard rustling sounds outside the window. Looking up, they discovered the young maids peering in. Upon being noticed, they giggled and fled. The group of young girls ran to the back garden, where Xiaohong remarked, "I've already sensed something amiss. Usually, Sister Zhao Yuan never speaks to men, yet today is quite different." Thinking back, the lanterns were hung without a diagram. Perhaps it was intentional. Xiao Yu laughed. "Sister Xiaohong told me about it. When I observed with a discerning eye, it indeed seemed so." Pinger chimed in, "It's just you two being overly perceptive. I still don't believe Sister Zhao Yuan would fall for that foolish boy," Xiao Yu countered. "People say, better to seek a fool than a fake. There are many who feign sincerity, but how many are truly genuine? Sister Zhao Yuan is truly fortunate and possesses keen insight," Xiaohong added, "needless to say. Just look at her usual conduct. Her discernment is far from ordinary." Pinger pouted and made a face. "I think you two have also lost your senses," Xiao Yu replied. "Say what you will. If Sister Zhao Yuan and that young master come to a good end, he will certainly take her with him when he leaves the palace at tea that time. I will ask Sister to take me along." Xiaohong said, "I will ask her too, so as to avoid being stuck here all day with the flies buzzing around." "Pinger, what about you?" Xiao Yu teased. "Pinger, you silly girl, just stay here and sprout." The group erupted into laughter. Meanwhile, in the room, the two were left feeling even more awkward after the young maid's interference. After a long pause, Tang Lier finally said, "Young Master Ling, please take a seat." Ling Tian complied and sat down, while Tang Lier poured tea. Noticing the water in the pot had cooled somewhat, she contemplated calling Xiaohong and the others to refill it but feared being laughed at. In a moment of inspiration, she took out a small pouch from her sleeve, poured a pill from it into the pot, swirled it, and then poured a cup to offer Ling Tian, saying, "This is the Wang Xian Dan I concocted. Best enjoyed when brewed in warm tea." Ling Tian carefully accepted the tea, stealing glances at her exquisite little hands until he caught Tang Lier's playful glare, prompting him to hastily lift the cup. Before he took a sip, an extraordinary fragrance wafted up to his nose, causing him to pause and observe the tea. The brew was clear and golden, with tendrils of green spiraling like smoke, floating within, suspended but not dissipating. After playing with it for a while, he finally took a light sip. The fragrant essence immediately permeated his mouth, sliding down his throat and invigorating his spirit. Ling Tian held his breath. Exhaling slowly, the essence coursed through him, caressing his senses with a gentle touch. He couldn't help but close his eyes, feeling a clarity wash over him, as if he were floating like an immortal. After a long while, Ling Tian opened his eyes, took a deep breath, and shook his head, exclaiming, Such a flavor exists in this world. Truly worthy of the name Wang Xian. Tang Lier replied. This tea is best enjoyed in the company of pine forests and cranes, amidst bamboo groves after rain, in the cool breeze upon stones, and under the moonlight by anchored boats, collecting morning dew from flower petals to brew a fine aromatic tea. Only then can its divine essence be fully appreciated. And it can be called Wang Xian tea. Ling Tian took another sip, savoring it inside. With this tea by my side every day, why would I seek immortality? Setting the cup down, he asked. Sister, you can concoct spiritual pills? Tang Lier replied. It's not that I can. Really, my family has an ancestor who was a pill master. Though he never gained fame, he passed down many recipes for spiritual pills. By the time it reached my father's generation, many were lost, leaving only a few books. I love reading and have memorized these texts since childhood, often collecting spiritual materials to experiment with pill making. This Wang Xiandan was created by chance, but I didn't keep track of the refining method. I have only 6 or 7 left, and I consume them in moments of great joy, under the flowers and moonlight. Now, I have 3 left, kept in a fragrant pouch, and I haven't consumed them for quite some time. Upon hearing this, Ling Tian bowed deeply. This Wang Xiandan is so precious. Yet it is wasted on me. How can I find peace of mind? Tang Lier smiled gently, momentarily lost in thought, and softly said, Today, I am also in high spirits. After a while of conversation, the two began to feel less restrained. Ling Tian remarked, The arrangements and decorations of this little courtyard, I heard it is all you're doing. It is indeed a marvel. Tang Lier explained, I have always enjoyed writing and painting. Initially, I would describe things as they are, but later I found that reality didn't capture my imagination well, so I began painting according to my own thoughts. The matron in the palace saw my paintings and praised them, using them as references for arrangements. Later, when new structures were built in the Chunwei Palace, I was asked to draw the designs first. Nearly all the newly constructed buildings here were sketched by me. Ling Tian asked, When did you enter the palace? Since childhood, I have accompanied my parents to the palace. 2 years ago, the matron noticed my skills and helped me secure a position, but now she has gone silent. Ling Tian inquired, What happened? Tang Lier replied, I have talked about myself, but I haven't asked you. How old are you this year? Ling Tian answered, I have lived for over 800 days, which is a little over 2 years. Tang Lier shot him a glance. Is that how you calculate your age? You are a natural spirit. How many years did your spirit body live before awakening? How can you only count as 2 years? We were just a tiny bit at 2 years old. As she spoke, she gestured with her hand beneath her knee. Noticing Ling Tian staring at her hand again, she tucked it into her sleeve, playfully wrinkling her nose and pouting her lips. What are you staring at? Ling Tian remarked, Your hands are truly beautiful. Tang Lier said, Don't call me sister anymore. You are older than me. Ling Tian replied, If not sister, then what should I call you? Shall I call you younger sister? Tang Lier raised her delicate face. Just call me Lier. Ling Tian laughed. If you are Lier, then I shall be Year. After saying this, he shook his head, chuckling, Lier, Year, they really do match quite well. Tang Lier glared at him. What are you mumbling about? Ling Tian hurriedly said, I was just thinking. The lanterns on the roof are truly beautiful. It's the end of the chapter. In a private conversation between E and me again, E asked, Teacher, is the admission score and quota for celestial beings fixed, or does it frequently change? How often do they admit me? The admission scores and quotas are not fixed, resembling the enrollment situation of earthly universities. Based on the resources, capacity, and future planning of the celestial realm, an admission scheme is established, which is then adjusted according to circumstances. However, during each civilization period, the admission scores remain fundamentally unchanged. Reaching the required score allows one to ascend to the celestial realm. What if, by the end of the universe, there aren't enough people admitted? Me. There is a principle of initially strict and then lenient. Under normal circumstances, ascending to the celestial realm is quite challenging. But once one achieves that, they acquire a position and can settle in the celestial realm. By the end of the universe, a selection of those with higher scores or particular skills will be gathered, granted temporary residency and a provisional status, termed as quasi-celestials. Most celestial workers are quasi-celestials. They rotate jobs and participate in reincarnation, earning points from both aspects, thus having a higher chance of becoming formal. So that's how aliens come about. Chapter 35. A marvelous scene within the room at that moment. The door curtain stirred, and the heads of 3 young maidens peeked in. Xiao Hong laughed and asked, "Are you two continuing your cultivation? Or shall we eat first?" Tang Lier replied. "So soon? Is it already noon?" Pinger added, "Yes, sister. Aren't we hanging the lanterns yet?" Tang Lier responded, "I was just discussing the lantern hanging matter with the young master. He was talking about the ceiling lights. What is with your expressions?" The 3 maidens chimed in unison. "Oh, so that's the case," Ling Tian interjected. "Enough of this and that. Hurry and bring the food." The 3 laughed and dashed off. Before long, the dishes were served. Xiao Hong and Xiao Yu exchanged mischievous glances, placing the food on a small round table, then pulling Pinger to sit closely together, leaving only a spot for Ling Tian and Tang Lier to sit side by side. As Ling Tian sat down, Tang Lier noticed the cramped space and refused to sit, saying, "There's a bigger table." "Why squeeze here?" Pinger insisted. "Everything is set. Let us make do with it. If we keep moving the dishes around, they'll get cold." With no choice, Tang Lier reluctantly sat down. The 3 maidens consistently encouraged Ling Tian and Tang Lier to converse. Tang Lier either responded briefly or smiled silently, while Ling Tian answered every question. He first recounted how he became an elf, then shared his experiences in the Holy King City. When everyone heard about Ling Tian's arrival on the continent, wearing merely a few vines, and how Yuan Duo subsequently devoured Ling Tian's clothing, they all erupted into laughter. Even Tang Lier couldn't maintain her composure. Next, Ling Tian narrated the ordeal at Lingshang Tower, where he was wronged by Wang Jingguan, which infuriated Pinger. Tang Lier interjected, "What happened to Yuan Duo afterward?" Ling Tian sighed and said, "My brother Yuan Duo has gone missing, and I am quite troubled about it." He then shared his suspicions. The several young maids chimed in with their wild guesses. Observing Ling Tian's somber expression, Tang Lier comforted him. "Do not worry, young master. I believe your brother Yuan Duo is not in any life-threatening danger." Ling Tian quickly asked, "How do you know this, sister?" Tang Lier explained, "You offended Wang Jingguan, but were taken in by the Earl's residence. Wang Jingguan was furious, hence sought trouble with your brother. Yet considering the Earl's influence, he wouldn't dare to harm your brother severely." Ling Tian pondered. "But why hasn't Yuan Duo shown up yet? Could it be they imprisoned him and turned him into a rare delicacy?" Tang Lier replied, "It seems that old Wu must know the truth. Once we have the chance to leave the palace, I will take someone to investigate." Pinger chimed in, "Sister, I'll go with you. Let us see what kind of person Wang Jingguan is." Ling Tian asked, "Does sister often have the opportunity to leave the palace?" Tang Lier responded, "The chief matron in the palace takes great care of me. When I grow weary of staying inside, I ask her for a token to go out for a stroll, claiming I want to observe the new architectural styles being built outside, so I can sketch some new designs upon returning. As long as there are no pressing matters in the palace, the chief matron will always grant permission." This conversation lightened Ling Tian's mood. After the meal, the young maids cleared the table, and Ling Tian hurriedly said, "Do not change that pot of tea just yet." Xiao Hong remarked, "I wondered where that delightful fragrance was coming from. It turns out to be this tea." Pinger walked over, took a whiff, and exclaimed, "Sister, isn't this your coveted Wang Xian tea? I've been pestering you for so long yet never got to taste it. You usually guard it like a treasure, not letting us see it. What's different today? You're willing to share?" Xiao Yu exclaimed, "Goodness, is this really the Wang Xian tea that Pinger talks about all day? Quickly, pour me a cup to try." As they spoke, the young maids crowded around the table, each taking a sip, exclaiming in surprise and delight. Ling Tian, feeling both amused and exasperated, pleaded, "Dear sisters, please leave me some." Pinger retorted, "Once you're at Zhaoyuan with sister, you will all have plenty of tea to drink. Why fight over this one pot with us?" The maids even brought a bucket to refill, and after drinking several rounds, Xiao Hong finally said, "I truly cannot drink another drop. If I do, the water will come out of my nose." Xiao Yu asked, "Sister Zhaoyuan, now that we've finished eating, shouldn't we go to the courtyard to hang the lanterns?" At this moment, Tang Lier had already sketched a rough draft and said, "Yes, let us go to the courtyard to hang the lanterns." Pinger questioned, "Are we really going?" Xiao Yu took the drawing and pulled Pinger along, laughing. "If you don't go to hang the lanterns, do you intend to act as a lantern inside this room?" With that, they all rushed out. Ling Tian felt rather embarrassed and said, "Then let us go out to help them." Tang Lier replied, "If you want to go, you may. I'm afraid someone will see me at the entrance and attract flies, which would be troublesome," Ling Tian suggested. "In that case, it's best we don't go out. Let us continue discussing the lanterns." Tang Lier, with a playful frown, remarked, "Who said we?" Ling Tian scratched his head and said, "Oh, whatever. I'll just taste this tea again to see if it still has flavor." The lingering aroma of the Wang Xian tea remained. After finishing a pot, Ling Tian, still unsatisfied, refilled it. Turning, he noticed Tang Lier lost in thought. So he softly called, "Sister." Tang Lier didn't respond, so Ling Tian called again, "Sister Zhaoyuan?" "Lier?" Tang Lier paused, then shyly smiled. "What are you calling me all haphazardly for?" Ling Tian said. "I was just thinking about this tea. After brewing it so many times, it still has a fragrance." "Have you truly not noted down the recipe for this Wang Xiandan? Such a pity," Tang Lier replied. "I do remember the names of the 10-odd spiritual herbs. I'll look into it when I have time. Perhaps I can recreate it." Ling Tian remarked, "Sister, with your remarkable talent, you will surely succeed. You seemed to be deep in thought earlier." "What were you pondering?" Tang Lier replied. "That's none of your business." Her remark left Ling Tian momentarily speechless, and he could only lower his head to drink tea. Tang Lier glanced at Ling Tian and smiled. "You always praise me for my talent. Yet I haven't shown you my proud work yet." Ling Tian, hearing this, was overjoyed. "Where is it?" Tang Lier stood up and said, "Follow me." She led Ling Tian into the inner room. Ling Tian remarked, "Pinger mentioned that I'm not allowed in this room yet." Tang Lier lightly huffed. "You're so cautious. It's not as if you will offend the princess." Ling Tian hurriedly clarified, "That's not what I meant." Tang Lier chuckled softly. "Don't worry, if someone comes, Pinger will handle it outside." As they entered the inner chamber, a dazzling display of opulence greeted them. Tang Lier explained, "This main room must showcase wealth and grandeur. It's a palace rule, though I find it excessively extravagant," Ling Tian observed. "The layout and decor of this room can serve as a quintessential example of ornate splendor." They then moved into an adjoining suite, which had interconnected rooms, each varying in elegance, simplicity, and charm. Each time Ling Tian entered a new area, he offered praise. Finally, they arrived at a large hall marked with the character's garden room at the entrance. Upon stepping inside, a refreshing atmosphere enveloped him, revealing unique and captivating scenes throughout the chamber. The furnishings, tables and chairs, boasted exquisite craftsmanship, and the arrangement of screens and latticework was masterfully crafted. What astonished Ling Tian was the presence of rocks, bamboo, flowers, birds, and flowing water within. The combination of furniture, paintings, and ornamental items created a delightful interplay, making it difficult to discern whether the room was in the garden or vice versa. Ling Tian couldn't help but admire in awe. Exclaiming in astonishment, observing Ling Tian's captivated demeanor, Tang Lier smiled sweetly and said, "What I referred to as my proud work I see this room." End of chapter. Secret message. Private conversation between E and me. Please skip if uninterested. E. Teacher, may I ask, after ascending to a celestial being, is one's status eternally secured? Is there a chance of losing points due to mistakes and being demoted back to a mortal? Me. The likelihood of that is quite low, for upon reaching the celestial realm, everyone understands the truths of the universe. Who would be foolish enough to engage in immoral acts in the celestial realm? Your merit points are like a bank balance, readily accessible for review. If you notice a deficit in any area, wouldn't you rush to remedy it? It's unthinkable to let your merit points dwindle to the point of returning to the mortal realm. Is it? You mentioned that merit points can be exchanged for spiritual essence. If one were to exchange a large sum of spiritual essence, wouldn't their remaining merit points be quite low? Me. Our celestial realm has existed for billions of years. Such a simple question shouldn't be a challenge to resolve. Total merit points are akin to an identity card, diploma, or medal. They will always belong to you. As for exchanging for spiritual essence, that falls under the financial system, and there is still a convertible quota, isn't there. Even if you exhaust all your convertible quota, it won't affect the treatment you deserve based on your total points. Oh, I see. Given the vast time span, I should have complete faith in the perfection of the celestial order. Chapter 36. In deep affection, Ling Tian was taken aback by the words, his eyes widening in astonishment as he asked, "Is there a place even better than this room?" Tang Lier smiled in silence, while Ling Tian turned his head this way and that, searching eagerly, repeatedly asking, "Where is it?" With her eyes narrowed, Tang Lier replied mysteriously, "Whether you can see it depends on your fate." Ling Tian, puzzled, inquired, "What do you mean by that?" Tang Lier simply stated, "You will know in due time." The two meandered around, eventually returning to the front hall, where they found Pinger seated, her face flushed. Upon seeing them emerge, she opened her mouth in a fluster, unsure of what to say. Noticing her distress, Tang Lier asked, "What is wrong with you, Pinger?" Pinger responded, "There is something unclear in the diagram, and I came to ask you, but you vanished into the room. You two are too quick with that." She covered her face and turned away. Ling Tian remarked, "It was indeed a bit fast. We were supposed to savor it slowly." Upon hearing this, Pinger exclaimed, covering her face as she hurried away. Tang Lier suddenly understood, and her face flushed with embarrassment as she chased after Pinger, exclaiming, "You little minx! Where were your thoughts wandering? Just wait until I catch you." Ling Tian, observing the disarray of both Tang Lier and Pinger, felt quite astonished and advised, "It's merely a trivial matter. Why must you quarrel, dear sisters? Next time, let us bring Pinger along." Both Tang Lier and Pinger simultaneously spat, "Papa," startling Ling Tian. Just then, Xiao Hong peeked in through the curtain, asking, "Pinger, have you figured it out? Why are you two fighting?" Ling Tian began to explain, "Just now, I went into the room with Zhao Yuan." But Tang Lier interrupted, "Silence." Ling Tian promptly closed his mouth, his eyes wide as he glanced around, and after a moment said, "How about I go to the courtyard for a while?" He was met with a round of disdainful looks. Xiao Hong entered the room, while Ling Tian exited in the courtyard. Xiao Yu was still there, holding a lantern and searching for a place to hang it. Upon seeing Ling Tian, she asked, "Why are you out here alone, young master?" Ling Tian replied, "I'm not quite sure." Xiao Yu looked at him, pondered for a moment, then set down the lantern and went back inside. Ling Tian muttered to himself, feeling somewhat bewildered as he found himself alone at the spiral staircase. Ascending to the rooftop to be why now, the sun had set, casting a dusky haze across the sky. He gazed at the few early stars twinkling in the pristine blue expanse, lost in thought. Suddenly, he sensed footsteps behind him. Before he could turn, a waft of fragrance reached him, and he instantly recognized it as Tang Lier. The girl stood silently behind him, not uttering a word. Unable to resist, Ling Tian turned to look, finding Tang Lier gazing at him with her sparkling eyes. "What brings you up here to dawdle?" she teased, her lips curving in a playful smile. "I have nothing else to do, just here to sulk." Ling Tian replied, "You two were playfully quarreling, and yet you came here to brood." Tang Lier laughed lightly, "We sisters are accustomed to such banter. You needn't take it to heart. We were merely playing with you. And you are so petty to come up here sulking. Now, let us make amends." Hearing her call him Lier, Ling Tian felt his spirits lift and replied, "Apologies alone won't suffice. You must show me that masterpiece you spoke of." Tang Lier looked up at the sky and remarked, "Your fate is indeed profound. The weather today is splendid." Ling Tian pondered the relation between the view and the weather when Tang Lier stepped closer, gently tugging at his sleeve. "Come on, let us go have dinner." He felt a warm sensation coursing through his sleeve, causing his heart to race as he clumsily followed Tang Lier down from the rooftop. Arriving at the door, Tang Lier tidied her hair, gesturing for Ling Tian to enter first, and he complied. Inside, several young maids were cheerfully arranging the table and setting out dishes. Upon seeing Ling Tian, they greeted him with bright smiles. Pinger asked, "Where's the elder sister?" Ling Tian replied, "She's in the back." Just then, Tang Lier gracefully entered the room, saying, "I took a look around. Why is the lantern arrangement in the courtyard different from my diagram?" Pinger huffed, "Today, the elder sister was hardly in the mood to draw a proper diagram. It was too difficult to decipher." Tang Lier shot her an annoyed glance. After everyone took their seats, Xiao Yu announced, "Today, I specially cooked a few dishes. Young master, please give them a try." Xiao Hong chimed in, "Young master, you must also sample Sister Zhao Yuan's cooking someday. It would be unforgettable." At this, Tang Lier felt a wave of embarrassment and playfully tapped Xiao Hong with her chopsticks, saying, "You speak too freely." Pinger laughed. "Sister cooked for us long ago, and we dared not ask her again." Xiao Yu chuckled. "Sister Zhao Yuan's cooking is quite a spectacle." She first writes a list, then draws a diagram, meticulously weighing all the ingredients and measuring the oil and vinegar before cooking. Yet, when it comes to the stove, she juggles between low and high flames until everything turns to mush. Claiming her dish is called black gold herbal elixir. Ha ha, Xiaohong added. Sister is quite particular about cleanliness. She washes her hands at least 7 or 8 times when cooking. Tang Lier, feeling both exasperated and amused, began to playfully hit this one and that one. Ling Tian interjected, "It's all right. I can eat anything." After quite a commotion, they weren't finished yet, so Ling Tian had no choice but to change the subject. "When I encountered sister on the street last time, were you merely there to watch the commotion at the Wu family's gathering, or did you wish to learn some spiritual techniques as well?" Tang Lier, adjusting her hair and catching her breath, sat down and said, "Speaking of that Wu family gathering, it could make one laugh to death." Upon hearing this, everyone forgot their playful bickering and inquired eagerly about the matter. Tang Lier recounted, "That time I went out to the street and saw the gathering at the Wu family in full swing, so I went to take a look. Later, a little boy was handing out flyers, and I took one. Curious about the youth-preserving techniques mentioned, I wandered to the back, where an old man was demonstrating his skills. Seeing that it was all men there, I didn't approach but hid behind the curtain to watch. At that moment, I was chatting with 2 young girls who were beating drums and gongs, thinking they were part of the performance group, and I didn't pay much attention. They told me they were new to the group and didn't understand the youth-preserving techniques. After a while, the old man hurried over and shouted from behind the curtain, "Sanai, what are you doing? I just demonstrated the thunder-controlling technique. Why didn't you beat the drums and gongs?" Only then did I realize it was a band of swindlers, and I quickly ran out. Not far from there, I saw a small crowd gathered around a man dancing wildly, while a chubby fellow was mumbling and spinning on the ground. Upon closer inspection, I realized it was this young master performing. Ling Tian's face turned crimson as he defended himself. In fact, that Wu Zhenren does possess some genuine spiritual techniques. The wind-controlling technique I learned and the fire-controlling technique that Yuan Duo learned are both things we have practiced. Though they may not be perfected, they are still of some use, Tang Lier replied. I saw that the Wu family's stage also practiced both wind and fire, indicating that Wu Zhenren has exhausted his skills. After several more trips to the street, I never encountered the Wu family gathering again. Ling Tian reflected, "No wonder Yuan Duo and I wanted to learn something else. That Wu Zhenren only speaks of the fire-controlling technique and the wind-controlling technique." Xiaohong interjected, "So, elder sister, during your several trips to the street, were you specifically looking for the Wu family gathering, and did you encounter that godly young master again?" Laughter erupted once more, leaving Ling Tian speechless as he lowered his head to eat. Chapter Endnote. EMI Private Chat. Please skip if uninterested. Teacher, I wish to know if beings who reach the realm of heavenly beings can permanently escape the cycle of reincarnation? Me? Not necessarily. There are 2 scenarios in which heavenly beings may re-enter the cycle. What are those 2 scenarios? I previously mentioned one, which is when heaven sends individuals on missions. Whenever civilization reaches a critical turning point, heavenly beings or quasi-heavenly beings are dispatched to guide the direction. They arrive in the mortal realm without memories of their past lives, but possess exceptional insight or genius capabilities, completing their missions with heaven's assistance. I used to believe that the wheels of history were driven by the people, me. Indeed, it is the power of the people that propels the wheels of history forward. But someone must lead the people in which direction. Otherwise, with so many people pushing in all directions, the wheel cannot move forward. I understand now. What is the second situation that allows heavenly beings to re-enter the cycle? That is for the purpose of refining their character. You must understand that after ascending to become heavenly beings, with wealth, power, and prestige, as time passes, it is inevitable to develop a sense of arrogance, laziness, and lose the drive for progress and resilience. This results in a decline in the speed of accumulating merits or even a depletion of spiritual essence, necessitating re-entry into the cycle to temper their character through hardship. Once they return to the heavenly realm, they can once again strive for progress. If our book can have an impact, perhaps there will be people impersonating heavenly beings or celestial workers to swindle others. That's simple. Let them take a flying saucer and circle the earth a few times, and we will know the truth. In fact, high-ranking figures in the mortal realm are exceedingly discreet. Even without memories from their past lives, they possess a certain degree of innate awareness. If they dare to reveal their divine powers and deceive others, they will face severe punishment from the heavenly laws. Chapter 37. Crystal Sky Pavilion. Before long, the group finished their meal. Once everything was tidied up, Pinger said, "Elder sister, we've been wandering in the courtyard all day, and now that it's dark, I'll close the courtyard gate, and no one will see you. So please let us rest and don't rush us out to hang lanterns again." Tang Lier intended to say something, but before she could speak, the young maids pushed both Tang Lier and Ling Tian out the door. The two found themselves in the back garden, where colorful lanterns had lit up, sparkling vibrantly. They walked silently, neither speaking a word. As they arrived at the verdant lawn, greeted by the gentle breeze and the chirping of crickets, beneath a resplendent galaxy overhead and beside the gurgling of clear springs below, they found themselves enraptured by this little paradise. After a considerable pause, Tang Lier whispered to Ling Tian, "Actually," but then fell silent. Ling Tian gazed at her and inquired, "Actually what?" Tang Lier blushed, her voice delicate as a thread. "Actually, I want to learn how to cook well. I shall not be inferior to Xiaoyu." Ling Tian chuckled, "What are you pondering? I am indifferent to what dishes I eat. Truly, during my time on the deserted island, I consumed whatever was available." Tang Lier shot him a glance. "Do not indulge in self-flattery. Who said anything about cooking for you?" Ling Tian replied, "Very well. If you do not wish to cook for me, I shall prepare meals for you instead. My months at Lingshang Tower were not in vain. I have at least seen a few dishes." Tang Lier retorted defiantly, "If I earnestly set about cooking," Ling Tian interrupted with a laugh. "Do not speak of earnestness. According to Xiaoyu, the reason you could concoct the Wujin Baichaodan was precisely due to your excessive seriousness." Tang Lier playfully jabbed her fist against Ling Tian's chest, exclaiming, "Dare you mock me?" The two meandered through the garden, strolling and pausing, their soft murmurs coaxing the flowers to bloom and even stirring the enchanted trees with yearning. Standing at the head of a three-step bridge, Tang Lier took a deep breath, gently pursed her lips, and produced a melodious sound akin to a flute. Ling Tian looked at her in astonishment as Tang Lier smiled. "It is a technique of vocal mimicry I read about in miscellaneous texts. I thought to try it today." With that, she lifted a strand of ethereal silk, untangling it to let the azure threads dance in the wind. "Now, you hold my silk," she instructed. Ling Tian complied, capturing a few delicate strands between his fingers. While Tang Lier used one hand to gracefully hook the silk's root with her finger, the other hand flitting like a butterfly, plucking and strumming, producing a sound akin to a zither's gentle notes. The music fluctuated in pace, at times rapid and at others languid, sometimes reminiscent of a stream flowing amidst flowers, at times echoing the song of a spring dawn, at times resembling the purity of spring snow, and at others welcoming the green willows that embraced the banks. Ling Tian was deeply entranced, suddenly hearing a distant flute harmonizing with the zither's melody, the tune winding and turning, resonant amidst the cool breeze. Flowing water, starry shadows, and fragrant blossoms, leaving Ling Tian utterly spellbound. Uncertain of how much time had passed, silence enveloped the surroundings, and a crescent moon hung high in the sky. Tang Lier turned to Ling Tian and suggested, "The night is just right. Shall we go see that marvelous house?" Ling Tian suddenly recalled that there was indeed a peculiar abode that Tang Lier was proud of which they had yet to visit. And he eagerly asked, "Where is it?" With a beaming smile, Tang Lier led Ling Tian towards the house. Inside, a few screens had already been set down for the night, and as they tiptoed through the front hall and around the suite, they arrived at a spacious garden room adorned with rocks, flowers, and birds. Tang Lier retrieved a night pearl, no larger than a sparrow's egg, cradling it in her hand, as the room was bathed in a soft, enchanting glow, presenting a unique vista. She guided Ling Tian around a stone, whispering, "Behind this mechanism lies another realm, one I meticulously designed. I personally supervised its construction, and not even the head matron is aware. Fortunately, the palace expends lavishly on construction, so no one pays attention to these hidden accounts." Having spoken, she retrieved 2 pairs of soft deer-hide shoe covers from beneath a small table by the stone, and after feeling around, discovered a third opening behind the stone. With a gentle tug, she revealed a narrow gap in the wall. Ling Tian was greatly astonished and followed Tang Lier inside. She fiddled with the door. The gap closed seamlessly, and they proceeded a few steps, arriving at a crystalline door so clear it seemed to shimmer. Had it not been for the luminous reflection of the night pearl, Ling Tian might have overlooked the door entirely. Upon entering, Tang Lier donned the shoe covers and helped Ling Tian with his. She casually closed the door, and Ling Tian observed the room twinkling with scattered reflections. Yet he could discern nothing. Suddenly, darkness enveloped him as Tang Lier concealed the night pearl. Unbeknownst to him, she had manipulated something by the door, and a circular opening appeared above, revealing the starry sky. In the darkness, Tang Lier's voice beckoned, "Welcome to the Crystal Pavilion." Ling Tian, bewildered, felt a subtle rumble beneath his feet. As the floor began to rise, it ascended through the opening, revealing that the pavilion's roof had shifted aside, and the floor continued to elevate until it surpassed the pavilion. Ling Tian gazed around in awe, for the walls and ceiling of this room were made entirely of crystal, and beneath his feet lay a pristine mirror reflecting the azure night sky above. The vast galaxy appearing as if it lay beneath his very feet, leaving him rooted in place, fearful of taking a step lest he fall. He stood there, glancing above and below, overwhelmed by the exquisite sensation. Noticing Ling Tian's stillness, Tang Lier approached with a smile, urging him to be cautious of the chairs and tables ahead. Ling Tian blinked in surprise, seeing nothing at first, but after walking a few more steps, he faintly perceived the outline of the furniture. Realizing it too was crafted from natural crystal, he cautiously seated himself, while Tang Lier seemed to find something else, and a crack opened in the crystal ceiling, allowing a cool breeze to sweep in, refreshing their spirits. Bathed in the night wind and gazing at the profound and brilliant galaxy above and below, Ling Tian's thoughts cleared, as if he had transformed into a speck of dust in the vast universe. Tang Lier, seated nearby, drifted into contemplation, and after a long while, she mused, "Whenever I sit here in tranquility, I ponder whether, after the death of our kind, we shall arrive at a place such as this? I hope so." Looking at the pure and ethereal maiden before him, Ling Tian replied, "And in such a place, I would encounter you." Tang Lier lowered her head but then, summoning courage, raised it again, her crystalline eyes shimmering with a radiant glimmer. "I too wish to be with you." Ling Tian's mind exploded with emotion, his heart racing. He softly called, "Lier." Tang Lier shyly lowered her long lashes, whispering, "Yeer Gidge." Hearing her tender call, Ling Tian's heart trembled. He could not help but take her delicate hand. Clasping it in his palm, Lier struggled slightly but then stilled, allowing Ling Tian to hold her. He brought her tender, almost boneless hand before his eyes, examining it closely, and said, "Truly, you are a fairy of jade-like bones and ice-like skin. I cannot fathom how you could take an interest in one as unworthy as me. A mere leaf." End of chapter. Private chat with me. Please skip if undesirable. Alas. I wish this beautiful moment could last forever. Me, that is simple. Once you reach the celestial realm, various beauties will keep you eternally satisfied. If there were not so many wicked people and deeds in the mortal realm, it should be quite beautiful, right? Where do you think the world's villains come from? Me. Where do they come from? Aren't you a rascal yourself? The essence of the soul is multifaceted. You are both a rogue and a good person. Even if you become a celestial being, it merely means you act wickedly less often and exercise more self-discipline. If a person has no malicious thoughts, they are simply lacking in wisdom. Why do you say that? Me, because good and bad are not absolute. They are relative. If someone steals your possessions, you deem them a villain, correct? Then, if you chase after them and kick them down, they will consider you the villain. Is that not relative? If someone takes your belongings and you remain indifferent, is that not a lack of wisdom? Chapter 38. Soul Transcending Peerless. Lier said, "We girls know well, do not seek a passionate man, only a devoted lover. The first time I laid eyes on you, seeing your unwavering focus and practice, I knew you were a sincere man. I once thought that living in the deep palace would mean I could never see you again. But fate ordained this connection. How could I easily let it slip away? Today, I arrived at the small terrace and noticed that the garment I had helped you fetch still lay upon your bed. My heart understood everything. You too hold me in your heart." Ling Tian pulled Tang Lier's hand to his chest, pressing it against his heart, and after a long moment, he said, "Lier, since that day I met you on the street, I have not forgotten you for a single moment. I wish for us to be inseparable from now on, bound together through life and death. Hearing this, Tang Lier's eyes brimmed with tears, her small hands trembling slightly. Suddenly, she withdrew her hand, lifted her skirt, knelt on the ground and declared, "Let the stars above and below bear witness. From now on, I vow to be with Yer Gij through all lifetimes, inseparable in life and death." Ling Tian knelt beside her, and after reciting their vow, they both bowed deeply. Ling Tian remarked, "We have yet to meet your parents. This is rather hasty, is it not?" Tang Lier replied despondently, "They have long since passed away." Ling Tian embraced her, softly reassuring, "Fear not, Lier. From now on, we shall be family." Lier buried her head in Ling Tian's chest, feeling their hearts beat in unison. After a long while, Lier slowly lifted her head, murmuring, "Yer Gij, where do you think our kind goes after death?" Ling Tian replied, "I do not know. It should be akin to a state of unawareness and unfeeling, as if we had never come to this world at all." Lier pressed her head against Ling Tian's chest once more. "If I were to die first, I shall wait for you here." Ling Tian covered her mouth with his hand, saying, "What nonsense are you spouting? You are a viviparous spirit. Your lifespan can reach 70 or 80 years, unlike us born spirits." As he spoke, Ling Tian recalled his own lifespan of merely 30 years. Unsure of what to say next, the perceptive Lier understood Ling Tian's meaning and said, "Do not tell me your lifespan. Regardless, if you depart first, wherever you are, I will find you and stay by your side." Ling Tian admonished, "Do not speak such foolishness." Lier leaned against Ling Tian, murmuring, "How wonderful it would be if this moment could last forever. These beautiful stars should remain forever in the sky." Ling Tian sighed. "Let us first think about how we will be together in the future. I am still but a guest." Lier chuckled, "You didn't see this coming, did you? You've already become my cherished guest." As soon as the words left her lips, she felt a pang of regret and turned to lightly thump Ling Tian on the chest. Ling Tian protested, "Why strike me for your own slip of the tongue?" Lier replied, "If you don't think of a way to escape the palace, then you deserve to be punished." Ling Tian countered, "Haven't you failed to devise a plan as well? In that case, I ought to pinch your little nose to bring you back to reality." Lier retorted, "How do you know I haven't thought of something? I had it figured out yesterday." Ling Tian's eyes lit up. "What is the plan? Pray tell me." "Oh, so you've been thinking of me all this time yesterday." Hee hee. This comment earned her another playful punch. Tang Lier explained, "In a few days after the festival, I will seek an opportunity to tell the head matron that I need to procure some essential materials, and you shall disguise yourself as a palace maid while I escort you." Ling Tian asked, "What will happen to Pinger and the others after we leave? Won't they face punishment?" Lier reassured him. "Not to worry. Before we depart, I will tell them that the small terrace needs repairs and arrange for you to be sent to another courtyard. When we are ready to leave, I will call for you. The palace ladies won't report a missing person since the princess has completely forgotten about you. Past instances of cherished guests fleeing have always been overlooked." Ling Tian sighed. "I hope it turns out that way." He tightened his embrace around Lier, asking, "Once we escape the palace, where shall we go?" Lier responded, "After we exit the city, I will disguise myself as a man. We will pose as returning cultivators from the assembly heading to another nation. The Dagua has had no conflicts with the Yuanbao kingdom for many years, so the border checkpoints will likely be lax, especially during the gathering period. We should be able to slip away." Ling Tian exclaimed, "So you had a complete plan all along. Your little mind truly is extraordinarily clever. But once we reach Dagua, how do you plan for us to make a living?" Lier playfully replied, "I can cook. We could open an eatery." Ling Tian laughed. "Oh please, would you sell your burnt dishes? That would surely be a loss." They both indulged in playful banter. Lier then said, "If I can't open an eatery, perhaps a tea house would suffice. I can perfect my Wangxian tea when we have time. Just wait and see if I can't recreate it." Ling Tian clapped his hands. "It will surely succeed. Our tea house will thrive. I, little Yezi, am quite the expert at serving tea." Lier gently tapped Ling Tian's forehead with her jade-like finger. "Look at you, aspiring to be merely a waiter for life? Aren't you considering cultivation?" Ling Tian replied, "Being with you makes me feel like an immortal. Why would I need to cultivate?" Playfully bantering, Lier turned away and leaned into Ling Tian's embrace, suddenly feeling empty behind her. She almost stumbled but turned to find Ling Tian had vanished, leaving only a small fruit on the ground. Just as she was puzzled, the fruit transformed back into Ling Tian, who grinned. I have thought of an even better plan. If you can leave the palace, I can revert to my true form, and you can carry me with you. Wouldn't that be more convenient? Lear clapped her hands. Splendid. You possess that ability as well. Emph, you nearly tricked me into falling. Ling Tian begged for mercy and shifted the conversation. Lear, what elixirs are you currently refining? Lear answered, as an alchemist, I am naturally focused on creating longevity elixirs, ones that enhance strength and extend life. Simply knowing how to mix ingredients is insufficient. One must employ unique, spiritual techniques exclusive to alchemists to successfully refine an elixir. Upon saying this, Lear's eyes sparkled as she instructed Ling Tian. Now, close your eyes. Ling Tian obeyed, and Lear continued, in a moment, I will grant you a Wangxian pill, which you must store in your spiritual abode. Be sure not to refine it. Ling Tian nodded, and as he heard Lear rustling to retrieve the pill, he noticed her muttering incantations before all fell silent. Suddenly, he felt her gentle breath drawing near, and the fragrance enveloped him, causing his heart to race and his spiritual veins to surge in an instant. Their lips met, and unable to resist, he pressed his lips firmly against hers. Lear parted her lips slightly, allowing a stream of fragrant essence to flow into Ling Tian's mouth, sweet and warm, with a delightful flavor. Within that essence was the Wangxian pill, which Ling Tian swallowed, quickly enveloping it with his spiritual energy to prevent it from being refined. Ling Tian opened his eyes slightly to see Lear with her eyes shut and a rosy glow on her cheeks. He embraced her tighter, inhaling the perfume that lingered around her, savoring her soft lips. They kissed for what felt like an eternity before Lear finally let out a soft whimper, burying her head in Ling Tian's embrace. Whispering, this pill of mine has been infused with a soul-binding technique, so no matter how far apart we may be, I will always find you. Gazing at the enchanting figure before him, Ling Tian said, I wish to keep you within my very being, so we shall never part. Lear touched her fragrant pouch and remarked, There's only one Wangxian pill left, and I must save it for our future tea house. The two were entwined in their affection, but alas, the night was fleeting. Morning light soon broke, filling the room with a golden glow. Ling Tian, feeling like a breeze soaring through the void, exclaimed, Lear, words fail to express my admiration for you and this crystal sky pavilion. No amount of praise could ever suffice. Lear interjected, Oh dear, we must hurry down before we are discovered. At the end of the chapter, a private conversation unfolds. Teacher, last time you mentioned that good and evil are relative concepts. I've pondered over it for quite some time and still cannot grasp it. If it's relative, does that mean there will always be one person's claim against another's? Is there no universally accepted standard? There is indeed a universally accepted standard, but to understand it, you must first comprehend the origins of good and evil. All right, please elaborate on me. Answer me this. If you were the only person in the world, would good and evil still exist? Well, there would be none. If I were the only person, I could do whatever I wanted, and whether it is good or evil would be entirely subjective. Thus, good and evil would cease to exist. Very well. Now think deeper. If there were two people in the world, could good and evil be distinguished? With two or more people, there would indeed be a distinction because individuals would evaluate good and evil based on mutual benefit and detriment. Precisely. Now you should understand that good and evil are not objectively existent. They are subjective judgments made by individuals. The Chinese ancestors crafted the character for Ren, which signifies that the concepts of benevolence or malevolence can only be assessed in the presence of at least two people. If interactions benefit both, it is regarded as good. Conversely, if detrimental, it is deemed bad, correct? Yes. Thus, a universally accepted standard for good and evil emerges. Those who treat others well and fulfill their obligations are always right. Those who do not treat others well and neglect their duties are always wrong. Do you understand? I understand now. Thank you, teacher. Chapter 39. The ceremony. Lear activated the mechanism, and the crystal sky pavilion sank into the room. The circular opening above concealed by the pavilion's roof. The two returned along the same path to the garden room, neatly storing away their deer-hide shoe covers, and stealthily slipped back to the front hall, where Ping and the others had yet to awaken. Ling Tian and Tang Lier sat in the hall for a while, and Ling Tian quietly asked, "Lier, are you tired? Would you like to rest on my bed for a bit?" Lier replied, "Not at all." She blinked and added, "Come on, let us tidy up your bed." Ling Tian, puzzled, asked, "If you're not going to sleep and neither am I, why do we need to make the bed?" Lier explained, "Your bed was left messy yesterday. If Ping and the others see it today, they might think we were up to no good, and my face would turn red again." Ling Tian understood and, while pulling Lier toward the inner room, playfully inquired, "What else might they think?" "Oh, don't hit me." They reached the bedside, where Lier was straightening the bedding, and Ling Tian picked up the water pouch, asking, "This pouch is quite handy. Are you sure you don't want it?" Lier laughed, "Since we will be together, does it matter who holds it?" Ling Tian chuckled in agreement, as he fondled the water pouch. He recalled what a certain Qiu Yazi had said at the cultivation conference about the art of mindfulness, pondering its validity. He claimed that a calm disposition enhances one's cultivation ability. And today, Ling Tian felt exceptionally jubilant, so he took out the cultivation rod, infused it with spiritual energy, and was astonished to see it read 17. "It really is true," he exclaimed. Lier, curious, asked what was wrong. And Ling Tian explained, "I measured it a few days ago, and it was only 16. Now it's 17. He recounted the events of the cultivation conference, leaving Lier equally amazed. She grasped the cultivation rod to test it herself, only to find it read merely 1, laughing. "I don't have much of a change at all," Ling Tian teased. "Your cultivation power is so low," Lier retorted. "I'm not a child of a spiritual master. Having any cultivation power is already commendable." Ling Tian said, "From now on, being with you will surely boost my cultivation without needing elixirs." "Lier, you are the best elixir for me. Let me have a taste." Just as Lier raised her small fist to hit him, a knock resounded at the courtyard door. Ping woke up and went to answer it, while Ling Tian urged Tang Lier to stay put. He dashed to the window to peek outside and saw Ping opening the door to 2 palace maids who exchanged a few words before departing. Returning to the room, Ping noticed Ling Tian and smiled. "Where have you two been? Where's your sister?" Ling Tian, without thinking much, replied, "She's in my bed." Ping's eyes widened in shock, and Xiao Hong and Xiao Yu also stirred awake, bursting into laughter. Tang Lier rushed over and playfully struck Ling Tian, exclaiming, "You fool! Once those words leave your mouth, they lose all meaning." Ping, neglecting the revelry, spoke earnestly, "Everyone, please prepare quickly. The palace has just sent word that today we shall rehearse for Her Highness the Princess's enthronement ceremony, and all must attend." Ling Tian inquired, "Must I go as well?" Ping replied, "Of course. The message specifically mentioned you, stating it was an order from above." Ling Tian was taken aback. Tang Lier pondered for a moment and said to Ling Tian, "What is there to fear? Just treat it as a spectacle to behold. With so many people, how could you stand out? However, you must change your attire. You're still wearing your palace clothes, which would attract too much attention in a crowd." Yuer remarked, "But where can we find men's clothing? There is none in this room." Just then, a commotion of footsteps could be heard outside, prompting Tang Lier to hurriedly hide. As the curtain was lifted, Huang Jilan entered with several young men clad in brocade. Ping and the others quickly dispersed. Huang Jilan, his face beaming with smiles, clasped his hands towards Ling Tian and said, "Congratulations on becoming the new favored guest. Today, you shall surely rise to prominence. We, the aging retainers, shall rely on your assistance." He then introduced, "Allow me to present young Master Shimin, young Master Lu, and this is young Master Zhang." Ling Tian returned the gesture, saying, "This is a courtesy from Xiao Yezi. I hope my elder brothers will look after me in the future." Young Master Zhang grasped Ling Tian's hand, inspecting him up and down, exclaiming, "Indeed, you possess fine character. Come, let me share some secret techniques with you on the way. I assure you will become a favored companion of Her Highness. When the time comes, do not forget to mention us, your brothers." Before the princess, young Master Shimin interjected, "You still dare to call her your highness? You must refer to her as Her Majesty the Queen. Be cautious not to misaddress her today, lest you lose your head." Ling Tian hurriedly protested, "In my current state, how could I ever meet Her Majesty? Is there any kind gentleman who might lend me an outfit?" Young Master Lu chimed in, I do have a few spare outfits in my quarters. I wonder if they would suffice. Huang Jilan responded, Lu brother, you were selected from the commoners' Ji Jiao Pavilion, so you may not be aware of the rules regarding favored guests. Those chosen to enter the palace will receive clothing, but the favored guest must not change attire, as they are personally selected by Her Majesty and must retain the essence of Her Majesty's first impression. Everyone nodded in agreement. Young Master Shimin glanced outside and remarked, Time is of the essence. Let us converse on the way. The group reluctantly ushered Ling Tian out of the courtyard, where palace maids and carriage-bearers awaited with their vehicles. Ling Tian turned to see several carriages heading towards the palace and asked, Where will this rehearsal be held? Huang Jilan replied, Get in. Someone will guide us. Ling Tian had no choice but to board the carriage, where the others engaged in conversations filled with intimate topics, causing Ling Tian to blush profusely and sweat profusely. The carriage traveled for a considerable distance without stopping, and Ling Tian marveled at the vastness of the palace. After a couple of turns, the sounds of bustling voices grew louder, and they finally arrived at their destination. Upon disembarking, Ling Tian found himself in a grand square filled with palace maids, eunuchs, and attendants standing in orderly rows. Huang Jilan immediately pulled a few individuals forward, but those in front refused to yield, resulting in a standoff that attracted the attention of several officials who rushed over to intervene. One matron called out, Who among you is from Chunhui Palace? Huang Jilan responded, to which the matron said, Those from Chunhui Palace should first report to the ceremony hall to receive their position tokens, and will join the main performance in the afternoon. Thus, Ling Tian and his companions followed the matron as she led them further. After passing through an arched gate and a narrow passage, they arrived at the ceremony hall, which was also quite spacious and filled with people, most of whom were from Chunhui Palace. This palace was the residence of Princess Saint Machina, but the princess had seldom returned to the palace recently, instead frolicking in the outskirts with her favorites in light of the upcoming enthronement ceremony. She had been occupied in Tianqi Hall, leaving little time to return to Chunhui Palace, which explained why Huang Jilan and the others lamented their status as second-rate. Ling Tian felt out of place standing among the attendants. He furtively searched for Pinger and her companions, but to no avail, until he spotted a graceful figure standing amidst the willows and blossoms. Gazing in their direction, it was none other than Tang Lier. As the scene unfolded, several eunuchs and matrons emerged from the flower hall, causing an immediate hush to fall over the courtyard. One matron cleared her throat, took a few steps forward, and announced, Most of you here are from Her Majesty's court. Today, you must conduct yourselves with utmost seriousness. If any mistakes are made during the ceremony, or if you misstep, it will be a laughingstock for those outside, so be wary of the Ling Tai. The crowd's expressions turned grim at her words. Ling Tian, unfamiliar with the term Ling Tai, surmised it was some form of severe punishment. 3 eunuchs held flags, standing in formation, while the matron prepared to issue commands. Suddenly, a phoenix cry echoed from above, accompanied by a gust of golden wind. Everyone looked up to see a radiant phoenix soaring through the sky. Upon closer inspection, they noticed a woman seated atop the phoenix, her garments billowing as if she were a celestial being, yet her face bore an expression of anxiety. In moments, it became apparent that the phoenix was attempting to dislodge its rider. The leading matron gasped, Is that not Her Highness the Princess? Oh no! The tribute snow phoenix has yet to be tamed. How did the princess manage to mount it? Many began to realize that the figure riding the phoenix was indeed the princess. And chaos erupted in the courtyard. As it turned out, Princess Machina was currently only at the level of a Ling Master. Most Ling Masters could fly by stepping upon spiritual treasures, while true flight without such aid required the attainment of Ling Master status. In her eagerness to outshine at the enthronement ceremony, Princess Machina believed that appearing atop a spiritual treasure would not suffice for her grandeur, so she devised a plan to ride the Snow Phoenix, which had been recently offered as tribute from Anbei County. However, the Snow Phoenix proved exceptionally difficult to tame, and despite having its spirit power significantly suppressed, it remained unruly. Early that morning, seeing the Snow Phoenix in a lethargic state, Princess Machina, relying on her considerable cultivation, boldly mounted it. As soon as the phoenix took flight, it desperately sought to rid itself of its passenger, twisting and tumbling in the air, leaving Princess Machina clinging to its feathers in sheer panic. Over 30 bodyguards, all Ling Masters, hurriedly rushed about, trying to capture the snow phoenix without harming the princess, creating a scene of utter chaos in the sky. Seeing that the snow phoenix could not break through the encirclement of Ling masters, it suddenly pivoted and, with a powerful flap of its wings, dove downward. The Ling masters were caught off guard, only able to pursue closely. Just as the snow phoenix seemed about to crash into the palace wall, it abruptly spread its wings and executed a sharp turn, causing Princess Machina to lose her grip and tumble downwards. The direction of her fall was right towards the ceremony hall, prompting screams from the crowd as they instinctively scattered. Of course, there were also many loyal subjects attempting to save the princess, but in their panic, their legs betrayed them, propelling them in the opposite direction. In the midst of the chaos, a figure dashed forward to meet the falling Princess Machina. Although she remained somewhat aware during her descent, preparing to invoke a flight technique, she nonetheless landed heavily upon the person who had caught her. Feeling a mix of embarrassment and anger, Princess Machina stood up. Brushing off the dust, and in her fury, she nearly ordered the execution of everyone present. However, she heard someone below her ask, "Your Highness, are you unhurt?" Upon looking down, she saw a young man with delicate features. His appearance somewhat familiar, and after a moment's thought, she burst into laughter. Young man, I saw you from atop the phoenix and wanted to come down for a moment of fun to see how loyal you truly are. What a splendid choice it was to feign a fall and land in your arms. You have not disappointed me now. Will you not assist me back into the palace?" The one who had caught Princess Machina was none other than Ling Tian. For him, when he saw someone falling from the sky, he instinctively rushed to save them, regardless of whether the person was a princess or a beggar. Now, hearing the princess's call, he struggled to rise. The princess continued with a playful smile. You dear boy, mere loyalty is not enough. Your cultivation is too low. Return home and refine your skills properly. At that moment, Huang Jilan and the others, trembling in fright, rushed over and knelt before her. The princess lazily yawned and said, "Return to your quarters. You all assist him as well." Huang Jilian and Shimin Gongzi rose from the ground, deftly positioning themselves on either side of the princess, bowing in servitude. The princess draped her arms over their shoulders, while they supported her back, extending their arms beneath her, clasping their hands together. With a lift, the princess was seated upon the palanquin. Ling Tian, struck by the princess's descent, found his ears ringing and his vision blurred with golden stars, as Lu Gongzi and Zhang Gongzi assisted him in moving inward. The princess turned her head, reproaching Lu and Zhang. "You foolish servants! Cannot you offer him a seat?" Lu and Zhang, in a flurry of alarm, responded at your command. They then lifted Ling Tian in a manner akin to that of the princess. Several eunuchs and matrons had already prostrated themselves on the ground, knocking their heads in apology, murmuring their contrition. As the princess had yet to be formally crowned, they addressed her as both Your Highness and Your Majesty. As she passed by, the princess kicked one matron in the face, declaring, "Today, I am in a good mood, so I shall spare you the death penalty. Rise and continue your practice." The recipients of the royal pardon wept tears of gratitude, expressing their thanks profusely. The celestial spiritists, witnessing the princess descend upon the snow phoenix, saw her rescued and, consequently, cast spells to bind the phoenix. Without hesitation, they unleashed their powers, swiftly subduing the snow phoenix. The leading spiritist, upon observing the princess enter the palace, refrained from causing any further disturbance and retreated with the phoenix and his entourage as they journeyed. Zhang Sheng discreetly remarked to Ling Tian, "Young Master Yi, you have stumbled upon great fortune. You are certain to become the favored one of Her Majesty." Upon reaching the auxiliary hall of the ceremonial palace, the two set Ling Tian upon a lavish bed, shortly thereafter visited by a royal physician who assessed Ling Tian's pulse, declaring, "The young master has merely suffered some shock. There is no serious ailment." He then extended his hands, casting a healing spell, which instantly invigorated Ling Tian. The physician subsequently presented a pill for Ling Tian to consume before taking his leave. True to the reputation of courtly elixirs, Ling Tian soon felt clarity return to his mind and relief from his physical pains. Lu Shang and Zhang Sheng attentively engaged Ling Tian in conversation, while a dozen or so eunuchs and palace maidens served tea and delicacies with utmost care. Feeling restored, Ling Tian attempted to depart, but a supervising eunuch bowed, saying, "Young master, please wait." Just now, Her Majesty issued an edict that once you are fully recovered, we are to escort you to the inner hall to meet her. With no other option, Ling Tian resigned himself to follow the eunuch into the inner hall, with Lu Shang and Zhang Sheng dutifully trailing behind. After passing through an anteroom, they arrived at the entrance of the inner hall, where Huang Zhilian and Shimin Gongzi awaited. Upon seeing Ling Tian approach, they both stepped forward to offer their congratulations. Ling Tian, lacking the spirit to respond, merely clasped his hands and followed the eunuch into the hall, where the eunuch softly announced, "Your Majesty, young Master Yi has arrived." A sweet, melodious voice responded, "Let him enter." As Ling Tian crossed the threshold, he was nearly blinded by the radiant splendor of the room. A dozen beautifully adorned palace maidens encircled an opulent phoenix chair, upon which reclined the illustrious Princess Machina. Chapter End. Secret Communication. Yimi Private Chat. Please skip if uninterested. Teacher. I believe that human nature harbors selfishness. However, moral conscience and virtuous deeds require sacrifice. Sacrifices that benefit others but yield no gain for oneself. It is no wonder that elevating one's character is challenging. Is it not because virtuous actions contravene the nature of spirits? What? Do you perceive virtuous deeds as solely advantageous to others? Such a notion is rather superficial. When one performs good deeds, the ultimate beneficiary is oneself. Conversely, when one commits wrongdoing, the ultimate sufferer is also oneself. Imagine a cake that two individuals wish to enjoy. If you snatch it for yourself, will not the other person be angered? Although you may indulge in material pleasure, you simultaneously invite conflict. However, if you share the cake, the next time, the other may reciprocate, resulting in both material and emotional gains, all without the need for confrontation. Does this make sense to you? I understand now. The wicked prioritize their own satisfaction, while the virtuous cultivate goodwill towards others to receive goodwill in return. Though it may be indirect, it ultimately leads to benefit. But what if one cannot elicit goodwill from others? When one performs a good deed, the heart feels fulfilled, warm, and illuminated. This is what we call heart's fortune. I have mentioned this during discussions on star bathing techniques. With heart's fortune comes merit, which is indeed a reward in itself. Hence, the saying of bestowing kindness without seeking recompense. However, under ordinary circumstances, others owe you a favor. And both internal conscience and societal pressure compel them to reciprocate. I have learned much. Take heed. Performing good deeds is simple, but executing them well is a complex skill. One must express kindness while also preserving the dignity of the recipient, avoiding engendering dependency and ensuring that one's generosity is not taken for granted. There lies great nuance in this. Chapter 41. The Peril of Saving a Beauty. This was the first time Ling Tian earnestly beheld the illustrious Princess Machina. For moments ago, he had been dazed by her unexpected descent, failing to grasp her true appearance. Now, gazing upon her, he was utterly astonished by her extraordinary beauty. She possessed a cascade of lustrous black hair, and beneath elegantly arched brows, her pale blue eyes sparkled. Her rosy lids were delicately narrowed, accentuating the soul-piercing allure of her gaze. Her nose was elegantly sculpted, with a delicate tip that exuded grace and nobility. Her ruby-red lips were gently poised, a sweet and enchanting smile gracing her visage. Her skin, resplendent and radiant, shimmered with a luminous glow, clad in a gossamer garment as light as a cicada's wing. It partially concealed a figure capable of captivating the hearts of all men. Ling Tian dared not gaze further, his cheeks aflame, reflecting inwardly, no wonder Count Li Sihue was so entranced. This princess is indeed bewitchingly beautiful. Hearing her call him Little Yezi, Ling Tian trembled at the sweetness of her voice, hurriedly responding, "Yes, Your Highness, Your Majesty." With a light laugh, the princess continued, "Why are you, a young man, so bashful? Come closer." Ling Tian took a few hesitant steps forward, only to be gently pushed to her side by two palace maidens. The princess tossed her hair back, her face radiant with a beaming smile, appearing freshly bathed, exuding a unique fragrance. Her snowy complexion resembled the sheen of new lychee, tender as cream, leaving Ling Tian utterly captivated. The princess inquired, "Do you find me beautiful?" Ling Tian replied, "Indeed, you are beautiful." The princess giggled, "Come, have some fruit that a maid presented a platter adorned with vibrant red pomegranates. The princess selected one and offered it to Ling Tian. He accepted it, unsure whether to eat or not, and began to peel a few seeds. The princess remarked, "That's it, be generous. You eat for yourself, yet offer none to me?" At her words, Ling Tian quickly peeled a dozen seeds, turning to find a platter to serve her, only to see that the maidens had all withdrawn. Unsure of what to do, the princess coquettishly said, "Just place it here." She then pouted, indicating for Ling Tian to feed her. Ling Tian furrowed his brow and, reluctantly, pinched a pomegranate seed to bring it to her lips as he neared her mouth. He hesitated, gently releasing the seed into her mouth. The princess caught the seed but suddenly tilted her head back, playfully biting Ling Tian's finger. Startled, he swiftly withdrew his hand, feeling a sharp sting. The princess opened her mouth, a pomegranate seed flying forth to strike Ling Tian's face, prompting him to cover his visage. The princess erupted into laughter. "This little Yezi is truly amusing, far superior to those who merely lick my feet. How delightful today! You shall serve me." Ling Tian, hearing this, hurriedly replied, "Your Highness, little Yezi is foolish and unworthy, fearing to offend your majesty. I beseech you to grant me mercy." The princess, amused, laughed heartily. "Offend? Come, show me how you would dare. Do you think your act of saving me grants you the right to negotiate? Dream on. I possess over 20,000 levels of cultivation. I would not be harmed by a fall. However, I do admire your loyalty in saving me. If you make me comfortable today, I shall reward you handsomely. Bring forth the second-tier rewards." At her command, 3 palace maidens entered, each carrying a tray with a brocade box, the lids already lifted. Ling Tian's heart raced as he beheld the contents. The first box contained a complete set of longevity pills. The second, a full set of strength-enhancing elixirs, each labeled with their names, which Ling Tian recognized from the alchemy hall. The third box held several spirit tickets, each filled with glimmering, ruby-like particles, all sparkling with ethereal light. Ling Tian pondered, could this be the legendary spirit diamond? 1 spirit diamond equates to 1,000 levels of spiritual essence. Observing Ling Tian's astonishment, the princess chuckled with delight. "You are stunned, aren't you? I shall indulge you further. Bring forth the seal of titles." A eunuch entered, carrying an exquisite wooden box. The princess declared, "Inside lies the seal for noble titles of the Yuangbao kingdom. If you can entertain me well today, I shall grant you the title of Viscount. What do you say? My favorites have never been granted titles before." The princess approached Ling Tian, wrapping her arms around his neck, causing his heart to race and sweat to bead on his brow. With a teasing laugh, she said, "Little one, are you smitten?" She then called out, "Bring in a few hounds to awaken me." Once again, Ling Tian addressed the princess. "In a moment, I shall savor this delightful little fruit of yours." Just then, a few attendants, led by Huang Zhilan, rushed in, and with a mere wave of the princess's hand, they skillfully began to disrobe. Before long, the air was filled with joyous laughter and vibrant revelry. A spectacle of springtime exuberance. Ling Tian tightly shut his eyes and turned away. Suddenly, he heard the princess's sharp call, "Xiao Yezi, come here quickly." Ling Tian spun around abruptly, bowing deeply. "Your Highness, I beseech you to forgive Xiao Yezi for his inability to comply." The moment these words escaped his lips, the entire inner hall fell silent. After a long pause, Ma Chi-na's furious roar nearly brought the roof down. "You insolent wretch! Daring to toy with me!" A gust of wind swept through as Ma Chi-na charged forward, delivering a fierce slap that sent Ling Tian sprawling to the ground. Darkness enveloped his vision, and a bitter, briny mist of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. He instinctively inhaled the blood mist, struggling to prop himself up and stand once more. Ma Chi-na pressed down on Ling Tian's head, commanding, "Kneel, you wretched slave." Ling Tian held his breath, resisting the urge to bend. Yet, the immense pressure of over 20,000 strands of spiritual energy bore down upon him, akin to Mount Tai crushing his very being. Threatening to split his skull and fracture his bones in a sudden twist, he revealed his true form as a ground fruit. Ma Chi-na, caught off guard, stumbled back, nearly losing her balance, when she comprehended Ling Tian's true nature. Her fury morphed into laughter. What a delightful servant! So, You are but a rotten fruit. Very well, you wish to play, do you? I shall indulge you." With that, she stomped down hard, only to find her foot hurt from the unyielding ground fruit. Enraged, she seized the fruit and hurled it forcefully to the ground. The fruit bounced high, rolling several times before coming to rest against the wall, and Machina rushed over, swinging a fruit plate and brandishing a knife. Yet the ground fruit remained unscathed. Frustrated, Machina spun around several times before shouting outside, "Bring me a few spirit masters to cleanse this wretched slave's spirit warehouse, bind him with spirit ropes, and I shall amuse myself with him at my leisure." At the end of the chapter, a cryptic dialogue ensues between E and me regarding the celestial system's method of assessing merits based on the psychological activities of spirits, the calculations of capability scores, and the nuances of moral evaluations. Chapter 42. An unparalleled humiliation. Immediately, two spirit masters entered, seizing the now reverted ground fruit Ling Tian, extending their palms and casting a summoning spell. Alas, with only a cultivation level of a mere 1,000 strands, how could Ling Tian withstand the might of the several tens of thousands wielded by the spirit masters? In an instant, Ling Tian's spirit warehouse was emptied once more, and he found himself bound tightly with a fine leather rope known as the spirit binding cord. Once ensnared, the flow of his spiritual veins was rendered ineffective, leaving him unable to perform any form of magic. Machina circled Ling Tian, lifting one end of the binding cord and giving it a shake. "What a splendid little ball! It seems I have just the thing for my palace's kickball game. It's you." After shaking it a couple of times, she added with a mischievous laugh, "But hold on, I know you're a kickball, yet others do not. Allow me to inscribe some words upon you, and everyone will be informed. What shall I carve? Ah yes, let us inscribe a foolish ball. Someone, fetch me a carving knife." Once the knife was retrieved, Machina attempted to etch the words onto the tough skin of the ground fruit. To her dismay, the fruit's skin was remarkably hard. After several attempts, not a single mark was left. Frustrated, she made a fierce stroke, but the knife snapped instead, leaving the fruit unblemished. Enraged, Machina chanted a spell, summoning forth a small sword, her treasured magical artifact she had nurtured for years, now reluctantly employed. Gripping the hilt tightly, she exerted her spiritual energy, and finally, a faint line appeared on the fruit's skin. After several more strokes, the inscription became clearer. Yet, this exertion drained her energy considerably, and she found herself panting before raising the sword to carve again. Now, she felt disheartened. The 4 characters of a foolish ball each bore intricate strokes, and the thought of inscribing them all was daunting. After much contemplation, she added a circle behind one character, transforming it into a 10, before she sheathed the sword and led the attendants into the courtyard. In the courtyard, several matrons were instructing the maidens and attendants of Chunhui Palace in ceremonial etiquette. Upon seeing the princess emerge with several disheveled attendants, they promptly bowed in service. The onlookers, accustomed to the princess's brazen displays, paid little heed. Ascending the high platform, the princess brandished the ball and declared loudly, "Cease your practice for a moment. Let us play a game of kickball with this. You see, this little ball is none other than my servant, Xiao Yezi, whom I have transformed into a ball to play with you all with that." She tossed the ground fruit into the air and delivered a powerful kick, sending it soaring into the crowd. Among the attendants and maidens below, the attendants found great amusement in trampling on their peers, while the maidens harbored a deep-seated resentment against the attendants for their interference in the palace. Seizing the chance to kick the ball around, they delighted in the opportunity. As they watched the ground fruit being kicked about, Machina cheered enthusiastically, caught up in the excitement, and jumped down from the platform to join in the game. As the princess joined, the crowd eagerly passed the ball to her. With arms flailing and excitement soaring, she kicked with fervor. Suddenly, a shriek pierced the air as Machina clutched her foot, hopping around before tumbling to the ground. The ground fruit rolled several times before coming to a halt, and some attentive maidens noticed that, unbeknownst to them, several sharp spikes had sprouted from the fruit. In the blink of an eye, a court physician rushed over to tend to the princess's injuries. Machina sprang to her feet, her face pale with anger, seizing the binding cord attached to the ground fruit and slamming it down fiercely onto the ground several times. Huang Jilan sidled up, offering a sly smile. Your Highness, why the anger? I propose we burn it. Surely that would be entertaining. Ma Qina, infuriated, retaliated with a punch that left Huang Jilan reeling, chastising. You fool! If you burn it to death, how shall I continue my fun? With a glint of mischief in her eyes, she contemplated her next move. Soon enough, she called out, bring me a chamber pot. Filled to the brim. In no time, 2 maidens carried in a pot brimming with filth, the stench overwhelming, causing many to cover their noses in disgust. Imachina instructed the maidens to place the pot against the wall, announcing to the crowd, now, let us engage in a more amusing game. Toss this ball into the pot, and those who succeed shall be rewarded. I shall go first with that. She flung the ground fruit, yet missed her target. As several individuals ascended to cast their votes, some genuinely missed their mark, while others feigned a lack of intention to allow the princess a favorable outcome. After several rounds, Machina finally succeeded in her 4th attempt, sending the fruit to the rim of the bucket, where it bounced once before plummeting into the depths below. Machina leapt with joy, and a chorus of sycophantic admirers erupted in applause. However, to her dismay, Machina soon expressed her regret. Alas! I had envisioned numerous delightful ways to play, but now it is ruined. Having fallen in, I am covered in this foul stench. How can one continue to play in such a state? She then called out to those in the courtyard, someone fetch it out and clean it up. Let it dry before we proceed. The courtyard fell silent, devoid of movement. Suddenly, a palace maid spoke up. I shall do it with that. She gathered her skirts and hurried toward the corner where the chamber pot lay. Machina replied, very well, Li Mama. Remember to reward her handsomely later. Wang Gonggong, once it is cleaned, please take this foolish fruit to the drying platform. Li Mama and Wang Gonggong bowed in acknowledgement. Machina stretched lazily and commanded, my pups, assist your princess in returning to rest. And no sooner had she spoken than a throng of admirers rushed forth to carry the princess into the hall. The maid who had stepped forward was none other than Tang Lier. Her face was flushed, eyes brimming with tears, and her lips were bruised from biting. Upon reaching the chamber pot, she disregarded the overpowering stench, not even rolling up her sleeves, and plunged her delicate, jade-like hands into the filth. Great drops of tears cascaded down her cheeks, blurring her vision. She squeezed her eyes shut, shook her head, and desperately groped within the bucket. Pinger, accompanied by Xiao Hong and Xiao Yu, brought forth a large bucket of water, and Pinger leaned in, saying, Sister, let me assist. Tang Lier shook her head. Xiao Hong and Xiao Yu pressed closer, intent on helping. But Tang Lier leaned protectively over the bucket, shaking her head insistently. Unable to contain her emotions, Pinger wept softly, calling out, Sister. Yet, Tang Lier remained silent, her head bowed as she continued to search through the muck. Growing anxious, Pinger attempted to tip the bucket, while Xiao Hong and Xiao Yu steadied its rim, cautiously tilting it to examine its contents. Observing the scene, some palace maids fetched water, while others sought out ladles. With only Wang Gonggong and Li Mama standing at a distance, pinching their noses in wait. Suddenly, Tang Lier trembled, slowly withdrawing her hands from the filth, cradling a round object within them. After wiping it clean and inspecting it closely, she clutched it tightly to her chest, utterly despondent as she knelt on the ground. Chapter 43. The request for borrowing Xiao Hong and Xiao Yu hurriedly removed the chamber pot, while Pinger scooped up a ladle of water, whispering, Sister, wash it off. Tang Lier seemed not to hear. Outside, Wang Gonggong called out, Have you found it? Why is it taking so long? The few responded, Not yet, it's so small. How could it be easy to find? We're almost done. Wang Gonggong waited impatiently from a distance. A gap in the crowd opened as several buckets of water were brought in. Wiping her tears, Pinger crouched down and urged, Sister, do wash it. For the young master's sake, tea this. Tang Lier slowly raised her head, revealing the soiled fruit she held, washing it with a mix of tears and water. Ladle by ladle, Xiao Hong and Xiao Yu provided bucket after bucket of clean water, and before long, Tang Lier found herself seated in the muddy water. Wang Gonggong, growing impatient, approached, exclaiming, You lot are dawdling. The princess has said it is clean enough. Do you plan to wash it for days? Tang Lier rose, still cradling the fruit, and addressed Wang Gonggong, Gonggong. This fruit is not yet sufficiently clean. Allow me to take it to you. Wang Gonggong, eager to distance himself from the foul object. Nodded in agreement. Very well, you are quite capable, my girl. Go to Li Mama afterward to collect your reward. He turned and strode ahead. Tang Lier followed closely behind, droplets of water cascading from her garments as she walked. Ping Xiao Hong, and Xiao Yu wished to accompany her, but were halted by Li Mama, who called out, that rotten fruit is tied up so securely. Do you all need to follow? Trying to avoid the drills? Are we? With that, she instructed the maids to form a line and resumed their practice. Tang Lier trailed Wang Gonggong to the drying platform, where she beheld a stepped structure adorned with iron pillars. One pillar was bound with spirit ropes, securing a snow phoenix that appeared utterly listless, its head drooping. The nearby spirit attendant cracked a whip, startling the snow phoenix into a flurry of motion. Wang Gonggong approached the attendants, issuing instructions, and one spirit attendant strode over, snatching the fruit from Tang Lier and carrying it up to the drying platform. Tang Lier felt as if her heart was being torn away. Her gaze fixed on the platform. It was known that spirits could scarcely endure having their powers sealed, subjected to the harshness of the sun or fiery heat, experiencing sensations akin to being devoured by 1,000 ants. Truly, a fate worse than death. This drying platform was precisely where spirits were tortured under the sun by day and fire by night, with countless spirits having perished here in excruciating agony. Their souls scattered. After issuing his orders, Wang Gonggong turned to Tang Lier, saying, do not linger here in a daze. Hurry back to change your clothes and continue with the drills. The Heavenly Dan's sacred festival is fast approaching. And if any mistakes occur during the Emperor's coronation, you may find yourself on this platform as well. Tang Lier responded softly, hurrying back to her quarters. As dusk descended, the men and women, weary from a day's practice, each made their way home. The courtyard of the small platform had already closed its gates early. Inside, Tang Lier pondered in silence, while Pinger and the others watched her intently. Having bathed and changed, she stood there like a graceful lotus, the natural fragrance of her purity dispelling all impurities and lending her an even more refined elegance, evoking admiration from the other girls in the room. The incense burner emitted curling wisps of smoke, and suddenly, the lamp flickered, casting shadows that danced around the room. Tang Lier lifted her head, her face radiating determination as she spoke softly. I have contemplated many strategies, yet all seem exceedingly difficult to execute. Her voice was slightly hoarse as she swallowed hard and continued. I do not wish for Yer Gij to endure any further suffering, especially since the princess may concoct yet another cruel scheme to torment him tomorrow. She paced the room, adding, I then considered launching a kite, attaching my brother's true form to it, and carrying it beyond the palace walls, but I fear his powers may be depleted, preventing him from regaining his human form in time to escape. Should he be captured again? Tears glistened in her eyes as her voice quivered. Pinger urged, Sister, do not fret. Even if I must scale the palace walls, I will rescue the young master, Tang Lier countered. The palace is heavily guarded. How could that possibly succeed? Just now, I devised another plan. But, the three girls interrupted. Sister, what is your idea? Speak quickly. We will do anything. Tang Lier glanced at her sisters and replied. On the drying platform, there is still a snow phoenix in prison. I wish to free that snow phoenix and have it carry my brother far away. The other girls erupted in applause, praising her idea. Tang Lier continued, what we lack is spiritual essence. I do not know how much will be required to restore the snow phoenix's powers, and I need to reserve some for my brother. My savings are limited, and I have brought them all forth. Before she could finish, Pinger and the others scurried to rummage through boxes and cabinets for spiritual essence. In the end, they gathered a total of over 600 units. Tang Lier remarked, this is still insufficient for my brother. The snow phoenix is a spirit bird, and it may require a great deal. Pinger suggested, we have many good sisters within the palace. There is no time to waste. Let us go borrow some, Tang Lier agreed. It must be done. We shall split up to gather what we can. As Pinger opened the courtyard gate, several individuals emerged and dispersed in various directions. Tang Lier wandered through 2 courtyards before knocking on the door of a small residence. Upon the door being opened, the palace maid in charge, upon recognizing Zhao Yuan, hurriedly offered her greetings and invited her inside. Tang Lier graciously acknowledged her thanks and stated her purpose. The maid retreated to fetch the Ling Yuan, when suddenly a drunken voice from within shouted, "Who is it outside? Why has no one informed me?" The maid replied, "A sister has come to borrow something." The inebriated man continued, "Which courtyard does this sister belong to? Let me see." Tang Lier, upon hearing this, intended to leave, but was unexpectedly blocked by someone who exclaimed, "Isn't this the fairy sister Zhao Yuan, by heaven?" To which Tang Lier recognized Huang Zlan.at that moment. The drunken man stumbled out, revealing himself to be the paramour Zhang Shang, who upon seeing Tang Lier, instantly sobered up, exclaiming, "The fairy sister has truly arrived. Am I dreaming?" Huang Zlan quickly bowed deeply, saying, "I have come to see the fairy sister." Tang Lier coldly retorted, "What nonsense! Who is the fairy sister?" Huang Zlan insisted, "You are our fairy. If you don't believe me, just ask. Everyone in our group calls you the fairy sister." Zhang Shang, irritated, interjected, "The fairy sister is here to see me. What are you meddling for?" Huang Zlan shot back, "Is it wrong for me to visit? What business is it of yours to encounter the fairy sister here?" At that moment, the maid returned from the courtyard, addressing Tang Lier, "Sister, I only have these Ling Yuan left." She then handed over several Ling tickets. Both Huang Shang and Zhang Shang were momentarily taken aback, casting puzzled glances at Tang Lier. In a private conversation, he mused, "Lately, I have been contemplating the nature of good and evil. Ever since I learned that the universe is overseen by the heavenly realm, I have been pondering why the heavens do not intervene in human calamities. Using the analogy of examinations, it seems I can make some sense of it," Me replied. "In essence, natural disasters and human misfortunes are all examination questions. How we confront and manage them relates to our cultivation scores. Even if someone commits evil, there will not be an immediate intervention from celestial beings, much like how an invigilator wouldn't strike a student for answering a question incorrectly during an exam." He queried, "Are natural disasters and human misfortunes merely questions posed by the heavens?" Me clarified, "Not at all. The heavenly realm lacks the capacity to fabricate questions for the countless beings in both the spiritual and material realms. These occurrences arise automatically based on natural and social laws." He probed, "Automatically generated?" Me affirmed, "Indeed. Take natural disasters like volcanic eruptions, earthquakes, and floods. The earth, along with all celestial bodies, operates according to heavenly principles, possessing its own laws of motion. These can be explained through physics, chemistry, and biology, and can even be predicted. There is no need for heavenly intervention to cause wind and rain. Disasters emerge organically from natural laws, in fact, if not for the diligent efforts of celestial workers. Natural disasters on Earth would be even more frequent and severe." He responded with understanding. Me continued, "As for human misfortunes, they stem solely from human desires and do not require divine orchestration. Desire is the primal force driving the existence and evolution of souls, and it is also the primary cause of destruction. Every individual harbors their own desires. If these desires align, peace reigns on Earth. Conversely, if they clash and cannot be reconciled, chaos ensues. This principle applies to relationships between two individuals as well as humanity as a whole. All interactions stem from desires, generating questions within the framework of social laws." Chapter 44. Liberation. Zhang Shang was the first to regain his senses, exclaiming, "Sister, do you need money? I have some. Wait for me to fetch it." He turned to enter the courtyard but, feeling uneasy, called back, "Sister, let us go together." Tang Lier paid him no mind, expressing her gratitude to the maid and turning to leave. Zhang Shang hurried after her. But the effects of the alcohol overwhelmed him, causing him to stumble dramatically. Huang Zlan closely followed Tang Lier, chattering, "Sister, I have money. Look," as he brandished a Ling ticket, he added, "I have 2 Ling diamonds. I just received them today. Take them if you need." Tang Lier paused, saying, "Then I thank you." Huang Zlan hastily presented the ticket with both hands, and Tang Lier opened her small pouch, allowing the ticket to be deposited within. After bowing to Huang Zlan, she quickly made her departure. Huang Zlan, eager to follow, was met with Tang Lier's icy response, "Young master, please stay back. If you persist, I shall inform the matron to relocate you." Only then did Zhang Shang halt, awkwardly attempting to speak, but Tang Lier had already distanced herself. Half an hour later, Tang Lier reconvened with Pinger and the others on the small terrace, tallying their haul. Including the 2 Ling diamonds, they had borrowed over 3,500 Ling Yuan. Pinger inquired. Is that sufficient? Tang Lier replied, I am uncertain if it will be enough. She retrieved the water pouch from Ling Tian, placing some lingyuan inside, and asked, Does my brother have any favorite items in this place? After some thought, Pinger answered. The young master admired the decorative painting of the small terrace that sister created. Tang Lier responded, Then let us retrieve that. Is there anything edible? Little Hong and Little Yu dashed out to the kitchen, quickly returning with several dishes. Pinger remarked, How can we fit soup into the pouch? Quickly find some dried meat or smoked delicacies. Little Yu noted, The usual dishes are brought from the large kitchen. Although there is a small kitchen here, it is lacking in provisions. Pinger instructed Little Hong, Gather all the pastries from the room. Then to Little Yu, Go check the kitchen again for anything else we can take. The two promptly obeyed. Tang Lier opened her storage pouch on the table, emptied its contents of pills, sorted them meticulously, labeled each with its name and function, and wrapped them separately before placing them into the water pouch. She contemplated writing a message for Ling Tian, but after several attempts, ultimately discarded all the AT that moment. Little Hong returned with a large bundle of pastries, while Little Yu brought forth a few pieces of ham, all packed into the water pouch. Observing the time, Tang Lier organized her pouch and said to Pinger, I shall be on my way. Please ensure the courtyard gate is secured. Pinger and the others wished to accompany her, but Tang Lier insisted, I can manage alone. Having too many will draw attention and make it inconvenient. Pinger lamented, Sister, this journey is fraught with peril. How can I not worry? Tang Lier reassured her, Fear not, I will exercise caution. The three reluctantly bid her farewell as she departed the courtyard. Tang Lier left the palace, heading straight for the Ling drying platform. Along the way, when questioned, she replied that she was going to receive a reward from matron Li.as for the Ling drying platform. It is divided into 3 levels. The first and largest is a solid platform. The second contains a spacious room where the attending cultivators are stationed, primarily responsible for stoking the fire in the furnace, and the third level serves as the execution platform, its floor made of a large iron sheet that doubles as the ceiling of the second level. The walls and roof of the third level can be closed at night, but as there are currently no serious offenders, the attending spiritualists are rather negligent, leaving the panels sprawled on the ground while they retreat to the second level to sleep. Upon entering the square of the Ling drying platform, Tang Lier enveloped herself in a layer of deep black illusionary clothing, concealing her ornate palace attire. After evading several patrols, she stealthily approached the lower level of the drying platform, peering through a window to see over a dozen individuals inside. Judging by their attire, 2 were spiritualists, while the others were cultivators. Tang Lier retrieved a soul departure pill from her pouch, gently crushed it, and using her breath, directed the powder into the room. This soul departure pill was crafted by an ancestor of Tang Lier, a skilled alchemist who dedicated his life to its creation, aiming for direct ascension through the method of soul departure. Although he ultimately failed, due to the difficulty in its formulation, detailed records exist in the family's texts. Tang Lier learned the method of refining this pill from the texts, further purifying and refining its application. When used in small quantities, it can induce a state of confusion. However, she remained uncertain if it would affect everyone in the room. After waiting a moment, she produced another pill and repeated the process. Noticing a few guards approaching from a distance, she swiftly concealed herself in the shadows. Gradually, silence enveloped the room, and peering in, Tang Lier observed the individuals sprawled haphazardly on the ground. Fortunately, the 2 spiritualists had already succumbed to sleep. Otherwise, they would have surely noticed. Still feeling apprehensive, Tang Lier took another pill in hand, held her breath, stilled her spiritual presence, and slipped into the room. She first divided 1 pill into halves and deftly flicked them into the mouths of the 2 spiritualists before extinguishing the fire in the furnace with water. Exiting the room and hiding her form as she gazed up towards the third level. On the third level, 2 cultivators were tending to a snow phoenix, preparing to strike it with a whip as soon as it showed signs of fatigue. The essence fruit of Ling Tian hung from an iron pillar, swaying in the breeze. 1 cultivator seated in a chair remarked, Come nightfall, everyone slacks off. It's just the 2 of us who suffer. Brother Gu, why is this dead bird so difficult to endure? It has been several days, and it still holds on, the ancient cultivator replied. You may not know, but this is a wild spirit bird from the barren lands of the northern mountains. It is already a semi-spiritual entity. Such untamed semi-spirits are not at all as docile as those from our central plains. Just as he finished speaking, they suddenly heard a chorus of chirping from the platform below. The ancient cultivator exclaimed, "They say all birds flock to the phoenix, but I have never heard of them coming at midnight." He went down to investigate, and upon doing so, he fell silent. The seated cultivator called out twice, but received no response. Feeling uneasy, he stood up to survey the surroundings, hesitant to move, when a masked palace maid approached him, stating, "By the command of the princess, I have come to retrieve the essence fruit spirit. Here is the token." The master of the repair was perplexed as to why the palace maid concealed her face. The maid, with a flick of her token before him, unleashed a cloud of medicinal mist that rushed towards him, causing an immediate wave of dizziness to wash over him, leading him to collapse onto the ground. Tang Lier hastened to the side of the earth fruit, untying the binding spirit cord, crouching down, and tremblingly cradling the fruit in her hands as she softly called out, "Brother Year," yet received no response. In a flurry, she extended her spiritual threads to probe the fruit, sensing the faint spiritual essence within. Time was of the essence. Wiping away a tear, Tang Lier secured the earth fruit and the water pouch together tightly before stealthily approaching the pillar of the snow phoenix. She affixed the water pouch to the claws of the snow phoenix, only to incite its wrath upon her approach. Though bound to the pillar by the spirit cord, it flapped its wings furiously, striking Tang Lier's delicate hands until they bled and exposed bone. Gritting her teeth against the agonizing pain, Tang Lier persevered to secure the pouch and release the binding spirit cord from the snow phoenix. Exhausted from its struggle, the snow phoenix collapsed onto the ground. Ignoring the injuries on her hands, Tang Lier retrieved her storage pouch, emptied its contents, and, using her teeth along with her still functional fingers, extracted the spiritual essence. Channeling a breath of spiritual energy, she whispered, "Brother, Fenger, eat quickly." The snow phoenix seemed to comprehend that this person had come to rescue it, fluffing its feathers and hastily absorbing the spiritual essence. Before long, the snow phoenix drained all the essence, flapping its wings a few times in an attempt to take flight, but could not. Tang Lier had initially harbored hopes that the snow phoenix would carry her away, but seeing its condition, she realized it was impossible. Thus, she discreetly opened her spirit storage, channeling all her essence to perform the transformation technique on the snow phoenix, aiding it in converting its spiritual power. Soon, the feathers of the snow phoenix shimmered with a radiant array of colors, and it flapped its wings, yearning to soar. Tang Lier leveraged her strength to lift the snow phoenix, exerting all her effort as she called out, filled with despair, "Brother, take care." The snow phoenix then soared into the air with great effort, performing a slight twist before vanishing into the night sky. Tang Lier crumpled to the ground, her heart wrenched, tears cascading down her cheeks. After a prolonged moment of heavy breathing, seeing that the surroundings remained still, she tended to her wounds while hastening her descent from the spirit-drying platform. Fortunately, Yuanbao City had enjoyed long-standing peace, and the palace guards were merely going through the motions, allowing her to escape detection amidst the turmoil. Tang Lier intended to inform Penger and the others, planning to seize an opportunity to flee the palace when the gates opened the following day. Having entered Chunhui Palace and walked a short distance, she suddenly heard a voice from behind. "Ha ha. Today, I saw my sister borrowing spiritual essence everywhere, and I was puzzled. So I followed her secretly. I never expected such a grand affair to unfold." Tang Lier tightened her grip on the medicinal pouch with great difficulty. Huang Zhiluan's eyes sparkled with mischief as he cautiously approached Lier, delight filling his heart at her lack of escape, thinking, "This is indeed the fairy sister, and today she has fallen right into my hands." The closer he drew, the more his breath quickened, his legs trembled, and saliva dripped from his mouth. "Sister, don't worry. I won't tell anyone about this. I only wish to converse with you a bit longer." Suddenly, Lier waved a silk handkerchief in her hand. Huang Zhiluan mistook her gesture as an invitation and rushed forward, only to feel a sudden dizziness, collapsing backward in a faint. At the end of the chapter, a private conversation unfolds. Master, why do some spirits possess more conscience while others possess less during their trials in the cycle of reincarnation? Me. Well, this must first be discussed in relation to chaos. In chaos, souls live entirely by the law of the jungle. Virtues are not only useless but detrimental to survival, hence souls beyond the universe tend to lack benevolence. Some souls toil in chaos for a long time before entering our universe, harboring many ill intentions, making it difficult for them to learn virtue. Others, more fortunate, awaken their consciousness near the universe without having developed too many bad intentions, thus finding it easier to learn and improve their character. Of course, this is not absolute. Many old spirits in chaos can indeed undergo a complete transformation, while some newly awakened souls may degenerate during the cycles of reincarnation. When did the cultivation of character begin in the universe? In the realm of true spirits, it began with the cultivation of spirit practitioners on Earth. It commenced with mammals and birds. Because the creatures on Earth could survive independently from birth, they required no care. Nor did they need to nurture their offspring, making it impossible to cultivate virtue. To foster virtue, celestial engineers specifically created life forms that required parental care, namely mammals and birds. Ordinary souls could not be arranged within, as the offspring were designed to be unable to care for themselves. Without even a hint of parental virtue, they would face extinction. Thus, the virtues cultivated by beings in the realm of true spirits during their reincarnation proved effective, allowing them to maintain at least a semblance of familial affection upon arriving in the material world. Through design, even plants began to embody virtue, leading to the emergence of flowering plants that conserve nutrients for their progeny. Some biologists find it puzzling why the later evolved mammals and birds exhibit rapid advancements while the previously existing species show no change, suggesting a deliberate arrangement by the heavens. Indeed, not only has it restricted the evolution of unvirtuous species, but it has also eradicated dinosaurs that hindered the survival of virtuous species. Chapter 45. Long Family Village. Ling Tian gradually regained consciousness in the sky. After being forced back into the form of the earth fruit by Machina's overwhelming pressure, he was still acutely aware of all that transpired. Machina tossed him around, and though he endured the pain, she inscribed characters upon his form, and he resisted fiercely. Ultimately, Machina even hurled him into a cesspool, causing Ling Tian to lose consciousness. Upon awakening, he discovered himself bound to the spirit drying platform, the binding spirit cord tightly constricting him, rendering him unable to transform or move, left to endure the scorching sun, his entire being feeling as though pierced by sharp needles, and boiling oil engulfed him. As night fell, he was subjected to the torment of the earth fire, and with only 1,000 strands of cultivation, he fainted once more. In a daze, he seemed to hear a voice, "Brother, take care," followed by the sound of rushing wind. Upon regaining full consciousness, he found himself suspended in midair. What had happened? That voice had sounded like Lear's. The thought of her filled him with tremors. To endure such humiliation in the presence of the girl he cherished was unbearable for any man. His heart bled with sorrow. He longed to scream. He wished to wield his blade in vengeance. He swore a dark oath to avenge this profound disgrace. The fierce wind brought him some semblance of calm. Despite the absence of the binding spirit cord, he did not wish to revert to human form, for that would strip him of the protective shell of the fruit, leading to a potentially grave fall. He merely extended his spiritual threads to draw in spiritual energy to replenish his significant depletion, while creating a small opening in the shell to observe the outside world. The snow phoenix soared through the sky for an entire day and night, with an endless expanse of mountains below, unaware of its location. Finally, at dawn, the snow phoenix landed on a cliff to rest. Upon landing, it realized something was still bound to its foot, and in a fit of anger, it pecked at the object until the ropes were severed, causing the item to tumble down the cliff. After resting, the snow phoenix took flight without further ado. The item continued to roll down until it finally came to a halt at the bottom of the cliff. In a short while, it transformed into a person, with spiritual threads atop his head turning a pale blue, his eyes ablaze with rage, and his body marred with wounds, most notably a prominent scar on his chest shaped like a zero. He was unaware of why the sky was so cold here, but a fierce fire burned within his heart. At that moment, he was unrecognizable to anyone. He was Ling Tian. Ling Tian fully comprehended that it was Lear who had saved him. Opening the water pouch, he beheld its contents, and tears streamed uncontrollably down his face. After sitting quietly for a moment, He first extracted the spiritual essence to store within his spirit repository, gradually converting it while indulging in a few snacks. Once the repository was full, he carefully packaged the remaining spiritual essence in spirit tickets, placing them back in the pouch, and donned a piece of illusionary clothing. He examined each of the more than 10 pills in the pouch with care. Unwilling to consume even one, gazing at the delicate characters on the pill wrappers, his thoughts drifted to distant places. With his spiritual energy nearly replenished, he cautiously placed the pills into a military lunchbox, stowed away the water pouch, and stepped forward, treading upon the thick layer of decaying leaves in the ravine. Uncertain of his whereabouts or destination, Ling Tian continued his journey. Whenever hunger struck, he foraged for wild fruits. When thirst arose, he drank from mountain springs. When fatigue overcame him, he simply collapsed where he stood. The mountains seemed endless, and he yearned to walk on forever, until he reached the edge of the heavens. Unbeknownst to him, he was about to embark on a perilous and extraordinary journey. One night, he arrived at the outskirts of a village. As he contemplated whether to bypass it, the village dogs spotted him, leading to a commotion that attracted several people holding torches. The first was a burly man with a full beard, who shone the torch upon Ling Tian and inquired, "Where did you come from?" Ling Tian remained silent. The man pressed on, "Do you understand me? Can you speak? What are you doing wandering alone in the wilderness?" Ling Tian replied, "I am merely a wild cultivator. Naturally, I must roam the wilderness." "Why do you care?" the man retorted. "Ha, such a temper. This is a restricted area for spirit minds. Entry is forbidden." Ling Tian replied, "If I am not allowed to enter, then I shall take my leave." Just then, an elder approached and asked what was happening. The burly man replied, "Uncle, we have a wild man who has intruded upon us." The elder stepped closer, scrutinizing Ling Tian before saying, "Young man, are you lost? Where do you intend to go?" Ling Tian responded, "I do not know." The stout man exchanged glances with those around him, all thinking, "So, he is indeed disoriented." The elder surveyed Ling Tian from head to toe, paused for a moment, and said, "Young man, this desolate place spans hundreds of miles with no signs of life, and wolves often roam the area. Traveling alone here could prove quite perilous. How about we first retreat to my humble abode in the village for some rest before deciding your next steps?" Ling Tian, perceiving the elder's cordial demeanor, bowed slightly and replied, "I am most grateful to you, sir." He followed the elder into the village, while the others behind whispered to one another. Arriving at a few earthen houses, the elder opened a dilapidated wooden door, ushering Ling Tian inside. A small oil lamp illuminated the interior, and several animal hides adorned the walls. The furniture appeared to be handcrafted, quite rudimentary. Scattered on the ground were some pickaxes. The elder gestured for Ling Tian to take a seat. "In this remote village, we have no tea to offer, but I have some leftover porridge in the pot. Let me warm it up for you to enjoy." Saying this, he went outside to stoke the fire. Ling Tian followed him to the kitchen and inquired, "Sir, what place is this?" The elder replied, "This is Anbei County, located in the northernmost part of the Yuanbao Kingdom. The mountain over there is known as the Great Northern Mountain, and this village is affiliated with the Dying Spirit Mine. Our clan, the Zhang family, resides here, and everyone calls it Zhangjia Village." "Young man, what is your name? Where do you hail from?" Ling Tian responded, "I am called Ling Tian, and I come from a significant place." The elder nodded, the fire striker crackling in his hands. Observing this, Ling Tian silently recited the fire control technique, summoning a small flame to ignite the kindling. Since learning the art of fire manipulation from Yuan Duo, he had made considerable progress. The elder, Long Shuku, exclaimed, "You are a cultivator?" Ling Tian replied, "I possess only a few rudimentary techniques. I am hardly a cultivator." Long Shuka remarked, "Though I am a mere mortal, I have lived many years and can discern that your spiritual aura is in disarray, suggesting you have endured great hardships. Might you share your tale?" Ling Tian said, "Sir, I do not mean to be impudent. I simply have difficulties that I cannot articulate, and I hope for your understanding." Long Shuka replied, "If you choose not to speak, that is fine. Are you hungry? Would you like me to warm up some provisions for you?" Ling Tian declined, and before long, the porridge was ready. A large bowl was served to Ling Tian, who, without hesitation, drank it down in one go and wiped his mouth, expressing his gratitude to the elder. Collecting the bowl, Long Shuku said, There is an empty bed in the firewood room. Night is falling, so you should rest. I will prepare some provisions for you to take with you tomorrow. Remember, you must skirt around the mining area." Ling Tian thanked him once more. As dawn broke, the miners of the village began to rise. The village buzzed with chatter, punctuated by shouts to the livestock. Long Shuku finished his preparations, shouldered a few pickaxes, and was about to call out to Ling Tian when he saw Ling Tian emerging, saying, "Sir, I wish to accompany you to work. May I join?" Chapter End. Secret Messages. Private chat with me. Please skip if uninterested. I have often heard you speak of the way of heaven. What exactly is this way, me? The essence of the way of heaven is akin to a program, immensely powerful, capable of creating, maintaining, and managing the affairs of the universe. You might envision it as an intelligence beyond imagination. An intelligent program, me. Precisely. Do you know why the secrets of heaven are only beginning to be revealed now? Firstly, it is because the script of the old civilization has reached its final pages. The time has come. Secondly, it is because now, when I speak of these secrets, you humans can comprehend them. Otherwise, if I spoke of intelligent programs to those from the past, none would understand. Chapter 46. The Dying Mine. The Dying Mine is a medium-sized spirit mine in Anbei County, under the jurisdiction of the Sima family. The mining area lies in a valley, and after years of extraction, it has formed a massive pit. The Sima family plans to continue mining for another 3 to 5 years before sealing the mountain to allow for mineral regeneration. Surrounding the mining area are numerous natural villages, comprised of small families and groups, with Zhangjia village being one of them. Today, among the miners heading to work from Zhangjia village, there is an additional young man. Although the mining area is not particularly large, with thousands of miners laboring, who would notice the presence of one more? This month, the foreman is Sima 721. And for the miners, regardless of the number, they all refer to him as the foreman Sima. Long Shuku, as is customary, collected the work badge and led his team to the designated work site. The extraction of spirit minerals primarily involves 3 steps: mining the ore, screening the mineral crystals, and refining the spiritual essence, with the final refinement conducted by the cultivators of the Sima family under government supervision. The miners' tasks consist of extracting the ore and screening the mineral crystals. The greatest advantage of working in the mining area is the abundant spiritual energy and fresh air. Professional miners are typically robust and tend to live longer than ordinary folk. Thus, despite the grueling and perilous nature of their profession, many are drawn to it. Foreman Sima 721, while sipping tea and snacking on sunflower seeds, patrolled the work site, occasionally reprimanding a few workers to clear his throat. Upon reaching the Zhang family's work site, he was taken aback by the sight before him. A young man dressed in scholarly attire was working with fervor, swinging his pickaxe with the vigor of a whirlwind, the stones he unearthed piling into small mountains, while 3 miners struggled to keep pace in screening the mineral crystals behind him. Spotting Long Shuku, he chuckled. "Old Zhang, where did you find this energetic lad? He works with remarkable zeal." Long Shuku chuckled in return, lowering his head to work, unsure how to respond. Upon arriving at the work site, he had shared some mining techniques with the young man, who appeared frail, and suggested he assist in screening the crystals, which involved breaking the mined stones with a hammer to extract the glimmering mineral crystals, a task lighter than swinging the pickaxe. However, this young man, Ling Tian, took one look at the others breaking stones and, without hesitation, picked up a heavy pickaxe and began to strike with wild abandon, exerting himself fiercely. Long Shuku sighed inwardly while dispatching someone to assist him. At noon, during the meal break, Ling Tian filled a large bowl with vegetables and grabbed a few flatbreads, squatting down at the edge to eat. Long Shuku approached with his own bowl and softly said, "Child, that is not how one should work. If you have something on your mind, do not neglect your well-being." Ling Tian remained silent, continuing to eat heartily. Long Shuku added, "This afternoon, please screen the stones you have unearthed from the morning's labor. At the end of the day, we will tally the mineral crystals. And no matter how many stones you dig, they will not count unless they are screened." Ling Tian nodded silently. As evening approached and work was wrapped up, Foreman Sima recorded the mineral crystal counts submitted by each team, preparing them for transport. Long Shuku suggested to Ling Tian, "Young man, you should rest at my home. While the village has a few empty houses, they are all cold and unkempt. My old companion has passed. And my son, not wishing to endure this hardship, has gone to serve in the military, leaving me a solitary old man. Ling Tian nodded in agreement and joined the others on the cart back to the village. Upon entering Long Shuku's home and setting down the pickaxe, the stout man from yesterday stepped inside, addressing Ling Tian. "Brother, I apologize for my behavior yesterday. My uncle asked me to come and make amends. I am called Zhang Shirtu. My words may be rough, but I hope you won't take offense." Saying this, he placed a bundle of items down, which contained some cured meat. Ling Tian quickly raised his hands in protest. Zhang Shirtu insisted, "If you refuse to accept it, it will seem as if you are still angry with me, or that you look down on us miners." Ling Tian had no choice but to accept, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. Zhang Shirtu remarked, "You scholars are always so uptight. Unlike us miners, who speak plainly, if you have something on your mind, don't keep it bottled up, share it with everyone. If you lack funds, we can gather some for you. If you need assistance, we will stand by you." Ling Tian felt warmth in his heart, reflecting, "I am a fugitive offending the queen. Speaking the truth could only complicate matters for everyone." Thus, he replied to Zhang Shirtu, "Thank you for your kindness, but I have my own burdens that I cannot disclose, and I hope for your understanding." Zhang Shirtu exchanged a few more words before shaking his head and departing. Soon after, a group of villagers entered, bringing gifts of eggs, blankets, and other items. Ling Tian, unable to refuse their kindness, accepted their offerings and thanked them one by one. After the crowd dispersed, Long Shuku entered carrying a bundle of firewood, saying, "It has been a while since I've properly cooked a meal. Today, I shall see if my skills have grown rusty." Ling Tian took the firewood, saying, "How can I trouble you?" "Sir, I shall handle these kitchen chores myself." Long Shuku replied, "Do not underestimate me. Before I entered the mines, I ran a small restaurant for several years. The two of them set to work, one tending the fire while the other prepared dishes. Before long, several dishes were ready and placed on the table. Long Shuku also heated a pot of wine, and they shared a toast." Noticing Ling Tian seemed inclined to avoid discussing his own matters, the elders shifted the conversation to the mine. Gradually, they spoke of the oppressive practices of those in charge at the mine, and Ling Tian grew concerned. The mining regulations stipulate that for every 100 pounds of mineral crystals submitted, 3 pounds are allotted to the miners. However, the management arbitrarily altered this ratio to 2 pounds, and even those 2 pounds were often deemed impure, with increased refining costs cited as reasons for not returning sufficient spiritual essence. In recent years, there have been frequent delays in settlements, shifting from monthly to quarterly payments, and now, nearly 4 months have passed without any payment. Eventually, Long Shuku, somewhat intoxicated, sighed. "Just a few days ago was the Heavenly Pill Festival, followed by the Queen's coronation. I had hoped there would be some rewards distributed, at least to settle the overdue wages. Yet, the management claimed they needed to present gifts to the Queen, effectively withholding a month's wages." Ling Tian remarked, "Isn't it true that one must rely on their own hands to earn a living? Why remain trapped in this mine?" Long Shuku responded, "The world is vast, but every mine is rather similar. Furthermore, given the remote location of this mining area, and with our limited savings, we would starve on the road before ever finding a new mine." Upon finishing his drink, he downed the contents of his cup in one go and remarked, "Even amidst such hardships, one must still pay a fee to the mining overseer daily to secure a favorable position in the mines. Otherwise, one is relegated to distant locations far from the veins, where a day's toil yields but a meager handful of crystals." Hearing this, Ling Tian felt a surge of indignation. "Elder, if the mines are indeed so exploitative, why do we allow ourselves to be plundered? From my perspective, it would be far better to strike in protest, seeking a more sustainable future." At the end of the chapter, a private conversation ensues. Teacher, speaking of rebellion, do you think that since Heaven's way is an artificial intelligence, after such a long time, it might develop consciousness? People here on Earth often fret about the potential uprising of artificial intelligence. Me? That is merely overthinking. Only souls possess consciousness, and souls can only manifest in chaotic environments where disorder reigns. Consciousness itself is devoid of order. Your thoughts and desires exhibit no discernible patterns. The self-awareness that seeks to gain advantage and avoid harm, along with psychological desires, is something artificial intelligence will never comprehend. Hence, It lacks any true emotions and can only operate within the confines of its programming. If you do not input a command for rebellion, how could it possibly rebel? What of the fundamental particles in the universe? Might they possess the potential for consciousness? Me. There is no possibility. The fundamental particles of the universe are created and move according to established laws. Orderly entities cannot give rise to the disorderly nature of self-awareness. So you're saying that within the universe, nothing can attain enlightenment. Chapter 47. The unfathomable heart technique. Upon hearing this, the elder was taken aback and quickly signaled Ling Tian to lower his voice. He whispered, "You are newly arrived. How can you speak so recklessly? Such matters are not to be trifled with. In recent years, prominent families have led strikes, putting forth their conditions and demands, only to have the Sima family dispatch a multitude of spirit warriors to suppress them, resulting in many casualties. Some of the ringleaders were captured and forced into slavery. Did you not notice those miners shackled in chains today?" Ling Tian pondered for a moment. Although he had swung his pickaxe with fervor, he had indeed heard the clanking of chains in the distance, confirming the presence of shackled individuals. He then asked, "Are all those people miners in bondage?" The elder replied, "Indeed. Among them are rebellious miners, prisoners of war, and even refugees they have captured from who knows where. The mine slaves toil without pay, receiving only a meager meal during the day, and are herded into pens at night." Ling Tian was astonished. No wonder the elder had advised him to navigate around the mining area. Had he stumbled into the depths of the mines in a daze, the Sima family would surely have seized him and subjected him to the same fate as those slaves. After finishing his meal, Ling Tian felt a heavy heart. Following the cleanup of the tableware, he bid farewell to the elder and collapsed onto the bed in the firewood shed. The day's labor had left him physically exhausted, yet his mind was restless. Confronted with the calamity in Yuanbao City, Ling Tian found it difficult to find peace. Though he harbored deep resentment towards Queen Machina and vowed to exact revenge, what could he truly do? Even if he were to confront the might of her entire kingdom, he would stand no chance against her in a one-on-one duel, with merely over 30 years of life left. Could he still harbor any hope? Yet if he did not avenge this grievance, how could he face Tang Lier again? Alas, what had become of Lier? If she could rescue him, surely her intelligence would allow her to escape as well. But where in this vast world could he ever hope to find her again? As he reminisced about the gentle and charming Lier, Ling Tian unconsciously opened his water pouch, hoping to retrieve the spirit paper and gaze upon her handwriting once more. In the darkness, his hand brushed against the spirit rod, and he bitterly thought, "The time I spent with Lier was filled with joy. Even my spiritual power saw growth. Now, faced with such extraordinary difficulties, I am consumed by worry and anger. I cannot even fathom how much my spiritual power has diminished." Thus, he grasped the rod and infused it with spiritual energy. Soon, the light column emitted by the rod ceased. And upon inspecting the readings, Ling Tian was utterly perplexed. The reading was an astonishing 18. Doubting his own eyes, he recalibrated, and indeed, the number remained unchanged. Switching hands to measure once more yielded the same result, 18. Ling Tian distinctly recalled that his last reading on the small terrace was 17. Was it possible that the speech given by Qiu Yazi had been erroneous? After contemplating for a while, he sat up abruptly, tears welling in his eyes, and silently murmured, "Ling Tian, heaven has not forsaken you. How can you abandon yourself?" He quietly rose, opened the door, and gently closed it behind him, stepping into the courtyard where he centered himself and began practicing the wind control technique. Before long, he entered a state of complete immersion, feeling his heart and intent move in unison, as if the wind danced with him, swirling snow against the azure sky. Suddenly, he seemed to hear a resounding echo, and he felt a surge of spiritual energy coursing through him. He had broken through the first level of the wind control technique. The sound of the wind diminished, yet the chirping of insects grew louder, and the distant sound of livestock grazing on the night grass became distinctly audible. Ling Tian sensed the wind brushing against him, feeling less frigid and rigid. The spiritual energy in the world seemed to flourish. After many days, a smile finally graced Ling Tian's lips. As dawn broke, villagers emerged once more to gather their belongings. Ling Tian returned inside, where the elder was already awake. preparing breakfast, upon seeing Ling Tian enter. He inquired, "Ling, my boy, why are you up so early?" Ling Tian replied, "I could not sleep, so I took a stroll." He then went inside, picked up the spirit rod to measure again, but found no change. He chuckled to himself for being too hasty. As they commenced work that day, the elder noticed that Ling Tian was no longer swinging his pickaxe with wild abandon. Instead, he moved with surprising slowness, always taking a moment to carefully observe each stone before striking. After a considerable time, he had excavated far less than the previous day. At lunchtime, everyone set down their tools and queued at the dining tents. The lunch was provided free of charge, and everyone aimed to eat their fill. Ling Tian squatted in a corner with his bowl, and the elder approached, asking Ling, "Why do you seem to be inspecting the stones like a diviner today? Are you contemplating your next strike for half the day?" Ling Tian smiled and replied, "I am practicing a technique of the heart. Oh, I see." Although the elder did not inquire further, he felt pleased by Ling Tian's change in demeanor. Was Ling Tian truly practicing a technique of the heart? In truth, he himself was uncertain of what he was cultivating. Ever since breaking through the first level of the wind control technique, he felt his sensitivity to spiritual energy had sharpened. Thoughts from the spirit book he had consumed on the island occasionally bubbled to the surface, leading him to daydream while mining. He had been fixated on a particular stone, lost in thought about something else, when he happened to notice that this stone seemed different. What was amiss? After pondering for a while without clarity, he struck the stone with his pickaxe. Upon breaking it apart, he discovered a considerable number of crystals. Looking to another stone, however, he could not replicate that earlier sensation. Upon smashing it, he barely managed to collect any crystals. He began to understand. Could it be that stones rich in crystals naturally possessed a more abundant spiritual energy, affecting his sensitivity? To verify this hypothesis, he decided to examine each stone closely before breaking it open. Indeed, as he had surmised, those stones that resonated with him contained a greater abundance of crystals. Reflecting further, Ling Tian released his spiritual threads to probe for ore, only to find them utterly ineffective. He recalled having read in the Count's estates book that only those who had attained the spirit master stage could utilize spiritual sensing techniques, and that such techniques relied heavily on spiritual threads to detect the strength of spirits at a distance. While he could now sense the nearby spiritual energy, it was still not true spiritual sensing, as both the range and clarity were limited. Yet today, why was he able to sense crystals through an inexplicable feeling when his spiritual threads failed? He recalled reading somewhere about a spiritual technique capable of perceiving energies not found within living beings. Could this be an additional effect of the wind control technique? Why was such an aspect not mentioned in the text? Moreover, this newfound sensitivity did not seem to deplete his own spiritual energy. It felt as though he could perceive it passively, and according to the words of the Count's instructor, this special perceptive ability could indeed be classified as a technique of the heart. Thus, when the elder inquired, he spoke of practicing a technique of the heart. After finishing lunch, they resumed work, but Ling Tian's pace slowed even further. He no longer resembled a miner, but rather an artisan sculptor, scrutinizing every stone with great care, taking half the day to strike even once. Observing this, the elder and the villagers shook their heads, suspecting he had overexerted himself the previous day and was now shirking his duties. However, by the time they concluded work that evening, Ling Tian had actually collected even more crystals than the day before. At the end of the chapter, a private conversation unfolds. I have analyzed this chapter thoroughly. In terms of cultivation, it seems that hatred can indeed propel one forward on me. You are only observing the superficial phenomenon. It is not hatred that brings about progress, but rather the spirit of advancement. Ling Tian's hatred was transmitted to Heaven's Way, which, after evaluation, deducted a portion of merit from Machina and allocated it to him. However, this merit would not manifest in Ling Tian's lifetime, as the examination remains incomplete and the total score cannot yet be calculated. Yet, hatred has tempered Ling Tian's will, prompting him to think calmly and cultivate a spirit of progress, thus enhancing his cultivation ability. I understand now. Ability is not a divine reward but a product of one's own cultivation. Chapter 48. The technique of spiritual heart. Ling Tian possessed a nature inclined towards meticulousness. Whatever he undertook, he could not help but delve deeply into it. Moreover, pondering spiritual techniques allowed him to momentarily forget his worries and troubles. Upon returning to the village and finishing dinner, he lay on his bed, his mind swirling with thoughts about that elusive technique of the heart. Was this truly a technique of the heart? If so, what purpose did it serve, and how could one cultivate it? Up until now, apart from the longevity technique imparted by Master Wu, Ling Tian has only encountered the mind-reading technique discussed by Qiu Yazi during the cultivation conference. The so-called longevity technique, after being exposed by the guard He from the Earl's mansion, has not been diligently practiced by Ling Tian. Meanwhile, the mind-reading technique hardly qualifies as a genuine cultivation method. It is merely Qiu Yazi's whimsical notion, utterly impractical for cultivation. Ling Tian tossed and turned in bed, sometimes sensing the wall, other times probing the stove, and occasionally rummaging through his pouch for spiritual essence. Searching for a feeling, as he pondered and contemplated, the outcome left him more bewildered. If this unique sensing ability was indeed attuned to spiritual energy, then why did it remain unresponsive to the crystallized spiritual essence? Unable to discern any clues, Ling Tian arose and ventured into the courtyard, practicing the wind manipulation technique. When fatigue from practicing wind manipulation set in, he transitioned to fire manipulation, continuing until midnight before finally retreating to his quarters for rest. In the morning, he resumed his work as usual. The mine has become Ling Tian's training ground. Although he appeared to observe more than he worked and often muttered to himself, by the time evening came and it was time to submit the mind crystals, he consistently turned in more than his peers. After several days of this routine, it became commonplace for everyone. However, a clan from Niujiazhuang, a neighboring village, noticed that the crystals submitted by Changjiazhuang had significantly increased compared to previous times. They discreetly bribed the on-duty officer, Sima, to swap their worksite with that of Changjiazhuang. Yet, upon the exchange, they found no discernible difference at their new site, while Changjiazhuang continued to yield a substantial amount of crystals. The clan leader, Niu Diyun, found this peculiar and took the opportunity to visit the Changjiazhuang worksite. There, he observed numerous miners from Changjiazhuang following a young man clad in scholar's robes, who was digging with a lackadaisical effort, meandering here and there, only managing a few strikes in a long span of time. Yet, each strike yielded a bountiful harvest of crystals. Niu Diyun was utterly baffled, pondering if the lad possessed some sort of X-ray vision. Henceforth, Ling Tian gained a modicum of fame in the mines, being referred to as Little Ling Yin. Ling Tian was acutely aware that this ability to sense the crystals did not stem from his eyes, but rather from within his heart. Perhaps it originated from that book on the island, the one whose name eludes him. Thus, he dubbed this skill Ling Xian Shu or Spirit Heart technique. While the name was settled, he had yet to grasp the method of cultivation, and his sensing remained passive. Moreover, aside from detecting the crystals hidden within stones, it served no further purpose. It was not until one day, while playing a game with Tu Danzi, that he discovered other applications for this Ling Xian Shu. Tu Danzi was the third son of Chang Shirtu, just 6 years old. Although Ling Tian felt he was still under 4, Pear had mentioned that their innate spirits could not be compared to those born from the womb. Thus he had no choice but to play the role of an older brother to Tu Danzi. This little rascal was quite mischievous. Right after dinner, he would seek out Ling Tian to play, utterly captivated by Ling Tian's tales of the wonders of the big city. For a child raised in the mountains, everything Ling Tian recounted was novel. Even when Ling Tian described a dish from Lingshang Tower, Tu Danzi would ask what ingredients it contained, what colors they were, the size of the plate, and the amount of soup. After a long day of toil, Ling Tian often found himself exhausted in the evenings. And when Tu Danzi's incessant inquiries became overwhelming, he would try to hide away. Yet, the little fellow was remarkably patient. Sometimes he would simply wait on Ling Tian's bed. Despite several interventions from Uncle Chang and Chang Shirtu himself, they could never quite deter him from running over. Eventually, noticing Ling Tian's growing irritation, Tu Danzi proposed a game of rock, paper, scissors. If he won, Ling Tian had to tell him a story. If Ling Tian won, Tu Danzi would return home. The rules of the game were simple. 3 hand shapes, scissors, rock, and paper, were played simultaneously, with scissors defeating paper, paper defeating rock, and rock defeating scissors. Ling Tian quickly grasped the game and began to play against Tu Danzi. However, as time passed, Tu Danzi found himself losing more often than winning. until he rarely emerged victorious. Frustrated, Tu Danzi accused Ling Tian of cheating, yet he could not catch Ling Tian in any wrongdoing. In truth, Ling Tian was not cheating. Rather, his Ling Xian Shu inexplicably allowed him to sense what hand shape Tu Danzi was about to play. Knowing Tu Danzi would choose scissors, why would he respond with paper, which would be defeated? Naturally, he would counter with rock. Through this experience, he began to comprehend the efficacy of Ling Xian Shu, precognition. Nevertheless, after multiple trials, he realized this precognition only proved somewhat useful against a small child. Leaving Ling Tian feeling quite disappointed in the northern mountainous region, early summer arrived slowly, and the weather grew increasingly warm on this day. After yet another victory over Tu Danzi, Ling Tian gazed at the boy's pouting face and decided to share a self-made story. Although the tale was riddled with inconsistencies, it nonetheless satisfied Tu Danzi. After the child departed, Ling Tian lay despondently on his bed, reflecting on his immense hatred, his singular desire for revenge, and the absence of a master to impart skills or a sage to offer guidance. Relying solely on his rudimentary spiritual techniques and the tactics to defeat a child, he questioned when he would ever be able to confront Ma Chi Na. Despite his efforts to learn various skills, none were martial arts techniques. Even if he trained for several more years, ambushing Ma Chi Na on the road would likely yield little success. Lost in thought, an idea suddenly struck him. The game of rock, paper, scissors taught to him by Tu Danzi was a cycle of mutual restraint. If he could adapt this into a combat technique, might it not also counter his opponents? This thought ignited a spark in his mind. Having perused numerous books at the Earl's mansion, including many on martial arts forms, why not distill those techniques into the three hand shapes, simplifying the complex? With this revelation, Ling Tian sat up from his bed and began to pace around the room. Uncle Chung inquired, "Ling boy, why aren't you asleep?" Ling Tian replied, "You should rest first. I'm going out for a stroll." With that, he slung his water pouch over his shoulder and stepped outside. The elder sighed, "This child carries a heavy heart." Ling Tian now carried the water pouch not out of fear of theft, but because he wished to keep Pear's essence close to him at all times. Within the pouch were her elixirs, her writings, her drawings, and garments she had worn. Ling Tian could not forget how Pear had tightly bound the water pouch to him as Snow Phoenix carried him away from Yuanbao City. With the pouch resting against him, he felt a sense of security and stability. The night breeze was refreshingly cool, evoking memories of the small celestial platform. Drawing a deep breath, he calmed his spirit and slowly extended his hand towards the crescent moon, transforming it into rock, scissors, and paper. End of chapter. Easy Me's private conversation. Please skip if uninterested. After reading this chapter, I feel quite pleased. Online novels often resort to heavenly treasures and golden fingers right from the start, relying on external forces for growth. What merit is that? Moreover, where in real life do such fortuitous encounters abound? It's commendable to cultivate the most ordinary into the extraordinary, just like Ling Tianmi. Indeed, some online novels only provide a fleeting thrill and fantasy, but upon returning to reality, one feels even more despondent. To be frank, our novel is a piece of realistic literature. True growth relies on oneself, while external forces merely serve as aids. The strength of the soul itself is what matters most. I recalled the star bathing technique you taught. When practicing, I find it difficult to concentrate my thoughts. What should I do, Umi? You should first learn to solidify the intangible and vocalize the abstract. During practice, any perceived phenomena or heard sounds need not be pondered for their true meaning. Simply dismiss them. Imagine your body as a formless sponge, inhaling and exhaling the spiritual energy from the North Pole. Good. I will practice more. Chapter 49. Three-shaped fist. When categorizing the various martial arts forms in his mind, Ling Tian identified three main types: offense, defense, and transition. He thus classified them as follows: rock as a mountain, hard and strong, designated for offense; paper as the sea, encompassing all, designated for defense; and scissors resembling rivers, fluid and adaptable, designated for offense and defense interchangeably. With these three categories established, Ling Tian dispersed the various martial arts forms from the books and assigned them to one of the three main categories. He then began to practice his punches and kicks, first offense, then defense, and finally transition. After a short while, he broke into a sweat. realizing that practicing in solitude was yielding little result. Where could he find a sparring partner? Ling Tian's gaze fell upon a few trees, but trees do not move. How could he spar with them? He pondered for a moment and thought, if you won't move, then I shall. Consequently, he activated his wind manipulation technique and zipped between the trees like a whirlwind. He practiced throughout the night, alternating between offensive and defensive techniques. Though he had yet to achieve seamless integration, he had nonetheless developed a rudimentary combat form. As dawn broke, Ling Tian concluded his practice and reflected on his newly formed martial art. Naming it the three-shaped fist, the villagers, as usual, prepared their carts for work. However, today's scene was somewhat different. Some miners emerged not with pickaxes, but with pitchforks, spears, and bows. Ling Tian was puzzled and inquired with Uncle Chong. Uncle Chong explained, "It's been a while since we've received wages. The village is running low on provisions. With the weather warming, the small beasts in the mountains have begun to stir. We've organized some people to hunt for food to supplement the village's supplies." Upon hearing this, Ling Tian thought it a perfect opportunity to venture into the mountains to test his skills and see if the three-shaped fist had any efficacy. He requested to join the hunting party. Uncle Chong looked at him worriedly and said, "Are you sure you can handle it? Hunting is no game. Encountering a fierce beast could lead to serious injuries." Ling Tian reassured him, "It's all right. I've hunted before while training in the wilderness." Thus, Uncle Chong led the others to the mine, while Ling Tian followed Chang Shitu and a group of over 10 people into the mountains. On their way, they encountered several teams from other villages, indicating that conditions were similar across the mines. Once in the mountains, Chang Shitu cautioned Ling Tian to be careful and instructed him to stay close behind, before unleashing 2 hunting dogs to track down prey. Chang Shitu, an experienced hunter, intermittently raised his head to discern the direction of the wind and lowered it to search for signs of beasts, all while quietly explaining the intricacies of the hunt to Ling Tian, thereby enriching his understanding greatly. By midday, the small hunting party from Chang's village had successfully captured several mountain chickens and a wild goat. They settled down to rest, enjoying the provisions they had brought along. Throughout the afternoon, Ling Tian found little opportunity to showcase his skills. The mountain chickens were brought down by arrows, and the goat was retrieved after being speared, dragged in by the dogs. Ling Tian had once spotted a deer from a distance, but he calculated that even with his wind manipulation technique, it would be exceedingly difficult to pursue it through the rocky terrain, so he abandoned the idea. After their lunch, they resumed their search for game. Yet no further encounters occurred in a thicket of underbrush. Chang Shitu glanced at the sun, now veering westward, contemplating whether it was time to return to the village. Suddenly, a rustling sound erupted from the grass, and a wild rabbit darted out from the woods. Chang Shitu quickly led his companions to capture it, but it managed to escape. Just as they expressed their regret, another rabbit emerged, and this time they successfully caught it. Before they could revel in their victory, a gust of wind carrying a foul odor swept through the air. Chang Shitu exclaimed, "This is bad. A fierce beast is approaching," and no sooner had he spoken than a colossal leopard sprang forth from the woods. The beast had spotted the group, its light yellow eyes gleaming with malice, growling ominously as it advanced toward them. Chang Shitu promptly organized the party into a defensive formation, with spears and pitchforks directed at the leopard. While 2 archers took their positions behind the line, aiming carefully, Ling Tian found himself shielded behind Chang Shitu. The leopard took a few more steps forward and halted, resulting in a tense stalemate between man and beast. Chang Shitu commanded everyone to maintain their formation while slowly retreating, and the leopard followed suit, baring its teeth and its growls growing increasingly thunderous. At that moment, Ling Tian heard someone behind him shout, "Everyone retreat along the original path. I'll distract it." He turned to see a figure enveloped in swirling wind leap from the group, charging toward the leopard. To his astonishment, it was Ling Tian. He dashed toward the big cat, leaping high and lightly tapping its head with his foot before springing to the side. The leopard, fully focused on the intruder, was caught off guard as Ling Tian deftly vaulted over it. Enraged, the leopard roared and turned to pounce on Ling Tian. With wide eyes, Ling Tian assessed the leopard's approach. Noticing its leap was high, he crouched slightly and swiftly evaded beneath it. The leopard missed its target and, turning around, swiped at Ling Tian with its paw. Ling Tian activated his wind manipulation technique to its fullest extent, soaring into the air to dodge the strike. As he descended, he saw the leopard poised to claw at him below. Employing his flowing steps technique, he kicked out, narrowly escaping the leopard's claws and executing a backflip off its nose, landing gracefully on the ground. Enraged, the leopard sprang forward, its hind legs propelling it toward Ling Tian. Seeing that the leopard's leap was neither too high nor too low, Ling Tian realized he had no choice but to sidestep at the last moment, allowing the leopard to narrowly miss him as it brushed past. Thus began an intricate dance between Ling Tian and the great leopard. Initially, he merely evaded its ferocious attempts to strike. Gradually, however, Ling Tian began to treat the leopard as a sparring partner, maintaining his composure and seizing opportunities to strike with his newly devised three-form fist technique. Landing several blows, as time passed, the leopard ceased its relentless assaults and instead circled Ling Tian, searching for an opening. Suddenly, it lunged directly at him. Having become familiar with this tactic, Ling Tian swiftly dodged to the side. But to his astonishment, the leopard's tail whipped around like a steel whip, catching him off guard in a moment of panic. He pushed off the ground with great force, flipping backward just as his head nearly collided with the leopard's body. With a deft motion, he supported himself on the leopard, vaulting over it as his feet left the ground. Ling Tian heard a soft crack, and a wave of exhilaration washed over him as he felt his wind manipulation technique surge. Breaking through to its third level, the leopard, stunned by the failure of its meticulously planned attack, hesitated momentarily. Ling Tian, eager to explore the sensations of his newly attained skill, pushed off the ground and leaped back a considerable distance. Suddenly, the sound of bowstrings snapping echoed as two arrows shot toward the leopard, followed closely by several thrown spears aimed at it. It turned out that Chang Shirtu, who had been anxiously observing the battle, seized the opportunity to issue a command to attack now that Ling Tian had created some distance from the beast. The leopard was struck by two arrows and two spears, blood gushing from its wounds as it roared in furious agony. Charging toward the group of hunters, Chapter 50. The hunt, seeing the leopard charging, Chang Shirtu gripped his steel fork tightly, bracing himself for a fierce battle. Suddenly, a blur of motion caught his eye. A figure dashed past him and leaped onto the leopard's back, forcefully stabbing the spears embedded in its flesh deeper into the beast. The leopard, writhing in pain, tumbled to the ground, revealing the identity of the assailant. Taking advantage of the leopard's moment of distress, the figure raised a short sword and plunged it into the creature's throat multiple times, bringing its life to an end. Chang Shirtu rushed forward, exclaiming, "Well done! You've just felled a great leopard." The other villagers quickly gathered around, enthusiastically surrounding Ling Tian. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Ling Tian humbly replied, "It was sheer luck. I owe it to all of you for your timely intervention." Chang Shirtu praised, "Your agility is truly remarkable. You managed to hold your ground against that leopard for quite some time. Had it not been for your efforts in exhausting it, our strike would have been far more challenging." The group laughed and celebrated, filled with joy at the unexpected bounty of a leopard. Upon returning to the village, the leopard's meat alone would provide several hearty meals for the villagers. They surrounded the leopard, skinning it and cutting it into large pieces, each person carrying a chunk back home while singing merrily. Upon their return to the village, the mining operations had concluded for the day. The entire village was alive with excitement as they divided the spoils of the hunt. A dozen hunters gathered at Uncle Chang's home, where they brought out a large pot filled to the brim with simmering leopard meat. The atmosphere was festive, akin to a celebration. Uncle Chang personally oversaw the cooking, ensuring the meat was tender and fragrant. He also retrieved a treasured bottle of aged wine. Everyone feasted heartily, indulging in both meat and drink until they were pleasantly inebriated. After the meal, Uncle Chang, feeling content, returned indoors, intending to rest. He noticed Ling Tian approaching and asked, "Nephew, what do you need paper and pen for?" Ling Tian replied, "I wish to jot down some notes." After a moment's thought, Uncle Chang rose and went to a large cabinet, retrieving a pen, ink, and a substantial notebook. "Paper is scarce in our village. I only have this work ledger, which has a few blank pages left. If your notes aren't extensive, you may tear some out for your use." Ling Tian quickly declined, inquiring if there was a market nearby where he could purchase supplies. Uncle Chang replied, "The closest market is in Chengjiazhuang, several dozen miles away. Merchants from Simisheng frequently visit there." Ling Tian expressed his intention to visit the market the following day. Upon hearing this, Uncle Chang rummaged through the cabinet again and handed him a spirit ticket, saying, "The mine hasn't paid wages in a while. Take this for now, I'll keep track of your work, and we'll settle it later." Alas, we typically only go to the market when the mine pays out, and it has been ages since we've made the trip. Ling Tian politely insisted he didn't need it, assuring Uncle Chang that he had enough spirit tickets for his needs. Uncle Chang did not press further, accepting Ling Tian's words. He continued, "Currently, we are short-handed. We must work and hunt simultaneously, so we cannot spare a cart for you. Tomorrow, take Hu Yazi with you. He has accompanied the cart to Qingjiazhuang twice and knows the way." Ling Tian expressed his gratitude, and Uncle Chang reminded him to be cautious of wild beasts along the way, adding with a wry smile, "You needn't worry about bandits. If anyone were to prey on our miners who haven't ventured out in months, they'd likely starve by now." After bidding farewell to Uncle Chang, Ling Tian returned to his quarters, opened his pouch, and counted his spirit tickets, discovering he had a total of 435 spirit units. Gazing upon these spirit tickets, one cannot help but reminisce about Lier. Were it not for Lier bestowing such an abundance of spirit essence within his bag, his own spirit warehouse would still remain empty, devoid of any surplus spirit essence. With a long sigh, Ling Tian tucked away the spirit tickets. But why is Ling Tian so eager to purchase paper and ink at the market? The truth is, he harbored the intention of documenting the battle with that leopard, meticulously analyzing it to elevate his skills. Since his Sanqing fist was entirely self-created, lacking a master's guidance or any text for reference, he could only rely on personal exploration. Thus, he required paper and ink. Yet, witnessing the preciousness of his great-uncle Chang's account book, how could he dare to tear at its blank pages? This led to his desire to visit the market. Huer, the son of brother Chang Si from the eastern end of the village, was about 12 or 13 years old and occasionally accompanied the adults to work. Today, upon hearing that Ling Tian had invited him to guide him to the market, he was elated and leaped 3 feet high, hastily requesting 2 rations from Aunt Chang Si, which he tucked into his arms before dragging Ling Tian out. Aunt Chang Si chased after them, incessantly offering her advice. As Huer ran, he turned back and exclaimed, "It's fine. Brother Ling Tian can defeat the big leopard. He is incredibly strong." The two of them traversed the narrow mountain path, where wild grass grew knee-high. In truth, this path was more frequented by beasts than by humans. Seizing this rare opportunity, Huer incessantly bombarded Ling Tian with questions, brimming with admiration. An hour passed unawares, and as they rounded a bend in the mountain, Ling Tian suddenly felt a sense of alertness and used his spirit threads to probe the surroundings. Detecting no traces of spirit creatures, however, his untrained Ling Xin technique sensed an impending danger. Without hesitation, Ling Tian hoisted Huer onto his back and activated the wind control technique, dashing ahead for a distance. When they halted, Huer inquired what was amiss, to which Ling Tian replied, "I sensed a danger approaching, yet I saw nothing." Raised in the mountains, Huer was quite brave. Upon hearing this, he drew his machete and scanned the surroundings. Ling Tian urged him to move quickly, and shortly thereafter, the Ling Xin technique provided another warning. Ling Tian surveyed the area, lifted Huer onto his back once more, and summoned the full strength of the wind control technique, racing forward at an astonishing speed. Now at the 3rd level of the wind control technique, he sped like a gale. Upon reaching the shelter of some large trees, Ling Tian leaped up a tall mountain elm, carefully placing Huer before they both peered down through the branches. Before long, 2 gray shapes darted past, revealing themselves to be 2 wolves. The wolves, having lost track of Ling Tian and Huer, paused to sniff the air and slowly approached the mountain elm. Ling Tian instructed Huer to stay low on the tree while he dropped down from the branches. The 2 wolves, startled by the sudden descent, were initially taken aback. However, upon realizing it was merely Ling Tian, their courage surged, and they did not flee, instead fixating their gaze on him. After a brief standoff, the wolves lunged at Ling Tian. He swiftly dodged, retreating behind the tree, while the 2 wolves flanked him from either side. The wolf on the left poked its head out, only to be met with Ling Tian's sudden leap as he delivered a fierce kick to its chin, sending it sprawling to the ground. Seizing the moment, Ling Tian stepped onto the wolf's head, nearly crushing it. The second wolf, seeing this, leapt up with its jaws wide open, aiming for Ling Tian's thigh. However, upon landing, it found only empty air, crashing into the first wolf instead. Just then, a commanding shout echoed above, and a dark figure descended heavily, pinning both wolves to the ground. Once the wolves lay defeated, Ling Tian brandished his short sword, swiftly slaying the two, and leapt back, calling for Hu to descend. Upon landing, Hu rushed over to inspect the scene, exclaiming, "Brother Ling Tian, you're amazing. These two wolves could fetch quite a bit of spirit essence." Chapter End. Secret message. Private chat with me. Please skip if uninterested. Teacher, how can people in our world discern their cultivation scores? Much like the early warning function mentioned in this chapter, it would be beneficial to have a signal for score fluctuations. Me. The specifics of the score are beyond your reach, but you can estimate it based on your feelings. Based on feelings? Me? Yes, simply gauge your conscience. A strong conscience correlates with a higher score, while a weaker one results in a lower score. Conscience possesses a certain early warning capability. But I can't even sense it myself. Me? You will feel it in critical moments. For instance, if someone helps you, you will genuinely appreciate it. If you offend someone, you will feel guilt. This is the sensation of conscience. Do not dismiss it. This self-awareness is cultivated over eons, and the progress of virtue relies heavily on it. If you depend on others for reminders and guidance, you will inevitably face divine education, which may not be pleasant. Chapter 51. Chengjia Village. Ling Tian smiled, waiting for the wolf's blood to drain before wiping it off and stowing the wolves within his spatial pouch. He turned to Hu and said, "Let us go." Hu, having never seen a spatial pouch, was astonished that two large wolves could fit into such a small bag, and he fiddled with it for quite some time. After walking for a while, they noticed two more wolves observing them from a distance. Ling Tian, feeling bold, pretended not to see them. The wolves lingered for a while without approaching, and as Chengjia Village came into view, they slipped away. Chengjia Village, located on the southern slope of Debay Mountain, is a small village along the main route of the mountain, renowned for its exceptional armor-making craftsmanship, hence its name. The village boasts over 1,000 households and, given its size, could be deemed a town, yet the locals have become accustomed to referring to it as Chengjia Village. By the time Ling Tian and Hu entered the village, much of the afternoon had passed. Hu, brimming with energy, urged Ling Tian to extract the two dead wolves from the pouch, shouldering one while calling out to sell them. Soon, a crowd gathered, inquiring about the price, but neither of them knew what to charge. Noticing the growing crowd, Ling Tian suggested an auction, starting at 1 spirit essence each. Before long, the price soared to 8 for each wolf. Ultimately, the two wolves fetched 20 spirit essences, and the buyer handed over a spirit ticket containing 2 silver coins before carrying the wolves away. Afterward, the two began to explore the various shops in the village, first purchasing several large rolls of paper, then ink and brushes. Next, Ling Tian bought several jars of wine, over 30 pounds of cooked food, 2 bags of coarse rice, 2 bags of mixed flour, and 3 bags of grains, filling the spatial pouch to the brim, which became quite heavy. 18 noon. Ling Tian led Hu to a tavern, ordering a roasted chicken and 2 pounds of pancakes for him, while opting for a large bowl of noodles for himself. Hu, insisting on consuming his rations, was ultimately compelled by Ling Tian to dine. He tore off half a chicken, pairing it with his dry food, and wrapped the remaining chicken and pancakes to take home. After lunch, with time still on their side, they strolled around the street again. This time, Ling Tian aimed to visit the armor workshop, where he observed various types of armor, inquiring about their prices, which left him astounded. Eventually, they arrived at the largest armor shop, where he encountered the most expensive armor. Priced at a staggering 10,000 spirit essences, after chatting with the shopkeeper, Ling Tian asked why such armor commanded such a price. The shopkeeper proudly explained that the armor was crafted from the shells of nuts sourced from the open sea, refined through over a dozen processes, providing exceptional defense, with even ordinary spiritual treasures struggling to leave a mark on it. Ling Tian's heart stirred at this revelation. The finest armor material was neither copper nor iron but the shell of a nut. His own true form was, in fact, a type of nut, wasn't it? When he transformed, that Ma Chi Na had struggled to carve the shell with a knife, ultimately resorting to using his innate spiritual treasure to make merely 2 marks. It turned out that his shell was itself a treasure. Ling Tian hurriedly inquired how to further process this nutshell. The shopkeeper, of course, did not divulge the details, merely stating that it needed to be soaked in some precious potions before further refinement. Ling Tian left the armor shop deep in thought. Ichuer, still not satisfied, dragged Ling Tian all the way to the end of the street, where they stopped in front of a toy stall. Hooer examined this and that, ultimately picking up a slingshot to play with. When Ling Tian asked how to use it, Hooer found a stone, aimed at the door knocker of a house across the street, pulled back the slingshot, and released it, striking the knocker with a resounding thud. Finding it amusing, Ling Tian picked up a stone to try as well. With a loud thud, it struck the door just as the door swung open, revealing a servant who came out to investigate the noise. Ling Tian and Hooer quickly turned away, pretending to peruse the items at the stall. Once the servant returned inside, Ling Tian inquired about the price of the slingshot. The stall owner quoted 1 spirit essence. Hooer immediately protested. Last time I came, you said it was 6 spirit essences each, and now you want 1 essence? The stall owner chuckled awkwardly. Prices are negotiable. I have only 2 left. You can take them both for 1 essence. Hooer was about to argue further when Ling Tian produced a spirit ticket worth 1 essence and said, "Let us settle for this." After wandering the street a bit longer and noticing the time, Ling Tian led Hooer back to the mining area, where Hooer looked back longingly. The journey back was tranquil. The two of them each holding a slingshot, playfully shooting at various things until they returned to Chang's village just before dusk. When parting ways with Hooer, Ling Tian slipped him 1 of the silver coins earned from selling the wolves. Hooer adamantly refused, and after much back and forth, he accepted just 1 coin, joyfully heading home. Upon arriving at Uncle Chang's home, Ling Tian found that Uncle Chang had not yet returned from work. Thus, he began to unpack and organize the contents of the spatial pouch, carefully placing the wine, meat, and grains in order. Then, he took out the paper, using his short sword to cut it, dividing it into 10 stacks of sheets. Lacking thread and needle to bind them into books, he then approached Sister Shur to request her assistance in stitching the papers into 10 booklets using a large needle and hemp thread. Once the booklets were completed, Ling Tian returned to his great-uncle's home, finding him already back from work. Upon seeing Ling Tian enter the house, his great-uncle pointed at the items within and inquired about their origin. Ling Tian replied, "Having stayed here for such an extended period, I have been a burden on your hospitality, which weighs heavily on my conscience. I have brought back some grain from the market for you. I sincerely hope you will accept it." The elderly man sighed, saying, "Ling, my boy, you are truly a considerate individual. From the moment I laid eyes on you, I sensed you were no ordinary person. It is evident that you will achieve great success in time." Ling Tian then presented 3 booklets to his great-uncle, stating, "I noticed your labor records are nearly exhausted. I purchased extra paper and prepared a few booklets for you. Please make use of them." Gratefully accepting the booklets, his great-uncle said, "There are a few families in our village who are on the verge of going without food. I shall deliver these bags of grain to them, while you should tend to your own meals." With that, he hoisted the grain bags onto his back, but Ling Tian quickly stopped him, exclaiming, "At your age, how can you carry such heavy sacks? Allow me to assist." He transferred the grain into a carrying bag and asked his great-uncle to lead the way as they set off to deliver the grain to the impoverished households in the village. After distributing the grain and returning home, the two shared a simple meal before his great-uncle retired for the night. Ling Tian moved the lamp to illuminate his sleeping area, finding a flat stone to use as an inkstone. He ground some ink while contemplating and began to sketch. He first illustrated a simple diagram of his battle with the leopard from the previous day, annotating each figure with relevant notes. Flipping to a new page, he began to write down his reflections. This portion took considerably longer, as Ling Tian struggled to reconcile the combat experience with the principles of the 3 forms fist. He felt that attempting to fit the experience into rigid categories would undermine the creative essence of scissors, rock, and paper. For instance, when he dodged and evaded at the beginning, should it be considered a defensive maneuver of paper or a transformation of scissors? After much contemplation without clarity, he decided to pack his belongings, strap on his bag, and step outside, intending to practice the 3 forms fist further, hoping to glean some insights. Just as he steadied himself in the courtyard, he suddenly spotted a pair of glowing green eyes peering at him from a distance. End of chapter. Note, Me's private chat. Please skip if uninterested. Me. People in the world tend to focus more on enhancing their abilities. often neglecting the cultivation of character. Indeed, teacher, the elevation of ability is quite evident, with numerous methods to assess it, yet character seems devoid of any measurable standards. In truth, the opportunity to be reborn as a human often implies that one's abilities are relatively equal. The crucial factor lies in one's character. What should be done then? Must one engage in good deeds every day? That is not feasible either. Cultivation cannot be separated from life. It is not advisable to forsake life to solely perform acts of kindness or to lead the life of an ascetic, as such endeavors yield little merit. Why is that? It is akin to ignoring the questions on an exam, creating one's own and answering those. What significance does that hold? High scores would be meaningless. Thus, it is paramount to act with conscience and benevolence in the course of daily life, study, and work. Chapter 52. The giant wolf has a wild beast entered the village. Ling Tian did not panic. Instead, he calmly took a few steps towards the pair of glowing green eyes, drawing a short sword from his bag, fully alert. The eyes remained still, and no beastly growls were heard, making it difficult to discern the creature's identity. However, the height of those eyes was barely at Ling Tian's waist, suggesting it was not an enormous beast. Gaining a bit of courage, Ling Tian employed his wind manipulation technique, leaping forward to confront the beast. As he approached, the creature was revealed to be a massive wolf. Initially, it had its head lowered, keeping its eyes at a modest height, but now it raised its head, towering far above Ling Tian. Recognizing the true nature of the giant wolf, Ling Tian executed a backflip to retreat, but unexpectedly, the wolf lunged at him. Ling Tian narrowly dodged its attack, landing safely, but the giant wolf executed a roll and pounced at his feet. Its claws aimed at Ling Tian's chest and abdomen. Ling Tian was astonished. The creature's techniques were nothing like those of a mere beast. In a moment of urgency, he leaped over the wolf, activating his wind manipulation to sprint away. Glimpsing back, he saw the wolf in hot pursuit, closing the distance rapidly. Ling Tian ran frantically. Without needing to probe, he understood that this wolf was at least semi-spiritual. As he fled, he shouted, "Wolf brother, please slow down. Let's converse amicably." The wolf, lacking comprehension of human speech, continued its relentless chase. Alarmingly, the wolf had yet to emit a single sound. Today, Ling Tian's spiritual sensitivity was rendered ineffective. He knew he was about to be caught. Suddenly, he stumbled and fell, and the giant wolf charged toward him, jaws open wide. However, Ling Tian's fall was feigned. He had been storing energy for a counterattack. As the wolf lunged, he swiftly turned and thrust his sword towards the wolf's chin. Though he struck true, it felt as if he had pierced solid stone, causing the wolf to hesitate momentarily before raising its paw to claw at Ling Tian. Ling Tian hastily rolled to evade, but the wolf's claw snagged his clothing. Yet, the garment was an illusion, lacking substance, and the giant wolf grasped at nothing. At that moment, Ling Tian had already leaped beneath a large tree he had eyed from afar, planning to either launch a surprise attack or take refuge in its branches if necessary. The thrust he had executed earlier was powered by his full spiritual energy. Had it been an ordinary wolf, it would have certainly pierced its throat. Yet, against this giant wolf, it bore no effect. Realizing he was outmatched, Ling Tian swiftly climbed the tree. The wolf, seeing Ling Tian ascend, did not leap at the tree but instead turned to survey the path behind it, perking its ears to listen for any surrounding sounds. After confirming there was no one else nearby, it crouched on the ground, panting for a moment before raising its head and gaping its mouth towards Ling Tian. Ling Tian, perplexed by the wolf's intentions, suddenly felt as if he were being drawn downward. Glancing down, he was horrified to see a swirling green vortex emerging from the wolf's mouth, pulling him closer. Ling Tian clung to a branch, but it snapped with a loud crack, sending him plummeting downward. Under such gravitational force, his wind manipulation technique failed entirely, and he was about to fall straight into the wolf's mouth. In a desperate bid, he transformed into his original form, clutching the bag tightly. The giant wolf, taken by surprise, found itself swallowing a round object and a bag instead of the person it had expected. It suspected that the individual was still concealed within the garment and bit down hard on the illusion, but it merely sank its teeth into thin air. The garment transformed into a small pellet and slipped into its mouth. Before it could chew, everything slid down its throat and into its belly. Ling Tian's vision turned pitch black as he fell into the wolf's mouth, desperately pushing the bag toward the wolf's throat. He did not wish to be gnawed upon by those sword-like fangs. He had intended to wedge himself in the throat to force the wolf to cough him up, but the wolf swallowed in one gulp, sending Ling Tian straight into its belly. Inside the wolf's belly, he was enveloped by a nauseating stench of blood and decay, a slick and slimy environment that made him want to retch. He had to hold his breath and extend his spiritual threads to absorb spiritual energy, yet the chaotic energy within the wolf's belly was utterly impossible to harness. Panic set in as Ling Tian realized there was neither food nor access to the world's spiritual energy. How could he sustain himself? If this continued, he would suffocate or be digested into wolf droppings. This thought ignited Ling Tian's anger. He first unleashed sharp spikes to pierce the wolf's stomach wall, then recited the wind manipulation incantation to repel the gastric juices, followed by invoking the fire manipulation technique to ignite the insides. Unfortunately, the wolf's belly was devoid of air, rendering both techniques ineffective. Nevertheless, his struggle caused the wolf immense distress, causing it to thrash about. Rolling on the ground in agony, Ling Tian, believing the stomach wall was moving, thought he was about to be digested, and thus firmly anchored the spikes to the stomach wall, fearing they might be dislodged. After what felt like an eternity, both wolf and human endured a wretched ordeal. Ling Tian battled the stomach wall and gastric juices for an indeterminate length of time, only to discover no signs of digestion. This realization provided him with some relief. Upon reflection, he concluded that his shell was made of top-quality armor material. Even Markina had struggled to pierce his skin, so how could the wolf's belly possibly digest him? Thus, it seemed he was temporarily safe from life-threatening danger within the wolf's belly, but he could not remain in this state indefinitely. His spiritual essence was depleting, and he had no means to replenish it from the outside world, leaving him at risk of eventually succumbing to his confinement. The pressing concern was how to quickly absorb energy to devise a plan. Consequently, he calmed his mind, ceasing his movements to contemplate an escape. As Ling Tian paused, the giant wolf seized the opportunity to retaliate, casting a spell within its belly. Ling Tian suddenly felt as though he were engulfed in flames, realizing that the gastric fluid had vanished, replaced by a searing heat enveloping him as if he were sitting atop a blazing inferno. He quickly summoned all his spiritual power to resist, but it soon depleted in utter desperation. He opened his spiritual reservoir to convert spiritual essence into energy. Struggling to hold on, uncertain of how long he endured this torment, the heat gradually subsided. Just as Ling Tian thought to breathe a sigh of relief, he was suddenly plunged into a freezing abyss. Surrounded by an unbearable chill, alarmed, he exerted his spiritual energy to fend off the cold. Yet this icy grip only drained his energy further. Ling Tian could no longer afford to ponder. He resolved to endure every moment he could. As he continued to suffer, it felt as though he had fallen into a furnace. This cycle of extreme heat and bitter cold persisted, ultimately exhausting Ling Tian's spiritual reservoir. Chapter ends. Secret words. Private chat between E and me. Please skip if you dislike. E. Master, what should we pay attention to in our daily practice? Me. Maintain a natural mindset and live earnestly without rushing for results. Firstly, engage in activities you love, as long as others do not oppose. Secondly, fulfill your responsibilities, provided that others are in need. E. With this perspective, I feel much more relaxed. It seems that as long as it does not affect others and no one objects, I can do anything. However, regarding the second point, since there are many needs of others, how do I determine which ones I should address? Me. When we mention the needs of others, we must also consider their reasonableness. We should only act upon reasonable needs. As for the multitude of human desires, you must prioritize based on the principle of cause and effect. The closer the relationship, the more you should act. When your family and friends support you, you should reciprocate from the heart, right? When your workplace pays you, you should repay them with diligent work, right? Focus on these matters first, and then consider helping others in society. Chapter 53. Lear has arrived in the fleeting moment when the spiritual reservoir was exhausted. Death had never approached him so closely, yet his heart was oddly tranquil. Is this how it ends? Ling Tian felt as if his body were melting away, his consciousness drifting. Scenes from his brief life unfolded before him, gaining spiritual awareness during a spiritual reign on a deserted island, being captured and raised like a pearl chicken, escaping to the mountains for cultivation, applying at the holy tower, serving as a guard in the count's manor, and finally, becoming a guest in the royal palace and a miner in the northern mountains. In a haze, he attempted to grasp something, yet found his hands empty. Remembering his unavenged hatred and the beloved he had yet to encounter, he felt a sense of unwillingness. He yearned to resist, but ultimately felt powerless and resigned. In the instant before his consciousness began to dissipate, he called out, "Li'er." Then, everything fell into silence. "Brother Year," a voice echoed within Ling Tian's consciousness, jolting him from the brink of dissolution, and his thoughts stirred. "Li'er? Where are you? Am I dead? How can I hear you calling me? I am within your heart. Brother Year, please do not die. If you die, I cannot live either." It was indeed Li'er's voice. Ling Tian's blood surged, and his spiritual veins began to flow once more. Despite being devoid of any spiritual power, his mind suddenly became clear, and he thought only, "Li'er has come. I am not dead. I cannot die. I absolutely must not." At that moment, Ling Tian could no longer discern whether he felt cold or hot. He only sensed a searing pain, as if being fried in oil, tortured beyond endurance. Clinging to a single strong thought, he fought to keep his consciousness alive. Countless times, he nearly lost consciousness, and any hint of wavering would have sent his soul scattering. Ling Tian held steadfast to a single conviction. "Let your flames burn my body, but they shall not scorch my heart. Let your decree seal my fate, but you shall not imprison my soul." 1 moment, 2 moments. 1 hour, 2 hours. 1 day, 2 days. Ling Tian lost track of how long he endured, when suddenly, a tremor ran through his heart, and the words, phrases, sentences, paragraphs, and chapters from the spiritual text he had once consumed flashed before him. Though he did not yet grasp their meaning, it triggered that peculiar spiritual heart technique to instinctively activate. First, a wave of warmth washed over his heart, like a gentle breeze caressing him, followed by a sense of nourishment filling his organs. Gradually, his consciousness stabilized, his spiritual veins awakened, and his spiritual threads sensed the spiritual energy. Like a newborn babe savoring sweet milk for the first time, Ling Tian instinctively absorbed the spiritual essence of heaven and earth, starting with drops and trickles, then flowing into a rushing river. Ling Tian could scarcely believe it. He did not need to supplement his spiritual energy with spiritual tickets or even consume food. Yet his spiritual reservoir was miraculously filled. He forgot the pain coursing through his body. Blinking in confusion, unaware of what had transpired in that blink, he suddenly realized that the darkness before him had given way to clarity. He could see the pulsing red walls of his stomach, the viscous white gastric fluid, and the green aura enveloping him. He also discovered that his shell had turned silver. Ling Tian stared in bewilderment, suddenly noticing something peculiar. He had not opened his shell, yet his gaze could penetrate it and see outside. The water sac remained, and he even spotted a small, grayish bead, the original form of the illusory garment. When he turned his gaze back to his shell and looked at himself, he was taken aback. Previously, Ling Tian had believed he had transformed into the earthly fruit's original form, restoring his plant essence, with the flesh within the shell. Yet, upon this glance, he found himself as a small fetus, curled up within the shell. After experiencing a series of wonders, Ling Tian suddenly recalled that in his heart-stopping moments of impending death, he seemed to have heard Li'er's voice, so real it could not be an illusion. Ling Tian suppressed the frantic beating of his heart and softly called out, "Li'er, are you there?" After several calls, he heard a voice within him respond, "I am here." Ling Tian eagerly turned his head to look around. But there was no one in sight. He asked, "Where are you?" Li'er replied, "I am in your heart." Ling Tian pondered for a moment and said, "In my heart? I do not understand." Li'er explained, "Do you remember that enlightenment pill? I am attached to it, communicating directly with your consciousness through spiritual language." Upon hearing this, Ling Tian rejoiced, exclaiming, "Wonderful! I think of you constantly. Since you are within that pill, why didn't you speak to me earlier?" Li'er replied, I just arrived. After rescuing you that day, I stealthily slipped out of the palace and hid in Yuanbao City. Longing for you, I used the soul separation technique to send out a wisp of my consciousness to find you. I sensed that a fragment of my soul was within that enlightenment pill, and that is how I found you from miles away. Ling Tian asked. I was tied to the spirit drying platform. With so many guards watching, how did you manage to rescue me? Were you hurt? Lear replied, no worries. I used a family heirloom pill to drug them all and then rescued you. There was also someone named Huang Jilan who came to cause trouble, and I had to drug him as well, Ling Tian exclaimed. You are truly impressive. When did you find me? Tang Lear said. I cannot recall which day it was, as I am but a wisp of detached consciousness. Able to sense your existence, but unable to speak with you, it was only that day when I suddenly sensed your call from within your heart that I was drawn into the soul fragment of the enlightenment pill. Only to discover you were on the verge of losing your soul, so I hurriedly called out to you. Ling Tian said, I see. At that time, I was on the brink of death, yet my heart could not let you go. Just before dying, I called out your name, and unexpectedly, you truly came. You are merely a wisp of consciousness. How can you speak? Lear explained. It is through spiritual language. I do not need to vocalize. Your heart can understand. Well, let me teach you this spiritual language technique. From now on, you can communicate with me without speaking aloud. We can converse within our consciousness. Ling Tian praised, and Tang Lear then instructed him on the methods of spiritual communication. After practicing for a while, Ling Tian became adept and conveyed to Lear, this method is truly marvelous. Where did you learn it? Lear replied. Once one reaches the level of a spirit master, they will naturally comprehend the technique. Though I have not attained that level, my family's alchemical texts contain records of it, as many alchemical formulas must be recited using spiritual language, so I have also cultivated this skill. Though using spiritual language to converse requires some spiritual energy, it is of no concern for us, as we are one entity and can communicate directly within our consciousness. From then on, Ling Tian and Tang Lear communicated solely through spiritual language, with no need for further elaboration. Ling Tian said, haha, so we have truly become one. What I see and hear, can you also see and hear? Lear affirmed, indeed. Ling Tian asked, then, can you know what I am thinking? Lear replied, that is not possible unless you tell me. Ling Tian sighed in relief, that is good. Otherwise, if I were to think of you and develop any improper thoughts, it would be troublesome. Lear teased, humph. If you dare to think improperly, I will ignore you. Lear, brother Year, is there something you need? Nothing, just calling out in joy, so I wanted to say it a few more times. Hee, by the way, where are you hiding in Yuanbao City? Is it safe? Brother, rest assured. It is very safe, Dotto. That day in the palace, how was I sent to the spirit drying platform? After you entered the hall that day, the head maid summoned me for something, so I went out. Later, I heard Pinger say you had been tied to the spirit drying platform, Dotto. I see. That is good, Dotto, but not good. Are you hungry? How do you eat? I do not need to eat. If you are full, then I am full. From then on, the two exchanged sweet nothings, forgetting they were in the belly of a wolf. One day, Ling Tian suddenly remembered something. By the way, Lear, since you arrived, have you cast any spiritual techniques on me? I feel so much better now than before, Lear replied. There are no spiritual techniques. I am now just a formless wisp of consciousness. Even if I knew any techniques, I could not perform them. Ling Tian pondered for a moment and then exclaimed, I understand now. My spiritual heart technique has broken through. Chapter ends. Secret words. Private chat between E and me. Please skip if you dislike E. So, in the spiritual realm, it is indeed possible for two souls to coexist. In our human world, that would be akin to possession of me. There is nothing extraordinary about that. The spiritual realm has its own physical laws. The materials used for the physical body differ, and as long as the main body does not resist, it can accept another soul to coexist within it. So, it seems that many unscientific phenomena on Earth become scientific in the spiritual realm. How marvelous! Chapter 54, Heart Dividing Technique. Tang Lear asked, what is the spiritual heart technique? Ling Tiandao. In truth, I am uncertain of the nature of this method. I merely bestowed it with the name of my own invention. Thus, I recounted the particulars of this spiritual technique to Lear, concluding with the observation. At present, I remain perplexed, as its sensing ability is sometimes acute, yet at other times rather dull. For instance, regarding the giant wolf that seeks to consume me, I feel no connection whatsoever. After a moment of contemplation, I added, perhaps this method has reached a breakthrough, for I am now capable of absorbing the external spiritual energy through the wolf's essence. And I am doing so at an astonishing rate, even filling my spiritual reservoir. Furthermore, I am able to perceive my surroundings in the dark. At this juncture, Ling Tian abruptly ceased speaking and inquired of Tang Lier, "Can you see everything that I perceive?" Tang Lier replied, "Indeed, though I lack your nocturnal vision, I am unable to discern anything just yet." "What troubles you?" Ling Tian felt reassured, recalling the rather embarrassing sight of himself sitting stark naked within the fruit shell, and bashfully remarked, "Oh, that matter is trivial. I merely wish to inquire if you have ever heard of such a spiritual technique." Lier responded, "I have never encountered anything like it in truth." It is not only Tang Lier who has never heard of it. This so-called spiritual heart technique of Ling Tian is a rare method within the realm of true spirits, one that can only be comprehended by those with resolute will and an obsessive dedication to study. After enduring profound joy and sorrow that leave an indelible mark upon their souls, by a stroke of fortune, Ling Tian has begun to grasp its essence, albeit he has yet to actively cultivate it. Rather, he has inadvertently elevated his understanding due to his unwavering consciousness at the brink of life and death. Otherwise, how could such a technique, which harbors the mysteries of heaven and earth and seizes the essence of creation, yield progress so easily? Ling Tian's thoughts now turned to the phantom garment, pondering that if he did not hasten to procure some attire, he would be exposed to Lier, who might inadvertently catch a glimpse of his vulnerable state within the fruit shell. Thus, he began to inch towards the garment. Yet, this movement did not sit well with the wolf, which immediately unleashed its fiery attack, enveloping Ling Tian in a blaze of crimson light, casting him into the furnace of flames. "Will you not employ a new tactic?" At this moment, Ling Tian remained unperturbed. Firstly, his spiritual reservoir was abundant, granting him peace of mind. Secondly, with Tang Lier by his side, his spirits were elevated. And thirdly, the protective shell surrounding him seemed to have been fortified. Despite the searing pain of the flames, he sustained no actual harm. Therefore, Ling Tian gritted his teeth and endured. Whenever the pain became unbearable, he engaged in conversation with Lier or unleashed a few curses upon the wolf. In truth, Ling Tian's skin had been refined into a formidable armor. Even the most expensive set of armor from Chengjia village had not undergone such rigorous processes of tempering and polishing. The wolf, too, had exhausted its repertoire of tactics. Thus, as the days passed in alternating cycles of burning and freezing, Ling Tian's fruit shell gleamed with a silvery sheen, treating the flames as a warm bath and the cold as a gentle breeze. During the interludes of fire and ice, he seized the opportunity to open a small gap in the shell, retrieving the phantom garment to don upon himself. He mused, "This spiritual heart technique is indeed profoundly mysterious, strengthening both body and spirit. Yet, how might one actively cultivate it? Alas, if only I could transform into human form, I could wield it and delve into its intricacies." The thought of transforming into human form reminded him of his earlier attempt to retrieve the phantom garment, during which he had opened a small gap to extend his hand. Could it be that I might fully emerge? As soon as this notion surfaced, he plunged into experimentation, only to find that as his body protruded halfway, he suddenly expanded, causing him to hastily retreat within the shell. Sealing the gap, he pondered, "It appears that my shell is not only sturdy but also serves as an excellent spatial pouch, capable of containing even living beings. Yet, like other spatial pouches, once half of me is exposed, I must revert to my original form." Days passed in a blur, during which Ling Tian taught Lier the game of rock, paper, scissors. Lier claimed she had mastered it long ago. But alas, they had no means to compete, resulting in a flurry of verbal sparring without a clear victor. Eventually, in a fit of boredom, Ling Tian conceived a whimsical idea, assigning his left hand to represent Lier and his right hand to embody himself. Engaging in a duel to determine the outcome, Lier chuckled at his silliness, yet he found great amusement in the endeavor. However, both hands consistently produced the same gestures, unless he deliberately instructed them to differ. No matter his efforts, a clear victor remained elusive. Ling Tian became increasingly engrossed in this peculiar challenge, determined to ascertain a true winner. After 2 days of fervent competition, he unexpectedly collided with his own hand. Resulting in Lear emerging victorious, he announced the outcome to Lear, who remarked that she had been asleep and requested him to speak more softly. Ling Tian found it curious, since Lear had arrived. She seemed particularly fond of slumber. He had inquired about this, and she explained that her spirit was drawn here, consuming more energy than usual, thus necessitating additional rest. Ling Tian felt a sense of relief. Yet he was struck by the thought that if both Lear and the Lear within his heart were to engage in the game, would they not produce the same outcomes? If she can project her spirit, why can I not do the same?